Once upon a time, there was peace on Earth. But one day, the heavens split apart, and hordes of bloodthirsty monsters rained down upon the Earth. A system emerged that offered each survivor a choice of difficulty level, from easy to solo. After choosing a difficulty level, they entered a labyrinth, becoming players. They could only return to Earth after completely clearing it. But upon returning, the survivors found their home planet in a state of ruin, teeming with monsters. One of the players was Kang Tae-sen, our protagonist, who chose easy and managed to fight his way through the labyrinth. The boy went out into the ruined streets of the city to clear them of high-difficulty creatures. It was the most boring activity in his real life. But he had no choice. He had to fight monsters to protect his comrades, because the skills he'd learned allowed him to reduce enemy HP to 0. In the new world, the survivors lived in a camp behind enormous iron walls. GM Jungian, a hard-level player, couldn't believe the protagonist was so strong, even though he played on an easy level. He was practically driven crazy by constantly pondering the skills of his ally, who only denied everything and remained silent. In fact, most of the players who returned to Earth were driven mad by their inability to accept the new reality. Kang Tae-sen knew it was impossible to get used to this, and there was only one way out. To show his comrade the truth, the protagonist challenged him to a duel. Despite his opponent's hard level, MC crushed him in a couple of hits. In tears, GM Jungian admitted that if he'd known about this, he never would have gone to clear the labyrinth. And the protagonist proved to him that they had no choice but to work together to save this world. Jungian arrives to congratulate him on handling the situation. He cheerfully admits he came just to watch Tae-sen fight, and Tae-sen accepts that with mild annoyance. Others praise Tae-sen for defeating a hard-mode player in a single blow, while medics carry Changchun away. Tae-sen dismisses the achievement as nothing special, but Jungian insists the opponent only looked weak because Tae-sen is absurdly strong. Tae-sen returns to his now cold potato, while Jungian presses him for the secret behind skills like multiplication. Jungian is especially baffled by Tae-sen's defense-ignoring attack and his ability to nullify a first strike. Tae-sen gives the most irritating answer possible, claiming he earned everything through hard work. A huge commotion interrupts them, and Jungian first assumes another player has returned before realizing it is something else. A powerful woman in white enters the camp to open admiration from the survivors. Tae-sen immediately recognizes her as Leion, another player who has returned. Later, Tae-sen enters a refined room where a giant skeletal display hangs from the ceiling, showing that someone still preserves luxury amid collapse. He is irritated that people still care about decoration, while humanity is dying out. Even so, he notices the craftsmanship and realizes only one person could have transported such a massive artwork intact. That person is the sole human who cleared solo mode, the strongest individual alive. Tae-sen bitterly questions why someone like her ended up as the world's strongest person. Leion greets him from a throne-like chair, amused that he came. She says obsession is necessary to survive a world like this and suggests he find a hobby the way she did. Tae-sen refuses to indulge the topic and asks why she summoned him, while she notes she heard he humbled a hard-mode player. She still finds it bizarre that an easy-mode player can repeatedly overpower hard-mode players. To make her point, she displays her own overwhelming status, revealing the vast power of a solo-mode clearer. Tae-sen is unimpressed by the display and accuses her of bragging. She asks to see his status as well, and he reluctantly complies while teasing her for looking down on easy-mode players. His status appears absurdly low on paper, and she mocks how weak he looks despite what he can actually do. Tae-sen insists he is only checking something, then admits that for an easy-mode player his raw stats are at least decent. She explains that the labyrinth's 4 difficulties create huge long-term gaps because growth stops once a player clears it. By raw numbers, even a hard-mode player should dwarf Tae-sen, yet none of them can survive a single serious hit from him. The reason, she says, is the abnormal quality of the skills Tae-sen acquired. To demonstrate, she activates attack-boosting skills of her own with effortless control. She adds a perfect aim effect, guaranteeing her next attack will land. Her attack proves that skills themselves can be learned regardless of difficulty. Tae-sen watches without concern, already expecting what will happen. Her empowered strike detonates around him in a burst of light and force. He emerges with only the slightest reaction, showing the attack accomplished nothing meaningful. When he asks why she bothered, the system again reports that his first strike nullification reduced the damage to 0. She casually says she simply felt like trying it, treating the failed attack as trivial. Then she lists some of Tae-sen's ridiculous abilities and confirms he possesses around 230 skills in total. She concludes that the others made a fatal mistake by rushing to clear the labyrinth instead of exploring it thoroughly and gathering power the way he did. Tae-sen says it is impossible to know whether that would have changed anything, and in any case the past cannot be redone. Tion disagrees slightly and says that if he had chosen solo mode, humanity might actually have had a chance to win. That suggestion leaves Tae-sen visibly unsettled. She explains that while his skills are extraordinary, most of them still scale from his weak easy mode stats. That limitation is why grieving survivors can only imagine how much more he could have done with a higher difficulty body. In blunt terms, the current Tae-sen cannot even use half of his own arsenal properly, and he cuts off the subject before it goes further. He demands the real reason she called him in, and she confirms she has just returned from patrol. Her answer is grim. the next monster wave is about to begin. Tae-san immediately understands the scale of the danger from her expression alone. Outside, monstrous silhouettes with glowing eyes gather in the dark beyond the camp. Tae-san exhales and grimly concludes that their situation is dire. It is recalled that each previous wave brought mass death and shrinking territory, with Seoul falling in the first. The second wave killed half of the hard mode players, devastating humanity's strongest fighters. By the third wave, humanity could defend only a single small city, and now the fourth is coming. Tion reports the enemy composition: 2 S ranks, dozens of A ranks, hundreds of B ranks, and an apostle above them all. Tae-san quickly realizes that even Tion struggles with S ranks, and that they lack enough hard mode players to contain the A ranks. Tion admits defeat may be inevitable, but insists they must still fight and asks Tae-san to take on the 2 S ranks. Tae-san understands exactly what that means and asks if she is effectively telling him to die while she takes on the even worse apostle. Tae-san tries to leave and warn the others that death is coming, arguing they deserve time to face it. The woman coldly answers that ignorance might be the kinder fate. Tae-san rejects that surrender and refuses to let them die unprepared. As he goes, she is left alone with the weight of what is coming. She admits Tae-san is strong enough that he might have led them to victory. For a moment, she wavers, knowing exactly what kind of man she is losing. Then she reveals she chose not to rely on that hope because she is a coward. Elsewhere, one of the survivors can only groan at the situation. The group vents their despair, bitter that the end they expected still feels unbearable. Tae-san checks on one man, who says he has already accepted death after surviving far longer than anyone should have. Tae-san refuses to indulge that resignation and bluntly reminds him that acceptance does not change the fact that he is about to die. Around them, the others wait in exhausted silence for the inevitable. One of the men watches Tae-san, trying to read what he intends to do. Another reflects that Tae-san endured the labyrinth only to be told he would die the same day he returned, calling his life brutally unlucky. The sky above them begins to twist as the threat finally arrives. Someone notes that Tae-san, who did more than anyone for humanity, should have been the angriest of them all. From the rooftop, they look down over the ruined city as the storm of monsters gathers below. Tae-san finally admits he is furious enough to be consumed by it. A massive rift opens and something enormous starts descending into the city. The invasion reveals itself as a swarm of monstrous creatures led by overwhelming horrors. When asked what he is expected to fight, Tae-san answers with grim precision: 2 S ranks. He trades a dry farewell with the man beside him, promising to meet again after death if he can. Instead of waiting, Tae-san activates a movement skill and commits himself to battle. He launches from the rooftop straight into the battlefield below. His descent becomes a blur as he falls toward the enemy. While dropping through the sky, he activates a detection skill to map the battlefield. A tactical display forms before him as he focuses on the enemy positions. The skin separates the battlefield into a small cluster of allies and a mass of hostile targets. He quickly identifies the key enemies hidden among the swarm. Tae-san crashes down between towering monsters and immediately confronts them head-on. Even under crushing pressure, he greets the monsters with contempt instead of fear. The system tests his sanity, fear, and survival against the horror in front of him. He endures the mental assault without breaking. The checks all clear, proving his mind cannot be shaken by terror anymore. His will is rewarded with a permanent resistance to mental collapse. His body also hardens, turning his survival into physical power. The monsters close in around him as the battlefield settles into a killing ground. Tae-san answers their presence with a simple promise to kill them. His resolve sharpens into cold focus. He faces 2 dominant enemies amid the wreckage, one octopus-like attacker and one huge jellyfish-like defender. Using his surveillance skill, he immediately hopes the enemy composition is not as bad as it looks. His fear is confirmed when the giant jellyfish is identified as a defensive-type monster with absurd durability. The defensive monster looms over him like a wall. It slams down to block his path and assert control of the fight. The impact leaves the defender planted like an immovable fortress. Even the monster seems startled when Tae-san moves without hesitation. Tae-san accelerates his body and mocks the defender's enormous health, knowing it will be a nightmare to chew through. He turns his attention to the octopus-like attacker, hoping that one will be easier to remove first. The scan identifies it as a long-range attacker with far less health, making it the obvious priority target. But as it lunges, Tae-san realizes he has no clean answer for either enemy. The attacker fires instantly, forcing him to react on instinct. He cuts through a storm of tentacles and beams while trying to close the distance. The damage numbers reveal a problem. Striking the tentacles barely hurts the attacker at all. He concludes he has to reach the main body and hit the head directly. The attacker unleashes a green blast from the direction its tentacles are pointing. The beam tracks exactly where the tentacles aim, making it brutally direct. Tae-san survives the hit only because a nullification skill erases the damage entirely. From that exchange, he learns the attack has no delay and is almost impossible to dodge on reaction alone. He narrows the problem down to pure prediction. If he can read the trajectory before the shot is fired, he can still evade, but any hesitation will kill him. He activates acceleration again to force the pace in his favor. Knowing he cannot drag the fight out, he dives straight at the attacker. He lands a direct strike on the monster's head. The hit barely dents it, proving even the vulnerable spot is not enough with his current output. The attacker answers with another barrage while his second nullification is consumed. Again he takes no damage, but the monster realizes its attacks are being negated. The attacker shifts, trying to understand what kind of opponent it is facing. Tae-san presses in for another killing attempt before it can adapt. The defensive monster suddenly throws itself in the way to shield its partner. Tae-san immediately understands the defender exists to protect the attacker. He pieces together their pairing. The tank intercepts danger whenever the ranged monster is threatened. Once he sees the pattern, he realizes he can exploit it. He forcibly initiates a special battle state against the defender. A golden barrier seals the engagement and isolates the defender from outside interference. The attacker's green shots slam into the barrier instead of him. The barrier holds, cutting off the ranged monster's support. For 1 minute, only the defensive monster is allowed to harm Tae-san. He thinks that someone like Leion, with legendary gear and solo mode stats, would have solved this easily. Lacking her raw power, he stacks every offensive skill he has, doubling, squaring, and bypassing defense. He recalls that Leion could have ignored the defender and killed the attacker first because the tank could not hurt her. But he knows he does not have that luxury, because one solid hit from either monster would kill him. Seeing his boosted attack still falls short, he burns a rare reset to reuse his strongest multiplier. He reactivates the squared attack and pushes his power to its limit. Then he commits to deleting the defender before the barrier expires. He admits that his stats alone are hopeless, so his only chance is to wring everything possible out of his skills. To break past his ceiling, he adds one more effect that makes his next strike hit twice. He drives the empowered blow into the defender. The double strike lands with catastrophic force. The damage finally reaches the scale he needed, tearing through most of the defender's health. The defensive monster falls, and Tae-san gets only a brief breath of relief. The moment the barrier ends, the surviving attacker blasts him from range. The hit should be fatal, but another survival skill triggers at the last instant. He nullifies death itself for a few seconds and stays standing despite the direct hit. As explosions continue around him, he realizes all his attack nullifications are gone, and only one endurance effect remains. With no tricks left, he resumes carving into the attacker the hard way. He tells himself the fight has become brutally simple now: dodge, strike, and repeat. Then he checks his mana and sees he is almost empty. With no skills left and over 1,000,000 health still remaining, he calculates that he would need tens of thousands of ordinary hits, and nearly loses his composure. Time passes under a changing sky as the battle drags on far beyond reason. He keeps hacking the monster down in small, exhausting increments. Its health continues to fall, but every gain costs him more of his strength. Even when the enemy is nearly finished, the pace remains desperate. Tae-san is visibly at his limit, gasping through pain and exhaustion. He forces out one last surge of effort rather than let the fight outlast him. In that extreme concentration, he briefly awakens a new soul skill tied to perfect interception. The battlefield is left scarred by the length and violence of the struggle. The system immediately informs him that because he already escaped the labyrinth, the newly awakened skill is sealed, and he snaps back at it in disgust. The attacker lies broken and barely alive, still trying to resist. Tae-san finishes it with one final ordinary strike. Monster 5 falls, and the last enemy is finally dead. Only then does Tae-san let himself collapse into ragged breathing, bloody from head to toe. He wonders how long he has been fighting, because it feels like he has spent more than a month in that hell. Even standing has become difficult for him. Still, he decides he has to go back. He limps across the ruined rooftop, leaving blood behind him. A warning signal suddenly appears on his detection display. He looks out over the silent ruins and realizes something is wrong. What he finds is not victory but the bodies of the people he came back to save. He walks among the dead in stunned silence, clutching his wounded body. Looking at them, he bitterly remembers how they boasted about being some of the last hard mode players left in the world. He asks why he, the easy mode player they looked down on, is the only one still alive. A memory of their ordinary camaraderie only makes the sight of their deaths crueler. He stands over more fallen companions, forced to accept that none of them made it. He remembers the man who joked about reaching the afterlife first and realizes that promise was kept. Tae-san stares ahead, carrying the grief without any room left to express it. Another memory surfaces of simpler days and people who should have survived. He keeps speaking, but now his thoughts are turning toward one person in particular. He finds a lone figure slumped against the shattered rock. A memory of her calm smile flashes through his mind. He recognizes her at last as Leion, bloodied and dying. He names her for what she was, the only person to clear solo mode and the strongest in the world. Then he reveals the truth that matters most to him. The one who killed her is still here. A black, burning pool opens before him and begins to birth something far worse than the monsters he just killed. The darkness rises and takes shape. What emerges is an inhuman, molten black being with a divine and monstrous presence. Tae-san identifies it as an apostle, and the creature's gaze declares that his death is near. He rejects even that supernatural pressure and successfully resists its influence. The apostle is visibly angered that he can defy it. Tae-san answers by activating a precision skill and striking first, though the damage readout is beyond anything normal. Even as the exchange begins, He knows this enemy is on an entirely different level. So he abandons restraint and dares the apostle to come at him directly. His eyes harden with the understanding that this is no longer a fight he can win cleanly. The ruined city trembles around them as the confrontation escalates. From above, the scene is clear. Taisen stands before the apostle while Leion lies broken nearby. He realizes too late that the apostle is about to move. A fragment of the apostle's black-red mask slips beneath him through the ground. It erupts upward and impales him before he can fully react. As blood fills his vision, Taisen understands this may be the end. His health hits zero, but another final survival effect forcibly keeps him alive for one more minute. Paralyzed from the lower body and with his heart pierced, he curses the system for refusing to let him die quietly. Mortally wounded, he realizes his fortitude can only delay death while the monster still looms over the blue-haired woman. He accepts that he has less than a minute left and that his body already knows it. Collapsed in his own blood, he curses the end closing in on him. As his consciousness wavers, a crack of strange power opens before him. He bitterly thinks that if he had not chosen easy mode back then, things might have been different. He even regrets not choosing normal mode instead. Then he rejects that excuse outright. Dragging himself forward, he turns his anger on the companions he believes failed him. His frustration spills out as he struggles to breathe. He blames the others for chasing the labyrinth itself instead of building their own strength first. In his mind, their weakness after choosing harsher difficulties feels unforgivable. The bodies around him force him to confront the cost of that resentment. He insists that if they had carried even half his burden, they might have survived. Memories of those people only sharpen his regret. He starts to claim they all could have made it. But the thought falters as clarity returns. He lets the blame go and lies still. He admits the past was his own choice, that blaming others is pointless, and that this seems to be where humanity ends. At that moment, he notices a glowing purple stone still clutched in the dying woman's hand. His fading gaze locks onto it. Seeing the woman and the light together, he finally understands what she had been protecting. He realizes she, too, had been guarding something precious even while facing the monster. With his last strength, he reaches toward the stone. The monster surges to stop him, but he orders it to stay back. A final emergency privilege activates, allowing him to use one skill without restriction. He immediately spends it on time stop, freezing everything around him for 2 minutes. In the frozen world, he takes the stone from the woman's hand. The system identifies it as Ouroboros Bezor, a divine item that can rewind one person's time once. Stunned, he realizes Leion had possessed a way to turn back time all along. As the frozen moment strains, he prepares to use it before the monster can move again. Certain he is about to leave this doomed timeline, he throws a final taunt at the beast. The monster bears down on him as if to devour him the instant time resumes. He crushes the stone and triggers the reversal. His mind falls into memories of the child he used to be, curled up under abuse. The old voices that told him he should never have been born echo around him. He remembers how his parents beat him until he believed he had no worth, and how that weakness led him to choose easy mode. But now he rejects that broken self and declares that he finally knows his own value and talent. He wakes up on the floor of his shabby room, alive again. The shock of returning leaves him staring in disbelief. The filthy room confirms he has gone back to his old life before the apocalypse. He looks around, trying to understand where and when he is. Checking his phone, he realizes the impossible has happened and that he truly returned. The date shows late night on December 31st, 2019. Outside, the world is still peacefully stepping into January 1st, 2020. He reflects that at the very start of the new year, Earth's collapse will begin. Before dealing with that, he allows himself the luxury of eating pizza again after years without real food. The taste reminds him how miserable survival became after the apocalypse. When the box is empty, he steadies himself. He keeps wondering why Leion never used the time reversal item until the very end. The question bothers him because the Leion he knew would have fled rather than fight. He leaves his room still unsure, deciding there is no point guessing for now. Standing outside with his phone, he waits for the moment he knows is coming. As midnight approaches, he notes that the disaster is only minutes away. Meanwhile, everyone else is happily counting down to the new year. People welcome the year believing life is about to improve. Families spend the final moments together, unaware the world is about to change forever. Then the sky tears open with violent purple energy. Bystanders hear the disturbance, and still mistake it for some kind of event. At exactly midnight, confusion turns to alarm. A monstrous invader descends from the rupture above the city. Panic erupts as people finally understand they are looking at a monster. He calmly identifies it as roughly B rank, something a hard mode player could handle without much trouble. Everyone else is frozen in terror. He waits for the next part, knowing the real turning point is not the monster itself but the system message that follows. A blue notice appears and announces that invaders will destroy the world and that ordinary weapons are useless. Even military force proves meaningless as the invader confronts a helicopter in the sky. News coverage catches the chaos while the system continues speaking to humanity. The invader demonstrates its power by charging a destructive attack. Its killing intent leaves no doubt that people cannot resist it directly. As fire rains down on the city, the message claims a merciful being has taken pity on humanity. Civilians flee in blind terror. The supposed mercy is revealed as a chance to survive through a deadly trial. In the middle of the carnage, people are already dying before they can understand what is happening. Across the city, strange portals begin opening to receive those who choose. The system tells everyone they will be given a difficulty choice and must enter the labyrinth. Watching people run for their lives, he dismisses the idea of mercy as a cruel joke. The available options appear before him: easy, normal, hard, and solo. His mind returns to the frightened version of himself who once chose the safest path. This time he steps toward a different decision. He remembers exactly how weak and fearful he used to be. Now, with full knowledge of the future, he decides to move immediately. He recalls that easy mode promised abundant food, rest areas, and eventual success even for the frail. Normal mode offered fewer resources and harsher survival, but still a fair chance to clear it. Hard mode was described as a brutal test where monsters would gladly kill you and safety was scarce. Solo mode, however, meant entering completely alone. It warned that no one from his world would be there, only hostile beings, monsters, and NPCs. It further warned that without luck, talent, wisdom, and strategy, survival would be impossible. The final warning practically begged anyone who valued life not to choose it. He looks up at the ruined sky and ignores the threat. Instead, he quietly promises the future enemy beyond this place that he will reach them. He selects solo mode and accepts whatever luck gives him. A beam of light carries him away from Earth into the labyrinth. He arrives in a medieval-looking city that feels strangely familiar. With a small smile, he realizes he has truly returned to this place after a very long time. A community board is already active, and he notices another solo player posting in confusion. He remembers that this cross-difficulty community later became a crucial source of shared strategies, so he leaves a brief message wishing the other player luck. Still, he decides there is no point relying on the community yet. What matters first is confirming whether solo mode's NPCs are the same as the ones he once knew. He recalls Leion saying easy mode NPCs only repeated fixed lines, while hers in solo mode behaved differently. According to her, solo mode NPCs could think and move freely. That made them seem less like scripted guides and more like real people. He heads to the labyrinth entrance expecting the gatekeeper, who in easy mode had merely been an old man. Instead, he finds someone already there far sooner than expected, which immediately puts him on guard. The gatekeeper's presence feels stronger than Leion ever did, confirming this version is something else entirely. The man introduces himself as Brockman, guardian and guide of the labyrinth. He casually explains that failed challengers become gatekeepers, treating the fate almost like a joke. Brockman says the world outside is being destroyed by invaders and frames the labyrinth as a generous opportunity granted by a transcendent being. His bitterness slips through when he remarks that simple annihilation might have been kinder. That tone convinces the protagonist that Leion was right and that this NPC speaks from lived experience. Brockman confirms it directly. Solo mode NPCs are living beings from worlds that were already destroyed. The revelation leaves the protagonist quietly focused rather than shocked. A faint smile forms as his suspicion turns into certainty. Brockman, meanwhile, is unsettled by how calm this newcomer remains when he should be panicking. He had considered beating the truth into him first, but the protagonist's composure makes him hold back. So Brockman simply begins explaining the labyrinth as a 100-floor tower that grows harsher the deeper one goes. He adds that major changes occur every 10 floors. Beyond that, he offers almost nothing, saying food, water, and information are all the challenger's own problem. The protagonist presses him, asking if that is really all the guidance he gets. Brockman snaps that if he wants floor-by-floor details, he can go ask the merchant inside. Remembering how Leion nearly died just from arguing with this gatekeeper, the protagonist decides not to push further. Brockman suddenly channels energy into his fingertip. He relents enough to say he will at least cover the basics. Then he reaches for a weapon wrapped in cloth. He unveils a spear crackling with power, making clear he could kill the challenger whenever he pleases. The protagonist watches without flinching. Brockman notices that fearlessness and seems amused by it. In a flash, he thrusts the spear straight at the protagonist's face. The protagonist does not even blink. The spear stops just short of him, proving the attack was a test. Satisfied, Brockman lowers the weapon with a smile. He decides to give the challenger a starter gift. The protagonist receives worn leather armor and a rusted sword, both weak but usable. When he identifies the sword's material as copper, Brockman is surprised by that level of knowledge. He studies the protagonist more carefully, sensing something unusual. But when asked, the protagonist brushes it off. Brockman tosses him an extra wrist protector that can at least stop a beast's bite. That bonus was never mentioned in Leion's account, confirming the protagonist is already changing events. Brockman tells him to check his own skills later and orders him to enter. As the protagonist obeys, Brockman offers a final wish for good luck. After he leaves, Brockman realizes the challenger had been smiling as if he wanted to enter the labyrinth. That quiet confidence lingers in Brockman's mind. He reflects that he has seen many so-called geniuses challenge this place, and none ever cleared it. Yet the man who just walked in feels fundamentally different. What sets him apart, Brockman thinks, is not mere talent or skill but something deeper. It is the raw power to survive, and Brockman decides that if this challenger can live, it will be worth watching. Inside, the protagonist's shadow stretches ahead of him as he advances alone. A new system window opens before him. It explains that the labyrinth is an ancient sealed world built by a great magician, and that clearing it may grant a wish. The warning continues that terrifying beings roam here and that everything in this world exists to oppress him. Even so, the promise at the end is clear: if he can force his way through this hell, eternal glory awaits. A blue-haired swordsman arrives at the labyrinth entrance looking calm and ready to begin. The system identifies this as the first floor, a weak opening zone filled with creatures that die easily but may still hide secrets. He accepts the challenge without hesitation, and the main quest begins. The labyrinth announces that hidden discoveries will bring extra rewards, setting the first floor as more than a simple tutorial. His immediate objective is made clear: defeat the first floor boss and move on, with a stat potion promised and a secret reward left unknown. Remembering past runs, he asks whether even easy mode had a shopkeeper, and confirms that it did. He recalls that the easy mode merchant was ordinary, selling simple supplies before players moved on. But this labyrinth is different, because the merchant here supposedly sold a wide range of far better goods. A companion from his memories reveals one example: a bracelet of dark shadows that could have incoming damage. That single item is enough to make him realize the shop may be far more valuable than he expected. He remembers that the merchant's stock once included powerful weapons and equipment he could not afford at the time. That memory sharpens his focus, because what he once ignored may now be essential. He concludes that buying out the shop could make someone stronger than he used to be. With his priorities changed, he heads straight for the hidden shop instead of pressing deeper into the maze. Inside, he finds an old man quietly waiting in a sunlit stone room. The system identifies the old man as the Lost King, confirming this is no normal merchant. The swordsman stays expressionless, refusing to be intimidated by the title alone. The old man greets him and immediately notes that the newcomer's mind is unusually steady. They exchange names, but when the swordsman asks if he is the shopkeeper, the old man answers with open hostility. The swordsman reads the mood at once and realizes this merchant will not be easy to deal with. When he bluntly points out that the shop appears empty, the old man takes offense rather than explaining himself. The merchant declares that his full stock is far too vast to display for just anyone. He boasts that showing all his wares would require more space than the entire first floor. Then he makes his position clear: he has no intention of showing anything to this visitor. The swordsman dryly questions the logic of a merchant who refuses to sell. That challenge hits a nerve. The old man erupts, complaining that monsters drove him from his kingdom and left him trapped here against his will. Even after venting, he dismisses the swordsman as an ignorant nobody unworthy of seeing his goods. The swordsman waits him out instead of reacting emotionally. At last the merchant offers a condition: if the young man proves what kind of person he is, the refusal may change. The swordsman immediately understands this is a test, not a negotiation. The old man sets the terms plainly: survive the labyrinth and return alive, and only then will the shop open. The challenge interests him more than it discourages him. He confirms that survival itself is the price of entry, and accepts it. The merchant studies him, expecting fear or doubt. Instead, he is unsettled by how strangely composed this young man remains. The swordsman presses once more to clarify the condition. When he hears that clearing the maze is not strictly required, he decides there is nothing more to discuss and turns to leave. He departs with the same calm certainty he arrived with. Watching him go, the old man is disturbed that someone facing death can walk away so casually. The swordsman heads back into the corridors with his sword ready. The merchant concludes in disbelief that this man seems almost incapable of fear. Still, he dismisses the matter and assumes the young man will never return. Back in the maze, the torches flicker as the swordsman advances deeper into the first floor. He notes that the layout matches easy mode, but the apparent safety is deceptive. A strange squeaking and a hostile presence make him realize the first threat is already wrong for this floor. He turns toward the sound, recognizing that something dangerous is closing in. A big rat appears, a monster far stronger than anything that should normally greet a player this early. He is startled not by the creature itself, but by its presence here. The rat slams into him with shocking speed, and he realizes that a monster once treated as a later boss in easy mode is now just common prey on floor 1. He absorbs the hit, and immediately shifts from surprise to analysis. From memory, he recalls that big rats are fragile but so fast that even groups once struggled to bring them down. That comparison confirms how brutal solo mode really is, yet he still chooses to fight. He narrows his focus and commits to reading the creature rather than chasing it blindly. After dodging past another rush, he acknowledges that its speed is exactly as dangerous as he remembered. He remembers that in easy mode, teams had to wear this monster down together. Now alone and weaker than in the past, he accepts that a straightforward victory should be impossible. That reality explains why others like Lee Tae-yun fled from this place. He also realizes that even successful first-floor clearers usually avoided fighting big rats at all. Ignoring that common wisdom, he cuts into the rat and forces the battle to continue on his terms. Far away in the shop, the old man remains unaware that the test is already being answered. The scene returns to the merchant's room as if measuring whether the young man will truly come back. In the middle of combat, the swordsman begins to understand the labyrinth's hidden logic. He realizes the maze rewards those who achieve what others cannot. Even while taking damage, he decides that doing the impossible is exactly how he will grow stronger here. He presses the attack, convinced that recognized feats bring rewards equal to their difficulty. That insight hardens into a rule in his mind: extraordinary accomplishments produce extraordinary returns. Since his goal is to surpass everyone else in this place, he chooses to gamble on that principle. Unable to match the rat's speed directly, he resolves to predict its movements instead. He watches for hesitation and bodily cues, forcing the monster to reveal its next action. He reminds himself that every living creature must breathe and prepare before it strikes. His concentration sharpens until tiny details become enough to guide his timing. He reads the rat's rising chest and tightening legs, identifying the exact moment before it lunges. At that instant he counters, striking where the rat is about to move rather than where it is. The system recognizes his pressure, and the rat becomes intimidated and slower to decide. He understands the frightened creature will abandon his guarded legs and aim for the next easiest target. Judging its poor jumping ability, he predicts that target will be his wrist. The rat commits to the attack exactly as he expected. He intercepts it with his forearm and blade, turning its leap into a trap. With the monster caught in close range, he calmly declares the fight over. He drives his sword down and tears through the rat before it can recover. The system confirms the rat is incapacitated and takes amplified damage as he finishes it. Back in the shop, the old man senses movement and looks up. A sudden realization hits him that the impossible may have happened. The swordsman returns bloody but alive, carrying the big rat as proof that he passed the test. At the same time, outside commentary from other players shows that most people only saw the merchant as arrogant and never understood him. Those complaints echo Lee Tae-yeon's own frustration that a shopkeeper should simply sell without making demands. Her anger had reached the point of wanting to attack him, though she lacked the strength to act on it. So when the old man sees the swordsman alive, he is genuinely shocked. The swordsman immediately exposes the merchant's earlier assumption that he would die. He lays out the rat's meat and hide, and the system identifies both as high-quality usable materials. Then he asks the practical question that matters to him now. If this is truly a store, what are these spoils worth? The merchant inspects the materials and realizes they are not only real but harvested with exceptional precision. That makes the feat even more impressive, because it was done by a newcomer on the first floor. Accepting the result, the old man finally opens the store and invites him to ask for whatever he needs. The swordsman's first request is unexpected: a large tower shield. The merchant is puzzled that, among countless items, this is what the young man wants most. The swordsman explains that he needs it to strike multiple enemies at once. That answer immediately pleases the old man. In response, the merchant reveals a hidden golden door, signaling that the real shop is finally being opened. The swordsman watches closely, recognizing that he has earned access to something special. The old man presents a heavy tower shield with both offensive and defensive value, sturdy enough to endure repeated attacks. The swordsman is stunned because the shield's quality exceeds what he expected to find this early. But when he hears the price, he realizes he only has about half the gold required. Rather than complain, he calmly decides to go hunt several more big rats and earn the difference. The merchant stops him and simply gives him the shield for free, leaving him baffled. Then the old man gathers more items, saying the young man still has enough money for other useful purchases. The swordsman can only watch in confusion as the merchant's behavior becomes even stranger. He openly wonders what game the old man is playing. A spread of potions and equipment appears before him, completely unlike the meager stock others described. When he protests, the merchant brushes it off as mere kindness. Then he admits the truth more indirectly, calling it an investment in the young man's future. He refuses to explain further and instead orders the swordsman to choose from what is available. Reviewing the stock, the swordsman sees that many of the options are liquid potions, including stamina recovery. He recognizes these as valuable combat aids that can boost power, speed, and endurance. Even so, he decides they are not what he urgently needs right now. He remembers hearing that liquid potions are rare and useful in solo mode, which makes them tempting. But that same value makes him wary, because relying on them too early could become a trap. Instead, he looks for practical tools, settling on a crude bow and arrows as a better use of his limited money. He reasons that a ranged weapon will spare him unnecessary risk and give him a direct attack option he currently lacks. To fund that purchase, he asks how much the merchant will pay for the big rat's leather, and is offered 70 gold. He immediately decides to sell the hide and buy the bow and arrows. That straightforward decision delights the merchant for reasons he does not explain. The old man hands over the bow and arrows while the swordsman grows increasingly suspicious of his enthusiasm. Before letting him go, the merchant gives one more crucial piece of advice: stamina cannot normally be recovered inside the labyrinth. He then reveals an exception: a fountain of life on the first level that can restore stamina as often as needed while the player remains there. To help him further, the merchant marks the location on the map and warns that a dangerous old man guards the place, though he thinks this swordsman will manage. The contrast with Lee Tae-yeon becomes clear, because the same information had been given to her with contempt and discouragement. Walking away, the swordsman wonders why the merchant treated him so differently. He recalls that Lee Tae-yeon fled without ever defeating or capturing a big rat. By contrast, he faced the danger, killed the monster, and returned with proof, which may have earned the merchant's respect. He concludes that this difference in action, not mere words, is probably what changed the old man's attitude. The system confirms another victory over a big rat, reinforcing that he has begun doing what others avoided. A new reward appears as his spirituality rising skill activates and permanently increases his agility. That makes him realize the rat hunt gave him far more than simple loot. Looking through his abilities, he sees not only basic skills but special ones that should have belonged to much later progress in easy mode. He is astonished that solo mode is granting access to such advanced growth on the very first floor. Among those abilities, one sealed skill stands out: spiritual increase, a power tied to seeing a higher world and stealing strength from stronger souls through victory. He remembers a past moment when he nearly entered a state of absorption and almost acquired that miracle-like power. In that memory, he had been fighting at his limit and could not fully understand what the system was offering. Now he realizes the skill was cancelled only because he had already been outside the labyrinth when the condition triggered. He connects that failed awakening to the moment his immense stamina was suddenly cut and a message appeared that he was too exhausted to read. Deciding that hesitation will only waste opportunity, he resolves to move straight toward greater strength and claim what he can now. He returns to the torchlit corridors with new equipment, new knowledge, and a clearer purpose. Following the marked route, he expects the next passage to lead him toward the Fountain of Life. Instead, another big rat appears in the corridor before he can reach it. He is no longer surprised, only mildly annoyed that the same obstacle has returned. The situation worsens immediately as more rats close in and the system warns that he is now in danger. He finds himself surrounded in a coordinated ambush, realizing this is no longer a simple one-on-one hunt. Even with the warning flashing before him, he answers the trap with a confident smile, ready to turn another impossible fight into progress. A young man finds himself cornered in a stone corridor by 3 giant rats, but he faces them without panicking. The rats sense they outnumber him and expect fear to break him first. Instead, a system judges his state and recognizes both confusion and terror as he steadies himself behind his shield. One of the rats commits to the attack, convinced it has found an opening. He endures the pressure without losing his nerve, and the system rewards that mental resilience. With his mind settled, he moves decisively, refusing to become another player undone by uncertainty. That composure hardens into an unshakable mind, boosting all his stats and shifting the fight in his favor. He immediately turns the new edge into action, swinging his shield with enough speed to overwhelm the rats. Now able to keep up with their reactions, he cuts one down cleanly. 2 rats fall, his level rises, and he finally gets a moment to breathe. The last rat is now mentally overwhelmed, its thinking slowed as it hesitates before him. Seeing its fear, he deliberately provokes it to charge straight at him. The rat takes the bait and rushes in exactly as he wanted. He welcomes the reckless attack, preparing a finishing blow. With the fight over, he notices an open doorway leading out of the corridor. He steps through cautiously, still alert despite the sudden calm. Beyond the door he discovers a sanctuary in the labyrinth, a place enemies cannot enter and whose peace can make players complacent, along with a hidden fountain of life. Because he is the first to find it, he gains a permanent bonus to intelligence and mana. He recalls that almost everywhere else in the labyrinth is dangerous, making this spring and the shop the only true safe zones. He tests the water first, trying to judge whether it is safe to use. The fountain restores him completely, returning him to peak condition. The relief feels like deep rest, and he decides to use the sanctuary to recover his mind as well. Once refreshed, he starts thinking ahead instead of relaxing for long. After about a day passes, he opens the community board, expecting other players to have shared information by now. He begins sorting through the posts for anything useful. One solo player asks whether entering the labyrinth at all is really safe. Others reveal the general mood outside: fear, frustration, and scattered attempts to form parties or gather courage for the first floor. A more practical player asks what monster waits on the first floor while others are already exhausted. He notes that most useful posts come from solo players, since they rely on the community as their only way to communicate. That pattern confirms his expectations and sharpens his focus. He starts to see an opportunity in how little reliable guidance everyone has. Then he spots desperate messages from Leion, the future strongest player, sounding lost and frightened. He is struck by how unlike her this is, then realizes that her reputation may have hidden what she was really like at the start. Remembering that the system can expose a target's true emotional state, he considers that her fear may have been genuine all along. Since it has only been a day and solo mode's mass entry is still far off, he concludes many people are still alive but almost none will survive without better methods. He starts typing, preparing to interfere with that future. He reflects that solo mode gives rewards in proportion to difficulty, which is why surviving it can create monsters among players. Even though Leion became the strongest despite missing many rewards through dirty methods, her early confusion now matters to him. As notifications spread among other players, his post begins drawing attention. He publishes a basic strategy guide for the first floor of solo mode under his own name. Even if people doubt him, he knows some guidance is better than none, because in the future only Leion survives out of the thousands who choose solo mode. Having done what he can for others, he turns back to his own growth and decides to proceed carefully, but relentlessly. He cuts meat from a dead rat and checks whether it is technically edible. Knowing what he wants to achieve, he decides that eating it raw may serve a purpose better than playing safe. He swallows the raw meat despite the obvious risk. The taste is awful, but he forces it down. As expected, the system judges the condition abnormal and punishes him with food poisoning. He remembers that this status can kill a beginner unless they keep using expensive healing items. That is why food poisoning is infamous as a beginner killer in the labyrinth. Veterans eventually learn to cook monster meat to adapt, but he is aiming for something else. Because food is scarce in the labyrinth, players are often driven to eat monsters anyway. He tests the boundary again, trying to trigger a useful result instead of simply surviving. The second attempt still poisons him, confirming the danger is real and repeatable. He endures the sickness beside the fountain, using the sanctuary's restoration to offset the risk while he keeps experimenting. As the cycle continues, he notices his body beginning to adapt. That adaptation crystallizes into a passive skill granting broad disease resistance. The new skill lowers his chance of getting sick from food, exactly what he was trying to force into existence. Since this resistance normally comes only from suffering many illnesses over time, he immediately looks for the next shortcut. He steps into the fountain itself, even though he hates what he is about to do. The water becomes his next training ground. He submerges himself and holds on as long as possible. The system warns that he cannot breathe, but he accepts the pain because the skill he wants lies beyond it. As drowning closes in, he forces himself to endure the terror of death instead of surfacing. Only when he reaches the brink does he finally break the surface. He bursts out gasping, having pushed himself just far enough. The gamble pays off with two new abilities, one tied to breath control and another tied to sensing death. Even exhausted, he immediately starts evaluating what he gained. He admits the method is brutal, but the result is worth it. The breath control skill can help him function in toxic environments, making it far more useful than simple swimming. He is satisfied overall, especially because he gained the death-related skill at the same time. Then he notices something strange. Line of Death already has unusually high proficiency. That makes him suspect some skills carry over from the future through the mind rather than the body, though not all of them do. The implication catches him off guard. He decides not to get trapped chasing every mystery before it matters. In the labyrinth, he reminds himself, impossible things happen constantly, so obsession is a weakness. He reaches for another experiment instead of more speculation. There are still too many skills left to build, and he refuses to stop now. Meanwhile, his guide shocks other solo players, who can barely believe the methods he is describing. One frightened player questions whether such extreme advice is really necessary, and he answers that only high risk will close the gap they need to overcome. When the player protests that he cannot possibly do it, another voice agrees that only this man could attempt something so extreme. He shuts out the noise and focuses on the next step. He calms his breathing until even that begins to disappear. By combining what he learned, he activates a non-breathing state. He realizes that skills can combine and evolve when the right conditions overlap. With sword in hand, he tests how this altered state changes his movement. His strikes become sharper and faster as the new condition reshapes his rhythm. He understands that in this state he can keep holding his breath while acting, turning restraint into combat speed. He pushes through a flurry of motions to see whether the system recognizes the pattern. The strain builds quickly. His body starts demanding air. He finally exhales, drained but still standing. The system rewards the attempt with a new activation skill that lets him chain multiple actions into a single breath. Crossing 10 acquired skills also earns him a title-like recognition as someone qualified to display and teach skills. He accepts the reward with quiet satisfaction. Thinking back to how both monsters and humans reveal a tempo before they act, he begins refining how to read and exploit that rhythm. He concludes that the non-breathing attack helps him change his own tempo more quickly than opponents can follow. A new pop-up interrupts his thoughts, pushing him toward another realization. Reviewing his status, he notes that his agility has already surpassed what Lee Tae-yun had when she cleared the first floor. That convinces him he is ready to attempt creating a true main skill. He recalls that main skills are usually formed by combining many lesser skills or by compensating for missing stats. Such a skill could multiply offense, reveal hidden factors, or produce effects far beyond ordinary abilities. He remembers examples ranging from nullifying attacks to stopping time, proof of how decisive a main skill can be. With that goal in mind, he steels himself for another dangerous trial. A single main skill can let one player dominate everyone else at the same level. Because of that power, the conditions to obtain one are notoriously strict, though he believes the first floor still offers a narrow chance. So he decides this is exactly the moment to force one into existence. He summons another big rat to use as the trigger for the attempt. Determined to claim the skill no matter what, he braces behind his shield and invites the attack. The rat slams into him and starts shaving away his health. He remains expressionless as the damage accumulates. The rat keeps biting, encouraged by his lack of retaliation. He deliberately lets it continue, studying its excitement, and waiting for the exact threshold he needs. More damage stacks up while he keeps his composure. When the system declares he has entered an empty phase, he knows he is approaching the state he wants. He decides he still needs to be pushed a little further. Only once the system warns that death is imminent does he finally move to intercept the next strike. At that edge, his mastery over death deepens. His calm under pressure also improves as he continues blocking at the last possible moment. The rat charges again, still trying to finish him. He meets the attack with his shield while staying inside the zone where death is close enough to matter. The successful block is exactly the condition the system was waiting for. He gains a block skill, but dismisses it as only a stepping stone towards something greater. So he keeps repeating the process, blocking more lethal attacks while remaining on the verge of death. What he truly wants is the evolved form he once relied on in the future, holding on. He remembers that this skill was central to his survival after leaving the labyrinth. Its value lies in negating one lethal blow and erasing all damage for a short time, making it absurdly powerful in the right hands. And because only he can exploit it to this extent, he is determined to recreate it before anyone else can. The memory of that future resolve hardens his focus. He imagines the questions others would ask about how he learned such a skill, knowing the answer would sound insane. If anyone wondered why only he could possess it, the reason would be simple: almost no one would dare pay the price. In the labyrinth, skills can be learned from others, earned by finishing what others failed, or obtained by imitating their effects. That last method is the one he is exploiting now, forcing the system to acknowledge the result through action. He focuses on reproducing the exact effect he wants rather than waiting for luck. Just as he gained non-breathing and its attack form by acting out their conditions, he now uses the rat's lethal rushes to mimic survival against death itself. So if he wants a skill that cancels deadly attacks, he must keep blocking attacks that truly could kill him. Even he feels the fear in that realization, but he answers that fear with a grim smile and keeps doing it anyway. At last, the system recognizes that he has repeatedly blocked attacks that should have killed him. That recognition becomes the special activation skill holding on. With the skill secured, he immediately turns the momentum back on the rat. He frames the lesson for the frightened players watching through the community. Fear is no excuse once you know survival itself can be turned into power. Those who hear him are left speechless by how far he is willing to go. Some call him crazy, while others still worry the method is too dangerous. But he considers that reaction normal. To him, the labyrinth gives nothing to those unwilling to risk their lives. He drinks from the fountain again, washing away the aftermath of his latest gamble. Then he lies back on the grass to recover while the sanctuary restores him. Once rested, he reviews his gains in calmness and death mastery and starts searching for the next skill to force into existence. He remembers there are hundreds of possible skills and begins sorting through what might still be obtainable here. Before he can continue, an old man's voice suddenly announces that there is a guest. An armored elder appears at the doorway, and the system identifies him as the man who is searching for God. The young adventurer blocks the old knight's opening strike, and the man is delighted by how quickly he reacted. Realizing no monster should be able to enter the fountain of life, the adventurer concludes this strange opponent must be an NPC. The old man confirms his suspicions by casually asking whether he is one of the labyrinth's conquerors, the kind they call an adventurer. The adventurer, still unsure of the world's terms, hesitantly admits that he probably is. He remembers Leion mentioning that a bizarre old knight serving some god had approached her here before. As he tries to recall what she learned from that encounter, panic sets in because the answer might matter immediately. Before he can think further, the old knight lunges straight at him with overwhelming force. Einar escalates the test by activating a non-lethal attack and challenges him to stop it. The attack closes in so fast that the adventurer can only brace behind his shield. At the last instant, his danger sense screams that death is directly in front of him. A system warning confirms that his line of death has been triggered, and he realizes he should have died from the blow. He forces himself to meet the strike head-on with his shield instead of collapsing. Even through the block, the impact tears through him with crushing force. The collision detonates across the courtyard, showing just how absurdly strong Einar really is. The adventurer immediately understands that the attack is far heavier than he can properly withstand. Even so, he keeps his composure and starts adjusting instead of giving in. Einar notices the subtle change and realizes the boy is doing more than merely surviving. The old knight continues pressing him with a flurry of attacks, but the adventurer keeps adapting under pressure. By enduring the blow and channeling its force, he unexpectedly gains the power of the mountain and unlocks the active skill overflow. Seeing him survive, Einar immediately throws another strike to see whether that was luck or real talent. The adventurer knows he cannot evade because the gap in raw power is too large, no matter what technique he uses. Instead of retreating, he releases the shield at the right moment and lets the damage pass through in a controlled way. The redirected force tears away across the courtyard rather than fully crushing him. Einar stops and openly praises the maneuver as genuinely impressive. The adventurer narrows his eyes, still wary of praise from someone who nearly killed him. He is hurled into the wall and takes massive damage, but the system nullifies it because the attack was designated non-lethal. Shaken and bruised, he realizes solo mode is full of absurd monsters masquerading as gatekeepers. Einar approaches calmly, now more interested than hostile. He explains that the boy did two things in one instant: block the strike and then release the shield to shed the damage. The adventurer admits he had no intention of losing to this eccentric old man, and Einar happily accepts that answer. Einar clarifies that he never meant to kill a stranger and deliberately used a non-lethal attack. He adds that the adventurer's ability to endure such an attack made the risk acceptable in his eyes. What truly impressed him was the boy's willingness to step into death itself to survive, a feat he calls remarkable despite the boy's poor stats. The adventurer is unsettled that an NPC understands advanced skill mechanics better than many players do. Satisfied, Einar declares that the adventurer has passed his evaluation and asks for his name. When he introduces himself as Kong Tae-san, the old knight formally names himself Einar, a seeker of God. That introduction reminds Tae-san of Lee Tae-yun's earlier encounter at the fountain. In that memory, Lee Tae-yun arrives exhausted and says rats have been chasing her endlessly. Believing she is finally safe after reaching the fountain, she lets her guard down. A sudden sound behind her shatters that sense of safety. Before she can even identify the threat, a fist stops just short of her face. The attacker deliberately halts at the final instant, proving he could have hit her whenever he wanted. Einar coldly judges her as a weak coward. That humiliation ruined her confidence so badly that she was looked down on afterward, and her article about the labyrinth disappeared from view. Remembering that, Tae-san realizes he is dealing with the same deranged examiner. He directly asks why Einar attacks newcomers and whether he simply enjoys tormenting the weak. Einar denies any cruelty and insists he would never persecute the weak for pleasure. He says his attacks are evaluations for those who come here. To him, the point is to judge whether someone has value, can survive this place, and deserves his acknowledgement. He concludes that Tae-san passed, meaning he now recognizes him as worthwhile and will no longer treat him as prey. Tae-san confirms the old man's name, making sure he heard it correctly. Then he asks what kind of god Einar is searching for. Tae-san recalls that the labyrinth contains many gods. Those gods test players and hand out rewards, but only in solo mode. Because of that, most players ignored them entirely. Lee Tae-yun, however, had learned how filthy and dangerous the gods could be, and Tae-san had gained much of his knowledge from her warnings. Einar is delighted that Tae-san wants to hear about his god and eagerly begins explaining. He reveals that he serves Lebaninov, the goddess of love. He describes a world where everyone worshipped her devotedly and believed no goddess was more beloved. That world was destroyed, leaving Einar as the only one who still remembers her. When Tae-san asks if he came here to find her, Einar admits that he did, though he still feels far from reaching her kindness. Tae-san recognizes Lebaninov's name at once and realizes, thanks to Lee Tae-yun, that he already knows where she can be found. That thought brings back Lee Tae-yun's hesitation over whether to tell Einar the truth. She had once discovered the goddess in a ruined, corrupted state, a sight too devastating to speak of lightly. Lee Tae-yun had considered hiding the truth and pretending the goddess was already broken when she found her. The memory includes the disgust and revulsion she expressed afterward, unable to bear what she had seen. Remembering how badly that revelation affected her, Tae-san wonders whether he should tell Einar anything at all. Before Tae-san decides, Einar changes the subject and asks him a question instead. He asks whether Tae-san is in a hurry to descend, and Tae-san answers that his goal is not to clear the labyrinth quickly but to grow stronger through its rewards. That answer excites Einar immediately. He offers to teach Tae-san one of Lebaninov's skills himself. Tae-san accepts without hesitation. Einar is startled by how quickly he agreed, but Tae-san sees no reason to reject free power from someone this strong. Privately, Tae-san notes that an NPC with this much strength offering instruction is too valuable to turn down. Still cautious, he asks what the price will be. Einar says there is no price at all and frames the lesson as an apology for attacking a newcomer so violently. Tae-san points out that a truly apologetic person would not have attacked in the first place. Einar bluntly answers that he only apologizes to those he deems worthy, which tells Tae-san exactly how unstable he is. The old knight insists empty words are worthless, so he wants to compensate Tae-san with a skill that will help on future adventures. Tae-san accepts, relieved that he can gain a new ability from one non-lethal beating instead of risking his life elsewhere for it. With that settled, Einar decides there is no reason to delay the lesson. His first instruction is absurdly direct. Tae-san should begin by hitting him with that weak shield. Einar starts by explaining that the labyrinth contains many easy-to-obtain basic skills tied to simple actions. Using a sword grants swordsmanship, using a shield grants shield technique, and using a spear grants spearmanship. These basic skills appear the moment a weapon is used, and proficiency simply reflects how well the user understands and handles it. Because they are so easy to obtain, nearly every player ends up with them. Einar pauses, gathering his thoughts before revealing why that matters. He says there is one special art that combines all those basic weapon skills into something greater. Though plain on the surface, he considers it the finest skill of all. He proudly names it Iraq weapon art, and says even the goddess herself praised him for creating it. Tae-san gives a flat response, not yet seeing why this should matter. Einar correctly guesses that Tae-san thinks combining basic skills sounds useless because the system normally keeps them separate. Tae-san explains the known limitation. Due to a system error, combining weapon-based skills should be meaningless unless they are main skills. When Einar asks about his current bonus attack power, Tae-san answers that it is only 1. Einar concludes that the shield's total attack power must therefore be 4 and locks his own damage so Tae-san can test it safely. Annoyed that the old man is even using a skill for this demonstration, Tae-san attacks anyway. He slams the shield into Einar and deals exactly 4 damage, proving the shield's attack value is being measured as expected. Einar complains about being hit in the head, while Tae-san dryly accepts the blame. Still irritated, Einar orders him to try again with a fist instead. Tae-san follows the instruction and throws a clean punch to the chest. This time the hit deals only 2 damage, showing that the attack changed with the body part used. Tae-san immediately grasps the point. Damage is determined by the specific weapon or body part making contact. Einar confirms it, and explains that this is why adventurers usually commit to one main weapon. Even if someone carries multiple items with attack bonuses, the system only applies the value of the one actually used to strike. Tae-san points out how obvious that is, since otherwise everyone would stack weapons endlessly. Einar agrees that this limitation is exactly why players focus on mastering a single weapon, but he argues that such a restriction is absurd in real combat, where relying on only one tool makes no sense. A true life and death battle uses the whole body, not just whatever weapon happens to be in hand. He says his church rejected the system's limitation and embraced the idea that body and weapon should not be separated. After long research, he created a rock weapon art to combine not only basic skills but the total attack power of all equipped gear. Tae-san repeats the idea to make sure he understood it correctly. Einar confirms that if someone has a sword worth 20 attack and a gauntlet worth 50, every strike could carry the full 70. When Tae-san asks how far that principle extends, Einar says it applies to the entire body. Punches, shoulder checks, and kicks would all deliver the same combined total attack power. Tae-san instantly realizes the implication. With this art, even equipment once dismissed as useless could become deadly. Einar recalls how people mocked items like rings and belts because they could not imagine attacking with them. He insists that as equipment quality rises deeper in the labyrinth, the value of this skill will become enormous. Tae-san can already see how powerful the idea is and admits that it is an excellent skill. The more he thinks about it, the more certain he becomes that this could redefine his entire build. He goes so far as to judge it worthy of being treated like a main skill, and Einar asks whether he wants to learn it. Tae-san's answer is immediate. Einar laughs at the lack of hesitation and begins the transfer at once. He tells Tae-san to relax his whole body as golden energy gathers around them. Because the rock weapon art is Einar's own creation and his mastery is complete, he says he can pass it on cleanly. The transfer begins by merging Tae-san's shield technique into the new art. Then swordsmanship is absorbed as well, and a flood of techniques and practical knowledge crashes into Tae-san's mind. The system recognizes that he has inherited the art directly from its creator. He acquires the highest level skill of rock weapon art, though only at 1% proficiency and with some loss in transmitted power. Einar advises him to train every day until he fully masters it, then offers one more gift. That gift is a faded ring with only 1 attack power, something Einar kept as a reminder not to chase benefits while forgetting what matters. Tae-san accepts it gratefully, because with his new skill even a weak ring now has real combat value. Einar regrets that he cannot give more, especially since Tae-san cannot yet descend to the 3rd floor. Instead, he proposes a spar so Tae-san can test the skill immediately. He urges Tae-san to try the new art before facing real combat. Tae-san agrees and summons his shield, ready to learn through battle. The spar begins with Einar rushing him again at full speed. Tae-san meets the first sweeping attack with his shield and holds his ground. Einar chains into another violent strike from above, forcing Tae-san to keep reading and blocking. As the exchange intensifies, Tae-san remembers that in the labyrinth every action is evaluated and can raise proficiency. He starts moving more confidently, using the shield not just to endure but to answer the rhythm of the fight. While Einar attacks, Tae-san realizes that careful searching raises detection proficiency just as repeated combat raises battle skills. By continuously blocking these attacks, his shield technique keeps improving in real time. The duel becomes a storm of impacts, with Tae-san surviving by turning each defense into practice. He understands that fighting stronger opponents is valuable even before victory, because the struggle itself builds him. That realization becomes its own lesson as the battle stretches on far longer than expected. When he finally collapses onto the grass, Tae-san is stunned to realize they have fought for 2 full days and that the ordeal earned him another skill. The system grants him the passive skill Continuing Battle, which lets him endure long fights without tiring easily. Tae-san recognizes how important that is, since he once thought solo mode was hopeless because this kind of skill normally required fighting other players. Looking down at the exhausted but newly strengthened adventurer, Einar praises Tae-san's instincts and skill, satisfied that his judgment of him was right. An old master checks whether Tae-san has finished learning and testing the rock weapon art. Tae-san confirms he has had enough and is ready to listen. Satisfied, the old man asks him to swear 2 promises before they part. First, he grants Tae-san freedom to pass on the rock weapon art to others if he chooses. But he binds that freedom with a threat, warning Tae-san never to teach it to someone unworthy or he will personally hunt him down. Tae-san accepts the condition without argument. The second promise is more personal. If Tae-san learns anything about Goddess Lebaninov, he must report it. The old man admits he does not expect they will meet again in the labyrinth, but he still asks for that chance. What he truly wants is not certainty, but a miracle. Tae-san understands that for Einar to find the goddess alive, fate would have had to diverge sharply from what he knows. As he recalls her likely death before Einar could ever reach her, he realizes the old man's hope is probably doomed. He hesitates over whether revealing what he knows would help or only crush the man. When asked directly whether he knows where Lebaninov is, Tae-san sees how desperately Einar longs for her. After a brief pause, he decides to answer. He tells Einar that he does know where the goddess is. The claim shocks the old man out of his composure. Taisen repeats himself plainly so there can be no misunderstanding. Einar first rejects it as impossible. He argues that even after wandering the labyrinth for ages without finding a trace of her, a first-floor adventurer should not know more than he does. Taisen admits the doubt is natural, but says he has a way to prove his claim. He explains that his world possesses an item connected to the labyrinth that can reveal the location of a specific being. When Einar denies that any map of the labyrinth could exist, Taisen clarifies that this is not a map of the whole maze, but a locator tied to one target. That distinction finally makes the old man listen seriously. Einar realizes Taisen may be referring to the flute of the divine call, and is stunned that such a relic exists in Taisen's world. Taisen confirms it and says his lineage preserved information from it, including the recorded locations of gods. He remembers the clue as something once dismissed as useless trivia. That memory came from a past conversation about a rare labyrinth item obtained on the 89th floor but useless to its owner. Now Taisen finally puts that forgotten knowledge to use and names Lebaninov's location as the 78th floor, in the Omniversal Library's 24th secret room. The answer hits Einar with the force of revelation. As soon as he hears the Omniversal Library, he recognizes the place as one he had overlooked. Overwhelmed, he declares that Taisen has repaid his earlier kindness many times over. His gratitude surges into near manic emotion as he admits he has never owed anyone this much. He grabs Taisen in his excitement hard enough to hurt him. Still trembling, Einar calls Taisen his benefactor. When Taisen complains about his shoulder, the old man quickly apologizes for losing control. Asked whether he will leave immediately, Einar admits the journey to the 78th floor is too dangerous to rush into unprepared. Even so, he can barely contain his gratitude and thanks Taisen again from the heart. He wishes he had some way to repay him. Deciding he must give something, Einar hands over a rare dusky ring that boosts health and is nearly unique. Taisen is impressed, recognizing it as gear far beyond what a first-floor player should normally obtain. Einar says he would never usually entrust such an item to a beginner, but he believes Taisen is diligent enough to deserve it. Taisen assures him he has no intention of wasting that trust. Encouraged, Einar decides he should begin his own preparations at once. He refuses to delay now that he finally has a lead, and parts from Taisen with sincere thanks. As he leaves, his restraint breaks completely and he rushes off in ecstatic devotion, convinced he is finally moving toward the divine being he alone still remembers. Taisen is left behind listening to the old man's fading laughter. Watching him go, Taisen wonders whether Einar will truly find the goddess, and whether she will still be alive when he does. He cannot shake the darker possibility that Einar may only reach a corpse. For now, he sets that uncertainty aside, knowing he will not see the old man again for a long time. The scene shifts back to Taisen's own progress deeper in the labyrinth. While roaming the first floor, he notes that his agility has risen enough that even large rats are easy prey, and he triggers another soul boost by killing one. The system immediately tells him the enemy is too far beneath him for any gain, which catches his attention. The dead rat confirms how trivial first-floor monsters have become to him. He concludes that soul boosts stop once the gap between him and his target grows too large, which is disappointing but logical. With first-floor growth now exhausted, he decides it is time to move toward the second floor. Before advancing, however, he remembers one place he still needs to visit. That place is a hidden secret room, one of the labyrinth's concealed chambers with special rewards. He recalls that each floor has at least one, and that discovering one can yield major treasure. Possible rewards include powerful gear, magic tools, and rare utility items. Because only one person can claim a secret room, they were fiercely contested in easier modes. Taisen remembers missing many of them before, but realizes solo mode changes everything because he can claim them all if he finds them first. He begins searching while wondering whether the room's structure remains the same across difficulties. From what he knows, the layout changes by difficulty, but the core mechanism of the secret room should remain. That confidence tells him he has found the right place. Inside, the chamber appears to be nothing more than an empty room with a single entrance. That apparent emptiness is exactly why most players ignore it and move on. Taisen knows the reward is hidden behind that false impression. He plants himself in the room and starts examining it methodically. His reasoning is simple: if no visible clue exists, the hidden mechanism must be found by touch. He accepts that this means a tedious search. So he begins removing and testing bricks one by one. His process is precise: press, rotate, and extract, then judge the result. When the wall yields nothing obvious, he drops lower and checks the floor as well. If one brick changes nothing, he simply moves to the next and keeps going. The work is exhausting, but he finds it preferable to the empty waiting he once endured elsewhere. He keeps at it without losing focus. Eventually the system rewards his persistence by increasing his detection proficiency. A moment later the hidden mechanism gives way, and the system recognizes him as the first discoverer of the secret room, granting him a title and a permanent intelligence increase. With the wall broken open, Taisen sees that the true reward lies deeper inside. A treasure chest waits in the newly revealed chamber. He immediately restrains himself, realizing a reward this valuable would never be left unguarded. Instead of rushing in, he starts looking for the trap that must be protecting it. A nearby rat becomes his test subject when it wanders into the room. He kills it, and uses the corpse to probe the danger ahead. Then he lifts the body and throws it into the chamber. The trap activates at once. Tae-san watches carefully for the pattern. The rat is struck and tossed by the first hidden volley. An arrow trap finishes it, confirming the room is defended exactly as he suspected. He identifies it as a standard first-floor arrow trap, dangerous but manageable if read correctly. Now that he knows the type, he starts searching for the trigger points. He arms himself with one of the fired arrows, preparing to use the trap against itself. Because his growth is far beyond a normal first-floor player, he believes he can handle the mechanism with enough concentration. He counts the first volley and starts mapping the pattern in his head. When the next arrows fly, he lets them come so he can study their timing and lines. Rather than retreat, he decides to harvest the trap for ammunition. The danger only sharpens his confidence. More trigger points flare to life around the room. He lunges through the chamber, catching and intercepting arrows mid-flight. Some shots streak past him, forcing him to keep moving. He notes that the trap is escalating faster than before. Still, he sees an upside. Buying this many arrows would have cost him a fortune. As special arrows start flying, he realizes the room is supplying far better ammunition than the shop ever would. He identifies poison and paralysis arrows among the barrage and understands that the chamber is throwing every kind of arrow it has at him. That only makes him more intent on taking them. He decides to loop the trap repeatedly and farm its shots as a loophole in the room's design. The trap answers by unleashing another dense wave. Tae-san calmly enjoys the exploit while gathering the arrows he can secure. He dumps the captured ammunition into his inventory and decides 100 arrows would be a good haul. Once satisfied with the farming, he turns his attention back to the chest and the final challenge guarding it. He studies the room one last time before making his run. Then he bursts forward. He knows that simply blocking and sprinting would work in a straight path, but this chamber is a maze of triggers that demands precision. To survive, he will need near-perfect execution. As the first arrows come, he counts and deflects them one by one. He keeps the rhythm through the next wave, turning his body and the captured arrows into shields. By the fifth shot, he is still in control and already planning the next trigger. He predicts the next safe brick and the number of arrows it will release. That lets him anticipate the next volley before it fires. He activates Breathless Attack to free his movement for the next 10 seconds, and commits fully to the dash. Under the pressure, his vision sharpens and his ability to read the battlefield improves again. He instantly calculates the incoming lines and sees that dodging every arrow cleanly will be nearly impossible. In that crisis, his senses sharpen even further. The system rewards that breakthrough by granting him a new active skill, Sensory Enhancement, as he threads through the barrage. He keeps count as the number of remaining arrows drops, parrying what he can. Even with the count falling, one arrow drives straight toward his centerline. A deflection skill activates and bends the next attack away from a lethal path. He still takes damage in the exchange, but the opening it creates lets him keep moving. Tae-san judges the wound tolerable and uses the space gained from that trade to press forward. Seeing that the remaining arrows follow the same pattern, he prepares to exploit their overlap. He sweeps another arrow aside with a captured shaft, using one projectile to cancel another. At last he reaches what should be the final trigger. Based on the pattern so far, he expects 10 arrows from the last trap. He braces himself for the final exchange. Instead, the room betrays his calculation and releases 15 arrows at once. The unexpected increase rattles him, but only for a moment. He tries to block the impossible volume and realizes he cannot stop them all at this rate. Even so, he keeps cutting through the overlapping trajectories instead of freezing. Then he sees the answer. The more arrows there are, the more their paths interfere with one another. Unable to dodge everything, he forces his way through and accepts several brutal hits to create a path. The damage leaves him crippled as blood splashes across the floor. He is also afflicted with bleeding, and his health begins dropping continuously as he struggles to stay upright. Even while cursing the pain, he endures it long enough to awaken a new skill, Pain Reduction. The new skill dulls the agony just enough for him to remain conscious, though his health has fallen to a dangerous level. Refusing to waste the lesson, he decides not to take any more unnecessary hits on the way back and heads for the trap's control lever. He pulls the lever and shuts the mechanism down. The chamber finally falls silent as the last of the trap's force dissipates. With the defenses disabled, Tae-san turns back to the chest and allows himself to hope the reward is finally his. He opens the chest and finds the staff already lying inside. That immediate appearance surprises him, because the reward seems to be manifesting before he expected. Tae-san opens the first-floor reward chest and is puzzled that solo mode starts him from the very beginning, where the prize looks like nothing more than a crude staff. The system identifies it as the Staff of Flames, a beginner mage weapon that can cast fireball, confirming the reward is far better than it first appeared. Realizing even an early fire staff is unusually valuable, he starts to suspect solo mode may be handing out stronger rewards than expected. With Lee Tae-yun having never uncovered much about secret rooms, he has no reliable comparison for how exceptional this route really is. Still, he leaves the room encouraged, thinking that if this is the baseline, the climb ahead may be more manageable than he feared. That optimism is interrupted the moment another rat announces itself with a hostile screech. Even with one arm still unusable, Tae-san easily suppresses the oversized rat and confirms that ordinary first-floor enemies are beneath his current level. The rat keeps threatening him, but it no longer feels like a serious obstacle. The system recognizes that he kept functioning despite long-term impairment and rewards that endurance as a notable achievement. He gains the active skill Unyielding Will, and he immediately accepts it as a worthwhile payoff for everything he has endured. He finishes the rat off without difficulty and clears the encounter. Afterward, he steps into a restorative area beyond the room, where the atmosphere shifts from combat to recovery. The fountain restores him completely, proving that the first floor includes a full reset point after the fight. Now fully healed, he sits down and begins reviewing exactly what he has earned so far. He finds pain reduction and sensory enhancement, both weak for now but clearly promising long-term passive skills that will scale well. Unyielding Will stands out even more, since it lets him ignore injuries briefly in battle, making the suffering that earned it feel worthwhile. The Staff of Flames becomes his biggest prize yet, because it grants Fireball and a chance to inflict burn on enemies vulnerable to fire. Satisfied that he has extracted everything useful from the first floor, he decides it is time to challenge the next descent. He recalls the labyrinth's basic structure. Each floor is a simple sequence where defeating the boss opens the way forward. At the boss door, he reminds himself that solo mode would never let such a straightforward structure remain easy in practice. He opens the gate and prepares for the real first floor test. Inside, a far larger and more menacing rat waits for him, making it clear this is no ordinary repeat encounter. Tae-san recognizes the creature immediately and greets it like an old enemy from a previous life. The system confirms the appearance of the giant rat, the true first-floor boss. He measures its presence and wonders whether this absurdly strong monster is really what solo mode considers a first-floor boss. Remembering that this same beast once served as the easy mode boss of the 10th floor and slaughtered many players, he understands just how distorted solo mode is. Even so, his experience so far leaves him unsurprised rather than shaken. Instead of retreating, he openly challenges the boss to come at him. He reflects that a normal first-floor player could never beat this monster directly, which is why Lee Tae-yun had needed a trick to survive it. That memory leads him to reconsider the method she once used. Because the boss could not leave its chamber, Tae-yun had exploited the room itself rather than fighting fairly. Her solution had been brutally practical: flood the chamber with oil and burn the rat alive. Given enough time and no other options, Tae-san admits that her approach had been perfectly logical. For a lone survivor with no backup, he judges her strategy as nearly flawless. But he also realizes the labyrinth did not reward that kind of victory, because it wanted a proper battle, not a workaround. The giant rat lunges, forcing Tae-san to prove he can win the way the labyrinth demands. He answers by activating Fireball, deciding to fight cleanly enough to earn the hidden benefits that trickery would forfeit. The spell lands for modest damage, confirming that magic can hurt the boss but not carry the fight alone. More importantly, the burn effect takes hold, giving him a steady source of damage over time. Tae-san notes that the burn is weak, so he still has a long battle ahead despite the successful opening. He switches to a bow and begins layering in status arrows to build pressure from multiple angles. A poison attempt fails, showing that not every status effect will stick just because he can inflict damage. He refuses to be discouraged and keeps experimenting, already committed to a methodical attrition fight. This time paralysis works, freezing the giant rat in place and giving him a crucial opening. Seeing the result, he concludes that status arrows are expensive but absolutely worth the cost against a boss like this. With the rat immobilized, he decides to begin a deliberate grind rather than gamble on reckless offense. He uses the paralysis window to attack safely and finally succeeds in applying poison as well, adding another stream of continuous damage. Now the fight shifts into controlled attrition, with each arrow and status effect slowly dragging the boss down. The giant rat suffers under the accumulating effects, but it is still far from beaten and remains dangerous. Tae-san recognizes that the battle has become less a contest of strength and more a systematic dismantling of the boss. As the rat weakens, his attacks start hitting harder, and the system confirms the boss is becoming more vulnerable. He stays focused, waiting for the point where the fight will inevitably change. That turning point arrives when the boss nears its limit, reminding him that this strategy has a built-in ceiling. He watches the rat's health carefully, knowing a dangerous threshold is approaching. When the boss drops low enough, its body begins to distort with a violent surge of power. He remembers the trigger exactly. Below 20% health, the giant rat enters berserker mode. In the old timeline, that phase had broken other players instantly because paralysis stopped working and panic took over. He recalls how helpless they had been once they realized they could neither outrun nor control the enraged boss. The system confirms the giant rat has become enraged and entered its second phase. Tae-san accepts that the attrition game is over and that the rest must be settled head-on. The berserk rat crashes into him with overwhelming force, testing whether he can survive direct contact. He braces behind his shield, but the impact still tears through his defense. After taking heavy damage, he immediately understands that his current raw power is not enough to dominate this phase. Since his strength is still low, he decides the only viable answer is to build his offense around agility and timing instead. He studies the rat's movement and waits for a pattern he can exploit rather than trying to overpower it. Using his speed, he slips in and strikes a vulnerable point, proving that precision can still create openings. The rat recovers in a rage, refusing to let that small success become momentum. Taisen seizes the next instant and dives in again, determined to keep stealing damage whenever the boss overextends. The giant rat begins to falter, but not enough to stop fighting back. Another exchange costs Taisen more health, showing that even guarded contact with the berserk boss is punishing. He answers with another solid hit, and even gains a slight increase in combat endurance, evidence that the struggle itself is sharpening him. As the pressure mounts, he starts running out of breath and realizes his body may fail before the boss does. Even so, he keeps attacking, trying to force progress before exhaustion ends him. At the critical moment, he activates apnea, buying 10 seconds without the need to breathe and turning a physical limit into a temporary advantage. Freed from that burden, he unleashes a rapid series of strikes that carve more health off the giant rat. The rat retaliates with a devastating blow that nearly crushes him outright. Taisen calculates the damage coldly and concludes he can still survive a few more exchanges if he manages them perfectly. He estimates his remaining margin for error, counting dodges and hits like resources in a race against death. Then he activates dodge, guaranteeing that the next lethal attack will miss and preserving his final chance. With that brief safety secured, he commits to ending the fight before his body gives out. He times the enemy's assault and successfully performs a counter, turning the rat's own momentum against it. The counter lands as a major blow, confirming he has found the decisive technique he needed. He follows through into the opening, driving the exchange into the boss's center line. That counterattack deals massive damage, finally pushing the giant rat to the edge of defeat. The boss can only manage a fading cry as its strength collapses. A final exchange ends it, and the system declares that Taisen has defeated the giant rat. Catching his breath, he admits the finishing opportunity came more cleanly than he expected once he forced the right timing. The rewards begin pouring in at once, granting permanent increases to agility, mana, strength, and another activation of Strong Strike. He levels up, returns to peak condition, and takes quiet satisfaction in how rewarding a proper solo clear has been. Beyond the normal boss reward, he also receives a secret reward for understanding the hidden mechanics of the first floor. When the potions appear, he recognizes just how rare and valuable they are, especially this early. He drinks them immediately, choosing to convert the victory into permanent growth without delay. The random potion adds 1 strength, and the designated potion gives him 2 more, exactly the result he wanted. His updated status shows a sharp jump in power, with strength notably improved and agility still far ahead of his other stats. He lingers on the numbers, appreciating how far ahead of the normal first floor curve he already is. Compared to the absurd effort it once took him in easy mode to build similar stats, this progress feels almost unreal. Then he remembers he learned a new skill during the fight and opens the menu to confirm it. The system reveals counter as a new active skill, and he immediately recognizes it as being as valuable as dodge. Once he has checked everything he needed, he finally lets himself relax on the boss's corpse. While resting, he remembers the strategy post he had left behind and wonders what became of it in this altered timeline. He opens the community interface and finds his own first-floor solo strategy guide still there under his name. He is surprised he really posted it here too, though he assumes it probably did not matter much. That assumption breaks the moment he notices something unusual in the responses. Instead of despair, players are actually discussing routes, safety, and how to reach the fountain of life. Even anxious and exhausted people are now encouraging one another to keep moving rather than surrendering. Others are reinforcing that hope, arguing that any chance is better than dying without trying. Then he sees proof that people have already begun surviving by following the advice, including players announcing they reached the fountain safely. The contrast shocks him because in his previous life the community had been filled only with panic, mutilation, and pleas for help. Back then there had been no strategy sharing at all, only broken people posting their misery. That memory of hopelessness hangs over him as he compares the two timelines. He recalls that when they first arrived, almost everyone had been mentally shattered and too defeated to help each other. Now even Taeyeon is asking about him instead of raging into the void, and he realizes the overall flow of events is slowly changing. Leaving the boss room behind, he moves on with the sense that his interference has already altered more than just his own path. As he prepares to depart, he notices another item waiting for him. It turns out to be martial artist's gloves, a simple piece of gear that slightly boosts attack and protects his hands. When he takes them to the old shopkeeper, the man immediately links the purchase to the eccentric martial arts master who once taught Taisen weapon techniques. The shopkeeper also points out that boss monsters are more valuable than just their meat, since their leather and teeth can be sold separately. Realizing what Taisen is really after, the old man guesses the next person he wants to find. He asks directly whether Taisen is looking for the blacksmith. That name matters, because Hafren the mysterious blacksmith was someone Taeyeon once credited as essential to reaching deeper floors. Remembering that Hafren only appears farther below, Taisen decides to hurry onward. He descends beyond the labyrinth's entrance into a deeper section where the atmosphere itself begins to change. He recalls that the next floor revolves around a place where even mortally wounded people can survive. He also remembers that the restorative power there is limited, so it cannot solve everything by itself. The second floor opens before him, and the new quest begins with another boss standing between him and progress. The listed reward is a beginner mana enhancement potion, rare enough to excite him immediately, while the secret reward remains hidden. As he considers the possibilities, the system reminds him that he still has unread community notifications. He checks them and finds the messages multiplying faster than he expected. Players are now flooding him with thanks, questions, and relief, treating him as the one who showed them how to survive. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, he wonders where to even begin before a direct request from Kang Junhyuk arrives. Junhyuk appears in a private exchange and first confirms, half joking and half serious, that Tae-san is really alive. He explains that he only wanted to make sure their savior had survived, though he also hints that Tae-san should not neglect himself while helping others. Tae-san bluntly asks whether Junhyuk really risked his life based on a single community post. Junhyuk answers that everyone had been at their limit and needed anything to hold on to, even the smallest hope. He reminds Tae-san that starvation and silence had left them with no real alternative but to trust whatever chance appeared. In that isolation, people had been on the verge of madness, begging even the gatekeeper for food and losing their grip on reason. Junhyuk admits he himself had nearly broken and was ready to run through the labyrinth, devouring anything he found. Then Tae-san's solo mode first floor strategy appeared at exactly the moment they needed a lifeline. With Tae-yun succeeding first and others following, that post became proof that survival was possible and sparked a chain reaction of courage. When Tae-san asks how many have actually cleared the big rat, Junhyuk says only he and Tae-yun have done it so far. Tae-san realizes he never even heard of Junhyuk in the previous timeline and suspects the man may once have died before making any mark. Even so, he decides to treat Junhyuk as another irregular survivor and gives him a crucial warning about a strange old NPC who tests people violently but can reward the right response. He explains that this NPC's attitude changes depending on how he is treated, making behavior itself part of the strategy. Junhyuk agrees to pass the warning to Tae-yun when she wakes, then hesitates and asks whether Tae-san is really alright. What truly bothers him is not Tae-san's condition but the fact that Tae-san keeps giving away information that could help rivals catch up. Junhyuk insists they are now in a competition, and that if Tae-san keeps sharing everything, others may eventually stand beside him or even threaten him. Tae-san dismisses that thinking as nonsense and refuses to accept the premise behind it. He asks what kind of competition Junhyuk thinks this really is. For Tae-san, they are not rivals first but human beings facing the same approaching destruction of their world. So he makes his position clear. He shares information for one simple reason: to keep people from getting lost and dying in places they never had to face blindly. The veteran dismisses any obsession with understanding his methods and insists that only results matter, warning the younger player that information alone will never let him catch up. When the younger player admits he has barely advanced and may sound foolish, the veteran accepts the doubt without argument and simply tells him to keep trying. The exchange ends as the veteran prepares to move on. Left alone, the protagonist recalls that this conversation happened around the same time as an important turning point. He checks in on the younger player's situation and hears that the community seems normal on the surface, with even players from other modes starting to contact him. But beneath that, the younger player senses growing hostility from people looking for fights for reasons he does not understand, so he has been avoiding them. That warning conjures the image of an ignorant crowd closing in on someone who does not grasp what is really happening. The protagonist concludes that uninformed players have started causing trouble, praises the younger player for staying out of it, and ends the call. He receives the farewell and turns his attention back to the labyrinth. He steps into solo mode's second floor. He notes that the first floor was only a tutorial and that the real labyrinth begins here. Inside the ruins, goblins immediately gather and arm themselves. Rather than hesitate, he kicks the door open and enters on his own terms. The system identifies the enemies as a bow goblin, a sword goblin, and a shield goblin. Seeing only basic monsters, he confidently invites them to come at him. He recognizes goblins as weak individually. Still, he remembers that they become troublesome when they swarm. So he strikes first, dropping one before the group can fully coordinate. He reminds himself that their low intelligence makes them bunch together, which is exactly what makes them dangerous in numbers. Using his bow with practiced speed, he fires into the pack. The shot damages one goblin and paralyzes it, disrupting the group's momentum. He closes the distance on the shield goblin before it can settle into defense. Mocking the flimsy shield, he commits to breaking through it directly. The goblin realizes too late that its defense will not save it. He smashes down hard and batters the shield bearer for more damage. The goblin collapses, nearly finished. He calmly prepares the finishing blow. The last strike lands cleanly. He dismisses the goblin's resistance as pointless. With several bodies already down, the remaining goblins find him kneeling over the aftermath instead of overwhelmed. Two sword goblins leap together in a desperate counterattack. He notices something new in the middle of the fight. His attention locks onto a better weapon among the loot. He identifies it as a long sword and immediately sees its value. Rather than retreat from the incoming attack, he decides to claim it in the middle of combat. He unleashes a sweeping strike to clear space around himself. The blast tears through the small ruin and wipes out the remaining goblins. After the fight, he equips the rusty sword and notes its modest attack boost. He also switches to a smaller wooden shield, deciding that this lighter sword and shield setup suits him better than the bulky tower shield. As he moves deeper in, he notices a lone door standing open into a red-lit chamber. The strange light immediately puts him on alert. Curious rather than afraid, he steps closer to investigate. The system reveals that he has discovered the altar of Rakarada's first, and grants him a discovery bonus that permanently raises his intelligence and mana. He recalls that the gods of the labyrinth each have distinct temperaments, ranging from helpful to openly hostile toward players. Most of them, however, treat players as toys, and the name Rakarada's reminds him of a god tied to strife and death. Facing the altar's monstrous presence, he realizes he has found something far more dangerous than a hidden room. He senses an oppressive power beyond the altar, and the system confirms that this place is a gateway through which Rakarada's can exert influence. He understands at once why another player, Lee Taeyun, fled the moment she saw it. As crimson power coils around him, he experiences divine pressure directly and recognizes it as the force of a god. Then a subquest appears. Rakarada's wants to test the intruder, offering a reward only if he survives and proves himself. Refusing to back down, he accepts the trial on the spot. The god responds with obvious pleasure, and the test begins immediately. The altar's power condenses into a physical form. Piece by piece, a heavily armed figure takes shape from the red energy. The summoning completes in front of him like a challenge made flesh. A horned helmet and full armor emerge, making clear that this opponent is no ordinary monster. The system names it Rakarada's servant, though only a fake version, and orders him to defeat it. He quickly judges the armor to be a major problem, with almost no visible openings to exploit. Before he can form a full plan, he realizes the servant's raw power is absurdly high. The servant launches itself at him with overwhelming speed. Its first descending strike crashes through his guard and sends him flying. Even after blocking, he takes severe damage and immediately understands that ordinary defense will not keep him alive. He abandons the idea of relying on the shield and decides he needs another approach. He drops the shield and arms himself with 2 swords instead, choosing mobility and offense over protection. The change stirs an old familiarity in him as he returns to dual wielding. He launches himself back into the fight before the servant can press its advantage. His first counterattack catches the servant off guard and finally lands solidly. At close range, he realizes he can contest the servant's blade work if he keeps moving. He follows with a rapid dual sword combination that forces the servant to defend. But even after taking the hits, the armored body barely seems affected. He admits the servant is far stronger than him in a direct contest, and that a frontal battle will only get him killed. So he shifts to a speed-based strategy, and prepares to fight smarter instead of harder. He explodes forward with a sudden burst of movement. The servant chases immediately, trying to cut him down before he can reposition. He confirms that the bait worked, and that he has drawn the servant into motion. As they cross paths, he slips inside the servant's reach. He taunts the servant with the fact that his speed now gives him the initiative. Staying tight to the armored body, he lands 2 quick strikes and starts carving away at it bit by bit. One blade catches, but he decides that losing perfect form does not matter as long as he keeps pressure on. He turns the jammed weapon into a close-range punch and keeps attacking without pause. Remembering old weapon techniques, he realizes he can use his combat arts to compensate for the servant's superior swordsmanship. By clinging to the servant's blind spots and denying it room to swing properly, he forces the stronger opponent into an awkward fight. The system notes Rakarada's confusion, and the protagonist finds the tactic easier to apply than expected. He reasons that because this is still only the second floor, the trial must be balanced enough to leave him some path to victory, even if Rakarada's wanted a brutal fight. That assumption proves wrong when Rakarada's personally manifests more power into the arena, shrinking the limits that had restrained him. As a result, the servant regains intelligence and recovers its full skills, turning from a crude test dummy into a true combatant. He is stunned by the sudden escalation. The servant's presence sharpens at once, and its stance becomes far more deliberate. Its gaze alone now carries intent instead of emptiness. The system confirms the truth he feared. He is no longer fighting a fake imitation but Rakarada's real servant. He steadies himself, knowing the battle has fundamentally changed. The servant now faces him with the composure of a seasoned warrior. He tests the armor again with a strike from behind, searching for a weakness. The servant barely reacts, proving the armor and body are still monstrously resilient. Then it dismisses his weapons entirely, knocking them away and stripping him of his immediate advantage. He realizes the fake label is gone and even the atmosphere itself has changed, confirming that the trial has become deadly serious. Even so, he squares up again instead of retreating. He knows his earlier trick will not work now that the servant can think and adapt. The servant attacks with a refined, disciplined slash that leaves him barely enough time to react. Its killing intent becomes unmistakable. A brutal exchange follows, and the servant's improved technique overwhelms his defense. He takes more heavy damage and realizes the servant's movements themselves have evolved into something far more dangerous. The servant rises and dives again with a crushing overhead assault. The impact hurls him back and tears away another huge chunk of his health. Grinding his teeth, he recognizes the difference now. This is no longer a monster's crude swing but the clean, fearless sword of a trained knight. For the first time, he feels what it means to face a weapon he cannot control or read. That helplessness fascinates him even as it terrifies him, because it shows him a level of mastery he has never touched. His grip trembles under the pressure of that realization. Instead of despairing, he decides he wants to learn that level of swordsmanship for himself. He recalls that in the labyrinth, repeated actions become skills, and he begins to suspect that the highest skill is not a named technique but perfect command itself. That insight sharpens his focus, and a new intensity rises from him as he faces the servant again. He repeats his resolve to learn, turning admiration into determination. He openly admits the servant surpasses him in pure swordsmanship, but only in that one area. As a player, he has more than sword skill, and he intends to use every advantage the system allows. He conjures fire and sends it at the servant to force a different kind of exchange. The servant cuts through the flames with sheer power, refusing to be cornered by magic alone. But when the smoke clears, the servant realizes he has vanished from where it expected him to be. He has already repositioned, calm and focused. He reveals himself from the servant's blind side and attacks from behind. The strike lands and proves that even the true servant can still be hurt. The servant whips around to retaliate immediately. He meets the counter with a kick and another close-range interruption, refusing to let the servant dictate the rhythm. With a grim smile, he tells the servant that brute exchanges are pointless now. He activates Spill, preparing to redirect the next attack instead of taking it head-on. The servant's blow still clips him for damage, but the altered trajectory disrupts the attack enough to create an opening. He follows by activating non-breathing attack, pushing his body into a harsher offensive state. A flurry of traded blows follows, with both sides taking and dealing damage as he forces the pace upward. He keeps pressing from above and from the side, chaining strikes before the servant can fully reset. The system rewards that relentless pressure by granting him a new skill, consecutive attack, and he accepts the help without losing focus. He immediately folds fire into the combo, burning the servant and finally inflicting a more meaningful wound. Even with that success, he knows he is running low on mana and still has no clear way to finish the servant cleanly. He considers retreat, but understands that abandoning the trial now would cost him too much. So he hardens his resolve and decides to gamble everything. He charges straight back in, meeting the servant's rush with reckless commitment. Their collision shakes the chamber. He slips past the servant's line and raises both blades for a decisive strike. The servant reacts instantly and thrusts to intercept him. The clash tears through the altar's red energy as both commit to a finishing exchange. He tightens his grip and refuses to let go of the chance. The servant's counter lands with catastrophic force, enough to kill him outright. At the brink of death, Holding On activates and nullifies the fatal attack. For 1 second, all damage drops to 0, giving him the impossible opening he needed. He drives into the servant at point-blank range while the invulnerability lasts. Pouring out everything left in him, he roars through the pain and commits to the final blow. His blades bite into the servant's helmet at last. He brings both swords down together and splits the armored head open. The servant's helmet shatters apart in midair. The protagonist drops to one knee, exhausted and barely breathing, as the fight finally ends. With its true face exposed, the dying servant praises him for giving it a worthy and courageous battle. The system confirms his victory over Rakarada's servant, leaving him alive after a trial that nearly killed him. After defeating Rakarada's servant, Tae-san is told the god is satisfied, but he bitterly rejects the idea after nearly being killed by an unfairly altered trial. Still fuming over how the quest was suddenly changed against him, he curses Rakarada's for toying with his life. His anger is interrupted when the system confirms his victory, grants a huge amount of experience, evolves him into his best form, and activates a spiritual ascension after he beat a powerful enemy alone. Once the surge settles, he immediately calls up his status to see how much stronger he has become. The results shock him, because his level and core stats have jumped far more than expected, confirming the fight paid off enormously. He then wonders why no equipment dropped, only to receive notice that he has cleared Rakarada's ordeal and will be rewarded according to the god's evaluation. Even as Rakarada's declares himself highly pleased and promises a reward, Tae-san remains skeptical and resentful. Rakarada reduces his sphere of influence as the reward manifests, and Tae-san receives Rakarada's ceremonial sword. The weapon is revealed to be a blood-stained ceremonial blade once used by Rakarada's worshippers in sacrifice. Tae-san is stunned that such a weapon would be handed to him this early, and suspects it is far beyond what a second-floor player should receive. The system adds another bonus for clearing the hard trial, granting him the passive skill evidence of struggle. That skill represents proven fighting spirit, and can grow stronger through battle, making it a long-term reward rather than a simple stat boost. Tae-san assumes a god-given acceleration-type skill must be valuable, even if he does not yet understand how it works. Before he can relax, the area shifts again, and he realizes the ordeal is not actually over. He pauses, sensing something new approaching. His attention sharpens as he focuses on the disturbance. A new offer appears. Rakarada wants to make him an apostle through a formal contract. With no explanation attached, Tae-san is left staring at the choice and trying to understand what an apostle contract even means. Since the system gives him no further details, he realizes he is being pressured to decide blindly. After thinking it over, he reaches toward the refusal option instead of accepting immediately. He recalls that every time Rakuratas interfered directly, the god's sphere of influence was reduced, suggesting even gods pay a price for meddling with players. From that, Tae-san concludes divine intervention is restricted and costly, not absolute. He further realizes Rakuratas wants him badly enough to accept those penalties just to recruit him as an apostle. Even so, Tae-san judges that trusting a capricious god who already intensified his trials would be dangerous no matter how favorable the offer looks. He decides that accepting could leave him trapped for life as a god's tool rather than a free player. With that thought settled, he resolves to refuse. He rejects the offer, and the system confirms that Rakurata's apostle contract has been withdrawn. Relieved that Rakuratas does not retaliate immediately, Tae-san starts to think the matter is over. Instead, Rakuratas immediately pushes a new sub-quest on him, demanding that he clear the enemies on the second and third floors and return for another performance-based reward. Tae-san rejects that too, unwilling to trust a god who already stabbed him once through a rigged trial. But when the quest window lingers, he notices the reward will still be determined by Rakuratas based on performance. That wording makes him reconsider, because it suggests the quest itself is ordinary even if the god is not. He decides simple quests probably cannot be twisted the same way as the earlier ordeal, so he accepts the sub-quest after all. Rakuratas is amused by Tae-san's reversal, treating the choice like entertainment. After leaving the trial area, Tae-san returns to the old shop where the white-bearded merchant waits. The merchant is surprised to see him back so soon, but Tae-san says he came to buy supplies. He lays down money for potions, preparing for the possibility that more enhanced trials may appear on the lower floors. While buying them, he reflects that he had planned to move upward quickly, but Rakurata's interference has made caution necessary. The merchant's attention is drawn not to the potions, but to the red ceremonial sword at Tae-san's side. Tae-san notices the sudden shift in the old man's expression. The merchant immediately recognizes the blade as Rakurata's and says the god must have taken a liking to Tae-san because of his love of battle. When Tae-san asks if he knows Rakuratas, the merchant answers as if that were obvious and complains that many talented people have died because of that god's obsession with fighting. That makes Tae-san realize Rakuratas has been exploiting challengers for a very long time, so he asks one more question about the apostle contract. The merchant reacts with surprise that Rakuratas offered Tae-san such a contract at all. Tae-san explains that he put the offer on hold because there was no explanation, and the merchant approves of that caution. The old man admits Rakuratas has made that kind of contract many times before, but his expression turns guarded. When Tae-san presses for details, the merchant refuses, saying he cannot answer. He explains that he is bound by his own contract and can only fulfill the role of store owner, nothing more. The merchant bluntly says that contract is exactly why he is stuck here, then urges Tae-san to leave if he has finished shopping. Tae-san parts with him politely, and the merchant says they will meet again on the next floor if Tae-san returns. As Tae-san walks away, he keeps turning over what he has learned. He then opens a communication channel, deciding it is time to contact the others. His two companions answer at once, greeting him warmly and asking whether he met the Holy Knight. Tae-san says he did, but the knight was not what they described, which immediately alarms them. The male companion tenses, already sensing something went wrong. He reveals that the Holy Knight simply spat on him and left, humiliating him without explanation. When Tae-san asks why he did not stop the attack, the man says he tried, but his body froze and he was overwhelmed before he could react. The woman confirms the same thing happened to her, so Tae-san asks what the knight did after that. The man says he tried to follow, but the knight dismissed him as worthless and forced him away. From that, Tae-san infers the knight only acknowledges people who can respond to his attacks, much like Rakurata's values only those proven in battle. When Tae-san asks where they are now, the man says he is hunting the big rat while the woman is grinding levels on the lower floor. Learning that the others are still adapting, Tae-san decides to pass on information that may keep them alive later. He tells them to listen carefully. Both of them focus on him, realizing he is about to share something important. Tae-san warns them that the second floor contains a mob boss called Giant Big Rat, a reinforced version of Big Rat with overwhelming physical strength that still inflicts damage even when blocked. The warning shocks them, and they immediately ask how anyone is supposed to catch such a monster. Tae-san refuses to hand them the full answer, insisting they think for themselves and find the method on their own. He does, however, urge them to warn other players not to enter the red door recklessly and get themselves killed. After thanking him and promising to do their best, the call ends. Satisfied that he has told them what he can, Tae-san turns back to his own task. He reopens Rakurata's sub-quest and decides to begin in earnest. He heads out into the next area of the labyrinth, where ruined stone and sunlight mark a new battlefield. Drawing the ceremonial sword, he prepares to test both the weapon and his new passive skill. With shield in one hand and sword in the other, he charges forward confidently. His sudden arrival startles the goblins guarding the area. More goblins move to ambush him from above and from the sides, but he keeps advancing. He deliberately gathers the whole pack around himself instead of picking them off one by one. Once surrounded, Tae-san decides this is the perfect moment to test evidence of struggle. The skill activates, and in the middle of continuous combat his movements sharpen into a rapid, relentless counterattack. He crashes through the goblins in a blur, cutting one down and smashing another apart with brutal momentum. As the effect continues, he realizes the skill clears his mind, reduces mental fatigue, boosts his overall performance, and even provides recovery. Because it has no obvious limit while battle continues, he sees that it could let him fight almost endlessly under the right conditions. That makes him recognize evidence of struggle as a potentially central combat skill rather than a minor passive. His attacks tear through the goblins so violently that the entire area erupts with impacts and green blood. One goblin is hurled into the wall and crushed outright. When the last of them falls, Taisen notices something unusual nearby instead of simply moving on. A strange door marked with crossed swords stands in the area, and he cannot remember seeing anything like it in the labyrinth before. He opens it cautiously and peers inside. Beyond the door he finds a quiet, overgrown chamber centered on a solitary grave, and the system identifies it as the tomb of a warrior. A second notice confirms he has discovered the warrior's tomb. Because he is the first to find it, he receives a permanent bonus to intelligence and mana. Curious, he reaches out and touches the tombstone. The grave erupts with light and magic in response to his touch. A small ghost wearing a red scarf pops out and cheerfully greets him as an adventurer. Taisen is caught completely off guard by the absurd little spirit. Before he can even process it, the ghost starts to leave as abruptly as it appeared. Taisen is left baffled by the encounter. He grabs the tomb again, refusing to let the matter end there. The ghost reappears long enough to say it was nice meeting him and tries to leave once more. That finally irritates Taisen. He reaches for the tomb again, determined to stop the nonsense. When the ghost resurfaces, Taisen demands to know what it is doing and why it keeps trying to flee. He physically seizes the spirit before it can escape again. Holding the ghost in place, he orders it to stop joking around and give him the quest tied to this tomb. The ghost protests indignantly and asks if Taisen even knows who he is, but Taisen dismisses him as nothing more than a dead warrior. The ghost mocks modern adventurers for relying on the system instead of risking their lives to gather information firsthand, and Taisen realizes this spirit comes from a very different era. When Taisen asks whether the old labyrinth lacked a system, the ghost says they had one too, leaving Taisen even more confused about what exactly this being is. He concludes the ghost is completely unlike the NPCs he has met so far and may know far more than it first appears. Taisen bluntly asks whether the ghost itself is the quest or merely the object that triggers one, which offends the spirit. The ghost finally explains that it is a dead being bound to this tomb for the purpose of giving challengers a quest. However, it refuses to offer that quest to weaklings, so Taisen asks why such a demanding quest giver is stuck on a lower floor. The ghost explodes in frustration, saying it should have been placed much deeper in the labyrinth, and telling Taisen to come back only after clearing the 30th floor. Taisen starts to dismiss the whole thing as a useless NPC and turns to leave. He says goodbye casually, which catches the ghost off guard. The ghost suddenly notices the weapon at Taisen's side. Recognizing Rakurata's ceremonial sword, it demands to know why Taisen has it. Taisen answers simply that he earned it by clearing Rakurata's trial. That revelation shocks the ghost, because it knows how unpredictable and dangerous Rakurata's trial is. The ghost instantly changes its attitude and declares that Taisen is now worthy of receiving the quest after all. Even as Taisen tries to brush him off, the ghost insists on explaining and chases after him. The spirit begins its story by saying it was once a great warrior who reached the deepest floors faster than anyone and was expected to conquer the labyrinth. He says that during his rapid descent he eventually encountered a formidable enemy. After that clash, he returned to the 10th floor to rest for a while, believing the lower floors posed no threat to him. Because his stamina was low but his defense was overwhelming, he carelessly fell asleep there. While he slept, someone approached with a weapon. That weapon, he says, dealt fixed damage and allowed the 10th floor boss to kill him in his sleep. The ghost rages that someone who should have conquered the deepest floor was brought down by such a cheap method. After venting, he finally gets to the point and says he will give Taisen a quest. The task is simple in wording but personal in meaning: kill the boss on the 10th floor. If Taisen does that, the ghost promises a reward based on his own satisfaction. Taisen immediately notices that this reward is just as arbitrary as Rakurata's and suspects the ghost could withhold it on a whim, but he still values the quest itself. He accepts, wondering if this is part of a chain of hidden quests, and prepares to leave. Taisen starts walking away toward the next objective. The ghost refuses to stay behind and rushes after him. When Taisen asks if it plans to come along, the ghost happily confirms that it does. The spirit explains that it has no reason to remain trapped in the tomb while waiting to see whether Taisen succeeds, and says it can accompany him up to the 10th floor. Taisen is dismayed to realize he now has to travel with this loud, intrusive ghost for a long time. The ghost keeps talking anyway, wondering where the fixed damage weapon that killed him originally came from. He insists such weapons appeared much later and should have been impossible for a mere 10th floor boss to obtain, while Taisen regrets accepting the quest at all. Still, Taisen decides there is value in gathering information and asks what the ghost was before entering the labyrinth. The ghost resists at first, but Taisen tells him not to answer if he does not want to. That only makes the ghost eager to boast, and he reveals that he was a member of the royal family of the Carvert Empire. More specifically, he was the eldest son and future heir to the empire. He goes on to praise his own unmatched swordsmanship and intelligence, claiming no one in the empire surpassed him. In his own memory, he was a dazzling noble hero admired by everyone. Tae-san, listening to the way he talks, privately thinks he sounds more like a street thug than a glorious prince. The ghost then says his world was perishing, so he entered the labyrinth to save it, only to be struck down before he could finish. Tae-san dryly summarizes the tragedy as a great warrior dying while taking a comfortable nap on a lower floor, which infuriates the ghost. The spirit admits he failed to save his world and now wants the one who killed him dead to ease his anger. As Tae-san reaches another door and wonders if it is the final stop for now, the ghost complains that he has not been listening to the story seriously at all. A ghostly guide grumbles that modern adventurers have lost their scruples as the young man quietly enters a goblin-infested room. The goblins notice the intruder and close in, expecting an easy kill. He immediately opens the fight by counting his first attempt and firing a charged arrow. The shot spreads paralysis through several goblins at once, disrupting their formation. Before they recover, he switches to close combat and brings his red blade down on one target. He lands a clean hit on a single goblin, deliberately starting a repeated pattern. Surrounded on all sides, he remains calm and lets the enemies keep pressing him. As another goblin rushes in, he prepares the same attack again and insists on one more repetition. More goblins are stunned by the paralysis effect, but he still keeps focusing on the same victim. The ghost realizes he is intentionally repeating one attack on one enemy and suspects he is trying to trigger a skill condition. The young man confirms it, praising the ghost for catching on while holding the half-disabled goblin in place. The ghost mocks him for wasting time, but he calmly says there is indeed a valuable skill to gain this way. His expression hardens as he commits fully to the gamble. When the ghost boasts that it has reached the 85th floor and knows everything, the young man dismisses that confidence. He proposes a wager. If he fails to obtain the skill, he will become the ghost's obedient servant. In return, if he wins, the ghost must answer his questions honestly, and the ghost is startled by his nerve. The ghost formally accepts in the name of its empire, promising truthful answers if it loses and slavery if it wins. The young man seals the deal with a confident smile and warns the ghost not to back out. Certain of victory, the ghost bursts into triumphant laughter and starts imagining how it will humiliate him. It even fantasizes about making him crawl and address it like a master, while he dryly plays along. The ghost savors the thought of tormenting him for the rest of his life. Still holding the battered goblin, he ignores the taunting and asks the ghost whether it knows the skill duel. The ghost recognizes duel as a basic skill that prevents outside interference in a fight agreed upon by two parties. That explanation gives him the final clue he needed, because he intends to force the system to create something similar. The ghost rejects the idea as nonsense, unable to see how he could derive a new skill from that principle. The system acknowledges his unusual condition of focusing on one enemy while enduring attacks from many others. He successfully acquires the special active skill force duel, and his bet is instantly won. The ghost is left speechless as the result appears before it. The new skill creates a temporary duel in which only the chosen target can damage him for 10 seconds. Satisfied, he reveals this was the debuff clearing survival skill he had been after all along. The ghost is horrified that he extracted such a powerful ability from such a bizarre method and realizes how dangerous he is. As the ghost tries to process what kind of madness produced his other skills, he moves on without celebrating. He reminds the ghost that a bet is a bet and expects answers now. The ghost falls into sullen silence, forced to accept its loss. It grudgingly agrees to talk, though it warns him not to become arrogant just because he gained one strong skill. He cuts through the posturing and demands proper answers instead of rambling. Furious but trapped by the wager, the ghost follows him as he walks deeper into the ruins. The ghost admits force duel is useful and tries to redirect the conversation by asking whether he knows leap. When he asks why it did not become Great Leap instead, the ghost reveals it has never even heard of that higher version. The ghost concedes that knowledge alone is not everything in the labyrinth, and asks what he is doing now. He starts probing the walls, and the ghost guesses he is searching for a hidden room. A faint reaction in the stone confirms his suspicion that something is concealed nearby. The system strengthens his intuition and points him toward the right section of wall. He pries the hidden block loose and opens a secret compartment. The ghost is stunned that he found it so quickly. He explains that his detection skill sometimes gives critical information once its proficiency is high enough, exactly as he expected. Beyond the opening, he identifies the next obstacle as a goblin trap corridor lined with arrow launchers. The ghost warns that the randomized setup makes it dangerous and suggests retreating instead. He calmly breaks the trap down into parts, starting with the arrow mechanism. He identifies the second layer as a floor that collapses into a pit. He studies the corridor with total concentration, already mapping the sequence. Then he spots the final layer, a moving wall that seals the path and crushes intruders. To the ghost's disbelief, he says the pattern is the same as the easier version he already knows. He drops low and launches himself forward with practiced precision. His focus sharpens as he commits to a full-speed run through the trap. The corridor erupts with deadly projectiles, forcing the ghost to recoil in disgust and alarm. He answers with a burst of movement, carving through the incoming danger and using momentum to stay ahead of the sequence. He races along the wall and over the collapsing floor, threading past the spikes with almost impossible control. Rather than panic, he leans into the run with fierce confidence. Watching him, the ghost can only stare in disbelief. He slips through the narrowing space before the moving walls can crush him. Even with the pit and spikes behind him, he never loses his composure. At the final moment, he gathers power into his fist. He drives that force into the obstructing wall instead of trying to outrun it. The blow shatters the barrier and opens the way by brute force. The ghost is shocked that he solved the trap by simply breaking part of it. He explains that the moving wall was not part of the labyrinth's true structure but a weaker goblin-made addition. Because he recognized it as a fake wall, he knew it could be destroyed much more easily than the real stone. The ghost decides it is safer to stop talking while he opens the reward chamber. Inside, he finds a mana-boosting ring and is pleased by how useful the timing is. Now genuinely unsettled, the ghost asks who he really is. He gives a cryptic answer, calling himself a second, which only confuses the ghost further. When the ghost cannot understand, he tells it to forget the explanation. From the ghost's ignorance, he concludes that a key item called Ouroboros' Bezoar must only become obtainable after the 85th floor. That realization quietly confirms part of his larger theory. He notices that 10 days have passed since entering the labyrinth, and decides the timing is right for his next move. Through the community interface, he checks on other survivors and finds them struggling to hunt a giant rat boss while following his earlier advice. One young man, Jun Hyuk, has been giving accurate guidance to the others and earns praise for it. Seeing the moment has come, he prepares to address the whole group, despite the ghost's irritation. He appears before the community, and the scattered survivors are shocked that the usually solitary Taisen has come to speak publicly. When asked why he contacted everyone at once, he says it is finally time to explain the situation properly. The group reports that the giant rat hunt is manageable, and that many players are already starting to succeed. They admit, however, that the two most frightened among them fled from the boss almost immediately after seeing its strength. The blue-haired woman says she cannot beat the boss head-on and has been searching for a safer method, though she notes Taisen seems to be progressing well. Others listen closely, sensing that what he says next will matter. Taisen announces that he came to teach solo-mode players how to obtain skills. When asked why he waited until now, he explains that skills are tools, not goals, and that hearing about them too early would only have confused everyone. The blue-haired woman agrees that newcomers would not have understood the meaning of such advice at the start. He tells them to listen carefully now and pass the information to anyone absent. The survivors are immediately grateful, believing he is offering them a path to survive. He stops their thanks and warns them to hear the full explanation first. He begins with the easiest skill to obtain, pain reduction. Its method horrifies them, because he bluntly instructs them to drive a sword all the way into their own arm. He clarifies that the rusty sword each of them carries is meant for exactly that purpose and must be thrust deep into the forearm. He adds that it has to be aligned with the bone properly, making the instruction even more terrifying. When they protest that he is telling them to stab themselves, he coldly points out that the fountain of life is right beside them to heal the damage. He further explains that using pain reduction against the giant rat can lead to another skill, Unbroken Will, which lets a fighter keep going through severe injuries. He illustrates how that skill would let them continue battling even after the boss mangles an arm. The group is shaken and starts wondering whether he is actually telling them to kill themselves for power. Ignoring their fear, he moves on to the next skill, apnea, and explains that it comes from diving into the fountain of life and holding one's breath until the brink of death. The image of drowning for a skill makes the lesson feel even more insane. The listeners conclude that this method sounds no different from suicide. He continues anyway, describing endurance as a skill gained by surviving repeated attacks from the giant rat while preserving a sliver of stamina. By now, the crowd is emotionally exhausted just hearing the requirements. Most of them reject the idea outright, saying no skill is worth such madness, and suspecting he may be wrong or lying. Taisen says he has no intention of forcing anyone and leaves the choice to them, while privately recognizing that people from a comfortable modern world were never prepared for this kind of brutality. He reflects that for them, war and starvation were distant concepts rather than lived realities. Because they had never needed to risk everything before, entering the labyrinth could not instantly change who they were. When the blue-haired woman asks if there is any safer alternative, he answers honestly that there is not. That answer leaves the hesitant pair visibly crushed. Then Jun Hyuk decides that if there is no other path, they should try it. The blue-haired woman agrees despite her fear, while the others are stunned that the two of them would actually accept such methods. Taisen watches their decision in silence, measuring them. Jun Hyuk defends Taisen, arguing that a man already succeeding alone has no reason to deceive them, and reminding everyone that they have trusted his strategy all along. That argument weakens the others' resistance, and leaves them uncertain. Taisen gives a faint smile, seeing that his words have taken root. He advises the pair to start with apnea as the least dangerous option and warns them to leave the water the moment the system window appears, before instinct makes them panic. The remaining listeners can only stare as the two seriously prepare to follow his instructions. He encourages them and promises to tell them when they are ready for another skill, and they thank him with renewed determination. After he disconnects, the ghost mocks him for wasting effort on people fated to die anyway. Taisen answers that even if most perish, saving even a few would still matter. With that settled, he turns back to the labyrinth and declares that it is time to catch the boss. The ghost notes they have finally reached the end of the second floor and reminds him that he can now claim information from their wager. He says the boss's details are not what he wants most and opens the final doors with another question in mind. Stepping through, he braces himself and begins the real confrontation. A guardian goblin and a cudgel-wielding goblin appear, revealing the boss room's defenders. The guardian goblin channels a sinister purple power through its staff, preparing a special attack. The lesser goblin charges first under that ominous support, trying to pin Taisen down. Taisen blocks the opening strike with his shield and keeps his footing. The ghost suddenly realizes something is wrong and panics that Taisen may be acting too late. It glances around and fears it has missed the enemy's true move. The guardian's magic fully blooms, surrounding the room with a twisting violet force. The ghost warns that Taisen understands the enemy's skills but not their real strategy, yet he calmly says he sees the situation clearly. He adds that, in his judgment, letting the attack happen is actually the best choice. The guardian's spell crashes down and engulfs him completely. Instead of resisting, Taisen stands still inside the magic and accepts being taken by it. He even closes his eyes, as if he has been waiting for exactly this. When he opens them again, he realizes he has been transported somewhere else. He finds himself in a grotesque chamber piled with corpses and half-formed bodies, a place steeped in death and resentment. The dead begin to stir around him, reaching out from the heap. Their voices accuse him of choosing easy mode, surviving alone, and causing everyone else's deaths. The chorus swells into direct condemnation, trying to crush him with guilt. As he walks through the mound of bodies, the accusations become more personal and vicious, calling him worthless and blaming him for everything. Even so, he keeps moving through the sea of dead without breaking. Then the vision sharpens into a specific memory of the blue-haired woman, battered and dying, calling his name. She asks why he did not come to her when she needed him. For the first time, his composure wavers under the weight of that accusation. Through tears, she demands to know why he left her to die alone. The nightmare drags her away into the mass of corpses before he can answer. Left suspended above the dead in their grasping hands, Taisen stares upward, shaken by a wound no physical attack could reach. In the depths of the maze, something tries to drown him in a grave-like trap. Taisen lies buried under grasping, corpse-like restraints, but he stays unnervingly calm. His eyes open with a cold certainty that he is not actually in danger. He dismisses the attack as useless against him and orders the hidden caster to stop wasting effort. The ghost watching him clicks his tongue, already sensing the trap has failed. Taisen rises inside a violet aura while the ghost laments that he still did not listen and escape the grave sooner. A goblin shaman, expecting revenge to finally work, desperately pours more mind-affecting power into its staff. The spell surges toward Taisen, but he remains kneeling and unshaken inside the barrier. He repeats his warning with sharper force, making it clear the goblin has no control over him. When the attack hits, the system confirms he resisted it with indomitable spirit. The ghost is stunned that Taisen endured a mental assault that should have broken him. Taisen immediately closes the distance, turning the failed ambush into the goblin's panic. He advances without hesitation, giving the goblin no time to recover. The goblin tries a madness effect as a last resort. Taisen shrugs that off as well and reminds the enemy that spirit tricks simply do not work on him. The goblin's confidence collapses into fear as its staff magic keeps failing. Even a curse is resisted, and Taisen realizes his repeated exposure has now hardened him permanently against spirit and magic attacks. With blue resistance energy around him, he stands over the goblin as the power balance completely reverses. He seizes the goblin at close range while the system notes how often he has endured mind-related magic. Satisfied that he has gained the resistances he wanted, he decides the goblin has outlived its usefulness. The ghost can only watch in disbelief as Taisen moves to finish the fight. Even the ghost admits that surviving mind control through ordinary spirit resistance is beyond what he thought possible. Taisen stands composed, already treating the battle as settled. The ghost realizes his original plan to manipulate Taisen with enemy information has failed because Taisen is far more dangerous and unpredictable than expected. After the fight, Taisen checks the rewards and finds a mana-enhancing potion and a trap-related secret item. He is pleased to discover a tool that will let him start gaining skills related to traps. The ghost grumbles that Taisen has stripped the second floor clean, while Taisen sees no reason to apologize for surviving well. They move on as the third floor quest begins, requiring the defeat of that floor's boss and promising a stamina potion, with more secret rewards hidden. On the third floor, Taisen is unexpectedly greeted by an old shopkeeper-like man. The ghost is shocked to find the old man still present, while the man immediately recognizes that Taisen has accepted the quest. The old man dismisses the ghost as a loud nuisance, and the ghost bristles at being looked down on. Their mutual hatred flares so hard that Taisen has to interrupt before they start fighting through him. Taisen coolly warns the ghost that if he keeps provoking the old man, even his remaining spirit may be erased. The interruption leaves both the ghost and the old man momentarily thrown off. Ignoring their feud, Taisen dumps his loot and asks the old man to show him anything useful to buy. The old man is startled by how much Taisen has already collected from the maze. Taisen equips metal-embedded gloves to raise his attack power. He also takes a bronze shield that boosts defense more than offense. The new gear clearly improves his odds, and he likes what he sees. He adds attack boosting rings and a stronger clue, calculating that ordinary goblins should now fall in only a couple of hits. The ghost calls this unfair, and the old man identifies Taysen's style as a rock weapon art. Taysen refuses to referee their bickering any longer and leaves them behind. He steps back out into the maze's ruined, sunlit stone passages. As they walk, he asks why the ghost and the old man despise each other so much. The ghost answers by warning that the old man only treats people well when it serves his interests. He goes further, insisting the old man is fundamentally an enemy to people like them. Taysen accepts the warning for now, though he quietly wonders whether it comes from bitter experience. Before he can think further, a mass of hostile goblin presence looms ahead. A pack of goblins rushes him together, expecting numbers to overwhelm him. Taysen meets the charge with complete calm. His first strike lands before the goblins can understand what they are facing. The front line reels in confusion as one of them is cut down instantly. He follows with a brutal kick that smashes another goblin aside. The ghost, who once nearly died here, can only complain that the floor has become boring to watch. The fight turns into a one-sided slaughter, with goblins and stonework blasted apart around Taysen. The ghost admits this area used to be dangerous because each goblin group included a mental attacker, but that weakness means nothing against Taysen now. When the floor is cleared in absurdly little time, the ghost protests that this speed no longer makes sense, while Taysen concludes the third floor is simply easier for him than the second. He keeps moving without slowing down. The ghost suggests there is no point hunting every last goblin individually anymore, but Taysen reminds him there is still a quest tied to this floor. That thought makes him pause on a new possibility. While cutting down more goblins, he asks whether there is another quest active, and the ghost reveals Rakarada's wants every monster on the second and third floors exterminated. Taysen checks this against what he knows and starts connecting it to the old man's offer. The ghost is shocked that such a quest even exists, and Taysen says he also wants answers about the old man. He directly asks how much the ghost knows about the apostle contract. The ghost is startled that Taysen knows the term at all and realizes the old man must have already offered him that contract. When Taysen asks for an explanation, the ghost readily agrees. He says death limits what he can physically do, but not what he can tell, and offers to explain from the beginning. He starts with the gods, saying each one governs a particular domain. Some rule single concepts, others several at once, and Rakarada's is one of the gods tied to battle and death. Taysen asks what kind of gods these are, since they do not resemble the gods of Earth. The answer that they helped design the maze catches Taysen's full attention. The ghost reminds him of the system window at the maze entrance, and uses that as the starting point of the truth. Long ago, an extraordinary wizard created this maze, with rumors that whoever conquered it would have a wish granted. Because the wizard could not build it alone, he sought the aid of transcendent beings and shared his plan with them. What he wanted was a vast underground tower-like maze. He tempted the gods by asking whether they wanted to watch countless knights and heroes struggle to conquer it. The gods were drawn to the life and death battles such challengers would be forced into. They were equally fascinated by the meaningless deaths the maze would produce. Far from merely approving, the gods enthusiastically threw their full support behind the wizard. Together they spent their time designing the maze itself as a grand spectacle. The finished structure was built around a deep foundation far below, the true core of the place. Those who enter are judged through trials, and the gods offer their favorite challenger an apostle contract. Taysen asks the practical question of whether that contract is a blessing or a trap. The ghost explains that an apostle gains many skills and better rewards in proportion to how much a god favors them. Taysen immediately asks what the cost is. The ghost says the price is severe because the apostle's spirit comes to belong to that god, and rival gods will turn hostile. He warns especially against Rakarada's, whose conduct has earned him many divine enemies, meaning deeper floors would become far more troublesome. On top of that, an apostle must obey the god's revelations without refusal, no matter how unreasonable they are. Hearing that, Taysen gives up any thought of accepting the contract, but he keeps thinking about the rumor that conquering the maze grants a wish. He questions whether clearing every quest counts as true conquest, because in the future he knew Lee Taeyun's wish was never said to have come true. That memory leads him to wonder if Ouroboros might have been her actual wish. He rejects the idea that the Lee Taeyun he knew would have wished to turn back time, which deepens his suspicion that history has already changed. Overwhelmed by the inconsistencies, he realizes too many strange things have happened since the very beginning. His thoughts drift to Earth and the people suffering there, sharpening the stakes of whatever truth he is uncovering. The possibility unsettles him enough to break his composure for a moment. He steadies himself and admits there are still too many unknowns to solve yet, so he decides to move forward anyway and focus on what he can control right now, clearing the floor before going deeper. Testing his new trap tool, he successfully removes a trap for the first time. The success grants him the active skill trap remover, and he is pleased that it came faster than expected. He immediately starts using the new skill on another trap to understand how it works. As he studies the process, he senses there is some hidden principle he has not grasped yet. The next attempt fails, proving the skill is still crude. The ghost complains that Taysen could simply detect and avoid traps instead of wasting time on this. He argues that raising such a weak skill will not matter, but Taysen admits he still does not fully understand it and keeps experimenting. He reasons that when facing something he does not understand, Having more options is always better. The ghost is left speechless by how stubbornly practical that logic is. Tae-san states his rule plainly. He will take everything this place can give him because he does not know what he will need later. That thought helps him realize what he had been doing wrong with the skill. A sudden insight flashes through his mind like a memory of a fatal mistake. He reacts as if the answer has physically struck him, and a hidden reward chest appears nearby. His repeated attempts have raised the skill enough to complete the third floor's secret room and earn him a strength-boosting ring. With the floor stripped of its secrets and goblins, only one task remains. Smiling at last, Tae-san turns toward the boss room. He approaches a red door that signals the final fight of the floor. The ghost warns that this is the goblin's floor and the boss should be obvious, and Tae-san says he already knows what awaits him. Ancient wall carvings show goblins in battle, hinting at the nature of the enemy ahead. More carvings depict goblins in ritual or command, reinforcing that a leader rules this place. Tae-san walks through the chamber with quiet certainty, reading the room before the fight begins. When the ghost asks how he knows, Tae-san says the answer is obvious. The first sign is the monstrous maw and presence of a far stronger goblin than the rest. The creature's heavy ornaments and imposing build mark it as the ruler of the floor. The goblin leader appears, roaring its arrival. The ghost notes that it seems to understand Tae-san killed every other goblin, and that fury only confirms the matchup. The goblin leader opens with wave, trying to crush Tae-san from range. Tae-san evades the sweeping attack instead of meeting it head-on. He uses the opening created by the mist strike to counterattack. Closing the distance through the fading wave, he gets inside the boss's reach. As the boss prepares another cudgel technique, Tae-san reveals he can answer in kind with the stolen goblin staff. He activates confusion at point-blank range, trying to disrupt the boss's mind mid-combat. The goblin leader snarls and struggles under the effect but does not fully lose control. Tae-san still lands a solid hit, carving damage into the boss. The mental effect fails to complete, and the enraged boss powers through it. It swings in a violent counterattack, forcing Tae-san back into close quarters danger. The leader follows with a massive downward blow meant to crush him outright. Tae-san reads the attack calmly instead of panicking. He judges the boss to be powerful but too large and slow to catch him cleanly. That single observation becomes the key to the rest of the fight. The goblin leader commits to another broad, heavy swing. Tae-san flips through the attack path, turning the boss's size against it. From above and behind, he chains aerial strikes into the opening the boss created itself. The ghost can only gasp as the fight swings decisively in Tae-san's favor. He declares the outcome predictable and says the once feared goblin leader is no match for Tae-san now. The boss falters, its strength finally giving way. Tae-san ends the battle with a crushing finishing blow, and the system confirms the third floor boss is defeated. Reward windows flood in as the maze processes his victory. He receives a basic reward, an entry-level physical strength potion. Alongside it comes an unexpected item he has never seen before, an old wooden cane. The ghost identifies it as a weak magic cane, surprised that Tae-san managed to get such a lucky drop. Tae-san asks what that really means, since the item opens a path he had not considered. The ghost explains that the cane amplifies whatever magic power Tae-san already possesses, making Tae-san realize he may actually be able to learn and use magic. The ghost is baffled that he finds innate magic more shocking than all the magical monsters they have already faced. Tae-san realizes he has only been borrowing magic through equipment, and asks how someone can actually learn to use it. The ghost explains that magic can only be gained by understanding its principles yourself, or by learning from someone else. Since self-study is unrealistic for him, Tae-san immediately looks for some hidden teacher or NPC who could teach magic instead. The ghost warns that proper NPCs do not normally exist in this mode, making that route unlikely. Tae-san reasons that if such a teacher was hidden somewhere even Lee Tae-yun never found, that would explain why no one has learned true magic. Unable to pursue that mystery now, he prepares to move on to the fourth floor while still regretting that magic remains out of reach. Before leaving, he remembers the unfinished rewards tied to Rakuratas and abruptly stops. Reviewing the rewards he has earned, Tae-san notices that the promised secret identification reward is still missing. He checks the system again in silence, making sure he has not overlooked anything. When the system confirms there is no secret identification reward, he realizes another hidden element must still remain on this floor. The ghost is thrown off by the idea that the floor still has another secret. Tae-san points out that he already cleared one secret room and captured its boss, so the only explanation is a second hidden chamber. He studies the ancient murals around the room instead of giving up immediately. The ghost admits he once failed to find any secret room here, but Tae-san presses him for anything he might have missed. Though he knows searching the whole floor again would cost too much time and force him to abandon the reward, Tae-san keeps thinking. Details in the murals and decorations begin to stand out as possible clues rather than mere ornament. He notices that every figure in the murals is facing the same direction and takes that as a deliberate sign. Ignoring the ghost's warning about a dead end, he follows the direction the murals indicate. He uses trap remover on the suspicious wall, betting that the same hidden mechanism from the first secret room is being reused. The wall collapses and reveals a second concealed chamber beyond it. When the ghost demands an explanation, Tae-san says he recognized the wall's material from the earlier trap and simply gambled on it. He steps inside expecting another reward, only to be stunned by what is waiting there. Instead of treasure, he triggers an encounter with the named monster Heihawa, the former Goblin Lord. The ghost is alarmed because this is the first monster they have met with an actual name, suggesting a far greater threat. His unease hardens into certainty that this enemy is far beyond the floor's normal difficulty. As the Goblin Lord reaches for his sword, the ghost explains that a lord is the king of an entire tribe. He adds that only one who transcends the limits of a tribe can rise beyond lordship, hinting at how exceptional this being is. The former lord draws his massive blade with calm authority instead of rushing them. He tells Tae-san he does not blame him for coming this far. The Goblin Lord says Tae-san is still just another piece being controlled by higher powers, while he himself exists here as a true monster with a role to fulfill. Without further warning, he unleashes a devastating slash that tears through the chamber. As the attack races toward him, Tae-san is met with naked killing intent. The force of the strike shakes the entire ruin. Tae-san instantly understands that one mistake here means death. He barely survives the opening blow and is driven to one knee as the room continues to crumble. A movement skill activates just in time, saving him from being caught head-on. Realizing that a single swing nearly killed him, Tae-san understands he cannot take even one clean hit. He forces himself to focus instead of freezing in fear. The Goblin Lord follows with another enormous sword arc, pressing the advantage from his throne. Tae-san dashes in with his own blade, trying to close the distance before another ranged slash can land. He reaches the throne and clashes directly with the Lord's sword at close range. The Goblin Lord meets him with a cold, predatory stare that shows he is still in complete control. Tae-san is shaken by the monster's overwhelming power but refuses to retreat. The Lord shifts his grip, preparing a heavier follow-up. He swings down with brutal force, driving Tae-san back again. Tae-san realizes his current strength should have trivialized this floor, yet it means almost nothing against this hidden boss. He admits to himself that he cannot handle this enemy through raw stats alone. The ghost can only watch in dread as Tae-san is pushed toward disaster. Another slash from the throne forces Tae-san to keep reacting instead of attacking. He quickly reasons that the Lord's oversized sword should make close combat his only possible advantage. Tae-san dives in under the blade, trying to exploit that narrow opening. The Goblin Lord mocks him, implying that such an obvious tactic is nothing new. He twists the sword with practiced control, showing he can still dominate at close range. As Tae-san tries to evade, another movement skill triggers to keep him alive. The system warns that Heihawa has activated a strong attack, and Tae-san realizes he is still trapped in the Lord's rhythm. The blow detonates around him and sends him flying. He suffers a heavy impact and is inflicted with a debuff that slows all his movements for 10 seconds. Even trying to plant his feet becomes difficult under the slowing effect. Tae-san understands he cannot even retreat properly now and must somehow survive the full duration. He begins counting down the 10 seconds like a death sentence. Facing the seated Lord through slow perception, he sees no opening to exploit. He realizes he cannot dodge well enough or counter normally while the debuff lasts. So he activates counter, relying on an automatic response to the enemy's next attack. The Goblin Lord notices the change and remains unfazed. 5 seconds remain, and Tae-san is still trapped under crushing pressure. The Lord calmly prepares another strike instead of rushing recklessly. Tae-san braces himself, knowing he must endure rather than win this exchange. He twists away from another sweeping slash, surviving by the smallest margin. With only 3 seconds left, he is still being forced to spend every moment on defense. He realizes he lost his stance because dodging took priority over maintaining any offensive position. He struggles back up, trying to recover before the next attack lands. The Lord chains more strikes while Tae-san repeatedly burns movement skills just to stay alive. Even with constant evasions, he still takes damage and is steadily being worn down. At last the slowing effect reaches 0, but he is left battered and cornered. He crashes to the floor, barely holding on. The Goblin Lord watches him with the composure of someone who still has not needed to move. The ghost calls out in panic, while the Lord silently judges whether the fight is already over. The ghost begs Tae-san to escape now and return only after becoming much stronger. Tae-san rejects that advice and decides he has to finish this here and now. The ghost is stunned that he would still refuse to withdraw. He protests that a third-floor player should never be able to beat a Lord-class enemy. He insists the monster is not going anywhere and that survival should come first. Tae-san answers that if he chooses safety now, he will lose the special rewards tied to this floor. He recalls the rule that descending to the next floor slashes normal rewards and erases special ones entirely. Even while injured, he keeps thinking through what it would take to claim everything before leaving. The ghost is horrified that Tae-san is still prioritizing victory under these conditions. He accuses Tae-san of becoming reckless after always being so careful until now. Tae-san says the ghost has misunderstood him, because everything he has done was preparation for exactly this kind of moment. He never gathered rewards merely to avoid danger, but to be ready to face it. For Tae-san, the point is not safe survival but staking his life on challenges that matter. The ghost can only stare at him, shaken by that answer. Tae-san reframes all his earlier caution as nothing more than increasing the odds of success when the real gamble finally arrived. The system responds to that resolve by granting him increased fighting spirit and raising his stats. It also grants him a new perception ability that can detect an opponent's weaknesses and prevents his spirit from breaking mid-fight. With his mind sharpened, Tae-san concludes there must be some hidden condition behind an unbeatable enemy appearing on this floor. Then he notices the crucial detail. The former Goblin Lord has never once risen from his throne. When the ghost blurts out the answer, Tae-san confirms the truth that the Lord has no legs. He realizes the title former Lord and the immobility both point to the same weakness. The enemy cannot leave the throne. The Goblin Lord's expression darkens as Tae-san begins to understand him. Rather than deny it, the Lord praises Tae-san's tenacity and promises to fight him seriously. He challenges Tae-san to show what method he will use now that he has seen the truth. Tae-san activates apnea, suppressing his presence as he prepares a new approach. He bursts forward with renewed speed and intent. Instead of attacking the Lord directly, he smashes the surrounding structure to bring the chamber down. The ruin begins to split apart under the impact. A pillar cracks and collapses, turning the room itself into a weapon. The Goblin Lord is startled as debris starts raining toward the throne. He lashes out with his sword to cut through the falling rubble before it can pin him. The Lord admits the idea is clever but warns that collapsing the room will endanger Tae-san as well. Tae-san adds another layer to the plan by activating confusion through the smoke and chaos. The effect only irritates the Goblin Lord instead of truly disabling him. Tae-san presses on through the dust, refusing to let the failed trick stop the larger strategy. The Lord dismisses the attempt as inadequate while more fire and arrows descend around him. The system confirms that confusion has failed, proving the Lord can resist that kind of interference. Heihawa declares that such tricks still are not enough to hurt him. He answers by unleashing a wide defensive storm of sword energy to shred the incoming hazards. The Lord cuts through the collapsing ruin itself, showing terrifying precision and power. He is shocked, however, when Tae-san slips through the destruction and closes in anyway. Using the throne as cover, Tae-san maneuvers into the Lord's blind side. He concludes that neither ordinary skills nor the collapsing room matter as much as one thing: the throne is the real key. Since the falling ruins threaten them both equally, the only unfair advantage left belongs to the chair that anchors the Lord. Tae-san places his hand on the throne and tests what category it belongs to. His new perception confirms the throne can be treated as a valid target within the system's rules. He immediately activates Force Duel on the throne itself, turning the chair into the designated opponent. The Goblin Lord bursts into laughter, impressed that Tae-san would use his skills in such an unexpected way. He openly admires Tae-san as an extraordinary fighter rather than a mere prey animal. Tae-san accepts that praise in silence while preparing to finish the gamble. Watching this, the ghost realizes he is seeing Tae-san fight a truly superior enemy for the first time. Until now, the ghost had only seen Tae-san win through overwhelming stats, not through desperate adaptation. For the first time, the ghost starts to believe Tae-san might actually pull off the impossible. The Goblin Lord attacks again, trying to keep Tae-san from capitalizing on the throne's vulnerability. Tae-san charges up the slanted floor toward the throne through the storm of attacks. He draws his red blade back for a decisive strike. An explosion of force erupts nearby, but he pushes through the chaos. The blast rocks the throne and finally shakes the Lord's composure. Even while praising Tae-san, the Lord points out the remaining problem that a fatal blow still requires getting close. He swears he will not let Tae-san take even one more step toward him and throws another crossing slash to block the path. Tae-san's sharpened eyes lock onto the attack pattern instead of the blade's intimidation. The ghost panics, unable to see what Tae-san is attempting now. Tae-san steps into the crossing slashes with complete commitment. The attack tears through him before he can fully avoid it. He suffers catastrophic damage, but the system activates resistance at the brink of death. Rather than fall, Tae-san surges forward wrapped in blue energy. The Goblin Lord is stunned that Tae-san is still moving after a killing blow. Tae-san understands that resistance has nullified a fatal attack instead of merely reducing damage. He realizes that, for 1 second, he has effectively become invincible. He uses that single second to force his way through the remaining slashes and reach the throne. The Goblin Lord roars as Tae-san's attack finally lands at point-blank range. With everything staked on that instant of invulnerability, Tae-san drives in for the finishing blow. Tae-san drives his blade into the former Goblin Lord at close range, forcing the exhausted fight toward its end. Even while wounded and under pressure, he keeps the goblin pinned and refuses to let the Lord recover. Drawing on the last of his strength, he commits to a decisive finishing strike. His downward slash tears through the Goblin Lord and finally breaks the old monster's resistance. The Goblin Lord realizes he has been overpowered and can no longer turn the battle around. Tae-san, breathing hard, feels the toll of the fight but confirms the kill. With his dying breath, Heihawa acknowledges Tae-san as an extraordinary fighter. The system confirms Tae-san's victory over the former Goblin Lord, Heihawa. Relief washes over Tae-san as he accepts that the ordeal is finally over. Reviewing the aftermath, he realizes defeating stronger enemies grants stronger skills, and this battle raised him 2 levels. As reward windows appear around him, he calmly begins checking what he has gained. A new notice catches him off guard, hinting that the rewards are not finished yet. He learns that his spiritual growth has been stimulated and that he has obtained the Lord's skill-strong attack, something he did not expect to gain this early. After reading the details, he understands strong attack boosts the power of his next strike according to mana spent, making it far more valuable than a simple damage increase. He compares it to acceleration, a skill he struggled to obtain in his previous life, and concludes that defeating Heijua was far more significant than he first thought. Among the rewards, he also finds a competency-enhancing potion, and decides to save it instead of using it immediately. He equips a necklace that raises all his core stats, while his floating companion notices his unusual silence. Checking his status, Tae-san sees that his current growth is rapidly approaching the level he once had in his previous life. The sudden leap in power confirms to him that choosing this path was the right decision. Just as he settles into that confidence, his companion hesitantly tries to say something important. The little spirit loses his nerve and stalls, clearly unsettled by what he wants to mention. He finally urges Tae-san to leave quickly, but Tae-san insists on finishing the remaining quest first. They move on through the tower toward the next objective. A sealed door ahead marks the place where the quest will conclude. Beyond it, a towering crimson figure of Rakurata's looms over an altar, radiating a presence that even Tae-san cannot ignore. Seeing his companion visibly frightened, Tae-san realizes this being is far more intimidating than he expected. The system announces that Tae-san has passed Rakurata's test, and that the godlike being is pleased enough to offer him a reward. Tae-san infers that Rakurata's already knew about the hidden lord on the 3rd floor, and had still allowed the test to continue. When offered an apostle contract with Rakurata's, Tae-san rejects it again without hesitation, despite his companion's alarm. Rakurata's accepts the refusal, reduces his interference, and instead grants Tae-san a reward called Protective Coat along with a related always active enhancement skill. Tae-san is surprised because this is the first time he has ever seen such a skill. After reading the details, he realizes Protective Coat functions like a second layer of stamina that absorbs damage before his real stamina is touched. That discovery immediately gives him ideas about tactics that were impossible for him before. As Rakurata's departs, he leaves behind a final message that he looks forward to meeting Tae-san again. Once the oppressive presence vanishes, Tae-san notices the fog is gone and admits that this encounter frightened him more than death once did. His companion insists that fear is justified because Rakurata's is the kind of existence no one should take lightly. The 4th floor quest begins, ordering Tae-san to defeat the floor boss while hinting at hidden rewards. Remembering prior knowledge, Tae-san identifies the 4th floor as the domain of the orcs. He recalls that orcs are physically powerful and intelligent enough to be dangerous fighters, so he prepares for a harsher challenge. Opening the next door, he decides to first confirm what kind of floor he is dealing with. Instead of a normal battlefield, he finds a brilliant white structure at the center of the area, exactly as he had heard. The system identifies it as the Balthazar altar, a divine passage linked to the god Balthazar. His companion explains that Balthazar is the god of victory, either especially benevolent nor malicious, but still a true god whose influence fills this place. When Balthazar offers Tae-san a test in exchange for a reward, Tae-san accepts immediately. Balthazar responds favorably and begins reading Tae-san's accumulated experience to judge him. Tae-san learns that unlike Rakurata's, Balthazar's test is based on examining his memories and worth. The altar intensifies the trial, signaling that Balthazar has decided to make the challenge harder. Tae-san is wary after his experience with Rakurata's, but his companion reassures him that Balthazar is unlikely to act unfairly. The spirit explains that most gods respect contracts, and that Rakurata's was the unusual one. After thinking it over, the spirit quietly affirms that Tae-san should be able to handle this test. Trusting that judgment, Tae-san formally accepts Balthazar's quest. Balthazar's influence expands with broad support from the residents of the 4th and 5th floors, leaving Tae-san to wonder what that overwhelming approval means. He realizes the 4th floor itself is beginning to transform in response to the god's intervention. The ground shifts violently beneath him, forcing him to brace as the entire stage is remade. Looking up, he watches the altar complete the restructuring of the floor. The maze collapses into floating landmasses and isolated rooms, turning the floor into something completely different from what he expected. Walls and pathways slide apart as the old layout is dismantled. The transformation continues until the former maze is reduced to a chain of separated chambers. Even his companion admits he has never seen the floor altered like this before. Tae-san immediately runs to inspect the new route rather than waste time staring at it. He reaches the first red door and pushes inside without hesitation. The sight beyond makes him stop short as he realizes what Balthazar has done. The maze has been simplified into a straight sequence of rooms, removing navigation and leaving only direct progression. His companion is stunned by how drastically the god has rewritten the floor. The spirit explains that Balthazar helped create the maze, so changing it is possible, though still shocking. Tae-san decides there is no point overthinking it and chooses to learn the rules by moving forward. Inside the first room, an orc waits in ambush the moment Tae-san enters. The system identifies the enemy as a sword-wielding orc, already battle-ready. Tae-san notes that the enemy type matches what he expected from the 4th floor. Seeing how prepared the orc is, he finally understands the meaning of the earlier vote. This test is designed as a series of direct duels. The orc attacks immediately, forcing Tae-san into close combat. Tae-san takes a hit while testing the enemy's reach and timing. Instead of worrying about lost stamina, he activates Protective Coat and uses the opening to strike back at the orc's leg. He follows with agile movement around the orc's body, turning defense into offense. The orc's guard begins to break under the pressure of Tae-san's blade. Tae-san realizes this enemy would have died quickly in his previous life, but Balthazar has strengthened the opponents enough to demand better tactics. His companion concludes that Balthazar's test is meant to judge Tae-san through a gauntlet of one-on-one victories. Accepting that the enemies have been enhanced, Tae-san activates strong attack to end the duel efficiently. The empowered strike drives deep into the orc and overwhelms him. As he falls, the orc seems satisfied by the fairness and intensity of the duel. The system confirms Tae-san's victory over the sword-wielding orc. Tae-san is surprised by how manageable the fight felt, and his companion explains that his current stats already outclassed this level of enemy. With 9 rooms remaining, Tae-san decides to clear them all without slowing down. He advances through the linear path from chamber to chamber. The next sword-wielding orc falls as quickly as the first, and Tae-san levels up again. After several more rooms, he concludes that the middle chambers are less threatening than the dramatic setup suggested. Checking his status, he notices protective coat has grown with his level and now scales at roughly a tenth of his stamina, making the skill even more promising. He enters the 6th room ready to keep testing that advantage. Another orc attacks, but Tae-san cuts him down before the fight can become complicated. A different orc tries to catch him with a sudden overhead strike, briefly forcing Tae-san to react instead of dictate the pace. He triggers count, automatically turning the enemy's attack into a counter-strike. Afterward he reflects that despite his superior stats, the orc's discipline techniques prevent him from killing them in a single blow. His companion points out that the orcs fight with trained, systematic weapon skills rather than relying on brute force alone. Tae-san begins imitating and studying their movements during combat, trying to absorb the logic behind their swordsmanship. He quickly realizes copying the motions alone is not enough to turn them into a usable skill. That leads him to wonder whether real training from a teacher is necessary if he wants to develop swordsmanship properly. The thought catches his own attention because it suggests a new direction for growth. When his companion notices, he abruptly dodges the topic and urges Tae-san to hurry onward. The 7th room presents a stronger orc wielding a massive axe, but Tae-san presses through it. The 8th room brings another heavily built orc, and Tae-san continues the gauntlet without losing momentum. By the 9th room, the repeated battles have become a steady rhythm rather than a crisis. Though tired, Tae-san remains firmly in control as he clears the last ordinary chamber. He reaches the boss room sooner than expected and is struck by how quickly Balthazar's test has progressed. Before entering, he asks about the hidden rooms on this floor, but his companion admits he has no answers because this altered version is new even to him. Tae-san decides he can investigate secrets later and focuses on finishing the boss first. Inside, the final enemy appears, a warrior orc equipped like a true floor boss. Because the boss matches his expectations exactly, Tae-san believes there are no surprises left in this fight. That confidence breaks when he hears someone crying nearby, a sound that should not exist in a pure boss room. Following the voice, he discovers a terrified hooded girl hidden in a side space, begging for help. The girl is in tears and cannot understand why disaster has suddenly fallen on her. Tae-san's companion recognizes her at once and is shocked that she somehow survived here. The girl recognizes the spirit as well and calls him Mr. Warrior, revealing they know each other. Panicked, she clings to Tae-san and begs him to save her from the orc. She explains that the maze suddenly changed, she was thrown out of her place, and the orc appeared in front of her before she could react. The spirit realizes she had been trapped living uneasily with the boss all this time, and the girl is baffled by the idea that Tae-san could somehow be responsible. Tae-san concludes that this floor's secret room reward has manifested as an NPC and tells her to wait while he deals with the boss. The girl cannot believe an adventurer intends to fight an orc head-on, but the spirit assures her Tae-san can handle it. The warrior orc sharpens his focus and prepares to kill Tae-san, ignoring the girl completely. Tae-san notices that the boss has no interest in the girl at all, which means the fight is a direct challenge aimed solely at him. Accepting that, he activates acceleration and launches himself into the proper response. His burst of speed carries him past the boss's attack and opens a clean line for a counter. He chains that movement into strong attack and carves a heavy wound into the warrior orc. The boss is driven into a rage by the damage and the humiliation of being outmaneuvered. Roaring in fury, the warrior orc abandons restraint and throws his full strength into the fight. Tae-san answers with a sweeping slash that keeps the enraged boss from regaining control of the battle. He activates acceleration again, staying one step ahead of the orc's power. The boss tries to crush him with a brutal overhead strike, but Tae-san slips into the opening before it can land cleanly. He empowers his blade once more with strong attack for the finishing blow. The final strike tears through the warrior orc and sends the boss crashing down. Watching from safety, the girl and the spirit are left speechless by how decisively Tae-san wins. The system confirms that Tae-san has defeated both the warrior orc and the 4th floor boss, earning another level. The girl cannot make sense of an adventurer defeating a 4th floor orc so easily, because it contradicts everything she expects. Tae-san turns to her and asks the obvious question of who she really is. She answers only that she is a player too, which raises even more questions. Tae-san kneels and presses for a real explanation. Flustered and unsure how to begin, she struggles to introduce herself. At last she says her name is Lilith, and that she is someone who can control magic. She explains that she entered this place to study the lofty mystics. That word immediately catches Tae-san's full attention. When he asks about magic, Lilith realizes he comes from a world where it does not exist and finds that fascinating. She explains that magic is an innate talent not everyone can learn, and confesses that even though she lacks that talent herself, she still longs for magic more than anyone. As she speaks, traces of mystical light gather around her hand, showing how deeply she is drawn to that power. Lilith says that longing is exactly why she came to this maze, because it is a place where dreams can be made real. Her words open a vision of a wider, more mysterious world beyond Tae-san's current understanding. Tae-san silently takes in the possibility that such power might truly be within reach. Lilith awkwardly thanks him for saving her, but apologizes that she has nothing material to offer in return. Tae-san stops her and says the thing he wants is not money or supplies, but the power she spoke of. Lilith freezes as she realizes what he is asking for. Tae-san states his desire plainly. He wants to learn magic. Lilith is left staring at him in stunned silence as the request hangs between them. The witch apologetically refuses to hand over the magic she devoted her life to mastering, even after receiving help. The young man accepts that the negotiation failed, but his floating companion suddenly proposes a different deal. He argues that since the witch possesses nothing but magic, teaching it would cost her little by any absolute standard. He presses the point further by asking whether her life alone is really enough payment for what she wants. Before she can reject him again, he shifts the discussion to her own limits, and asks how far she has descended in the maze. When she admits she has only reached the 9th floor, he bluntly tells her current ability will never take her much deeper. He then reveals that this adventurer is acknowledged by the gods, and that his presence is already changing the maze itself. From that, he concludes the abyss will only deepen further and tempts her with the chance to uncover what new magic lies ahead. The companion makes the offer explicit. Teaching him would let her study forms of magic she could never access before. That possibility finally breaks through her hesitation. The companion frames it as a bargain that benefits both sides and asks if she is ready to reconsider. After a brief pause, the witch eagerly agrees to become his teacher. The companion celebrates, while the adventurer quietly accepts the sudden turn in his fortunes. Her excitement is checked by reality when she admits she currently has no place or resources to begin teaching him. She quickly solves that by arranging a secret meeting place on the 6th floor, and he agrees without fuss. With the agreement settled, she immediately begins casting a spell. She cloaks herself in magic that bends light and presence around her. As she departs for the 6th floor, the adventurer realizes this concealment magic is how she slipped through dangerous territory unnoticed. Watching her vanish without leaving any trace, he finally understands what real magic can do. Once she is gone, the companion awkwardly tries to move the conversation along. The adventurer notices the companion's sudden kindness and questions the change in attitude. The companion is irritated by the suspicion and privately wonders why the man has become so hard to handle after defeating a lord. Pressed for an answer, the companion admits he sees potential in the adventurer and is also trying to make amends for something. He refuses to explain that guilt any further and simply promises to help from now on. The companion urges him to continue the test, but the adventurer decides to eat first before moving on. While he eats, system messages report that Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-yun have cleared the 1st floor, though their talent for gaining skills seems limited. He starts reviewing his loot and equips a wrist guard that slightly improves his defense. Among the rewards, he examines a secret item called the Engraving Order, which can grant special powers to equipment, and notes that discovering Lilith counted as uncovering a secret. Seeing the value of the reward, he decides to use the Engraving Order on his ceremonial sword. The sword is transformed into a stronger weapon that boosts attack, restores stamina on kills, and can sometimes knock enemies back. He is delighted, judging the result far too good to have been left to chance. Armed with the upgraded blade, he descends and triggers the 5th floor quest to defeat its boss. The quest promises only a decorative sword as the visible reward, but a hidden reward remains unknown, and an old shopkeeper appears nearby. The shopkeeper is surprised to see him back so soon and confirms the chaotic floor was another test. The adventurer decides to sell some items and buy practical upgrades before continuing. Mid-conversation, something on the shelf suddenly catches his attention. He spots a glowing bottle he never expected to find here and is immediately alarmed by its presence. He asks to inspect the bottle, drawing the shopkeeper's curiosity. The item turns out to be blessing powder, a rumored substance said to grant blessings to whoever uses it. The shopkeeper explains that the powder's reputation is famous, but no one has ever proven it actually works. He adds that past buyers only got embarrassing or useless results, so the item became known as overpriced junk. The companion is surprised the adventurer even knows of it, but the adventurer hides that this knowledge comes from elsewhere. He recalls that in another timeline many people chased the rumor, only for the powder to be dismissed as trash when no obvious effect appeared. Unlike everyone else, he already knows the powder has a subtle but important use. When he asks how many bottles remain, the shopkeeper says there are only 3 because they were bought as disposable stock. He immediately buys all of them, stunning the old man. Though the shopkeeper still thinks he is wasting money on junk, he hands over the bottles. As he leaves, the adventurer reflects that the powder's true value lies in tiny probability adjustments rather than obvious blessings. The companion keeps pressing for an explanation, but the adventurer leaves the shopkeeper behind with only a polite farewell. He tells the companion to wait and see, refusing to reveal the trick just yet. A new message appears saying Balthazar is pleased with the result and has been waiting to reward him, which the adventurer reads as pressure to clear the 5th floor quickly. That implication makes him pause and think. The companion curses the gods for favoring him even while he disrupts their domain, and the adventurer asks whether that interference mattered so much. The companion explodes, insisting the gods care about nothing more than preserving their own domains. He explains that even devoted believers receive only carefully controlled rewards, dressed up to seem precious without threatening divine authority. From that, he tells the adventurer to understand just how highly the gods must value him. He even says the adventurer should take pride in that special treatment. The adventurer rejects the sentiment, saying he is only clearing quests for rewards and nothing more. He makes it clear that divine favor means little to him beyond its practical use. Back in the 5th floor's first room, an orc warrior appears as his next opponent. Recognizing that a monster as strong as a previous floor's boss has appeared this early, he decides not to hesitate. He rushes in and meets the orc head-on with his newly empowered sword. The blade's enchantment flares as he commits to the strike. A lucky knockback effect triggers immediately, throwing the orc off balance. He chains that opening into a strong attack and a consecutive follow-up before the enemy can recover. The orc is overwhelmed and driven backward under the relentless combo. His enchanted sword crashes through the orc's weapon and defense. The impact leaves the monster exposed and reeling. Realizing fortune is on his side, he seizes the moment without hesitation. He finishes the orc with another heavy strike and wins the battle almost instantly. Pleased with the result, he credits the engraving order for letting him kill a boss-level foe so quickly. He also concludes that if the first room is this dangerous, the final room's enemy should be even stronger and therefore more rewarding. Rather than fear that escalation, he looks forward to it. As he advances through the floor, the atmosphere grows heavier and more violent. The strain begins to show physically as he tightens his grip and forces himself onward. After clearing the 5th room, he admits the floor is becoming much harder. Even so, he keeps going because clearing it will earn both a divine reward and the chance to learn magic from the witch. During the march, the companion asks how he knows Lilith so well. He casually reveals that he met her long ago, and that she has been trapped in the maze ever since he first entered it. He remembers saving her from orcs on the 4th floor when she was on the verge of death. That rescue, done out of pity, was their first meeting. When he estimates that was about 100 years ago in outside time, the adventurer is stunned by how little progress she made in all that time. He realizes that despite entering the maze to learn magic, Lilith lacked the talent to reach true mastery or even break past the 10th floor. The companion admits he never expected her to still be alive after all this time. That confession makes the adventurer reconsider how many people in the maze may have survived for reasons other than conquest. He starts to suspect there are more lingering inhabitants with personal goals than he once assumed. Elsewhere, a door opens and nearby goblins notice something unusual. A thrown stone draws one goblin's attention and lures it away from the others. Another stone leads the next goblin into the same trap. Leion emerges from hiding and ambushes the isolated goblin from behind. She kills it cleanly, proving she has learned to survive through stealth and timing rather than brute force. When she hears movement from the others, she immediately prepares for the next threat. More goblins approach, forcing her to stay alert. After the skirmish, she collapses among the bodies, exhausted but alive. In the community chat, Kang Junhyuk praises her for luring enemies one by one and compares her ingenuity to the adventurer's earlier tactics. Encouraged by the praise, he proudly shows that he has found something valuable of his own. The adventurer urgently warns him not to touch it if it belongs to Rakarantas, implying it carries special danger. Kang Junhyuk reluctantly backs off, while Lee Tae-yun is impressed that he still remains curious after such a warning. Both of them openly acknowledge that they survived because of the guidance and skills Kang Tae-sen shared with them. That gratitude enrages Choi Young-hyuk, who mocks the admiration as absurd. Surrounded by others in easy mode, he demands an explanation for why everyone keeps praising the solo player. Lee Tae-yun challenges his accusation, but he insists Kang Tae-san has been bluffing and exaggerating the danger of weak enemies. Others join in, accusing the solo players of spreading fear and false information through the community. The complaints escalate into demands that the solo players stop stirring panic if they cannot even meet face to face. Kang Junhyuk is disturbed by how quickly the crowd turns hostile, especially with a monstrous presence looming behind them. Choi Young-hyuk keeps attacking the solo players verbally, arguing that they chose their hardship and should stop complaining. Watching this from his own floor, the adventurer realizes about a month has passed since everyone entered the maze. He concludes that easy and normal mode players should have adapted by now, and that careful play ought to have kept them safe. Instead, that relative safety bred frustration, and they began searching for someone to blame. Rather than venting at the terrifying monsters before them, they targeted the solo players who stood out most in the community. He notes bitterly that this hostility is worse than in the previous timeline and wonders if one man is responsible. His suspicion lands on Kang Tae-san, whose influence and rhetoric seem to have twisted the easy mode group. He recalls that Kang Tae-san pushed others to endure impossible situations and now appears to be turning that authority into manipulation. Even so, the adventurer is not surprised, because he had expected this kind of development eventually. A crowd gathers in tense silence as the conflict around Kong Tae-san becomes impossible to ignore. The adventurer, hearing the uproar through the system, is irritated by the constant interruptions while he is trying to progress. Kong Tae-san himself is visibly furious as the confrontation escalates. He grabs the adventurer's name in rage through the discussion, openly cursing him before the gathered players. The adventurer realizes that in the previous world he had personally kept this man in check, but now no one has stopped him from building power in easy mode. He concludes that Kong Tae-san has united the group by giving them a common enemy and using solo mode players as that target. Because the modes were believed unable to meet, Kong Tae-san likely thought he could act without fear of retaliation. The adventurer decides to exploit the one fact Kong Tae-san does not know. He sends a direct message proposing that they meet in 1 month, leaving Kong Tae-san stunned. The message lands like a shock through the system. Without explaining himself to the companion, the adventurer turns away and heads for the final room of the floor. At the boss chamber, the system announces the true ruler of the 5th floor. The tribal chief of the orcs, Latran, appears, towering over him with twin blades. The adventurer immediately notes that this enemy is not a lord-level anomaly like the earlier exception, but still far beyond ordinary foes. The companion warns that the tribal chief is normally too strong for adventurers at this stage, though he believes this particular fighter can still win. He openly places his faith in the adventurer's ability to handle the impossible. The adventurer steps forward calmly, meeting the chief without flinching. Latran studies him and senses something wrong, recognizing a fighter whose bearing does not match a mere 5th-floor adventurer. Instead of attacking immediately, Latran thanks him for his fighting spirit and admits that, for once, even the gods may have done something worthwhile by sending him. He asks whether his fallen comrades can finally die satisfied. The adventurer listens in silence, realizing this battle means more to the orcs than a simple test. Latran explains that every orc who fought him died smiling because they cared more about a worthy battle than about killing him. He reveals that the orcs are slaves bound to this place, so slaying an intruder means nothing to them. What they truly desire is release from bondage, even more than pride in combat. Because of that, they would never casually crush the one fighter who might grant them both freedom and an honorable death. But Latran rejects the idea of simply letting him pass, because that would deny the meaning of their struggle. The adventurer understands that the chief is demanding something deeper than victory. Latran insists on being given the honor of a true battle and demands to see the adventurer's full power. He begs to be granted a worthy death at the hands of a real fighter. Then he activates new abilities, growing more dangerous as the system warns that he is now an exceptionally difficult enemy. The adventurer answers that challenge with a quiet resolve of his own. He launches forward, thrilled that this is exactly the kind of battle he wanted. The first exchange sends Latran crashing back under the force of his attack. Even while wounded, Latran laughs and marvels at the enormous gap in power between them. As he lies there, he questions the adventurer's identity, saying his swordplay and instincts do not belong to a novice on the 5th floor. Latran concludes that the adventurer moves like someone who has already lived through these battles before, even as their duel continues. The young fighter stands over his victory, calm but alert after a brutal trial. The defeated horned boss accepts the outcome with pride, calling the battle worthy and his death honorable. With his last breath, the boss urges the victor to keep fighting and claim greater victories ahead. System messages confirm that the 5th floor boss has been captured and Balthazar's test has been cleared, while the god shows open satisfaction. Balthazar's influence over the area weakens, and the victor receives the belt of fighting spirit, which boosts attack and defense and rewards every future win with more stamina and mana. He also gains a permanent skill called Proof of Victory, which lets one chosen stat grow continuously with each victory. Realizing how powerful that is, he immediately assigns the growth effect to mana so every win will strengthen his magical potential. When Balthazar offers him an apostle contract, he refuses outright, and the god responds with amused interest rather than anger. He notes that gods really do give overwhelming rewards, but his attention shifts when something unexpected appears. Instead of one reward chest, he finds 2 and guesses that the second must be the secret room reward relocated by the changing maze. The normal chest gives him a decorative sword with modest power, useful but not beyond what he already knows. The secret chest gives him the Blade of Self-Injury, a weapon that can store up stamina consumption for later use. He tests the strange blade by drawing blood with it to see how its effect works. The sword stores the cost instead of draining him immediately, and he recognizes how valuable that could be in emergencies. Another hidden reward turns out to be a robe that can conceal him completely for a second at a time. He tries the robe at once, and his companion confirms that only those with detection abilities should be able to find him. Seeing its combat value immediately, he decides the concealment robe will be useful in many battles. With the rewards collected, the path downward opens again. Now equipped with his new gear, he prepares to move on to the next floor. As they descend, his floating companion notices he has switched to dual swords and approves, revealing that swordsmanship used to be his specialty. The companion proudly explains that he once developed his own style from the Great Cabot Empire's techniques, and was known as a sword master, prompting the young man to ask for instruction. The request is refused for now because his current body is still too weak to survive that level of swordsmanship. Even so, the companion admits that for someone like him, surviving it may eventually be possible, which only proves how extraordinary the art is. He is told to keep descending, grow stronger, and prove himself, and only then will the companion pass on everything that remains of him. The 6th floor quest begins in a swamp forest, with the condition that he must defeat the 6th floor boss to pass. The moment he steps into the marsh, the terrain itself starts hindering him. He remembers a warning from Leion that this floor is difficult because the swamp slows intruders. The real danger appears when lizard-like monsters emerge, unaffected by the swamp that traps players. More lizard men close in, confirming that only challengers suffer from the terrain disadvantage. One of the monsters roars and charges, trying to overwhelm him before he can adapt. The lizard men surround him from multiple directions, expecting an easy kill in the bog. He remains composed despite the trap, already deciding that the swamp's advantage can be turned against them. Confidently, he says the terrain problem does not apply to him and activates a skill through his cane. He unleashes a wide ring of fire that ignites the swamp itself and catches the lizard men in the blast. Their screams fill the marsh as the flames spread through the very ground they relied on. By treating the swamp as a living enemy and burning it away, he wins against the terrain itself and even improves his detection skill. Before the surviving lizard man can recover, he closes the distance and seizes control of the fight at point-blank range. He drives a heavy strike into the creature's body and knocks it flat before it can respond. The lizard man dies in agony, and his proof of victory immediately raises his mana again. His companion is stunned both by the absurd growth rate of his mana skill and by his instinctive decision to count the swamp as a living target, while he brushes it off as something that simply worked. One surviving lizard man freezes in fear as the human casually walks past him. He notices the creature hesitating and almost mockingly asks whether it plans to keep following. The terrified monster panics as strange purple energy gathers around it. An explosion erupts before it can do anything meaningful, ending the threat instantly. He leaves the burning battlefield behind, having wiped out the lizard men with almost insulting ease. His companion complains that the floor's normal monsters were far too weak to be entertaining. The companion suddenly spots something important and calls his attention to it. Following an obvious trace left behind, they realize Lilith has hidden herself nearby in a secret room, just as the companion expected from someone obsessed with magic. He confirms the hidden entrance by pressing a disguise switch in the wall. The concealed staircase opens, revealing the way into Lilith's room. Before he can even call out, someone inside notices his arrival immediately. Lilith cheerfully welcomes him into her secret room, and the system recognizes that he has reunited with an obscure person who seeks magic. Inside, she tries to present herself with grand wizardly dignity despite the cramped little room. When asked what she is doing, she admits she was just trying to look elegant like a great wizard and gets carried away by her own performance. She quickly regains focus and begins explaining what magic really is. Unlike ordinary skills, she says magic cannot simply be self-trained. It must either be inherited from another user or obtained through special means. Because of that, magic can do what skills cannot, from creating fire to cutting space or twisting time, which is why it is so valuable. Then, flustered but hopeful, she suggests that since she will be teaching him, he should treat her like a proper master. He agrees without hesitation and calls her teacher, which embarrasses her and annoys the floating companion at the same time. Trying to recover her composure, Lilith demonstrates a flame and asks him what he actually sees. When he says he only sees a sphere of fire, she explains that this is how magic appears to those without magical talent or perception. She reveals the last way to learn magic, making a contract with a god, though in her own rare case the magic god granted it directly. The companion adds that such direct favor is extremely rare and only happened because Lilith is almost pathologically obsessed with magic. He wonders whether he too must make a divine contract, especially after repeatedly rejecting apostle offers. He starts to think that his history with gods may make learning magic difficult. Lilith stops that line of thought and tells him she is here specifically to solve that problem for him. She directly transfers magic to him, and the system confirms that he has obtained magic from her. Lilith explains that within this maze, those who possess magic can pass it on to those who do not, making the maze unusually generous in that regard. His magic competency awakens at the lowest level, granting him the ability to use magic along with the skills Magic Endowment and Magic Extraction. Lilith asks what he sees now that he has received magic. This time he perceives the flame differently, sensing the magical structure within it rather than just a simple fireball. He realizes he has gained an entirely new sense that never existed in his previous life and finally understands what magic feels like. Satisfied that the foundation is complete, Lilith excitedly moves on to teaching him the different ways magic can be learned. She begins with the easiest method, extracting magic from items that already contain magical power, such as tools or canes. He immediately produces suitable magical items, surprising her with how prepared he already is. Using magic extraction, he draws the stored power out of the items. The extraction grants him basic flame ball and another basic magical effect tied to fighting spirit, though the altered color shows the result is imperfect. The extracted power condenses into a real flame in his hand. He activates flame ball successfully for the first time, and Lilith praises him for grasping it so quickly. Lilith explains the second route to magic, learning directly from a master or by paying tribute to a god, though the latter is only possible for someone who already holds a contract. Since he cannot do that himself, she proposes to pay tribute on his behalf, learn new magic from the god, and then teach it to him if he keeps bringing her valuable items from deeper floors. The plan thrills her because it means she can finally acquire new magic again, while he immediately asks whether that includes advanced spells like transparency. She admits it is possible in theory, but every such lesson would require another price. Because many of her own spells were learned from others, she cannot freely pass them on without first obtaining permission from the magic god through tribute. He sums up the arrangement bluntly. To learn magic she does not already own, he must pay once for the god's approval and again for the magic itself. When he asks what counts as tribute, she says it must be a special, one-of-a-kind weapon or piece of equipment. He dumps out a large pile of loot, hoping sheer quantity will be enough. Lilith rejects that idea, explaining that even a mountain of ordinary gear would not buy a single spell. She stresses that magic values rarity and significance, not bulk. He offers the Lord's necklace he obtained earlier as a possible tribute. Lilith is shocked he possesses such a rare Lord item and admits it would be enough for basic magic, though she also complains that he is being stingy. He next offers the red blade tied to Balthazar, and she warns that while a god would certainly like it, sacrificing something that valuable would still only secure beginner-level magic. He casually remarks that even the Rakuratas would probably appreciate it, leaving Lilith baffled by how casually he talks about gods. Finally, he presents an old wooden cane with a small amount of magic in it. Lilith brightens and says that, by a narrow margin, the cane is enough to purchase basic magic. When he compares it to the Lord's necklace, she explains that tribute depends on relevance, and gods prefer offerings connected to their own domain. Once he agrees to offer the cane, Lilith eagerly asks what kind of magic he wants in return. She immediately rules out transparency as too valuable for the price and tells him to choose something cheaper. She presents several basic options and reminds him he already has Flame Ball, so there is no point choosing a duplicate. The remaining choices are Cold Arrow, Basic Detection, Covered Spot to blur his presence, and Food Production. Food production sounds unimpressive at first, but she explains that it can create drinkable water and edible porridge, even if it tastes terrible. He chooses food production, prioritizing survival over combat convenience, which surprises Lilith. He reasons that there is no time limit, and he can return for offensive magic later, while even his companion agrees that reliable food beats eating monsters. Lilith accepts the choice and begins the ritual to offer the cane and request the spell. She performs a formal invocation, calling on the magic god with practiced reverence. The ritual opens a vast, eye-like presence above them, signaling that the god has answered. The system warns that an enormous gaze has fallen upon them. Looking up into that presence, he has the unsettling impression that the god is smiling at him. The offered cane burns away as the tribute is accepted. The god's response flows down through the ritual in a stream of power. Lilith receives the divine answer and channels it cleanly back into the room. The system grants him food production, a basic spell that consumes mana to summon simple edible liquids and solids. Lilith is surprised the god accepted the request so easily, since she expected far more resistance. She explains that gods are usually picky with people who lack permission, but his companion notes that this man is strangely well liked by gods in general. When Lilith asks if he wants anything else, he admits he does, but he has no more suitable tribute for now. She agrees to follow his progress down the floors and tells him to return later with something better. He leaves her room in good spirits, already planning his next move. Back in the swamp forest, the maze feels quiet again after the detour. He tests his new flame ball outside, conjuring fire with a single finger. The spell proves far more convenient than relying on tools, and he immediately sees its practical value. His companion summarizes the new routine: keep clearing floors and bring Lilith worthy items so she can unlock more magic for him. While checking his status, the companion notices that his protective shield has become much stronger than before. Instead of moving on, he suddenly starts stripping off his armor, alarming the companion. The companion instantly realizes he is about to attempt something reckless again. As he keeps undressing, the companion panics and demands to know what absurd plan he has now. The companion nearly faints from the sheer dread of what is coming. Standing nearly bare in the forest, he calmly says there is something he needs to obtain. When questioned, he refuses to explain further and orders the companion to watch in silence. He deliberately exposes himself, and waits until a lizard man notices him. The monster hesitates in confusion at the sight of such an undefended target. He presents himself as bait, intentionally becoming a defenseless prey. The lizard man takes the invitation and charges with a full force opening attack. He does not dodge, block, or even flinch as the spear closes in. At the last moment he catches the weapon with his bare hand, controlling the impact instead of avoiding it. The strike still deals damage, but far less than it should have, proving his shield can absorb the blow. Protective shield drops from 35 to 15 as the monster is thrown off balance by his response. Because the attack that should have dealt 50 damage was reduced to 20, the system rewards him with a permanent skill called Firmness. It also recognizes that his first attack earlier cost no stamina and grants another always active skill, absolutely nullify the first attack. The companion finally understands his logic, he needed to be hit without armor, yet avoid any stamina loss, to trigger the hidden condition. The lizard man lunges again, enraged and unaware that its next strike will prove the new skill. The first attack is completely erased on contact, and the system confirms that absolutely nullified the first attack has activated. The monster is left stunned as its sure hit simply becomes nothing. He immediately counters and smashes the lizard man into a tree, winning the fight on the spot. After the kill, he stands there satisfied while his companion is still trying to process what just happened. He reflects that he owes this result to the protective shield skill he inherited from Rakurata's, because without it the attempt would have been far more dangerous. The companion can only stare and admit that his collection of hidden skills is becoming absurd. The system details the new ability. Absolutely nullify the first attack erases an opponent's opening strike once per battle. He studies the description and realizes the skill does not block or evade damage in a normal way. Instead, it simply turns the enemy's first attack into nothing at all, making it a nearly unavoidable advantage in any fight. When the companion points out that he could never have earned it without protective shield, he agrees that the old skill made the gamble survivable, and opens his status again to plan the next step. Remembering how brutally he had to learn in his previous life, he restores his protective shield by deliberately using the self-injury blade. He is relieved that the shield costs mana instead of stamina, and realizes that lets him stack other defensive skills on top of it. When his companion suggests moving on, he refuses because nullifying only one opening strike is not enough for what he wants. He presses further, wondering if there is a way to erase a second attack as well and push that protection even farther. The spirit doubts him, pointing out that his current shield should not survive repeated hits of that size. Even by the system's numbers, a second blow should break his shield and start cutting into his stamina. Confident he has a workaround, he brings out Blessing Powder, a rumored item that grants favorable effects. The spirit dismisses it as flashy junk, but he uses it anyway. He commits multiple bottles to the attempt, betting on quantity rather than reputation. Then he opens the next room and confronts a lizard man waiting inside. The spirit finally understands his plan. He intends to exceed his shield's limits by manipulating the odds. The lizard man attacks immediately, forcing the test to begin. His first nullification skill triggers automatically, erasing the opening strike completely. But the spirit reveals the catch. That cancelled hit does not count toward earning the next nullification skill. So he deliberately stands his ground and accepts the next attack as the true first step of the trial. The blow lands for reduced damage, and he calmly marks it as the first counted hit. The spirit is stunned when his shield survives with just enough left to continue. He explains that combat outcomes are judged through categories like hit, dodge, defend, and random variance. The lizard man grows irritated, unaware it is being used as a training tool. He reasons that random variance can shift damage slightly, and that tiny margin is exactly what he needs. The second counted strike empties his shield but still fails to touch his stamina. That success came from the Blessing Powder nudging probability toward the minimum possible damage. Because his stamina remained untouched on the second hit, he finally acquires the always active skill that nullifies the second attack. With the defensive goal secured, the fight stops being a test and becomes a hunt. He closes in on the lizard man before it can recover from the exchange. A precise airborne strike tears through the monster's weak point and kills it instantly. The force of his movement carries him upward, showing he hit far harder than intended. He admits he still lacks control, while the spirit marvels at how many strange methods he uses to gain skills. As the corpse settles, a glowing organ remains behind as loot. The remains are pierced through, emphasizing how thoroughly he finished the enemy. The system confirms his victory over the lizard man. He studies the result rather than celebrating, already focused on what he can extract from the kill. Because he struck the vital point decisively, he gains a permanent vital point attack skill he had once wanted but lacked time to farm before. The spirit explains that this is a crucial skill for deeper floors, and that mastering it can nearly triple damage. With the 6th floor nearly cleared and only the boss left, he pauses before entering the final chamber. Instead of rushing in, he activates food production to prepare himself first. He samples the conjured porridge to confirm it is usable. The meal restores him well enough, even if it is bland, and he calmly eats while planning ahead. While drinking and thinking, he asks whether repeated use of random fighting spirit magic overlaps, and learns the effects apply sequentially rather than all at once. He keeps a flame in hand as he turns that answer over in his mind. That leads him to a larger question for the witch: if magic in this maze is also governed by skill-like rules. She confirms that while magic is a different category, his basic assumption is correct, which is all he needed to hear. Armed with that insight, he begins experimenting with the shape and behavior of flame magic. His first attempt to sharpen and transform the flame fails immediately. He clicks his tongue, realizing the spell will not simply become a blade because he wants it to. The spirit explains that what he tried was advanced magic, far beyond something he could control so casually. So he starts from repetition instead, summoning multiple flame balls one after another. He keeps casting, studying not just the spell but the conditions around it. The repeated impacts carve the ground as he tests how separate casts behave. He watches closely for any hidden pattern rather than raw damage. From the failed fusion, he wonders whether new magic might be created by layering effects the way skills are acquired. The spirit thinks that sounds troublesome, but he insists it is a workable path. He notices the flame balls do not merge on their own and instead remain side by side awaiting direction. That detail sparks a realization: if they can stay, they can perhaps be combined later under the right condition. He tests that idea by holding a flame ball in place rather than firing it immediately. A new thought clicks into place as he compares a stationary spell with a moving one. He realizes the spell's power changes between rest and flight, meaning the system judges them as different states. Excited by the implication, he asks if this should even be possible. He restores all his mana at once so he can push the experiment without restraint. Then he rushes forward with a fresh flame ball, ready to test movement-based manipulation. He launches the spell while moving, trying to control its state through timing and momentum. He even uses the blast force to propel his own body through the chamber. As he moves with it, he keeps refining the relationship between his motion and the spell's behavior. The flame ball streaks ahead while he chases the result in real time. He casts again, now deliberately repeating the exact conditions he thinks matter. This time the fire begins to twist and compress differently under his control. The spirit is shocked when the separate flames finally fuse. He recalls the witch's confirmation that magic is judged like skills, and understands why the fusion worked. He focuses, knowing he has crossed from guesswork into a real breakthrough. He drives the process further, forcing the spell through repeated state changes. Another cast joins the growing mass, feeding the new phenomenon instead of remaining separate. The flames spiral into a much denser, more violent core. He keeps adding flame balls, treating the new spell as something being built rather than merely cast. Each additional cast is absorbed into the forming sphere, confirming the method is stable. The system begins to recognize the repeated action as a distinct creation. The fused fire detonates with overwhelming force, proving he has produced something beyond the original spell. The spirit can only stare in disbelief at the scale of the blast. He grins as the system rewards the discovery with a new spell, Blazing Ball. With that new weapon in hand, he enters the 6th floor boss fight against Lizardman the Fighter. The red-scaled boss charges him with a trident, but he meets it without hesitation. He immediately answers with the newly learned Blazing Ball instead of testing the enemy in melee. The blazing sphere rises over the boss, forcing it to look up at a threat it does not understand. The Lizardman tries to defend itself, but the pressure of the attack already has it on edge. He decides raw firepower alone is not enough and adds mental debuffs to break the boss completely. Despair and madness take hold, plunging the boss into panic and instability. The Lizardman's composure collapses as the effects disrupt its ability to respond. Its fear becomes visible, and the boss starts losing control of the fight. The blazing sphere crashes down while the boss is mentally unraveling. The explosion engulfs the chamber, and leaves the boss trapped in a storm of fire. He follows up by layering powerlessness and confusion, making sure the enemy cannot recover its footing. The system confirms heavy damage, a successful judgment, and that the boss has been set ablaze. The spirit explains that his rapid attacks and mental interference kept the boss from acting at all, leaving it helpless. The system soon confirms his complete victory over Lizardman the Fighter. Seeing how effective his magic has become, he wonders if he may soon be able to clear floors using spells alone. After capturing the 6th floor boss, he receives engraving order and a secret reward, the Cane of Composure, which boosts magic and lowers mana costs. He compares another necklace reward to what he already owns, decides it is inferior, and starts thinking about trading accumulated items for new magic. As he heads onward, the spirit teases him for still delaying the descent, but he treats thrift and preparation as strengths. He presents the necklace as an offering to the witch. The witch accepts the exchange and begins the transfer ritual. Her magic swells around her as she channels the new spell into him. The transfer completes, and he receives the beginner-level magic Cold Arrow. Afterward, the quiet safe room in the trees feels less like a hiding place and more like a base of operations. He learns that cleared floors create these small safe areas, and the witch admits she is especially good at finding places monsters cannot enter. He activates Cold Arrow and studies the simple ice projectile with immediate curiosity. The spirit guesses exactly what he is thinking, while the witch is left confused by their shared intuition. She can tell they have already leapt to some strange conclusion without her. At the spirit's invitation, she comes outside to watch what he is about to attempt. He demonstrates the massive blazing ball in front of her, showing the scale of magic he taught himself. The spirit proudly boasts that he learned it alone, and the witch is left speechless. She cannot believe he mastered beginner-level magic at all, since in a century she has only managed transparency. She explains that beginner magic is fundamentally different from basic magic because it cannot simply be embedded into items and copied. When she demands to know how he did it, he calmly offers to explain because he does not consider the method secret. Overwhelmed by his generosity, she half-jokingly asks him to become her teacher instead. Sometime later, that confidence collapses when she tries to follow his method herself. She ends up sprawled on the ground in shock, proving his explanation was not enough to make the process normal. She admits she cannot learn it because his method depends on training stamina, something wizards simply do not do. Even so, she sincerely thanks him, because he has shown her that a new kind of judgment exists, and opened new possibilities for her own experiments. They part on good terms, with her telling him to return on the next floor with better offerings. He finally starts down the stairs again. He descends with a steadier, more purposeful air than before. Checking his status, he sees he is level 18 and in peak condition, with his shield, stamina, and mana all full. He reflects that some of his current stats already surpass what he had in his previous life. The 7th floor quest begins, and he learns he must defeat another boss to pass, with a new reward and an unknown secret prize waiting ahead. Before facing that floor, the spirit asks if it is finally time to teach him swordsmanship. He agrees, and the spirit prepares to pass on what remains of his old art. The lesson begins with the history of the Cabbed Empire, a nation that worshipped strength above all else. In that empire, the weak were treated as worthless and crushed under the strong. That brutality extended even into the royal family itself. The spirit reveals that he killed his own siblings to claim succession, and that he alone survived among the 6. Others asked how he endured such a savage world, but to him it had simply been reality. He had no gentler world to compare it to, only the one that made him king. Now that world is gone forever, beyond saving even if he wished otherwise. So leaving behind at least one trace of it has become his final act of atonement. The memory fades, and the lesson returns to the present. He chooses the ruined chamber itself as the place to learn, as if honoring the harshness of the art. The spirit warns that this swordsmanship carries the values of its ruined world, above all the belief that defense does not exist. Its core principle is to stop an enemy's attack by striking first, even when that means abandoning safe blocks entirely. The spirit guarantees the style's power and asks whether he is willing to accept such a ruthless method. He answers immediately that he has no reason to refuse strength like that. The spirit moves close, beginning the transfer. He names the art the Sword of Storm Scar, the last surviving remnant of his destroyed world. The system recognizes the inheritance and grants Contes and the advanced skill the Sword of Storm Scar. He is momentarily taken aback, and the spirit urges him to inspect it. The skill appears with 0 competency, making clear that he has inherited the form but none of the mastery. The spirit explains that his own mastery died with him, so only the technique itself could be transferred and the rest must be trained from scratch. Even so, he promises to teach everything he can and starts instructing him immediately. The first lesson is to counter incoming attacks instead of blocking them, preserving the motion needed for the style. He begins drilling specific body positions, telling him how to fold his arms and shift left when aiming for the opponent's chest. The lesson continues into full body movement, emphasizing flexibility and flowing offense over rigid defense. But despite trying to follow along, Tae-san admits he still does not understand a single thing the spirit is saying. His spirit guide admits that swordsmanship cannot really be taught through words alone, leaving them stuck on how to improve his skill. The guide reassures him that the problem is not lack of talent, but the fact that true swordsmanship needs demonstration and experience he still lacks. When he asks whether competency can rise through experience, the guide confirms that training and repeated practice are exactly how it grows. Remembering that he once defeated the former Goblin Lord Heijua, he realizes that victory rewards might offer a shortcut. He recalls receiving a competency-enhancing potion and immediately sees it as a way to skip days of grinding. The item proves to raise one skill's competency by 5%, making it perfect for testing his idea. He drinks the potion at once while the guide anxiously waits to see whether the gamble will work. The system confirms that the Sword of Storm Scar has gained competency, and the skill begins reacting inside him. As the change settles in, he senses that something fundamental about the sword technique has opened up. He immediately grabs his blade to verify the difference through action rather than theory. The guide watches in surprise as he starts testing the sword with sudden confidence. He is pulled into a vivid understanding of the technique, as if multiple sword movements are unfolding before him at once. In that instant, he realizes the potion truly altered his grasp of the art. The guide is stunned as he seems to enter the flow of the sword far more deeply than before. A swordsman's image appears in his mind, showing that the skill carries inherited forms rather than simple instructions. That vision reaches toward a greater source of power, as though drawing down the essence behind the technique. The lesson continues wordlessly, imprinting the sword's logic directly into him. He raises his weapon and answers that insight with a decisive motion. His strike now carries the proper form, proving that the skill has become something he can actually execute. Satisfied, he confirms that the potion worked exactly as he hoped. The guide reluctantly admits that even such a crude shortcut can produce real results. For a brief moment, he thinks he hears gratitude from the guide, but the guide hurriedly denies saying anything. Later, an old shopkeeper complains that he cannot understand why the young man would buy such worthless junk. The purchase turns out to be a rusty sword with almost no attack power, but the shopkeeper trusts that he has his own reason for wanting it. He leaves with the shabby weapon, clearly intending to use it for training rather than combat strength. He immediately begins testing the sword through repeated clashes, treating the weak blade as a tool for study. While he spars against lizard men, the guide realizes he bought the poor weapon so he could prolong fights and gain more real combat experience with the Sword of Storm Scar. A lizard man attacks fiercely, giving him exactly the kind of live practice he wanted. With his improved competency, he can now read the enemy's possible follow-ups and see how to answer the attack. He counters cleanly, turning that foresight into a precise opening. The strike lands hard enough to finish the lizard man. He keeps pressing his training by moving into the next exchange without hesitation. After the win, the system raises the Sword of Storm scar again, proving that real battle is steadily refining the skill. The guide immediately starts correcting his form in detail, pushing him to refine even small inefficiencies. He realizes the sword's skill is shortening battles dramatically, and decides to clear the 7th floor through this method. He throws himself back into non-stop combat, turning the floor into a training ground. As he fights, the guide drills him on footwork and recovery, teaching that retreat and repositioning are part of every attack. The lesson continues mid-battle, forcing him to think of withdrawal as another phase of offense rather than a separate action. The guide urges him to drive through the clash with more weight and commitment. Only after exhausting himself does he collapse beside a fire to sleep. Watching him pass out, the guide concludes that he already knew the man was strange, but this level of obsession is abnormal even by those standards. The guide reflects that he spends nearly every waking hour either fighting or studying swordsmanship, resting only when sleep finally forces him to stop. When asked if he is bored, he reveals that this relentless progress is far better than the hopeless repetition of his former life. The guide is unsettled by how casually he says that, and wonders what kind of life could make this ordeal feel preferable. Instead of answering, he falls asleep with the guide perched on him, and the guide can only call him a lunatic. The night passes with him sleeping soundly despite the brutal routine. By the next day, he begins practicing control by rattling stones in his hand, trying to extend the sword's precision beyond combat. He pushes that control further until he can suspend multiple stones in the air. Breathing steadily, he concentrates on shaping the movement with exact intent. Blue currents of force weave through the stones as he guides them with growing finesse. The rocks drop and settle, showing that he can now manipulate the technique with deliberate restraint. After 3 days of training, he judges that this level of control over the Sword of Storm scar has become easy. Even so, he feels that simple reaction and control are not the whole skill, and senses that something important is still missing. Before he can dwell on it, another lizard man appears, giving him a fresh chance to test that intuition. He chooses action over overthinking and asks the guide for the next step. The guide tells him to close his eyes, forcing him to stop relying on sight. He obeys, trusting the guide enough to surrender control of the lesson. The guide begins teaching him to move one step at a time and feel the path beneath him. He is told to empty his mind and let the sword lead instead of trying to calculate everything consciously. As he follows that instruction, the sword's flow becomes something he can sense rather than merely think about. The guide reframes combat as instinctive response, urging him to predict through sensation and push forward like a beast. The enemy's attack becomes a vivid line of intent in his perception. He answers that line with a crossing slash, no longer reacting late, but moving with the attack itself. The technique erupts into spectral wolves around him, turning his counter into a true named form. He drives through the moment with fierce certainty, finally reaching the missing piece. The wolf's power crashes down with his blades and overwhelms the lizard man. The system rewards the victory with another large increase in competency, and he realizes he has just touched the skill's real form. The guide explains that he has learned the first sword of the Sword of Storm scar, Wolf's Fang. Although more forms remain, the guide says the next one cannot be taught while he is still fighting such weak enemies, so his progress has hit a temporary ceiling. Still, the guide warmly praises him for mastering the first sword so well. He accepts the praise with quiet satisfaction. The system now recognizes the Sword of Storm scar as an advanced skill at 12% competency, confirming how rare and prestigious it is. Elsewhere, a blue-haired woman grimaces as she forces herself to eat a roasted monster skewer. She can barely stomach it and nearly gags from the taste. By the fire, she openly complains that the food is disgusting. She hates eating humanoid monsters but cannot afford proper supplies, so she endures it while longing for Earth's food. Her homesickness deepens into fantasies of pizza and other ordinary meals she can no longer have. At last she admits the real truth to herself. More than anything, she wants to go back to Earth. At that exact moment, system windows suddenly appear before her. She stares in shock as the message sinks in. The system announces a mandatory special quest called Return to Earth, promising that in 1 week they will return to the world they left, survive there, and then come back for rewards. News of the quest spreads instantly through the community window, and other survivors erupt with disbelief and excitement. Many immediately celebrate, convinced this means they can finally escape the maze and go home. One cautious survivor warns that this may not be good news after all. The others push back, unable to imagine why returning home could be anything but salvation. He reminds them that they entered the maze because Earth had already become overrun by monsters. The memory of Earth's devastation makes the danger impossible to ignore. The room falls into uneasy silence as everyone realizes what waiting on Earth might actually mean. Even so, hope and hunger quickly mix with fear as people start imagining surviving there with the strength they have gained and even finding real food again. Meanwhile, the protagonist experiments with beginner magic, successfully creating Frost Arrow while reading the community chatter. When the guide asks why he keeps checking the community window while casting, he reveals that he is watching the movements of other survivors. The guide misunderstands and asks about a protected place, but he clarifies that he is not interested in that location. He casually fires Frost Arrow and shatters a wall, showing that he can already use the spell in practice. The guide tells him he will understand the timing later, while he decides the return quest means he must conquer the maze even faster. The guide is left baffled by how quickly his priorities have shifted. Soon after, he clears the 7th floor's secret room and opens its treasure chest. Inside is a rune of agility that boosts his agility by 10, giving him a major physical upgrade. He then defeats the 7th floor boss, the elite lizard man, with enough ease to dismiss it as unimpressive. The boss reward includes earrings that raise his mana, improving his magical potential. He also equips better leather armor, gaining both defense and a little more agility. Back with the witch, he acquires another spell, basic detection, which lets him sense the positions of nearby objects. When she asks when he will learn yet another spell, he bluntly says he will do that only after taking everything she can teach him. As he moves on, he keeps one eye on the community window while climbing, still tracking the broader situation. The guide mocks him for constantly checking it, calling the habit an addiction. He downplays it, but admits he has noticed that the loudmouth troublemaker who usually slanders everyone has gone strangely silent. Elsewhere, that very man is indeed panicking, unable to handle a future he never anticipated and terrified of possible retaliation. By contrast, the protagonist looks forward to what the next week will bring. The guide is alarmed that he can sound excited about such a dangerous turn. He reaches the 8th floor, where the quest begins with a boss battle against a giant bird named Markanda and a reward called the Rune of Marnius. The bird boss attacks with a deafening dive the moment he enters its territory. He calmly tracks the incoming strike instead of panicking. The bird's attacks slam into the ground around him, but he reads the pattern quickly. He catches the boss off guard at close range, startling it with how easily he closes the distance. In a single electrified exchange, he flips onto the bird and crushes it out of the air. After winning, he notes that beast-type monsters are easier to catch because they move on instinct. The guide agrees and adds that this swordsmanship was originally made to fight humans, which makes its effectiveness here all the more striking. Since he intends to clear the floor quickly, he decides this is the perfect place to train something other than swordsmanship. He starts combining Frost Arrow with explosive attacks, freezing and detonating threats in the sky. As the battlefield fills with fire and ice, he remarks on how convenient this new approach is. Then he notices something unexpected ahead. At the center of a floating platform stands a solitary basin-like structure that clearly does not belong to the ordinary floor layout. The guide identifies it as the altar of Oman, a god of trials who tests adventurers so they can discover their own strengths and talents. The system confirms that Oman wants to test whoever reaches the altar, with rewards to be decided by the results. He accepts immediately, seeing no reason to refuse a challenge that promises useful gains. The altar activates and a sub-quest begins as Oman prepares his choice. A wall of water rises around the platform, sealing him inside the trial space. The barrier expands into a complete arena, isolating him from the outside world. The basin churns as if something is being born from its depths. Dark liquid spills out and gathers into a shape on the floor. The first test begins as a shadowy water warrior forms before him and Oman demands proof of strength. He initially plans to keep his distance and study the enemy before committing. But the moment he watches it move, he is caught off guard by how sluggish it is. The shadow's attack is so slow that it barely qualifies as a threat to him. He cuts it down at once, passing the first test and gaining a small increase in agility. As the first shadow dissolves back into the altar, he waits for what comes next. Another shadow rises, and he wonders if the trial will simply keep sending stronger versions one after another. The second opponent is faster than the first, but still nowhere near his level. He pierces it cleanly before it can pressure him. With the second test cleared and his power increased, he realizes the altar is measuring him through a gradual progression. The guide confirms that the first two tests represented the average strength of first and second floor adventurers. The explanation continues as another shadow attacks, revealing that the trial is designed to show exactly where his current strength stands compared with each floor. He welcomes that idea, curious to learn just how far above the lower floors he has already climbed. He tears through the third test as well, earning a point of intelligence. The fourth falls just as quickly, rewarding him with more agility. The fifth test is crushed too, adding more power to his growing stats. By the sixth, the shadows finally start using actual skills, and he notes that the trial has reached a more meaningful level. Rather than rely on the sword alone, he activates Frost Arrow to answer the change. The ice spell strikes the shadow head-on and locks its movement. The frozen enemy shatters under the impact. With the sixth test cleared and his mana increased, he proves that even Oman's escalating trial is still well within his control. Tae-san realizes the trial restores his mana after each attempt, so he starts treating it as a place to test abilities without restraint. He immediately exploits that freedom, blasting through the seventh test and gaining more raw power. Wondering whether the summoned shadows match only his current floor, he activates Confusion to probe the system's limits. He follows with Frost Magic and destroys the next shadow before it can resist. After clearing the eighth test and gaining more mana, he grows confident that the challenge is still easy. When no new opponent appears, that confidence turns into suspicion as he waits for the trial to continue. His companion suddenly understands the reason for the delay and mocks how obvious it now seems. The companion explains that Oman's trial normally stops at the adventurer's current floor, and pushing it further costs Oman part of his influence. He adds that Tae-san is unusual enough to tempt Oman into continuing, But the god is hesitating because the other overlords are already under pressure and Oman wants proof without suffering losses. The basin finally reacts, showing that Oman has decided to interfere further despite the cost. Tae-san waits in silence, letting the god make up his mind. Deciding not to waste time, he resolves to force the issue and conquer the maze instead of waiting politely. He strikes the basin itself, provoking a response from the god overseeing the test. The system confirms that Oman's area of interference has been reduced and that a strengthened test is now being offered. His companion bursts into laughter at how Tae-san bullied a god into escalating the challenge. Even the system notes Oman's conflicted feelings before formally demanding that Tae-san prove his strength again. Tae-san welcomes the change, pleased that he can now face shadows from floors he has not yet reached. A new shadow rises, and the real extended trial begins. He meets the first stronger shadow head-on with his sword instead of backing away. As he reads its movement, he prepares to answer skill with skill rather than brute force alone. He cuts through the enemy with a precise and powered slash. The 9th trial falls, boosting his strength again and even triggering spiritual growth and skill proficiency gains, which surprises him. Seeing more strange liquid shadows forming, he demands an explanation for what these things really are. His companion reveals that the shadows are remnants of failed challengers, contracted servants of gods, and collapsed souls offered up to the labyrinth. Armed with that knowledge, Tae-san watches more of those dead adventurers descend toward him. He understands they are traces of vanished explorers and answers them with fire magic. The flames crash into a shadow and tear it apart before it can close in. The fight shifts again as another attack breaks through the smoke. Caught off guard, Tae-san triggers madness to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. He chains that opening into repeated frost attacks, freezing and shattering the foe to clear the 10th trial and gain another surge of strength. From the way they move, he concludes these shadows are not mindless toys of the gods but echoes of real fighters with distinct styles. The next wave arrives faster and more aggressively, confirming his suspicion. By the 13th floor's shadow, he sees the opponents beginning to display a wider range of combat skills. The 14th floor's shadow relies too heavily on flashy abilities, so Tae-san judges it easier than the previous one and cuts it down. The 15th floor's shadow finally presses him in close combat, forcing a direct clash of blades. As he moves to evade, Tae-san wonders whether the shadows have now reached his level or surpassed it. He answers that doubt by launching a fire blast at point-blank range. The explosion engulfs the shadow and briefly seizes the momentum for him. He immediately stacks acceleration and power strike, deciding to overwhelm the enemy before it can recover. His boosted charge lands hard, and he realizes the trial is now revealing far more hidden cards than before. After passing the 15th trial and receiving huge increases to multiple stats, he is stunned by how absurdly profitable this challenge has become. He estimates the trial has already granted him at least 60 stat points, and starts enjoying the madness of it. His companion reminds him that this is only possible because Tae-san is exceptional, and wonders how monstrous he will become by the end. The 18th floor's shadow appears with far more dangerous force, signaling a real jump in difficulty. That shadow gathers a violent core of energy, preparing a desperate counterattack. It lunges in a way that suggests mutual destruction, trying to drag Tae-san down with it. Tae-san's nullification skill erases the first attack entirely, ruining the shadow's gamble. His companion recognizes the failed attempt at mutual destruction and notes that the enemy's last resort has been neutralized. He also points out how unfair nullification is in practice, since opponents cannot react to it before it has already saved Tae-san. The 19th floor's shadow arrives wielding heavier weapons and greater pressure than the earlier ones. The floor itself cracks under the force of the exchange, showing how much stronger the battle has become. When the system labels the enemy impossible to beat, Tae-san takes it as a judgment from the gods and dismisses their opinion. Instead of wavering, he triggers multiple battle-oriented buffs at once, and his growing appetite for hard fights turns the warning into fuel. He closes the distance and attacks before the shadow can fully exploit its advantage. The shadow catches and redirects the flow of the fight, proving it can answer him with technique as well as power. It then activates Assault, committing to a twisting attack pattern meant to break through his guard. Tae-san instantly recognizes the skill, remembers its forced trajectory and exposed back, and identifies the weakness he can punish. He accelerates through the opening and cuts into the shadow from the blind side. Power strike drives the blow deeper, nearly finishing the enemy. After clearing the 19th trial, he admits that his earlier buff-heavy victories will not come so easily from here on. The 20th floor's shadow appears behind him, already moving like a true final wall for this test. It unleashes a skill called Absolute Victory, trying to crush his will before the duel is decided. Tae-san overcomes that pressure through focus alone and accepts that the trial should finally be this hard. The shadow keeps attacking relentlessly, refusing to let him recover. Their clash detonates across the arena as both sides commit everything. Tae-san uses Deflect to turn aside part of the assault, but the enemy still breaks through and lands a punishing hit. The blow leaves him bloodied, proving that this opponent can no longer be handled cleanly. He answers by invoking Madness again, trying to destabilize the shadow before it can press the advantage. The shadow responds with Backlash, a counter that throws him away with force proportional to his own stats. Even while hurt, Tae-san identifies the skill and notes that the enemy is now close to collapse if he can land one more clean finish. He launches himself back into the fight without hesitation. Acceleration and power strike combine in a desperate finishing rush. The shadow tries to reform and endure the impact, but its body is already failing. Tae-san takes damage in the exchange, yet his strike finally tears through the enemy. To survive the aftermath, he activates the robe's movement skill and repositions before the shadow can answer. The enemy falters, left standing only by momentum. Certain the end has come, Tae-san offers a curt farewell. He cuts through the last of the 20th floor's shadow and wins the extended trial. The reward is enormous, raising nearly every core stat so much that he collapses to the floor from exhaustion. As he catches his breath, he senses something is still wrong. His expression tightens when he realizes the trial has not truly ended. A small new shadow crawls out of the basin while he is still seated and vulnerable. That tiny remnant begins drawing in ominous energy from a darker space beyond the arena. Tae-san feels the atmosphere turn hostile and understands a final hidden danger is forming. Instead of panicking, he forces a grim smile and decides to stop here on his own terms. He raises his hands and tells Oman that this is as far as he will go. The system accepts his decision, announces the end of Oman's trial, and notes that Oman gives no verdict on the result. When his status window appears, Tae-san sees that he has reached level 21 and is in his best condition overall despite the ordeal. His companion is astonished that someone from the 8th floor could defeat a 20th floor enemy at all, calling Tae-san's growth absurd. The system confirms that Oman's interference has been greatly reduced and that rewards are being granted. Tae-san receives the Ring of Proof and an additional buff skill, Proof of Limitation, for clearing the strengthen test. When Oman offers him an apostle contract, Tae-san refuses immediately. The basin reacts by splashing him in the face, as if the god is annoyed by the rejection. Even so, Oman promises they will meet again, and Tae-san is returned from the trial space. Back in the labyrinth, Tae-san decides the test was valuable because it revealed his current limit at the 20th floor, and he plans to share that information with his allies later. He then checks a secret room reward and obtains stronger ankle protection to improve defense and agility. Standing over the defeated 8th floor boss Markandarusha, he remarks that the floor now feels much easier than before. His companion explains that ordinary growth would never have made him this strong so quickly, and credits Tae-san's spiritual power and Oman's fickle intervention for the leap. Among the 8th floor rewards, Tae-san acquires the Rune of Marnius, an item that can grant attributes to a weapon. He also receives a secret identification reward, an always active skill called Touch of Exploitation that steals some stamina whenever he deals damage. With the available rewards collected, he decides to resume descending the labyrinth, now only 4 days away from returning to Earth. On the 9th floor, hobgoblins rush him as the next obstacle. They attack in a coordinated charge, showing far more discipline than ordinary goblins. Tae-san meets the assault calmly and cuts through their formation. He notes that they are still easy for him, but is surprised that goblins can now be stronger than the lizard men he fought earlier. His companion explains that such improvement implies training under a capable leader and asks if Tae-san can guess who that leader is. Tae-san realizes the former goblin lord he once defeated has been replaced, and that the current goblin lord must be waiting on this floor. Soon the 9th floor boss appears, the hobgoblin patriarch, a shamanic ruler armed with skull magic. The patriarch opens with dark sorcery, trying to overwhelm Tae-san before a proper duel begins. Tae-san turns into the attack without fear. He activates his secret robe and slips through the opening the spell leaves behind. One clean counter is enough to kill the hobgoblin patriarch and end the battle instantly. With the boss dead, Tae-san and his companion move deeper into the chamber instead of leaving immediately. He uses trap remover on the wall, uncovering a hidden mechanism and a concealed path. Recognizing the clue, he follows it without hesitation. The hidden route leads to a deeper chamber where a horned goblin ruler waits beneath hanging crystals. Tae-san approaches the throne room directly, with his companion following close behind. There he encounters Lutare, the true goblin lord, who immediately asks whether Tae-san was the one who defeated Heijua. Tae-san gives no answer at first, choosing to listen. Lutare reveals that Heijua died fighting a monster, and implies that a warrior like Tae-san must have given him a worthy end. Tae-san answers with respect, saying he will thank Lutare in Heijua's place. Lutare then asks why Tae-san stripped Heijua of his title as Goblin Lord. He explains that if death was inevitable, he wanted to leave something behind, and that dying as a Goblin Lord was better than dying as a nameless goblin. Tae-san concludes that Heijua acted out of greed, but the answer is more complicated than simple ambition. Lutare admits the situation feels strange, yet accepts it, and prepares himself for the same fate. He asks Tae-san for a true warrior's fight. Tae-san silently agrees to answer that request seriously. Their duel begins with a violent exchange of spear and twin blades. As the countdown to Earth continues in the background, Tae-san presses the attack while Lutare roars through the pain. Lutare soon admits that he cannot match Tae-san's swordsmanship or superior techniques. Tae-san offers him a chance to surrender instead of dying. Lutare refuses at once and throws himself back into the fight. He declares that even without any hope of victory, he wants his final moments to be worthy of a king. Moved by that resolve, Tae-san decides to answer with his own full strength. The force of their clash shakes the chamber and sends the hanging crystals ringing. After being blasted back into the wall, Luttare admits defeat but says he is satisfied because Tae-san pushed him this far. He urges Tae-san to keep going, and Tae-san accepts the fallen king's final gift, a modified spear. The system confirms Tae-san's victory over Luttare. For killing a tribal ruler, he gains the title King's Slayer, which strengthens him and improves rewards when facing lords, kings, or patriarchs. He also masters a basic concealment spell called Covering Sheet, which hides signs of his presence. Later, an old merchant is shocked that Tae-san spends half his fortune on potions, but Tae-san insists he needs them for a plan. He leaves the shop and continues downward through the labyrinth. As he walks, the 9th floor reward equips him with high-speed boots that further improve his movement. He also claims the 9th floor's secret reward, the Radiant Frost Sword, and is pleased to finally replace his weapon. At last he reaches the entrance to the 10th floor. The new floor opens into a vast ruined area, making clear that the final stage of this descent is beginning. His companion quietly notes that their time in the labyrinth is almost over. Tae-san brings up the companion's old request for revenge against the one who killed him on the 10th floor, confirming that he has not forgotten. They arrive before a vine-covered grave marker, the trace of the companion's death, and the reason for that promise. A grateful voice thanks Tae-san for allowing even the small trace of a forgotten existence to remain. Tae-san stands in a strange in-between space with the ghost still beside him, waiting for whatever comes next. The ghost reveals that his world has already been destroyed and that he himself is dead, so all he can do now is leave behind some trace of his people. He regrets that he cannot finish teaching Tae-san everything, but entrusts him with reaching the next level of swordsmanship and offers a sincere farewell. Tae-san admits he still does not know what answer to give, especially with his return to Earth suddenly imminent, so he postpones the decision. Before he can dwell on it further, the floor erupts and a new trial begins. A 10th floor ogre appears as the final obstacle before the boss room. Tae-san meets the ogre's attack head-on instead of retreating. He overwhelms the monster in a single exchange and drives it into the wall with ease. The system confirms his victory, and Tae-san dismisses the fight as trivial. With the path clear, he enters the 10th floor's secret room. Rather than simply smashing the trap, he carefully disarms it and improves his trap removal skill in the process. The ghost notices that Tae-san is deliberately taking the slower, more efficient route and wonders why he is lingering. His caution pays off when he successfully claims the secret room's reward, a blue ring that increases mana. At last he reaches the boss room door. The ghost reminds him that beyond the boss and hidden room lies the one who murdered him, and defeating that enemy will finally complete his lingering quest. Tae-san studies a rune and an engraving order, learning that he can add special properties to his weapon. He uses both items on the Radiant Frost Sword, raising its power and giving it lightning attributes with a chance to slow enemies. Armed with the upgraded sword, Tae-san turns to the ghost and confirms that the spirit is truly in existence bound inside this maze. The ghost explains that although he is only present because of Tae-san, his true root remains tied to his grave. Tae-san realizes that the quest has temporarily linked the ghost to him rather than leaving him solely bound to the maze. He pushes the idea further and wonders which bond would take priority if some higher judgment had to choose between the maze and the quest. The ghost is baffled by Tae-san's line of thinking and cannot follow where he is going with it. Before the ghost can press him, a violent distortion tears open the space ahead of them. The rift reveals Earth, and the system announces that the wait is over and Tae-san's return is happening now. A special quest begins at the same moment, and the ghost is thrown into confusion as the transfer starts. Tae-san is pulled through the passage while the ghost calls out to him in alarm. He closes his eyes and lets the forced return carry him away. The transfer sweeps him across the void toward Earth. The journey through the cosmic corridor continues at overwhelming speed. Then the ruined city of Earth comes into view beneath him. When he wakes on the ground, Tae-san immediately recognizes the smell of asphalt and knows he is no longer in the maze. He confirms that he has returned to the exact same place where he arrived last time. The ghost, dragged along with him, panics and demands to know where they are. As the ghost realizes this place was never part of the maze, Tae-san notes that this time he did not return alone. Tae-san gets to his feet and starts moving. He enters a wrecked convenience store to gather supplies from the abandoned world around him. The rotten smell tells him most of the food has spoiled during the 3 months that have passed on Earth. He decides to take only what still seems usable. Among the ruined stock, he finds canned goods that may still be safe. Instead of searching for fuel, he casually uses magic to roast food, leaving the ghost speechless. Tae-san enjoys the result, while the ghost questions why he would cook with such an absurd method. The ghost learns that items from the maze can be brought back to Earth, and that the system prioritizes the player's ownership when judging what returns. Tae-san admits he still does not know whether that rule can apply to a living being like the ghost. Outside, the ghost stares at ruined cars and buildings, trying to understand this unfamiliar world while Tae-san explains them in the simplest terms. Tae-san then points out the ominous square distortions scattered through the city and asks whether the ghost knows what they are. As if in answer, a purple rupture opens above a rooftop. The ghost recognizes it as the same kind of invasion that drove him into the maze in the first place and identifies the invaders as the beings still ravaging his world. He senses a power unlike the usual kind and decides he needs a closer look, while Tae-san considers whether to rely on identification. A green slime-like creature drops out of the rupture and attacks immediately. Tae-san catches the creature barehanded before it can touch him. The ghost suddenly realizes what the creature might be. Tae-san holds the writhing thing out and asks for the ghost's judgment. The ghost suspects it resembles a servant of the gods, but its energy is wrong enough to make that conclusion uncertain. He concludes that the creature comes from outside their known system, yet cannot identify who would have sent it. What he can say for certain is that its owner must be an extremely powerful existence, perhaps even beyond Rakurata's. Tae-san takes that warning in without showing much reaction. He simply activates fire and burns the creature away. The ghost realizes Tae-san brought him here partly to use his knowledge, but accepts it because the trip also let him witness a new world. The special quest finally gives its objective: reach Anyang's city hall alive. With no more guidance than that, they head into the ruined city. As they walk through empty streets, Tae-san reflects that most people likely stayed on Earth instead of entering the maze and trusted someone else to save them. He sees the consequences of that choice in the bodies and blood left behind. The ghost is shaken by the sight of the dead scattered through the city. When the ghost asks why Tae-san is moving so slowly despite his strength, Tae-san says there is someone he wants to meet. The ghost assumes he means old companions from the maze, but Tae-san says the people he wants are different and nearby. For the moment, he keeps that thought to himself and continues on. Soon another survivor notices them from cover. The stranger greets Tae-san and confirms that he also received the quest to go to City Hall. Tae-san studies him carefully instead of answering at once. The young man tries to place Tae-san by asking whether he came from normal mode rather than hard mode. He introduces himself as Young-gun and proudly states that he is from hard mode. He invites Tae-san to join a nearby group of survivors, and the offer stirs memories in Tae-san of the same smiling face from his previous life. Tae-san's reaction is subtle enough that Young-gun only notices a pause. After weighing his memories, Tae-san agrees to go with him. The two set off together toward the survivor group. Young-gun returns to the others like a hero and immediately checks on their safety. The survivors greet him with relief and make it clear they rely on him completely. He introduces Tae-san as someone from normal mode and encourages everyone to welcome him. Tae-san notes that there are around 100 survivors here and quietly realizes that none of them can perceive the ghost floating beside him. As he looks over the crowd, he confirms that not a single face matches the people he remembers from before. Young-gun gathers everyone's attention and takes command. He announces that they have assembled enough people and urges the group to head for City Hall together. When fear spreads through the crowd, Young-gun reassures them by promising that he will protect everyone himself. The survivors immediately cling to that promise, and Tae-san watches their dependence in silence. Young-gun leads the procession at the front with sword and shield in hand. The ghost is puzzled that people who enter the maze seem this weak and passive. He judges Young-gun useful by their standards, but still too limited to survive the deeper maze floors. Tae-san, meanwhile, wonders why Young-gun matters so much to him, and why he is willing to stay with this crowd at all. A panicked warning interrupts his thoughts as another monster appears nearby. A slime-like monster emerges among the survivors, and the system registers its appearance. Young-gun instantly focuses on the threat. He orders the others to stay put while he handles it alone. Tae-san judges that the creature is weak by maze standards, but among this group only someone from hard mode can face it safely. Young-gun throws himself into battle and manages to hold the monster off. He fights desperately and eventually cuts it down. After winning, he raises his sword and calls the others forward again, basking in their admiration. Tae-san remains unmoved while the rest of the group celebrates Young-gun's bravery. This pattern repeats itself as they continue the march. Each time a monster appears, Young-gun steps forward and defeats the one everyone can see. The rest of the survivors do nothing but hide and wait for him to save them. Tae-san anticipates the real danger. If another monster appears while Young-gun is occupied, the helpless crowd will be slaughtered. That exact crisis arrives when a second monster bursts into the group and sends everyone fleeing in terror. As the panic spreads, Tae-san quietly prepares to intervene without revealing himself. One terrified survivor is about to be devoured before anyone can help him. Then the attack is stopped so suddenly that the victim cannot even understand what happened. All that remains is blood on the ground, and the survivors can only conclude that the monster vanished on its own. Young-gun rushes back and is told that the second monster disappeared without anyone defeating it. That report unsettles him, because by his understanding no one else there should have been capable of such a feat. His suspicion drifts toward the calm stranger in the cloak. He remembers how Tae-san stayed composed from the start, as if he had expected this exact situation. The thought becomes even sharper when he turns over Tae-san's name in his mind. Unable to resolve it, Young-gun forces himself to keep moving with the group. He rallies everyone again and pushes the march towards City Hall. The survivors obey and continue following him. Young-gun's visible protection goes on without pause. At the same time, Tae-san secretly eliminates the hidden threats that appear beyond Young-gun's notice, preserving the group from collapse. So the journey continues under two different kinds of protection, though only one is seen. Watching the crowd cower and scatter, the ghost grows furious that they never even try to unite or resist. He condemns them as people who refuse to risk anything for their own survival. His disgust turns into open rage at the idea that such timid people were allowed into the maze at all. Tae-san notes that he has never seen the ghost this angry before and is relieved the survivors cannot hear him. Young-gun, in contrast, kneels to comfort a frightened woman and tells her that strength comes only through repeated struggle and survival. The ghost can only wonder in disbelief how people this fragile managed to stay alive for so long. Tae-san explains that these people likely entered an easier version of the maze, unlike him. The ghost is stunned, because he believed there was only one maze in the world. Tae-san lets that surprise hang for a moment before deciding to explain. He tells the ghost they need to talk seriously about how the maze is structured. Tae-san reveals that there are separate modes: easy, normal, hard, and solo, and that each has different monsters and bosses even if the overall floor layout is the same. He adds that the maze he knows is not normally split this way, except when the gods temporarily divide dimensions before restoring them. That makes the ghost suspect someone may have artificially created this version. Tae-san immediately follows that possibility to its logical conclusion. He theorizes that some powerful being may have copied the structure of an extraordinary maze without truly understanding it, which would explain the strange layered modes. Yet the scale of such tampering is so immense that he can only imagine a godlike existence being responsible, and even then the motive remains unclear. He also notices that the monsters appearing so far are all low rank, as if the hidden hand behind this world is controlling the danger instead of simply trying to wipe everyone out. That pattern reminds him of how gods sometimes watch mortals struggle and grow stronger through hardship. The ghost, still disgusted by the crowd, wants to skip straight to the destination, but Tae-san says there is no point arriving early when they still need to observe what is happening. The ghost accuses him of secretly helping people because he likes saving others, but Tae-san denies that outright. He says he does not help everyone, only those who show potential. When asked why he is helping now, Tae-san's attention settles on Young-gun as the one person worth investing in. He admits the others mean nothing to him except that their deaths would break Young-gun and ruin that potential. With that thought settled, Tae-san keeps watching the young leader from the shadows of the crowd. Ahead of them, Young-gun continues walking under the weight of his own thoughts. The ruined city stretches on around them as the march drags forward. Young-gun remembers that in Tae-san's previous life he too once led people like this. That memory leaves him shaken enough to bring tears to his eyes. He recalls that despite leading everyone onward, he eventually reached City Hall completely alone. As evening falls, the city grows eerily quiet except for the monsters still roaming the streets. The survivors stop to eat the monster meat they brought from the maze, enduring it because they have little else. Even while eating, they complain that the meat tastes awful. They conclude that despite the taste, relying on food brought from the maze is safer than risking another trip into the city for supplies. While the others go hungry, the hooded stranger calmly eats his own food in front of them. The starving survivors whisper enviously about his meal, and the stranger notices their attention. A blond man steps in to demand a share, assuming the stranger should recognize his status. The crowd realizes the bully is Lee Chang-suk, leader of the Athene Guild, and fears what that means. Lee threatens the stranger with guild retaliation and death in the maze unless he hands the food over. The stranger coolly answers that Lee may not even survive long enough to make that threat matter. Still eating, he recalls Athene as a guild that abused its power and tried to dominate the maze, which only enrages Lee further. He adds that Athene was wiped out in the second return, and Lee lunges at him in fury. Before the attack lands, another voice cuts in and stops the confrontation. Young-gun steps between them and tells Lee this is no longer his private matter. Lee tries to put Young-gun in his place, but Young-gun shuts him up by grabbing his face mid-threat. Lee is stunned to discover the seemingly mild Young-gun is strong enough to overpower him. The hooded stranger watches the shift in silence. Young-gun warns that people are free to judge him, but if Lee crosses the line he will answer for it. To prove it, Young-gun drives a brutal body blow into Lee. Lee can only gasp as the hit lands harder than he expected. Young-gun throws him to the ground and makes it clear he can discard him whenever he wants. The room falls quiet as everyone sees Young-gun in a far harsher light. Even the survivors whisper that this is the first time they have seen Young-gun act so frighteningly, while the stranger remains unreadable. Night settles over the ruined city as the tension gives way to uneasy calm. Later, Young-gun sits alone on watch beside a small fire, carrying the burden of leadership by himself. The stranger approaches and points out that Young-gun has fought the most and is still taking the night watch. Young-gun admits the others fear him and worry they will be abandoned by the group. He explains that he had no choice but to rule firmly, because too many dangers lie ahead for the group to survive without discipline. He remembers protecting the survivors from monsters and leading them forward with his sword. That memory includes him thanking the stranger, because the stranger's advice and skills made that protection possible. The stranger studies him more seriously. He asks whether Young-gun really needs to go so far for people who may not make it anyway. Then he tests him by asking whether, with his strength, reaching City Hall alone would not be easy. Young-gun is shaken when the stranger bluntly states the hard truth of hard mode. Some people are simply fated to live and others to die. The stranger reminds him that survival in hard mode is nearly impossible, so anyone who has lived there understands how cruel that reality is. He presses further, asking why Young-gun is so attached to people whose deaths may only be delayed, not prevented. The question hits Young-gun harder than any attack. He demands to know why the stranger would say something so merciless. Yet even in anger, Young-gun cannot shake the weight behind those words. He senses that the stranger speaks like someone who has witnessed countless deaths firsthand. Yoongun grips his sword and realizes more clearly that this man cannot be an ordinary normal mode survivor. Unable to ignore it any longer, he asks who the stranger really is. The stranger avoids a direct answer and instead notes that this is the first time Yoongun has looked at him with real resolve. As he walks away, he says Yoongun clearly has a goal and promises to speak more once they reach City Hall. Yoongun is left staring after him, more unsettled than before. Alone by the fire, he can only wonder who this man truly is. Morning arrives and the group resumes its push through the city. Yoongun rouses the exhausted survivors and drives them onward. He encourages them by saying City Hall is only 2 hours away, giving the group a burst of hope. Sword in hand, he leads from the front as their protector. He has already figured out one rule the others missed: monsters attack people who are actively heading for City Hall, so he orders everyone behind him when they appear. He has also realized that anyone traveling there alone is either already dead or has already arrived, which explains why group movement is so dangerous. That danger becomes immediate when 3 monsters appear at once. Yoongun orders everyone to run. The survivors panic and stampede, turning the retreat into chaos. Yoongun knows he cannot reliably handle 3 monsters at once, and the situation becomes worse when a child is caught in their path. He throws himself in front of the child and intercepts the attack. Realizing City Hall is close, he decides all he has to do is buy enough time for the others to reach it. He activates Breathless Strike and launches himself into a desperate counterattack. His blade carves into one monster, but the others keep pressing. He uses Calmness Powder to create an opening and disrupt the monster's advance. The item detonates on contact and blinds the creatures in a burst of light. Using the screen, Yoongun sweeps through them with a wide attack to hold the line. He believes he only needs to endure a little longer and starts calling to the others. But when he looks back, he finds the group still standing there instead of fleeing. His confusion turns to dread as more monsters appear around the survivors. In moments, the entire group is surrounded. The same people who feared his authority now beg him to save them. Yoongun cannot understand why the monsters are so intent on killing them all. With his items spent and the odds hopeless, he realizes he cannot win and cannot even stall without everyone dying. For one terrible moment, he wonders if he should abandon them and escape alone. The thought itself disgusts him. He knows he might survive by himself, because his speed and strength are enough to dodge the monsters. The possibility tempts him as exhaustion closes in. But he cannot easily cast aside the people who trusted him and followed him this far. He breaks down, deciding that if he meant to abandon them, he should never have saved them in the first place, and resolves to protect them to the very end. Even after making that choice, he still has no idea how to save everyone. The survivors notice his hesitation and ask what is wrong. Yoongun wishes not to die for them, but to have enough power to keep them alive. The stranger silently judges that Yoongun is good-hearted, though not someone naturally willing to throw away his life for others. Then the stranger asks the question that matters most: is Yoongun leaving them or not? The accusation cuts straight into Yoongun's guilt. He steels himself instead of looking away. Facing the stranger amid the monsters, Yoongun asks whether he is being blamed for wavering. The stranger says no, insisting he will not condemn Yoongun for whichever choice he makes and that he is only curious about what truly happened that day. Yoongun clenches his shield and admits to himself that he does not want to run. Through tears, he confesses that if only he were stronger, he could save everyone. At that instant, a monster is suddenly cut down by a blue slash from nowhere. More blue strikes tear through the surrounding monsters before they can reach Yoongun. The hooded stranger finally moves, stepping into the fight with effortless precision. He tells Yoongun to treat this as a small diversion. Yoongun can only stare as the impossible rescue unfolds in front of him. A larger monster tries to close in on the stranger from behind. Instead of retreating, the stranger lets the monsters gather around him as if inviting the attack. He remains completely calm. With a casual strike, he obliterates the threat and tells the group to continue on to City Hall. Thanks to that intervention, the survivors finally reach City Hall alive. Families and companions reunite in relief as the group pours into the refuge. The people already there are shocked that such a large group managed to arrive together at all. They assume Yoongun must be the hard-mode fighter who protected everyone. Yoongun tries to deny taking the credit. The stranger quietly appears beside him before he can explain. Yoongun brushes the praise aside and turns back to helping the newly arrived survivors get settled. The stranger reflects that City Hall looks crowded, but compared with Anyang's original population, the number of survivors is horrifyingly small. He estimates that only around 100,000 people may still be alive. Inside the building, the survivors spread out through the damaged halls and open spaces. The stranger waits apart from the crowd, leaning against a wall and keeping his distance. A tossed water bottle interrupts his solitude. Yoongun approaches awkwardly, offers the drink, and greets him properly as Kang Taesun from solo mode. He praises Taesun's breathless strike and admits the skill has been extremely useful to him. Yoongun says he once doubted the community's information, but after learning and using the skill himself, he knows it was true. More importantly, he says Taesun's words kept him from making a shameful choice, and Taesun dismisses the gratitude as unnecessary. Taesun reminds him that Yoongun was the one who chose to lead and protect the group in the first place. That simple acknowledgement leaves Yoongun speechless. Overcome, Yoongun grabs Taesun's hands before he can slip away. He blurts out his thanks, calling Tae-san both his teacher and his lifesaver. His gratitude spirals into an earnest promise to follow Tae-san's lead from now on, until Tae-san shuts him down by smacking him with the bottle. Young-gun instantly bounces back into cheerful admiration, while Tae-san is disturbed by how attached he has suddenly become. Their strange exchange is interrupted when a woman arrives looking for Young-gun. Young-gun greets her warmly as Kim Wai-yun. She introduces herself as a hard-mode survivor and says she has come to explain the situation at City Hall. Young-gun excitedly presents Tae-san as the solo-mode player Kong Tae-san, while Tae-san recognizes Wai-yun from his previous life as a major hard-mode leader. Wai-yun says they should all go in together, but warns that although at least 100,000 people have gathered, only about 1,000 can actually fight the monsters. She explains that most survivors came from easy or normal mode, and City Hall is already suffering from shortages of food, space, and stability. Before the next quest begins, she says they need to identify who is truly in command here. Tae-san immediately understands the problem when she mentions that an easy-mode man named Choi Young-hyuk seized authority by force. Wai-yun recounts how he shouted her down by turning her criticism into an insult against easy-mode survivors. Worse, he has been holding people captive to secure his control, so she delayed direct confrontation. When Young-gun asks who was imprisoned, she names Lee Tae-yun and Kang Jun-hyuk. The captives are shown restrained and unable to resist. Tae-san's expression hardens as he asks why they were taken in the first place. Wai-yun admits she does not know the details, but Tae-san realizes there must be another reason because those two should be strong enough to defeat Young-gun easily. Wai-yun argues they should keep watching since no one has died yet, but Tae-san rejects waiting. She is startled by the sudden resolve in his voice. Tae-san decides to crush the schemer immediately and demands to know where he is. Wai-yun tries to stop him, insisting that even now violence and crime must be forbidden. Tae-san challenges her faith in law, asking why rules should matter after the world has already collapsed. Even so, Wai-yun refuses to yield. She insists that rules must survive the collapse, and that humans must never kill other humans. Tae-san falls silent, because he has heard this conviction from her before. He reflects that Kim Wai-yun has always been exactly the same. In his memory, she was always stern about preserving order. He remembers that in the third return she fought to the end under that belief and died for it. Even in death, she was still trying to uphold rules and save everyone. Back in the present, Wai-yun decides Tae-san is dangerous enough that she may have to stop him herself. She moves to restrain him before he can act. Tae-san drops her with a single blow before she can interfere. Young-gun panics at seeing Wai-yun hurt, but Tae-san tells him to stay back and watch. Tae-san plants his feet and prepares to move with overwhelming force. He launches himself down the corridor in a burst of speed and power. His charge tears through the hallway like a shockwave, leaving Young-gun and the fallen Wai-yun behind. As he closes in on his target, Tae-san names Choi Young-hyuk and vows that this time he will deal with him as well. Ahead, the self-proclaimed ruler stands by the shattered window, already reveling in his stolen authority. Choi Young-hyuk greets that power with a smug smile, convinced this is what true strength looks like. A desperate man begs the people threatening him to spare his family. The gray-haired enforcer coldly reminds him that the contract already made his family collateral and demands payment if he wants them to live. That same man is interrupted when a strange noise from outside breaks his confidence. He looks out and is stunned to find a powerful monster raging nearby, far beyond what he expected. Elsewhere, a civilian is nearly struck by danger before anyone can react. A young swordsman in white cuts in at the last second and saves him with a clean, decisive strike. When the rescued man asks why he helped, the swordsman answers with simple goodwill, saying people should help each other in times like this. The man outwardly agrees, but his smile hides contempt rather than gratitude. As he runs off, he privately mocks that kindness as stupidity and decides to exploit it. He reflects that the maze has no real law, so a small push can drive people into chaos. In his view, stronger players naturally dominate weaker ones through force and intimidation. And when fear is not enough, rewards are enough to keep people obedient and silent. Delighted by how easily people followed him, he revels in the control he gained. That smug satisfaction is cut short when someone confronts him and asks whether he is enjoying himself. The confrontation reveals two captives, a blue-haired young woman and a brown-haired young man, bound in chains and furious at his arrogance. He laughs off their anger, admits their strength, and boasts that luck still favored him. He recalls being summoned safely near City Hall without even meeting monsters, which convinced him fortune was on his side. He also learned that the solo mode players he feared were weaker than expected, and he was able to overpower them easily. From that, he concluded that solo mode survivors focus only on staying alive and are not truly formidable. So when these stronger captives arrived, he was startled at first but quickly returned to scheming. He proved his point by taking a solo mode player hostage at knife point, using brains instead of strength. With that hostage, he forced the others to stand down by threatening to kill their fellow survivor if they resisted. The blue-haired captive can only curse his cowardly cunning. He lectures her that caring about hostages made her easy to manipulate, and that kindness only made her weak. He doubles down, insisting the solo mode players are insignificant. Then a new voice from the doorway quietly challenges that claim. An explosion tears through the entrance, instantly shattering the room's balance. The gray-haired man realizes too late that someone terrifying has arrived. Out of the smoke steps a cloaked young man with overwhelming composure. The captor panics as the bound pair stare in shock, sensing who it might be. The newcomer is recognized as Kang Tae-san. He enters without haste, as if the chaos around him means nothing. The gray-haired man immediately senses that Tae-san is far more dangerous than anyone he has faced. His instincts scream that letting Tae-san get close would be fatal. That fear alone nearly paralyzes him. Tae-san remains calm, almost faintly amused by the panic he causes. Desperate, the captor brandishes a communicator and threatens to order the deaths of captives in other locations if Tae-san advances. Tae-san pauses, listening rather than reacting. Before the threat can settle, another voice interrupts from elsewhere in the building. Other captives reveal themselves from a nearby room. They challenge the captor directly, demanding to know how he can threaten prisoners so casually, and what he truly wants. He regains his composure once he has an audience again. He declares that all he wants is personal safety and authority, promising the captives will live if those demands are met. Kim Woo-yeon rejects that outright, refusing to hand power to someone from easy mode who built his position on abuse. He counters by claiming that strength alone is not leadership, and boasting that he has long experience managing people. He belittles Woo-yeon as naive and insists she cannot match his experience. Confident that no one will kill a human in front of allies, he convinces himself he is untouchable even with Tae-san present. Tae-san quietly tells him that assumption is completely wrong. In the next instant, the communicator in the man's hand is destroyed before he can even react. He can only stare in disbelief. Unable to track Tae-san's movement at all, he realizes even his eyes failed to follow the attack. Tae-san closes in and turns the man's own logic back on him, showing that someone who oppresses others can just as easily become the target. Tae-san's gaze makes clear that this is not a bluff. The captor lashes out in panic and tries to kill Tae-san outright. He brings the building down on Tae-san, hoping brute force will succeed where threats failed. Witnesses cry out, convinced Tae-san has been crushed. The collapse detonates into dust and debris. The bound captives watch in alarm, unsure what just happened. The gray-haired man briefly celebrates, thinking he finally damaged Tae-san's impossible defense and can finish him. System messages immediately crush that hope by announcing that Tae-san activated interception and took no damage at all. The captives are left speechless by the result. More messages repeat the same verdict, making Tae-san's invulnerability undeniable. He emerges from the wreckage untouched, as if the collapse was meaningless. His expression stays calm, which only makes him more frightening. Terrified, the gray-haired man calls all his followers to swarm Tae-san. Armed subordinates rush in from one room. More pour in from elsewhere, surrounding Tae-san in numbers. The gray-haired leader throws them at Tae-san as a shield and a weapon at once. Tae-san answers by forming a weapon of ice without the slightest urgency. Woo-yeon understands his anger but tries to stop him from protecting people who may not deserve it. Tae-san stands alone in the center of the mob and tells her that she does not need to protect these people. He tightens his grip on the ice weapon and commits to action. Then he cuts through the attackers in a single overwhelming sweep. The gray-haired leader watches in horror as the slaughter unfolds instantly. When the dust settles, Tae-san stands among corpses and explains that sheer numbers would have mattered against ordinary fighters, but not here. He leaves the rest of the thought hanging as he closes the distance again. The leader finally understands that he is completely outmatched. Tae-san seizes him and flatly refuses to let him escape. Outside, people in the safe zone remain restless and bored, unaware of the bloodshed above them. Even the floating spirit complains about the lack of news and the inability to use the internet. A sudden impact interrupts the idle mood. People look up in terror as part of the building is destroyed and two figures appear high above, making them think a monster attacked. Then they realize one of the figures is human, not a monster. The spirit excitedly recognizes that Tae-san has finally started doing something entertaining. The gray-haired man struggles helplessly in Tae-san's grip and calls him insane. He scrambles for footing on the broken edge, shaken by Tae-san's total disregard for fear. He demands to know why someone like Tae-san even exists. Tae-san answers with chilling familiarity, saying he has heard those words before and pities him because he died in Tae-san's hands both times. The man cannot comprehend what Tae-san means. Tae-san crushes his head with brutal finality. The witnesses inside freeze in shock at the sheer violence. Tae-san calmly adds that this is also how the man died before, confirming that he remembers another timeline. He lets the corpse fall from the shattered building. As the body drops, Tae-san names him Choi Young-hyuk, as if closing a case. The people below gather around the mangled corpse in stunned silence. Back inside, panic erupts as everyone realizes Tae-san has killed a person without hesitation. Fear turns instantly into condemnation, and they brand him a murderer. Tae-san walks away from the uproar while the spirit asks what things were like for him before. He explains that in his previous life he was just an ordinary easy mode player, while that dead man had been easy mode's leader. Back then, Tae-san suffered greatly and needed months in the maze to become strong enough to barely defeat him. Now, looking at the blood on his hand, he notes that killing him this time was easy. A younger ally approaches him cautiously and warns that he may now be in trouble. When told others are already talking, Tae-san dismisses it and says he does not care. He adds that they will not be able to keep talking for much longer anyway. At that moment, someone elsewhere slams a hand down in outrage. A group of older officials insists Tae-san cannot be allowed to get away with killing and demands punishment under the law. They elevate the matter into a formal call for legal punishment at City Hall. Even while admitting Choi Young-hyuk started the conflict, they condemn Tae-san's response as excessive vigilantism. Their pressure mounts until Wai-yun rises from her seat. She points out the obvious problem. Punishing someone who defeated a force even she could not handle would be reckless. One elder tries to interrupt her authority with condescension. He lectures that the world cannot favor reckless power, and insists everything must be controlled by law rather than brute force. Wai-yun realizes she cannot reason with men who are clinging to old institutions. She bitterly reflects that she invited them for help only to discover how ignorant they are of the new world. In her eyes, they never truly tried to overcome the maze and only consumed what their followers brought them while talking endlessly. Their own fear betrays them as they wonder who could possibly punish Tae-san or survive provoking him. Wai-yun steels herself as she sees through their motives. She understands that they are not defending justice at all. What they really want is to reclaim the authority they lost before the world changed. Their demand for immediate punishment is interrupted by a new system alert. One of the elders checks the message, suddenly uncertain. Another reads it and realizes something serious has begun. The system announces a special quest. In 12 hours, waves of enemies will attack from all directions, and everyone must defend City Hall. The news spreads at once, and people rush to Wai-yun in panic because monsters are coming. She suppresses the chaos, orders everyone to calm down, and takes command despite one coward already trying to hide in the deepest area. When she turns back, the officials who were demanding punishment have quietly fled. She curses them for abandoning responsibility the moment real danger appears. Outside, Tae-san reads the same quest and trusts that Wai-yun can handle the defense, just as she did well in his previous life. Before he can leave, someone calls out to him. It is the brown-haired young man and the blue-haired young woman he rescued earlier. The young man thanks Tae-san for saving the captives and finally meeting them in person. He hesitantly asks whether the floating spirit beside Tae-san is real or just a hallucination. The spirit cheerfully confirms that it can indeed be seen and mocks them for being idiots. When they wonder if the spirit is some kind of quest, it denies that, and Tae-san cuts off any thought of trying to exploit it. Tae-san studies the pair in silence for a moment. The blue-haired girl grows nervous under his gaze. He sees flashes of what she will become in the future, including the strength and suffering that await her. Realizing she is still young and wary of him, he simply tells her it is good to meet her too. Then he asks whether they saw the quest window and tells them there are 12 hours before the wave begins, enough time for him to teach them something. His first instruction shocks them. He tells them to draw their swords. He bluntly tells Kang Jun-hyuk that he is too reckless and lacks a sense of his own limits. He tells Lee Tae-yun that she is too timid, and that her caution has kept her alive but will eventually cost her rewards and growth. Because he does not want either of them to die, he decides to force the lesson on them. He issues a battle request that equalizes both sides' stats, giving them a fair chance to test themselves. His eyes harden as he commits to training them seriously. He explains that there is no simple answer he can hand them, but by fighting him they will learn the true level of their own skill. Jun-hyuk protests that they are far too weak to battle someone like him. Tae-san clarifies that the skill lowers both sides to the weakest participant's stats, and that he will not use activation skills. With no right to refuse, Jun-hyuk steels himself and accepts the challenge. The young man braces for the fight, knowing Tae-san's lesson is about to begin. Kang Jun-hyuk accepts the duel offer, shocking Lee Tae-yun. He convinces himself this is a rare chance to prove he is not weak. Believing equalized stats finally give him a fair shot, he draws his sword and commits to the fight. He rushes in with confidence, certain this is the moment he can finally win. Kang Tae-san calmly accepts the challenge without the slightest concern. Jun-hyuk charges at him with eager determination, still treating Tae-san like a senior he must surpass. The duel begins as Jun-hyuk launches himself straight at Tae-san. His opening strike is met immediately, and Tae-san stops the attack without yielding ground. The clash proves that matching numbers alone does not make them equals. Jun-hyuk tries to force through with strength, but Tae-san controls the exchange. Tae-san slips past his guard and counters before Jun-hyuk can react. Watching from the side, Tae-yun realizes how one-sided the fight already is. Jun-hyuk takes damage and is startled that he was hit so cleanly. Tae-san presses him to continue, refusing to let him retreat from the lesson. Jun-hyuk desperately tries to block, but Tae-san's attacks keep breaking through. At close range, Tae-san bluntly tells him the truth he has been avoiding: he is still weak. The insult bites because Jun-hyuk knows he cannot refute it. Driven by frustration, he throws himself into another reckless attack. Tae-san punishes the opening and knocks Jun-hyuk's weapon away. Jun-hyuk is sent crashing to the ground, completely overwhelmed. Pinned under Tae-san's blade, he finally understands how helpless he is. Fear replaces his earlier confidence as the gap becomes undeniable. Tae-san explains that combat is decided by more than raw stats, because judgment, instinct, and targeting weaknesses matter just as much. Jun-hyuk struggles to accept that such intangible factors can create this much difference, especially when Tae-san once vanished without recognition. Tae-san decides to keep fighting him until that lesson truly sinks in and orders him back up. He warns that this humiliation is only the beginning of Jun Hyuk's training. Half an hour later, the lesson has turned into relentless punishment. Jun Hyuk lies battered on the grass while Tae-san asks whether he finally understands his current level. Jun Hyuk bitterly admits he is far worse than he imagined, and the system declares Tae-san the winner. The defeat leaves him reeling and clutching his head in frustration. Tae-san tells Tae-yun that confidence is fine, but ignorance of one's limits is dangerous, and he turns to test her next. Tae-yun panics and insists she already knows she is weak, so there is no need to prove it further. Tae-san rejects that excuse, says her problem is different, and starts a duel with her as well. He attacks first, forcing her to respond instead of freeze. Tae-yun swings back with all her strength, trying to meet the pressure head-on. She manages to block his strike, but only barely, and is immediately put on the defensive. She keeps moving and countering in awkward bursts, refusing to collapse under the assault. Tae-san adjusts his footing and keeps testing her reactions. He circles through her openings with practiced ease, threatening to break her guard at any moment. Tae-yun catches his arm and weapon for an instant, trying to turn the exchange into a grapple. She follows with a desperate slash that finally forces Tae-san to give ground. Watching closely, Jun Hyuk realizes her movements only looked random, because somehow she blocked everything Tae-san threw at her. Even so, Tae-san ends the exchange by knocking her off balance and stopping her advance. He closes in before she can recover and seizes control of the fight. Tae-yun is thrown down and disarmed, leaving the result beyond doubt. Tae-san wins again and asks her what she learned from it. He tells her she is not as weak as she believes, correcting the self-image that has been holding her back. But he also warns that hidden talent is no excuse for reckless boldness. With both lessons finished, he ends their training and says he will now explain other skills and how to survive the maze. The two listen in silence as day fades into night. Night settles over the city while the coming trial draws closer. After finishing his explanation, Tae-san prepares to leave them with what they need to know. He allows them to share the information with other players and tells Jun Hyuk and Tae-yun to stay alive. His parting words carry an unexpected weight. Jun Hyuk and Tae-yun are left speechless by the concern in his voice. When they ask why he sounds so warm after seeming cold before, Tae-san is mildly puzzled by their reaction. He points out that a truly cold person would never have shared this much life-saving information, then tells them to go rest. As the pair head back, Tae-san remains outside while the system counts down the remaining time. He checks the timer and sees that a little over 6 hours remain before the wave begins. The night continues to shorten. Elsewhere, a female leader in armor struggles over plans and nerves as the deadline approaches. She is startled when Tae-san appears to speak with her. Recognizing him, she is shocked that he entered so quietly and unexpectedly. Tae-san warns her to shut the window because people with high stats could easily break in, then asks for the current situation. Caught off guard, she gathers herself to report. She explains her plan to divide the defenders across the north, south, east, and west sides of City Hall because the enemies will come from every direction. She also intends to move everyone outside before the quest starts, since defending from inside would only create chaos. Tae-san listens without interrupting. She admits some people refuse to fight and that she could not fully persuade them. Tae-san solves part of the problem by volunteering to hold one side alone so she can reinforce the others. She worries about leaving him by himself, but he makes clear he would not offer if he could not handle it. Relieved, she thanks him sincerely and closes the window as he advised. Before leaving, Tae-san tells her they should meet again alive. Time races forward until less than 32 minutes remain. Around the city, many players still despair and resent being forced to fight at all. At the south side of City Hall, the armored woman takes command of a nervous group. Other defenders are stationed on the west and east sides, with Jun Hyuk and Tae-yun among those assigned outside. Tae-san walks alone to the north side, taking the isolated front for himself. He settles into position and waits for the attack to begin. A crack of purple energy tears open in the wall, announcing the first breach. The rift widens violently into a full portal. Tae-san recognizes the start of the special quest as the system orders everyone to defeat the enemies and survive. The commander notices the disturbance as the quest begins in earnest. Across the area, players watch in alarm as glowing barriers rise from the ground. Those barriers form walls around City Hall, sealing each defense zone off from the others. The city is suddenly divided into isolated battlefields. Monsters pour out in swarms of different shapes and colors, flooding the streets. Panic erupts as defenders realize the enemy has arrived. Those who try to flee discover they cannot retreat into City Hall because barriers have appeared there too. The commander immediately understands that escape is gone and panic will kill them faster than the monsters. She rallies the defenders, ordering them back to their positions and refusing to let fear break the line. She cuts into the first wave herself, proving the monsters can be fought. A nearby defender is nearly taken by surprise when one creature lunges at him from behind. He braces for death, but the attack suddenly stops short. The monster only scratches him lightly, and the low damage reveals these enemies are weaker than their appearance suggests. Realizing he survived, the man stares at the creature in disbelief instead of collapsing. Another defender kills one of the monsters with a clean strike. The commander seizes on that proof and tells everyone the monsters are not overwhelmingly strong, so careful fighting can keep them alive. Some of the older defenders begin thinking less about fear and more about the rewards promised for success. That shift hardens their resolve. The defenders finally surge forward together and start cutting down the first wave. Watching them fight back, the commander is relieved that they are actually holding. On another side, Taeyun slices through a green monster cleanly. Jun Hyuk and Taeyun fight in sync, each cutting down enemies with growing confidence. A bystander marvels that the two of them seem as strong as the monsters themselves. Jun Hyuk laughs off the praise and says the real monster is not here, because Taesan is on the far side alone. At that same moment, a violent shock erupts from Taesan's direction. Taesan lands in the middle of a packed swarm, surrounded but utterly untroubled. He moves before the monsters can even close in. With a storm of sword strikes, he tears through the entire group in an instant. Bodies and fragments rain down around him as the north side is cleared almost immediately. Even his floating companion is baffled that anyone could be intimidated by enemies this trivial. After wiping out every monster on his side, Taesan learns the quest will not end until all other zones are cleared as well. He tests the barrier to see whether he can cross into another area. His attempt fails, confirming the walls are meant to keep each side isolated. Unable to intervene directly, he concludes the others must finish their own battles and decides to wait. Then he notices movement from the defenders beyond the barrier. A group on another side realizes they have won their section and starts celebrating in disbelief. Their relief explodes into cheers as they believe the danger has passed. The system confirms the special quest was completed successfully and promises rewards upon entering the maze. But before anyone can relax, a new notice appears announcing that a second wave has begun. The rules reset for all sides at once, and the players are horrified to learn they must kill another round of enemies and protect City Hall again. This time only a single monster appears, and some players foolishly assume one enemy will be easy. One young defender senses too late that something is wrong with that assumption. Another player rushes the lone monster, convinced the reward will be his for an easy kill. He lands a strike and thinks he has succeeded. The system reveals the truth immediately. His attack dealt only 1 damage. Before he can process that, the monster retaliates and inflicts massive damage in a single blow. The man is killed instantly, his body obliterated before the other's eyes. The surrounding defenders are frozen by shock as they try to understand what they just witnessed. The lone monster rises in full, revealing itself as a far deadlier boss-like creature. It unleashes a devastating blast that tears through the area and sends the defenders into chaos. Jun Hyuk and the others are caught in the shockwave and barely keep their footing. People are hurled away screaming as the second wave turns into a massacre. Even while terrified, one defender tries to stop the group from fleeing, warning that retreat will only get them killed for nothing. The young defender hears him, but fear still grips him completely. He drops down and covers his head, unable to fight back against the terror. Shaking in near tears, he can only stare at the destruction around him. Surrounded by blood and fallen bodies, he asks what kind of thing they are facing now. The monster's sheer presence makes it clear that winning this quest will require far more than courage alone. As it lunges again, the situation seems hopeless. Then the scene cuts to Taesan already sitting atop the dead boss from his own side, coldly remarking that this quest demands risking their lives to win. Behind the barrier, civilians and weaker players can only press against the wall and watch helplessly. Taesan sees the trapped crowd and the distance separating him from the other's crisis. Realizing waiting is no longer acceptable, he decides to act anyway. He lowers his stance and prepares to force a path out of his sealed zone. Taesan sprints along the barrier at full speed, searching for a way around the restriction. His companion realizes the wall blocks direct crossing but does not completely prevent leaving the area by another route, and Taesan confirms it. Ahead of him, a massive purple rift has opened in a nearby tower, spawning yet more monsters. Without hesitation, Taesan cuts into the new swarm, beginning his push toward the next battlefield. A young fighter arrives before a purple crack in the ruined city, already knowing this anomaly is the true target. He steadies himself and confirms his suspicion with calm confidence. The system recognizes the crack as a black swamp vessel and assigns him a special quest to destroy it. He immediately reasons that even if this vessel is smaller than the one in the sky, destroying it should still reduce the monster outbreak. He launches his attack at once, trying to end the threat before anything worse emerges. But the vessel reacts instead of breaking, and he realizes his first strike has triggered something. A powerful new beast appears, and the system identifies it as a D-class monster, far above the earlier waves. The creature comes out aggressively, forcing him into close combat. He meets the charge head-on with both blades, refusing to yield the initiative. Even while fighting, he recalls the ranking system and understands that this monster's shorter number means far greater danger. He compares it to the F-class and E-class monsters from the earlier assault, and recognizes how much more serious this enemy is. The system reveals the beast's exact designation, confirming it is one of the D-class monsters that once devastated humanity. He remembers that monsters like this nearly drove humans to extinction before the regression, which raises the stakes of this battle. That memory hardens his resolve, because in his previous life he only barely killed this monster much later, yet now he believes this time can be different. He darts around the beast's body, testing its reach and looking for an opening. Declaring that this battle will not repeat the past, he commits fully to a new strategy. His twin slashes land, but the damage numbers are modest, proving brute force alone will not finish it quickly. The monster answers by gathering power in its maw for a crushing counterattack. It slams down with overwhelming force, trying to end the fight in one blow. For a moment he thinks his attacks are useless against something this durable. Yet his defensive skills trigger in succession, completely nullifying the monster's first two attacks and buying him a chance to recover. He follows that opening by activating Frost Arrow, adding control to the fight instead of relying only on damage. Ice forms around the monster's limb and movement, slowing its momentum. Seeing that the beast can be restrained, he acknowledges its toughness but realizes persistence can still break it. He sharpens his focus and prepares a decisive close-range strike. The monster opens its jaws wide, exposing the vulnerable interior he has been waiting for. He plunges both weapons into its mouth, turning its own attack posture into a weakness. Then he ignites Blazing Ball from inside the beast, using his stamina advantage to force damage where its hide cannot protect it. The internal explosion tears through the monster and finally overwhelms its defenses. He lands amid the debris, still composed, already judging the result. Realizing the method works, he concludes that killing this monster here is actually possible. After a long, exhausting hour, he restores himself enough to finish the fight cleanly. Standing over the fallen beast, he declares the battle over as the system confirms his victory. Without wasting time, he gathers power for the second half of the mission. He hurls an icy projectile into the black swamp vessel to destroy the source itself. The vessel fractures from within, its structure collapsing at last. The crack shatters and dissolves into light, ending the immediate threat to the area. The system announces that the special quest has been completed successfully, and that the reward will be given after he returns to the maze. He checks for any remaining cracks and, finding none nearby, assumes his task here is finished. His floating companion notices the quest notice appeared twice, and he realizes the other side must have completed its mission as well. Elsewhere, Weiyan collapses in exhaustion beside her own slain monster. She finally allows herself to believe her side of the battle is over, but relief quickly gives way to dread as she looks around at the aftermath. Seeing the road covered with bodies, she is crushed by how many people died under her watch. She remembers that only after witnessing mass death did survivors in the past understand that escape alone was impossible, and that the monsters had to be fought. Most people, however, had no chance to fight back at all and simply died helplessly. That memory turns into self-reproach, and she blames her own leadership for not doing better. She breaks down under the weight of guilt and exhaustion. At that moment, the barrier surrounding the area begins to fade. The surviving civilians notice the change and realize the confinement may truly be ending. As the wall disappears, hope returns and people begin to accept that the nightmare has paused. Weiyan's first instinct is still to rush north and help Tae-san, convinced even he cannot stop such a monster alone. She tries to rally everyone to support the north side immediately, but her battered body reminds her that she is barely standing, and she cannot afford to collapse before the survivors. She forces herself onward despite the pain. Before she can move, someone catches and steadies her. Tae-san appears beside her, reports that the north area is complete, and notes that he is improving faster than before. His arrival contrasts sharply with the field of dead around them, underscoring the cost of survival. Weiyan, half relieved and half bitter, points out that unlike him, the others had to risk their lives directly. He answers without arrogance, reminding her that she too must keep risking her life inside the maze. The system then congratulates the survivors and states that rewards will differ according to each person's actions and results. It also announces that everyone will be returned to the maze after 48 hours, making clear that this reprieve is temporary. The survivors learn the scale of the disaster. Only about 30,000 remain alive out of 100,000. Weiyan admits that Tae-san is more suited than she is to lead people through this kind of catastrophe. He rejects that role, saying he cannot become that kind of leader and that the people would trust someone like her more than a stranger like him. Instead, he tells her the truth she needs to hear. She cannot save everyone, but people still know she fought for them with everything she had. His words leave her silent, forcing her to reconsider her guilt. When the shaken survivors ask Weiyan what they should do next, they instinctively turn back to her for guidance. That trust makes her hesitate, realizing leadership has already fallen back onto her. Tae-san quietly tells her that she must become familiar with death if she wants to keep leading in this world. She absorbs the harsh lesson instead of rejecting it. Then she stands before the survivors and begins by acknowledging the many people who died that day. She explains that they now live in a world where civilization and order have collapsed, and where even those who comfort the dying may vanish tomorrow. The survivors listen through grief, fear, and exhaustion, waiting for meaning in the loss. She warns them that this return is not the end and that more trials are coming. From that reality, she draws a simple conclusion: they must survive. She asks them to endure for the sake of those who already died. Around the fresh graves, the survivors grieve openly, but her words begin turning grief into resolve. She gives that resolve a purpose by urging them to live long enough to uncover the truth behind everything. And she ends by promising that they must return stronger next time. As Tae-san prepares to leave, his younger companions run after him, unwilling to part so soon. The boy asks anxiously whether they really have to split up again. Tae-san answers yes and states plainly that it is time for him to return to the maze. He offers a brief farewell, keeping his emotions controlled. The blue-haired girl wonders whether they will ever meet again. The boy tries to lighten the parting by boasting that he will beat Tae-san in the next training, drawing a weary but familiar reaction. Another survivor thanks Tae-san and promises to become stronger. Yeon answers for them all by asking everyone to stay alive and meet again. Tae-san dryly remarks that he had meant to say that himself, but he accepts the sentiment. As he steps into the portal, he silently urges them to survive this time. He is carried back through the maze's dimensional passage. During the return, he remains calm and focused, already thinking ahead rather than dwelling on the farewell. He arrives back in the maze and immediately reorients himself. He finds himself once again in front of the 10th floor's boss room, exactly where he left off. A new set of system windows appears, drawing his attention to the rewards. The system tallies his gains from monster kills, both waves and the special quest, awarding him a large amount of P. He learns that P can be converted into gold, stats, skill levels, or competency levels, giving him several paths to grow stronger. He dismisses gold first, deciding the exchange value is decent but strategically unimportant. He also rejects spending it on raw stats, judging that the return would be wasteful compared to his current needs. That leaves competency levels, the resource he values most. He recognizes that competency represents time, experience, and effort condensed into a number, making it the most precious option. He recalls how even a small increase in detection once changed its function, and he reviews that earlier threshold. At 20%, detection had evolved from merely finding creature weaknesses to occasionally providing important information. His companion notices his intense concentration and calls out to him. Tae-san finally responds, and the companion realizes he has been preoccupied ever since returning from Earth. He keeps turning over the same question in his mind, trying to decide how to use this rare chance. He asks what might happen if he forcibly raised the competency of the Sword of Storm Scar all at once. The answer warns him that knowledge alone cannot replace the physical ability needed to handle such a jump, so reckless upgrading could backfire. He reviews his other skills one by one, weighing their long-term value. Many of them are useful, but he sees that gambling on any single combat skill could leave him with the wrong advantage. Too many viable options becomes its own problem, because choosing wrong would waste a rare opportunity. Then he notices magic, still only at a very low competency, and pauses on that possibility. Before deciding, he asks his companion whether they should confirm the situation with someone more knowledgeable. He heads to the 9th floor safety zone, where the witch lives. Inside, the witch is in the middle of another failed experiment when his arrival interrupts her. She turns in surprise, not expecting him back so soon. He greets her casually, and she immediately recognizes him. The scene shifts to her isolated tower, emphasizing how separate her world is from the battlefield he just left. When he explains that he can raise competency levels instantly, she is openly astonished. She cannot believe he interfered with the maze's internal systems from outside and asks how such a thing is even possible. She explains that competency levels are regulations imposed by the maze itself, something even gods should not be able to tamper with. When she asks how far he can push them, he answers that he can raise them by about 50%. That number shocks her, because it is far beyond anything she thought possible. He waits in silence while she processes the danger of what he has revealed. After a tense pause, he realizes from her reaction that this power is more dangerous than he assumed. She warns him never to tell anyone else, because such an ability would make him a target for immediate murder. He takes the warning seriously, understanding at last how abnormal his advantage is. When he asks if it is truly that serious, she reminds him that even she would sacrifice a finger just to gain a single percent, while her own competency is only 20%. Once the danger is clear, she resumes the practical explanation and turns the discussion toward magic. She confirms that at his current level, around 2 or 3%, he should not be able to use even beginner magic properly. She lays out the hierarchy of magic and explains that anyone can attempt any tier in the maze, but the actual output depends on competency. His earlier use of intermediate magic was therefore an exceptional case, not something he can rely on as normal. She explains the thresholds. At 20% one can fully use basic magic and only half of beginner magic, while at 40% beginner magic becomes fully controllable and at 60% intermediate magic comes under full control. Having given him the framework, she leaves the decision to him. He sits with the information and weighs what kind of growth will matter most in the coming floors. The quiet of the tower and the maze beyond underscores that his next choice may shape everything ahead. At last he rises, having made up his mind. He first spends enough P to raise detection by 10%, pushing it past another major threshold and expanding it to reveal hidden rooms, rough opponent information, and even the weaknesses of non-creatures. Satisfied that detection's utility will only grow more valuable, he decides to invest the rest elsewhere. He pours the remaining P into magic and immediately gains new abilities, including magic acceleration and magic explosion. With magic reaching 40%, he can now properly control magic and is likely able to handle flame, cold, and wind with real precision. Testing Blazing Ball, he sees the spell form faster and larger than before, with the previous delay gone. He then activates magic acceleration to see how it changes his casting speed. The fire projectile surges forward with far greater velocity than before. It detonates in a much larger blast, proving the new competency has dramatically amplified his offensive power. He concludes that magic acceleration boosts both speed and force, and decides to test the rest of his new arsenal. Next he casts Frost Arrow and produces a far more substantial ice construct than before. He follows with Magic Explosion, combining his improved control with destructive force. The spell erupts in a massive icy detonation, showing that his magic has become a genuine battlefield weapon. As shards rain down through the chamber, the results confirm that his investment has transformed both his versatility and his power for what comes next. A burst of frost erupts in the stone chamber, announcing that the next fight has already begun. The young mage steps through the cold without alarm, treating the sudden ice as a test rather than a threat. He judges the attack pattern to be respectable, which only makes him more confident. The 10th floor reveals its boss, an ogre fighter armed for close combat. He immediately opens with a blazing projectile and accelerates his casting speed to seize the initiative. The fireball slams into the ogre and lands solid damage before it can properly respond. Without pausing, he switches to mental magic and presses forward. His confusion spell takes hold, leaving the ogre disoriented and vulnerable. He layers more accelerated casting on top of the mental attack, forcing the boss deeper into panic. Then he detonates that opening with a magical explosion directly on the ogre. Watching the boss stagger and drool, he confirms that his acceleration also works on mental magic. Satisfied but not finished, he chains together frost and fire spells for a final barrage. The helpless ogre is boxed in by ice and incoming fire as the attack sequence closes around it. Multiple explosions tear through the boss in rapid succession, piling on heavy damage. The ogre fighter collapses, and the system declares the 10th floor boss captured and rewards him with the ogre ring. With the fight over, he wonders if his current magic alone could carry him as far as the 20th floor, and Shadow assures him that magic is one of the maze's core paths. Shadow finally speaks more openly, and the mage realizes his companion is ready to explain what has been weighing on him. Shadow admits he had been trying to make sense of a troubling presence tied to their ruined world. The mage presses him to identify who was behind that destruction. What he wants to know most is who destroyed their world. Shadow begins with a larger truth. Mortals who surpass their limits through trials can ascend into transcendental beings. He recalls a fearsome warrior as an example of someone who reached that level through struggle. But even transcendental beings only become true gods after their lives are judged and they are assigned a domain to govern. And despite their greatness, transcendental beings have fixed reserves of power and cannot easily recover what they spend. That is why, when monsters invaded Earth in overwhelming numbers, the situation should not have been simple divine interference. Normally, transcendental beings avoid meddling in mortal affairs because doing so costs them enormous strength. Still, Shadow explains that some ancient existences can interfere freely without paying that price. Those nameless remnants of the past are known as innate transcendental beings, or old gods. Because their existence is not bound by an ordinary lifespan, they can act in mortal worlds without weakening themselves. Shadow admits he only knows this from the maze's records and legends, because the old gods vanished long ago. He adds that their disappearance may have followed a war among transcendental beings, which is why it took him time to connect the clues. The mage cannot understand why such beings would target Earth, and Shadow can only guess that even they must have limits on what they can send. Even so, the fact remains that they dispatched an apostle powerful enough to overwhelm even Leion, which leaves the mage shaken by the scale of the threat. For now, he cuts off the discussion and decides that this much information is enough. He turns from the battlefield and heads deeper into the maze. As they approach the next chamber, Shadow remembers the revenge-driven quest that first bound him to the mage. That old demand had been simple: kill the 10th floor boss and end the warrior's unfinished grudge. Beyond the next threshold, they find not another brute but an elderly ogre calmly reading at a table. The system identifies him as the Sage Ogre, and he greets the newcomer as if he has been expecting this meeting. Shadow is caught off guard when the sage says he knew this day would come and wants one final conversation before the end. The Sage Ogre admits he cannot defeat this adventurer and would rather satisfy his curiosity before dying. Shadow's buried rage surges at the sight of him. He swells with murderous intent, ready to force the issue. The sage allows it, but notes with surprise that Shadow is no longer as blindly arrogant and reckless as he once was. Then he reaches for a hidden weapon, showing he has no intention of dying passively. He condemns Shadow as weak-hearted, rejected by seekers of the gods and despised even by the lost king. Remembering the past, he says Shadow spared him once only because he was the sole being willing to listen to his story. He places the blame back on Shadow, insisting the warrior's own choices led to this moment. As a monster facing an adventurer, he claims he is merely doing what his role demands. Shadow can no longer endure the excuses and demands the mage kill him at once, but the mage stops the execution to hear more. The Sage Ogre is startled to realize Shadow is not just a puppet being dragged along, but an independent will. The mage asks the question that matters to him: where did the sage get that weapon? The old ogre raises the short sword, and its significance becomes immediately clear. The mage senses that the answer will connect directly to Shadow's past. Shadow recognizes the weapon as something far too valuable for an ordinary 10th floor monster to possess. The sage praises that insight and asks who gave Shadow enough knowledge to notice it. He concludes that Shadow has changed the warrior in ways he did not expect. Then he turns back to Shadow and asks how someone once so hated for his arrogance can now remain this calm. That question makes Shadow hesitate, because it cuts close to the truth of who he used to be. The Sage Ogre finally reveals the source of the weapon. The Guide of Sin armed him and ordered him to kill Shadow, threatening his life if he refused. Shadow explodes in fury at the betrayal. The chamber trembles under that rage, but the sage stands his ground. The mage recognizes the name Guide of Sin from what Li Taeyun once told him. The sage explains that those people feared Shadow too much to kill him themselves, so they used a disposable monster as their hand. Having confessed everything, he tells them to decide his fate. The mage draws his red blade and makes that decision himself. As the blade nears, the sage reflects that he survived this long by exploiting the loneliness of others and winning them over through conversation. But he accepts that every scheme eventually reaches its end, and the mage drives the blade into him. The mage's expression hardens, showing no hesitation now that the truth is clear. Dying, the Sage Ogre tells the new adventurer that power is the only real answer in this place, and urges him to become untouchably strong. The mage quietly promises that he will. With his last strength, the sage asks him to conquer the maze and become salvation for those trapped within it. Then the Sage Ogre falls dead at the mage's feet. The system announces the sage's defeat, the complete clearing of the 10th floor, and warns that greater beings in the maze have begun to notice him. Among the spoils, he obtains the weapon called the Edge of Calamity. Shadow, still conflicted, admits he cannot decide whether to thank the sage or hate him. The mage waits as the maze prepares another reward. He receives a relic sword from a destroyed world, a blood-soaked ancestral weapon that grants extra power, especially against noble bloodlines. Shadow explains that the sword carries deep history from his own world, and the mage realizes he has gained a weapon of exceptional quality. But Shadow is not finished yet. His anger turns toward the ones who abandoned conquest, went mad, and then dared interfere with his revenge. That fury triggers a new subquest: kill everyone involved in Shadow's murder, with the reward left to his mood. The mage understands that accepting this means Shadow will continue traveling with him. Shadow welcomes that outcome and admits he wants to see how far the mage can go. The mage accepts the revenge quest without hesitation. Elsewhere in the maze, someone senses the shift. A hooded figure watches from above. She wonders whether any of the new arrivals might prove useful, and the system identifies her only as the Guide of Sin. The story turns to the group's origin. Many adventurers broken by the maze's cruelty banded together and called themselves the Guide of Sin. Instead of challenging the maze honestly, they became parasites, limiting how far others could climb and building their own laws and hierarchy. Any adventurer who defied those rules or refused to join them was marked for death. Back in the present, the mage keeps descending, breaking through the next floor's resistance with brute momentum. He quickly defeats the 11th floor skeleton knight, and Shadow suggests the deeper floors may be where the Guide of Sin's leaders truly reside. Shadow clarifies that the organization's executives and core members stay on the deep-level floors while lower ranks are spread throughout the maze, meaning a direct clash is coming sooner or later. Before moving on, the mage equips his new rewards, adding defensive gear and the Ogre Ring's strength boost. He also equips the Lion's Ring, gaining extra damage against the dead. With new weapons in hand and no change in direction, he and Shadow continue downward as the 12th floor quest begins. The first enemy of the new floor appears as a rotten ghoul, confirming the shift in theme. The creature's confused cry makes clear that these enemies are more grotesque than the last floors. The mage cuts it down immediately before it can become a problem. Noting the change from skeletons to ghouls, he realizes the floor range now follows a new pattern. Shadow explains that the maze's theme changes every 10 floors, and that floors 11 through 20 are dominated by the dead. The mage dryly notes that this means unpleasant smells are now going to be everywhere. Then something else catches his attention. He discovers the altar of Maria, a simple stone shrine hidden within the floor. Compared with the previous altar, it looks plain enough that he would have missed its significance without the system's notice. He asks Shadow what kind of god Maria is. Shadow answers that Maria is the god of choice and cannot explain her test in detail, but warns that she is extremely powerful. He adds that powerful gods are usually dangerously fickle. Even so, the mage decides he is done living in fear and reaches out to the altar. That touch begins Maria's subquest as golden power gathers around the statue. Maria declares that she wants to test the one who found her altar, offering a reward if he overcomes an intensified trial. The mage is surprised she escalated things immediately, and Shadow guesses his growing reputation among the gods is the reason. He accepts the test anyway, and the system notes Maria's amusement. Maria presents her first choice: face many enemies or only a small number. When he asks what this means, Shadow reminds him that Maria's nature is choice itself, so he must simply decide. Unable to know the correct answer, the mage resolves to answer honestly instead of trying to outguess a god. He chooses a small number of enemies because that is what he truly prefers. Maria immediately offers a second choice, this time between many enemy types and only a few. He chooses fewer types and a battle focused on movement, shaping the test toward a style he believes he can control. Maria is pleased with those choices and begins the trial in earnest. The chamber transforms around him, expanding into a much larger arena. As the room stretches outward, he realizes Maria is altering the battlefield itself to fit the test. Before he can settle, danger closes in from behind. A selected pack of monsters descends at once: serpent, harpy, wolf, ogre, goblin, and other varied threats. He sees at once that these are unfamiliar enemy types, and the system warns that stepping outside the marked area will count as defeat. The monsters rush him together, trying to overwhelm him inside the confined zone. He curses the setup, realizing Maria has forced him into exactly the kind of battle he dislikes most. Instead of retreating, he activates Breathless Attack and commits to breaking the encirclement head-on. He launches himself into the pack with both blades ready. A sweeping icy strike tears through the first wave and buys him space. He follows by cutting down a reptilian attacker at close range before it can recover. As he fights, he understands Maria's intent. She is testing whether he can survive outside his preferred methods, which is exactly why she is the god of choice. He turns one enemy's momentum against another, using the cramped chaos to make the monsters collide. Then he senses a new threat forming behind the melee. A robed skeleton mage appears and begins chanting over a concentrated sphere of dark power. The mage reacts instantly, throwing a blade to interrupt the cast. The strike smashes into the skeleton's skull and breaks its concentration, and he finally grasps the shape of Maria's lesson. She wants him to wager everything to win in the exact situation he would most hate to face. So he answers by activating evidence of struggle, deciding to prove his growth through victory itself. More enemies surge in, but now he meets them with rising confidence instead of hesitation. He unleashes a blazing explosion that engulfs the charging monsters in fire. Even as the flames spread, a surviving ogre swings through the blast to crush him. He braces with both weapons and catches the attack rather than yielding ground. The impact drives him back inside the red boundary, but he holds the line against the larger foe. Using the force recoil, he repositions his footing for a counterattack. Then he triggers a strong attack and carves through the clustered enemies with a heavy arc. The remaining monsters howl and close in again, but the pressure no longer shakes him. The skeleton mage resumes its sinister chant, trying to turn the battle back in the monster's favor. The mage answers by calling down frost from above while slashing through the pack below, fighting on multiple fronts at once as Maria's brutal test continues. He opens the battle by driving his icy blade into a charging beast at close range. The strike tears through the monster and knocks back the reptilian swarm pressing in on him. Even the watching skeleton spirit is startled as the tide of enemies is abruptly checked. The surviving creatures recoil beneath the rain of ice and realize they have rushed into a killing zone. A dark eruption finishes off another threat, and he steadies himself after barely avoiding disaster. He exhales in relief, knowing he survived the immediate crush. Standing amid a ring of fallen monsters, he faces the rest of the horde gathering for another wave. Instead of retreating, he taunts the swarm and dares them to come all at once. The bravado costs him, and he drops to one knee inside his glowing field to recover. Sweating and worn down, he realizes the fight is far from over. Looking over the corpses, he judges that most of the lesser monsters have been cleared out. Then his attention sharpens as he senses a more dangerous presence approaching. He identifies the true threat still left on the field. A red-armored swordsman appears, and he recognizes it as a knight of death. Remembering what he heard from Leion, he notes the armor and ornamentation suggest these knights were once human, like other transformed beings in the labyrinth. That possibility makes him even more cautious. The knight advances without hesitation. His concern deepens when 3 more identical knights appear, surrounding him 4 against 1. He immediately uses Blade of Self-Harm to restore 5,000 health, choosing survival over conserving resources. With his health recovered, he readies the blood-red blade's power for the coming clash. The 4 knights rush him together, trying to overwhelm him before he can set the pace. He answers by planting himself and inviting the attack, intending to turn their aggression against them. As the first strike comes in, he activates parry and deflects it cleanly. He keeps the rhythm going, batting aside another slash before it can break his guard. The chain of parries continues, but the pressure from all sides starts to strain him. Caught between multiple blades, he is forced to defend in every direction at once. He realizes parry alone will not hold against 4 coordinated knights for long. To reduce the numbers, he activates Force Duel and traps 1 knight in a separate engagement zone. Seeing his opening, he commits to ending that isolated opponent quickly. He follows with Powerful Strike, aiming to finish the duel in one decisive blow. The knight slips just outside his reach, and he curses the duel's restrictions for spoiling the attack. Rather than hesitate, he instantly shifts to a new plan and layers sword and magic together. He activates Burning Orb, Frost Arrow, and Magic Acceleration at once, flooding the arena with mixed attacks. The barrage forces the knight to evade instead of pressing him. From that exchange he learns that combining swordsmanship and magic works far better than relying on either alone. One knight tries to counter with a heavy overhead strike before he can capitalize. The blow lands hard enough to draw blood, proving the duel is still dangerous. He seizes the knight's sword arm at the moment of impact, refusing to let the enemy reset. With the arm pinned, he knows he has finally secured the kill. The other knights are kept outside the duel's boundary, while he controls his trapped opponent. He unleashes Breathless Attack together with another powerful strike, turning the close hold into a lethal combo. His blade rises for the finishing thrust. He drives the sword straight through the knight and ends the duel. The system confirms the Knight of Death has been defeated. But with only about 1/10 of his health left, He knows he cannot repeat that costly method against the remaining 3. He accepts that in a 3 against 1 fight, taking more hits will mean death, so he returns to pure defense, turning and blocking while searching for a better answer. He tells himself to block first and survive the pressure. Then he reminds himself to keep slashing whenever even a narrow opening appears. Most of all, he resolves to keep parrying, while questioning whether his own attacks are still too rough and wasteful. As he fights, he recalls the first sword of Scar of the Storm, Wolf's Fang, a ferocious technique meant to tear through enemies like a storm-driven wolf. He wonders if that style can be refined into something smoother instead of merely brutal. The ghost notices his shift in focus as he begins to understand something mid-battle. He realizes his movements so far have been clumsy and heavy, like spilled ink without control. A new insight forms: the sword should move smoothly while preserving its killing intent. He pushes for that final refinement in the middle of combat. His concentration narrows until the noise of battle falls away. Then he moves with a cleaner arc that catches the knights off guard. He feels the answer click into place as his style becomes smoother. The refined motion blooms into a graceful, overwhelming slash. That single flowing strike shatters a knight apart. The ghost is astonished that he has independently grasped a technique that was meant to be taught later. Another knight tries to answer with a direct thrust before he can fully exploit the breakthrough. He calmly receives the attack instead of panicking. He asks the ghost what this newly awakened sword technique is. The ghost explains it is the second sword of Scar of the Storm, Dance of the Muse, a silent style that removes roughness and strikes with optimal movement. When he asks for judgment, the ghost admits the result is genuinely impressive. The system records his progress, raising Scar of the Storm's sword mastery to 22%. The ghost adds that the contrast between his 2 sword styles confused his enemies and greatly helped him survive. With the trial complete, the system announces he has passed Maria's test and earned her approval and a reward. He receives a shape-changing weapon, the special activation skill Freedom of Choice, and an offer of Maria's pact, which he immediately refuses. The ghost is baffled, sensing a strange shift in the flow of power after that refusal. Maria's unreasonable choice activates, and the scales tip by force. A new invitation overrides his refusal, and the system declares that choices are now being imposed on him. Darkness closes in around him, and he realizes something far beyond the trial has begun. He tries to reject the repeated invitation screens, but the system no longer allows a real choice. The verdict is forced. He accepts the invitation whether he wants to or not. Both he and the ghost are thrown off balance by how absolute the compulsion is. The world flips upside down, and he is drawn into the temple of the divines. He regains awareness in a place that feels detached from ordinary reality. Looking around the star-filled void, he asks where he has been taken. The emptiness feels like the black silence of space itself. The ghost panics, insisting an invitation like this should have been impossible for a mortal and even more impossible for a god to arrange. Seeing the ghost terrified, he realizes this place is beyond anything the spirit expected. He moves forward anyway, following the path that appears before him. That path leads to an immense temple, and he wonders if this is truly the destination. He steadies himself and enters without showing fear. When the ghost protests that he cannot simply barge in, he answers that since he was invited directly, he intends to meet the one who summoned him. He steps deeper inside with deliberate calm. The temple reveals endless corridors and jewels spread like a garden, making the place feel both sacred and unreal. He and the ghost walk through the glittering hall in wary silence. The ceiling stretches so high it seems to have no end. He senses that whatever waits at the far end may not belong to the same reality as the labyrinth he knows. At last he comes face to face with a colossal divine figure. The system names her Maria, Goddess of Choice. Maria greets him warmly and calls him child, as if this meeting had been expected. Before he can settle, a series of judgments descend on him, testing his mind and fate all at once. The system abruptly declares all judgments complete, but the process leaves the ghost choking and destabilized. The ghost convulses under the divine pressure, barely holding itself together. He dryly questions why a personally invited guest is being treated this way. Maria only laughs, amused by his complaint rather than offended. The ghost, shaken and gasping, thanks her for sparing it. Maria remarks that it has been a long time since their unfortunate previous meeting, hinting at history with the ghost. That remark leaves the ghost stiff with dread. Maria introduces herself fully as the goddess who imposes one more choice on mortals who have made ugly ones, and welcomes him to her temple. He listens without kneeling, careful and unreadable. Even at a distance he can feel her power on his skin and realizes it exists on a level completely beyond anything he has known. He respectfully asks whether he may question her, and Maria permits it while reminding him he is only a dead child before a god. He asks how a mortal could be invited to a god's temple when such a thing should be impossible. Maria explains that mortals normally cannot endure a god's presence, but the gods can solve that problem from their side. To make her point, she casually crushes the floor with a touch of divine force. Then she tells the ghost the real reason it was never invited was simply that it lacked worth. When he asks if that means he does have worth, Maria is delighted by the boldness of the question. She confirms that he does, saying she wanted to judge him personally because few survive her trials and none had endured the enhanced version before him. She makes clear that his arrival sets him apart from everyone before him. He then asks what she would have thought if he had chosen differently during the trial. Maria answers without hesitation. Had he made the other choice, he would not have pleased her at all. He turns that answer over, recognizing how narrowly he matched her expectations. The ghost nervously reveals that someone beside him once made the wrong choice in the past. Maria presses him again to become her apostle, clearly wanting to claim him. She tempts him with power, authority, and safe passage into the labyrinth as her representative, promising that no one would dare slight him again. He apologizes and refuses once more, choosing independence over divine patronage. Maria accepts the refusal with unsettling ease, saying that choice may not be bad either. He uses the opening to ask a different question. He asks how much Maria knows about him. Her smile shows she knows far more than he expected. He reveals that this is not his first time in this place and mentions using the vomit of a snake, framing himself as someone who was led astray by a larger mystery. Her wording about him being entangled in mischief catches his attention immediately. Maria says that mischief kept him from reaching where he truly should have gone, and he realizes she may know the truth about the labyrinth's hidden modes. He presses her directly to name what that mischief is. Maria refuses to speak freely, calling such matters a stain among the gods, but offers the knowledge if he becomes her apostle. He hesitates, tempted by the answer but unwilling to submit. Instead of explaining, Maria tells him it is not yet time, urges him to grow stronger, and says he must come down to her later. The temple begins to shake, and Maria ends the audience, saying an annoyance has arrived. She bids him meet her again another time. The floor beneath him opens, and he starts to fall out of the divine realm. As he drops away, Maria reaches toward him with a calm, almost affectionate expression. A hostile red presence suddenly intrudes, accusing her and provoking her attention. That intruder lashes out with violent force, eager to toy with him as well. The shockwave hurls him and the ghost away from the collapsing connection. Back in the labyrinth, he struggles to understand what just struck him. He and the ghost stare upward, both unsettled by the brief contact with that other power. He realizes the labyrinth cannot be conquered by raising stats alone. Thinking of Leion and Einar, he understands there are hidden layers of power and truth beyond ordinary progression. Compared to those hidden forces, even overwhelming strength now seems like only part of the equation. He concludes that if the supposedly fake modes are real, then this place may contain far more than anyone has admitted. That thought hardens into ambition. He wants to gather everything this real labyrinth offers and someday stand against the gods themselves. Back in the present, he finally checks his reward and sees the shape-changing weapon transform from a dagger into a sleeping sword with added attack power. Holding the new blade, he notes that Maria's invitation kept him from inspecting the trial rewards earlier, and now he begins to assess what he has truly gained. He discovers that freedom of choice can convert one stat into another, though the exchange rate is still poor. He tests the skill immediately and confirms that his status values can be shifted in practice. Satisfied that the conversion works, he decides the skill will become valuable once its efficiency improves. As he finishes checking his gains, a new reaction from his equipment catches his attention. He finds a strange rainbow flower called Maria's gift, a divine favor with no active effect yet. Even his ghost companion cannot identify it, which makes the item even more mysterious. With no answers available, he judges the gift by intent rather than function and keeps it. Trusting that a blessing given sincerely is unlikely to be harmful, he presses deeper into the maze. On the 12th floor, he crushes the rotten ghoul boss with ease and clears the stage. The secret room reward turns out to be a foul-smelling glove with only minor stat bonuses, leaving him unimpressed. He realizes ordinary bosses have become too weak to offer worthwhile rewards anymore. Seeing no better option, he resolves to keep descending despite the diminishing returns. The 13th floor quest begins, sending him into a graveyard-like zone to defeat its boss and pass through. When he opens the next chamber, he is met not by a single threat, but by a zombie horde. The floor's monsters gather around him in numbers, but they still fail to intimidate him. He cuts through the first wave so quickly that the horde barely slows him down. After dispatching them, he dismisses the encounter as trivial. Then a new presence appears from above, interrupting the routine slaughter. A red-haired man reveals himself, watching with the confidence of someone who belongs here. Taisen immediately senses that this newcomer is human, not another monster. He traces the hostile presence upward and prepares for a different kind of fight. The intruder drops into the area, announcing himself through action before words. The stranger recognizes Taisen as a newcomer and seems amused by the meeting. He lands among the zombies with practiced ease and openly looks down on Taisen. Taisen's insight reveals the man's level as 42, far above his own. The stranger introduces himself as a member of the Path of Sin, making clear that this is no chance encounter. Before discussing anything further, he decides to seize control of the situation with a demonstration. He activates an area-wide horn to draw every nearby monster toward them. The system confirms that the horn has summoned all monsters in range, turning the room into a trap. The zombies react at once and begin converging on the noise. Rather than retreat, the red-haired man stands calmly and lets the horde come to him. He treats the monsters as an annoyance and decides to clear them out before continuing the conversation. With overwhelming speed and power, he tears through the zombies as if proving his superiority. Taisen judges him as genuinely strong, but also notices that his strength alone does not explain his behavior. He starts wondering why a man from a powerful group is wasting effort cleaning up someone else's monsters. The ghost recognizes the stranger as Rabibas, someone who used to terrify Tae-san in the past. Rabibas notices the lack of fear and grows irritated that Tae-san no longer reacts like before. That irritation quickly hardens into hostility. Tae-san stays calm, refusing to be provoked by the man's aggression. While the monsters still close in, Tae-san moves in beside Rabibas and joins the fight without hesitation. Rabibas realizes Tae-san is deliberately syncing his movements with the monsters and using the chaos to his advantage. Unwilling to be overshadowed, Rabibas decides he cannot afford to lose face here either. He unleashes a powerful strike to reassert dominance over the battlefield. Tae-san reads the attack without panic and keeps watching for the opening behind the display. Rabibas smugly asks whether that show was enough to impress him. Instead of being swayed, Tae-san finds Rabibas' carelessness suspicious, especially for someone so overleveled on this floor. Rabibas reveals his real aim. He scouts for useful people and believes Tae-san could help his group reach even deeper floors. Tae-san gives only his name and immediately pushes back against the assumption that he has already agreed. Rabibas finally states the offer plainly and asks whether Tae-san will join the path of sin. Tae-san refuses to be pressured and makes it clear the decision is his alone. Rabibas shifts from recruitment to ideology, arguing that the maze is a place where people can grow endlessly stronger. He condemns those who still try to clear the maze itself, calling them fools who reject the blessing they were given. Tae-san answers that he is not giving up on clearing the maze because, in his view, it was never meant to be accepted as permanent. His words evoke the deeper conflict of the maze itself, where divine order and rebellion stand opposed. Rabibas insists that the gods of this place toy with adventurers through impossible trials and that hidden areas kill people for nothing. The ghost bitterly reminds them that he died because of this world, only for Tae-san to dismiss Rabibas' attempt to twist that grief. Rabibas declares that his group has united to survive, grow stronger, and impose order and law within the maze. He adds that joining them would require Tae-san to reject the quest of the man beside him, because their group does not accept those who attack them. The word law catches Tae-san's attention more than the threat itself. He asks whether it is true that even becoming stronger in that place requires permission. Rabibas tries to soften it by calling the restrictions a safety measure for deeper floors rather than oppression. Tae-san rejects that excuse, pointing out the hypocrisy of adventurers imposing rules where even the creators allowed freedom. To him, their order is just empty control without the courage to face real challenge. He states plainly that he despises people like them. Rabibas pretends not to understand, but the rejection is unmistakable. Dropping the pretense, he confirms that refusal means hostility. Tae-san accepts that conclusion without wavering. Rabibas reveals the path of sin's true policy. If someone refuses recruitment, they kill that dissenter before he can grow dangerous. He launches a crushing opening attack meant to end the fight instantly. When the blow fails to finish Tae-san, Rabibas is caught off guard for the first time. Tae-san has blocked the attack cleanly, exposing that his defense is far greater than Rabibas expected. He throws Rabibas' own logic back at him, daring him to punish a lawbreaker if he truly can. Rabibas retreats and realizes his supposedly decisive strike was completely insufficient. He tries to reassure himself that a mere 13th floor adventurer cannot possibly defeat him. Still, he braces harder, no longer treating Tae-san as harmless. The fight turns into a rapid exchange as Rabibas attacks from multiple angles and Tae-san meets him head-on. Tae-san's blades and guard hold firm under the pressure, denying Rabibas an easy breakthrough. While trading blows, Tae-san concludes that Rabibas' strength comes from accumulated hunts and skill growth rather than true talent. Rabibas is shaken that someone he considered insignificant is pushing him back. He starts defending in earnest, realizing the battle is no longer under his control. Tae-san lands a real hit, and the system confirms Rabibas has begun taking damage. Tae-san coldly analyzes him aloud, saying his defense is high but his movement and technique are mediocre. The ghost explains that Rabibas came from a poor background and never received proper martial training. He adds that Rabibas had little to offer in the maze and was exactly the kind of person who could be twisted by it. Those words strike Rabibas' pride harder than the wound itself. Enraged, he abandons restraint and throws himself into another empowered attack. Tae-san answers with a counter skill timed perfectly against the incoming blow. The counter pierces Rabibas again, turning his own aggression into more damage. Tae-san follows through and launches him back with a clean, punishing strike. Rabibas can no longer understand how the fight has tilted so badly against him. He suspects Tae-san was given a special skill by the old man who despised the path of sin. That suspicion only deepens his fear. Unable to read Tae-san anymore, Rabibas demands to know what he really is. Tae-san answers with another overwhelming clash instead of an explanation. Pinning Rabibas down, he tells him to ask that question of himself. He reminds Rabibas that he too is just an adventurer, not some rightful ruler of the maze. Another blast of force sends Rabibas skidding away before he can recover his footing. Desperate to stop the momentum, Rabibas decides to use a trump card he had hoped to save. Tae-san notices the shift and watches carefully for the hidden move. Rabibas activates the Gauntlet of Explosion, a secret function usable only once a month, and bets everything on a single blow. He combines that secret function with a strong attack, pouring all his remaining confidence into one final strike. The technique should deal damage far beyond a normal hit, and Rebibas believes it must be enough. Instead, Tae-san nullifies the first attack completely and asks if Rebibas is finished. Rebibas is left staring in disbelief as his last resort fails outright. For the first time, he truly wonders whether he ever understood the opponent in front of him at all. Tae-san advances through the fading smoke like an executioner rather than a fellow climber. To Rebibas, Tae-san now looks less like a man and more like a monster wearing human form. Even while bleeding and cornered, Rebibas tries to deny that anything extraordinary is happening. The ghost cuts through that denial, explaining that Rebibas once had real standing on the 20th floor but grew weak through complacency. Broken and outmatched, Rebibas finally understands that Tae-san is asking questions because he intends to judge him afterward. When he asks whether answering will spare him, Tae-san bluntly says it will not, and promises to kill him anyway. Rebibas realizes that honesty is now his only chance to delay death, not avoid it. He begins talking, revealing that the path of sin offers tribute to the transcendent beings of the maze. The very mention of that tribute terrifies him more than Tae-san's sword. He panics and begs Tae-san not to use that particular punishment against him. In exchange for mercy from that fate, he offers to answer every question. Tae-san, puzzled by the intensity of his fear, starts with the size of the organization. Rebibas admits he only knows the group up to the 20th floor, but says their numbers increased the deeper he went. He estimates there may be hundreds of members because most adventurers accepted recruitment rather than resist. That answer confirms Tae-san's suspicion that only a small minority still stand outside the group's control. He presses further, asking how floor access is decided and whether deeper members will come after him for breaking their law. Rebibas explains that the maze is divided into tiers every 10 floors, each treated as a separate domain. Because each tier has its own absolute rules and status, those from deeper floors rarely come back up unless required. Behind that system lies a hierarchy of cloaked authorities who preserve the order of each tier. Tae-san and the ghost both find the obsession with dignity absurd, but Rebibas insists the group has long revolved around a few powerful figures and kills traitors without hesitation. He warns that the second tier alone contains many adventurers, far too many for one man to fight at once. Tae-san dismisses the threat completely, showing that sheer numbers do not concern him. Rebibas is stunned by the confidence and skill in front of him, and remembers that he once had that same spirit before the maze wore him down. He bitterly realizes that the maze changed him little by little until fear and compromise became his nature. That realization leaves him collapsed in silence. As death approaches, he wonders whether refusing the path of sin would have let him die with more honor. Tae-san gives him a final farewell and carries out the execution. Rebibas dies against the wall, leaving only blood and the consequences of his choices behind. The system confirms Tae-san's victory over Rebibas. Immediately after the kill, a new enhancement effect activates around Tae-san. Rebibas' death releases a surge of spiritual power that flows into him. The reward is enormous, permanently increasing multiple core stats at once and granting far more growth than a normal victory. His spiritual power enhancement also boosts his strong attack proficiency. Tae-san is stunned by how overwhelming the stat gains are from killing a single human opponent. After absorbing the reward, he turns to his companions and asks how far they have progressed. His allies appear before him alive and steadily advancing through their own route. They report that they have already cleared the 3rd floor and are carefully exploring the 4th, helped by the points they earned after returning to Earth. When Tae-san asks about the other modes, he learns that easy mode is struggling badly because many people died during the return. He accepts that death is becoming normal in this world and asks next about normal mode. He is told that normal mode has changed little beyond becoming more cautious, and then the conversation shifts to hard mode. In hard mode, most survivors endured the return mission, and Tae-san's earlier appearance became a major source of motivation for them. They explain that everyone there is pushing themselves to grow stronger, so the next meeting may reveal a very different group. Tae-san is pleased to hear that others are rising instead of stagnating. Then his companion reveals a new discovery on the 4th floor, a god's altar tied to a being named Balthazar. That name immediately captures Tae-san's full attention, hinting that the next stage of the maze will involve a direct connection to another god. Tae-san admits he has seriously considered whether he deserves to accept a god-given test, but decides he wants to face it sincerely and asks his companions for their judgment. Instead of discouraging him, the others reveal they will accept their own tests as well, showing they have become willing to take risks he did not expect from them. Lee Tae-yeon confirms she is done hiding behind fear and chooses courage over cowardice. Watching them, Tae-san realizes both she and Kang Jun-hyuk have changed far from the paths he remembers, and he wonders how much of that change came from his influence. He tells Tae-yeon he cannot predict her trial because each god gives a different one, but since she reached the decision herself, he will not stop her and only urges her to survive. They part with a promise to meet again alive as the test begins to separate them. Left behind with his floating guide, Tae-san compares another god's trial to Rakarata's and is told this new one sounds much more manageable. Even so, he worries whether his companions will survive their own ordeals. Once the concern passes, he turns back to his own progress and prepares to continue. He checks his equipment and confirms that his gauntlet still holds a hidden explosive function that can only be used once a month. Then he opens his status window to examine the sudden surge in spiritual power he felt earlier. The results show he is in peak condition at level 30, with his overall combat ability noticeably strengthened. Tae-san notes that while he has grown steadily by killing monsters, this is the first time defeating another adventurer has caused such a dramatic jump in power. His guide confirms that by killing Rebivas, even a low-ranking member of the Guide of Sin, he has crossed a line that will draw the organization's attention. Tae-san calmly accepts that the rest of them will come for him soon and decides he is ready whenever they arrive. Deeper in the maze, the Guide of Sin gathers in its meeting room to address the disturbance. They learn that a new adventurer from around the mid-teens floors has killed a second-tier member, something that should have been impossible. Their leaders regret losing such talent to the enemy side, but immediately issue a kill order and command every second-tier member to hunt him down. After sending out the warrant, they coldly return to discussing their plans for much higher floors, treating the execution as routine. On the 20th floor, the second-tier members receive the news of Rebivas' death with disbelief and unease. That unease quickly turns into greed as one of them demands action and insists they prove themselves. When they hear the executives themselves authorize the hunt, the target becomes a prize rather than a threat. They realize that killing Tae-san could earn promotion to the 3rd tier, and ambition overwhelms caution. The members begin fighting among themselves over who deserves the kill first. Since no one will back down, an elder proposes settling priority the way they always do. He brings out a die to let chance decide the order of the hunt. The rule is simple: the highest roll gets first claim on Tae-san, and everyone accepts it. One by one, the second-tier members cast their lots. The contest continues as each hunter waits to see who will gain the first chance. The die lands and the order is decided. Aldada wins the first turn and eagerly claims the right to go after Tae-san. Back on the 13th floor, the hunt begins to close in. Tae-san clears the floor's zombie swarm and completes the 13th floor challenge. His guide praises him for defeating enemies that were meant to be handled with traps by simply overpowering them head-on. Before he can relax, a violent disturbance opens nearby and announces an intruder. Tae-san immediately shifts from clearing monsters to facing a new enemy. Aldada, a second-tier member of the Guide of Sin, bursts in to claim the bounty. He confirms Tae-san is the one who killed Rebivas and comes in already thirsting for revenge and promotion. Tae-san answers without fear and challenges him to act on that anger. Aldada responds with open murderous intent and charges to kill him. Certain that someone from the 13th floor should be easy prey, Aldada sees this fight as his shortcut to the 3rd tier. That confidence shatters instantly when Tae-san counters with a single blow and smashes him into the wall. Aldada is left stunned and gasping, unable to understand how badly he was outmatched. Tae-san barely considers him a threat and recalls another loud fool like him, already judging this attacker weaker than Rebivas. He recognizes the speed of the Guide of Sin's retaliation, but also realizes they sent someone disappointing. Humiliated, Aldada convinces himself Tae-san must have relied on tricks and refuses to accept the gap in strength. Driven by wounded pride, he abandons reason and unleashes his hidden power. Tae-san braces as the enemy's body begins to change. The transformation reveals that Aldota's true strength lies in a monstrous form. He becomes a werewolf-like beast and roars as if this will finally reverse the fight. Tae-san is intrigued rather than frightened, realizing humans in this tower can transform into beasts. Aldota acknowledges Tae-san's strength but declares that his beast form will end the battle. Tae-san calmly tells him spirit alone is not enough when his movements are still too slow. He cuts in before the beast can capitalize on its transformation and lands another decisive strike. The werewolf reels, and Tae-san dismisses the transformation as nothing special beyond a slight speed increase. As his spiritual enhancement activates again, Tae-san warns his guide not to interfere and keeps pressing the attack. Far away, the lifestone linked to Aldada begins to fail. Its light drains away, signaling the end of another hunter. Back in the Guide of Sin's hall, the Watchers realize Aldota's life has gone out. They are forced to admit that Aldada has been killed as well. Trying to protect their pride, they argue he must have died before fully transforming, because in werewolf form he should have been far stronger. Even with that excuse, the next member reluctantly steps forward to take his turn. Giuseppe, a mage who prides himself on never lowering his guard, presents himself as the next hunter. The moment he arrives, Tae-san attacks first and knocks him down before the mage can establish control. When Giuseppe complains about the lack of warning, Tae-san points out that someone who came to kill him deserves no courtesy. Giuseppe recovers quickly and raises a magical shield to block Tae-san's blades. Tae-san is impressed, seeing for the first time a mage use defensive magic in such a practical combat style. Giuseppe follows with a madness spell, but Tae-san's indomitable spirit dispels the mental attack outright. The mage is shaken when he realizes Tae-san resisted a mental assault through sheer will, proving the earlier kills were no accident. Giuseppe shifts to particle dispersion, filling the area with magic meant to restrict movement. Tae-san quickly reads the technique as a way to limit an opponent's mobility and adapts to it. The mage then launches Frost Arrow, hoping a direct elemental attack will finally break him. Instead, Tae-san reproduces the same Frost Arrow himself, copying the spell after seeing it once. Giuseppe is stunned by the impossible sight of a swordsman matching his magic. His own spell is turned back on him, leaving him scrambling and injured. That humiliation crushes his confidence. because even the Magic Tower recognized his talent, yet this supposed novice surpasses him. Desperate to reassert superiority, Giuseppe calls down a thunderstrike. The spell detonates violently across the battlefield. For a moment, Giuseppe believes he has finally landed a decisive hit, but Taysan nullifies the first attack completely, takes no damage, and treats the instant magic as an interesting new trick to learn from. Giuseppe can only stare in disbelief as his certainty collapses. Taysan advances again, inviting him to continue while the mage struggles to understand what he is facing. Cornered and terrified, Giuseppe loses the composure he bragged about. Soon after, his lifestone also goes dark. The Watchers are horrified to learn that the mage has died too. They try to rationalize it by claiming a shadow must have advised Taysan, because Giuseppe should not have lost through magic alone. Even so, another hunter steps up, refusing to believe the pattern will repeat. When that next lifestone also begins to fail, panic starts spreading through the room. A swordsman who expected to wait his turn is forced to go early as the deaths pile up. But his stone also dims almost immediately, showing the slaughter is continuing without pause. At last they consider abandoning the one-on-one contest and sending groups instead. Multiple lifestones darken in succession, proving even that change came too late. Within 2 hours, half of the second-tier members sent after Taysan are dead. When the elder orders the next man to go, fear finally overcomes ambition and the chosen hunter openly refuses. The elder cannot ignore how absurd the situation has become, because someone from the 13th floor should never be able to massacre 20th floor adventurers like this. Looking at the table of extinguished stones, they begin to see Taysan less as prey and more as a monster. The elder reveals he only joined the Guide of Sin under threat, and now argues they should stop provoking Taysan and simply hide from him. Before that cowardly plan can settle in, a new presence arrives. A voice mocks the second-tier members for remaining exactly as pathetic as ever. The newcomer identifies himself as Zagan, a third-tier demon of the Guide of Sin, and bluntly says their mediocrity is why they never rise higher. The second-tier members are alarmed to see someone from the third tier descend to their level again. Zagan immediately notices that half their number is missing and demands an explanation. The elder tries to hide the truth by claiming the others merely went to another floor. Zagan smiles at the lie, already seeing through it. He punishes the elder on the spot for insulting him with such an obvious falsehood. The elder breaks and admits the truth under pressure. He confesses that all the missing members were killed by a single adventurer from the 13th floor. Rather than dismissing the claim, Zagan becomes intrigued and decides this enemy may be worthy of proving his own strength against. He leans in with predatory interest, pleased that the situation might finally offer him a real challenge. Zagan orders the survivors to take him to Taysan, threatening to kill them himself if they refuse. Elsewhere, Taysan notices the aftermath of the 5 who abandoned pride and attacked him together. He reflects that their simultaneous assault still failed because they had power but no teamwork, making them easy to break one by one. He concludes that any attempt to adapt now has already come too late for them. Their poor cooperation let him exploit the system's rewards, since eliminating even one opponent in a group fight gave him a huge advantage in recovery and momentum. As a result, he gains 11 levels from the massacre and calmly reviews the profit. His status now shows level 39 and a dramatic rise in every major stat, leaving him far stronger than before. His guide warns that as he grows this way, ordinary task rewards will diminish, but Taysan still comes out far ahead. He also studies one of the spells he learned, basic magic, particle dispersion. By understanding it, he gains a new way to scatter ice particles and expand his magical options. Thinking the fight may finally be over, he asks if the Guide of Sin has learned its lesson, only for his guide to sense a far more dangerous enemy approaching. The surviving second-tier members arrive with grim faces, no longer eager, and now clearly relying on someone else. They part to let a stronger figure step forward from the doorway. Taysan immediately senses that this newcomer is fundamentally different from every Guide of Sin member he has faced so far. Zagan enters wrapped in demonic power, and confirms that Taysan is the one who wiped out the second tier. Instead of attacking at once, Zagan studies him with genuine curiosity. Taysan answers by quietly releasing his own power, making the room feel the difference. Even Zagan is surprised that someone from the 13th floor carries strength beyond what should exist on the 20th. Trying to explain the impossible, Zagan asks whether Taysan might actually be a dragon. The question leaves Taysan genuinely puzzled. The second-tier members explain that dragons are beings who can split dimensions, and cannot be challenged unless one has reached at least the 40th floor. Zagan's own shadowy draconic presence reinforces how seriously demons regard that species. Taysan reacts with amused interest rather than denial. He teases them by asking what they would do if he really were a dragon. Zagan immediately suppresses his hostility, and reconsiders the entire confrontation. He formally bows, saying that if Taysan truly is a dragon, he has no intention of opposing him and will let him continue his journey unchallenged. The second-tier members are stunned that the terrifying Zagan retreats so quickly from a mere possibility. Taysan's guide can barely contain its reaction to the absurd turn in the conversation. Laughing at how badly Zagan exposed his cowardice, the guide explains to Taysan that dragons really are that overwhelming a species. That explanation makes Zagan realize he has been mocked and manipulated. When the guide states that dragons are ancient beings comparable to gods, Taysan simply accepts the information, while Zagan understands he has been played for a fool. Humiliation turns Zagan's caution into rage. He abandons diplomacy, curses Taysen for lying, and unleashes Decoravia's distorted vegetation. The demon drives the attack forward with full killing intent. Twisted roots and branches erupt around Taysen, trying to trap and impale him from every direction. Caught in the sudden snare, Taysen responds by activating Blazing Ball instead of retreating. He channels fire directly through the grasping vegetation and burns through the binding attack at its source. Zagan is surprised to see Taysen using the same fire-based power, and insists it should not matter. To overwhelm him completely, Zagan invokes the Raven Spirit of Decoravia. A flock of sinister spectral ravens pours into the battlefield under his command. The chapter ends with Taysen standing alone beneath the descending swarm, ready to face Zagan's full demonic assault. Taysen cuts through a swarm of raven-like spirits as they close in from every side. The sheer number of enemies starts to overwhelm the battlefield. He answers with a frost-charged strike, trying to thin the flock before they can bury him. While he fights, the ghost realizes his magic is fundamentally different from demonic sorcery and closer to divine power. Zagan protests that Taysen should stay out of his duel with the ghost and leave their conflict to them alone. The ghost unexpectedly refuses to help Taysen, which catches Zagan off guard. Taysen immediately notices the strange distance between the two demons and senses an opening. Zagan decides that whatever tension exists between them only improves his chances and prepares a stronger spell. He unleashes Markosia's fake flame, sending a mass of false fire toward Taysen. Taysen counters with Frost Arrow, only to realize the cold cannot affect the attack at all. He switches tactics and activates a nullification skill instead of trying to overpower it. Zagan is startled that Taysen can cancel attacks outright, but he refuses to back down. Confident Taysen still does not understand his abilities. Zagan launches another wave of false flame. Taysen nullifies the second strike too, though some damage still slips through and burns him. Seeing Taysen hurt, Zagan convinces himself victory is still within reach and invokes Nibiru's despair. A dark vortex forms around Taysen as the black magic closes in on his mind. Zagan declares the fight finished, certain the mental attack will end it. The ghost explains that Nibiru's despair is black magic that assaults a person's fundamental mind. Taysen shuts out the noise and steadies himself instead of panicking. The ghost notes that black magic is obscure enough to confuse most people on first contact, even those familiar with magic. He hints that Taysen may not be bound by that weakness and calls on him to prove it. A sharp burst of power pierces the black spell from within. Zagan can only stare as his sure-kill magic begins to fail. Taysen breaks free through sheer will, calmly remarking that black magic seems useful and worth learning. Zagan is shaken that Taysen overcame a mental attack by force of spirit alone, yet still tries to convince himself the battle can be salvaged. He summons the Raven Spirit of Decoravia, surrounding Taysen with a new flock of demonic birds. Taysen quickly judges that each spirit is weak individually, but their numbers make them dangerous. He chooses a wide-area answer and activates repulsion. A burst of formless force erupts from him and blasts the ravens away in every direction. Zagan is horrified that Taysen has already grasped how to counter yet another unfamiliar spell. The scattered spirits are thrown off their attack line and lose their momentum. Taysen uses the opening to rush forward instead of staying on defense. He cuts through one of the displaced spirits as he advances on Zagan. While closing the distance, Taysen pieces together the truth that the fake flame was never real fire but a flame-shaped substance. That deduction visibly rattles Zagan. In anger, Zagan activates Decoravia's distorted vegetation and fills the area with dark cracks that can sprout roots. Taysen immediately recognizes the spell pattern from an earlier encounter and starts reading its structure. He realizes the roots can only emerge from the cracks in the darkness, which means their paths can be predicted. He calculates the safe route in his head. Then he moves exactly where the attack will miss. The roots burst up all around him, but not where he stepped. Zagan is stunned that every trap failed. Taysen stands untouched inside the forest of roots, having avoided the entire attack. He says the answer was simple and prepares his finishing move. The ghost watches with approval as Taysen identifies the essence of the spell and acts on the most efficient solution. Taysen closes in and slashes Zagan directly. The ghost reflects that Taysen's greatest strength is his ability to understand and dismantle even first-seen black magic in real time. He compares that talent to the way Taysen learned earlier skills by separating their core principles from their rough outer forms. To the ghost, Taysen's gift is not simple talent but an uncanny instinct for grasping the essence of things. He also recognizes that this insight was forged through obsessive effort and repetition rather than luck. The fight ends with Zagan badly wounded and pinned against the wall, no longer able to resist. The ghost quietly affirms that this relentless method is uniquely Taysen's. Bleeding and beaten, Zagan admits he still has one thing he wants to know. Taysen puts a blade to his throat and forces him to speak carefully. Instead of taunting him, Taysen asks what he would need to do to learn black magic himself. Zagan answers that it is possible, because dark magic uses both mana and demonic energy. He explains that demonic energy once belonged only to demons, but in this labyrinth others can wield it if they meet the right conditions. The question leaves Zagan uneasy, because Taysen is already thinking beyond victory and toward acquisition. Zagan reveals that the demon's own goddess exists in the labyrinth, but she abandoned them. He says she favors powerful beings and may grant special privileges to those who satisfy her tests. That privilege could include access to powers normally reserved for demons. Tae-san turns to the ghost and asks whether he knows where the demon god can be found, and the ghost says the place should be nearby even if his memory is unclear. Zagan then begs for a true death, asking not to be used as an offering to the goddess. Tae-san grants the request without hesitation and kills him cleanly. The system rewards Tae-san with multiple level gains, increased spiritual power, and a new beginner dark magic skill based on false flames. The skill description confirms his earlier deduction by defining the false flame as a controllable flame-like substance that also requires demonic energy to use. With the duel over, Tae-san calls out the hidden cultists who had been watching and orders them to come out. He makes clear that if they stay hidden, he will hunt them down one by one. Terrified, the surviving members of the second range emerge and submit. Their leader nervously asks what Tae-san wants from them. Tae-san answers bluntly that what he really wants is experience and stats, and admits he had planned to kill them all if it were worthwhile. He reminds them that they are alive only because he has chosen not to waste effort. In exchange for sparing them, he gives them a condition: the sinister guides must never learn that he survived. When they ask if he means feeding false information, he confirms it and tells them to report that they killed him. He even scripts the lie for them, telling them to mix truth with fiction and say he died after fighting an adventurer on the 30th floor. He also points out that they never truly joined the sinister guides by choice, so obedience is their best chance to live. The cultists accept the deal. Tae-san checks with the ghost, who says he does not mind because the one who killed him was no ordinary person. The ghost then turns to the cult leader and demands the name of whoever ordered his death. The leader hesitates and warns that the truth may be better left unknown, but the ghost insists. At last the leader names the culprit as Soziet Gardenia, the woman of ashes and heir to the cursed kingdom's bloodline. He states plainly that she was the one who ordered the ghost's execution. The revelation shocks the ghost, who can barely process it. The cult leader explains that he was especially stunned because she had been the person closest to the ghost's leader. A memory of the woman surfaces, making the betrayal feel personal rather than political. The scene shifts as Tae-san's companions finish their own challenge and celebrate surviving it. They are amazed they cleared Balthazar's test at insane difficulty. When Tae-san asks what happened, the woman explains that Balthazar forced them to face their greatest fear, and hers took the form of a giant spider. The younger man says his fear became an elephant, which she teasingly finds adorable. Tae-san reflects that a courage trial suits the god of victory, and wonders what form his own fear would have taken. The younger man realizes why Tae-san urged them to take the harder option, since the rewards for success are much greater, though Tae-san warns that not every god is so fair. After thanking him for the advice, the companions part ways for the moment. Back in the aftermath of the battle, Tae-san asks the ghost if he is finally ready to tell his story. The ghost resists, clearly reluctant to reopen old wounds. Tae-san insists, saying he cannot let a mission he worked so hard on fail because of one dead man's regrets. He waits in silence until the ghost gives in. The ghost begins by saying he came from a ruined world where he found only monsters he could not speak with. He recalls that the white-haired woman was the first person he could communicate with, and that they bonded over similar pasts. Even now, he says he mainly wants to understand why she chose to have him killed. Tae-san tells him that question changes nothing about what must be done. When the ghost tries to stop there, Tae-san cuts him off and demands the rest. The story jumps ahead as Tae-san continues descending the labyrinth and cutting through monsters on the 14th floor. He keeps advancing through the 15th floor just as efficiently, clearing enemies without slowing down. Before entering the 16th floor, a green-haired witch notices that he has reached her room far sooner than expected. Tae-san explains that he rushed downward because there was little else he could do to raise his level, though he did gather a few magical items along the way. The witch uses one of those items to transfer its stored magic into him. As the energy settles, Tae-san acquires beginner spells including invisibility and slow down. The witch can identify invisibility, but admits she has never seen slow magic before and cannot explain it. Eager to learn, she asks Tae-san to cast slow on her as a test subject. Once affected, she excitedly reports that everything feels about 20% slower and finally understands the spell's effect. But when Tae-san tells her to release it, she panics because she has no idea how to cancel a spell she just learned. Her confidence vanishes as she realizes she trapped herself in the effect. The situation turns comically disastrous as she can only scream in slow motion. Time passes while the spell remains active and Tae-san simply waits it out. When it finally ends after 10 minutes, the ghost notes that they at least learned the spell's duration. Tae-san then enters the 16th floor, where the mission is to defeat the floor boss and advance. He remembers the cult leader's tip that an empty room on this floor contains a blacksmith. The leader had promised it would be exactly the kind of person Tae-san wanted to meet. Tae-san finds the room and sees an old smith working alone at a blazing forge. Freshly forged metal confirms the place is active, not abandoned. The smith greets Tae-san as a new adventurer, and the system identifies him as the dream smith, Iduna. The ghost recognizes him as Hafren, a blacksmith known for refining dreams. He remembers Hafren as a cold man who rarely showed emotion and treated him only as a business partner. Yet compared with the contempt Tae-san has faced from gods and other NPCs, That blunt professionalism now feels almost comforting. Hafren introduces himself and immediately turns the conversation toward work. He explains that monsters drop equipment and materials, and that materials are meant to be sold or forged into gear. Since it is Tae-san's first visit, Hafren offers to craft one item for free if Tae-san provides the materials. He then notices the ghost and addresses him as a warrior from the past. Tae-san is surprised that Hafren is not surprised at all by the ghost's presence. Hafren says he always believed that warrior would keep descending no matter what form he took. He also realizes Tae-san must be the new person carrying on the ghost's unfinished quest, despite the sinister guide's claim that both of them had been eliminated. Hafren makes his position clear. He does business with anyone and cares nothing for factions. To him, status means nothing compared with materials and equipment, so he refuses any exclusive allegiance. Tae-san accepts that neutrality and immediately asks for a wrist guard. He opens his inventory and dumps out a large stockpile of monster materials for the smith to use. Hafren is impressed by the quantity and tells him to return in 30 minutes. He explains that the work will be quick because the materials are common and the item is simple. Rather than wait idly, Tae-san leaves to use the time efficiently. He steps back out into the floor, already planning his next move. Tae-san decides 30 minutes is enough time to clear another floor and notes he could do it even faster if he wished. Exactly 30 minutes later, he returns, and Hafren says the item is ready. The smith hands over the finished equipment. Tae-san equips the ogre leather wrist guard and sees that it grants a strong defensive boost. Hafren tells him future work will cost money according to value, but he will keep the leftover materials for later jobs. As Tae-san prepares to leave, the ghost stops him and presses Hafren about whether he can make something far more important. The question makes Hafren's expression sharpen. He says he can create better things, but only if he has what he lacks. He then addresses the ghost with sudden seriousness, recognizing exactly what is being asked. Hafren explains that only Tae-san can make the special equipment they truly want, because it requires materials from a restricted place that only the permitted may enter. The ghost stakes everything on Tae-san, assuring Hafren that he is the one who can obtain those materials and make that impossible equipment a reality. An old blacksmith bristles at how lightly the ghost speaks about something precious to him, and Kong Tae-sa realizes they are discussing a matter he has not been told. The ghost reminds Hafren that it came here to save its ruined world and sees him as a kindred figure, except Hafren still has a way back home. Hafren hesitates to reveal everything, arguing that although Tae-sa accepted the request, he is still too unproven to be trusted with all his secrets. The ghost counters with a shocking fact. Tae-sa once defeated an enemy from the 30th floor. Tae-sa presses the contradiction, pointing out that Hafren himself had said they were both killed by a 30th floor guide of sins, yet he somehow beat one despite only reaching the 13th floor. Unable to accept that claim, Hafren explodes in disbelief and accuses them of deceiving him. The ghost calmly reminds Hafren that it has never lied, leaving him with no easy way to reject the truth. Hafren falls silent and starts thinking through what this impossible claim would mean. He finally offers a condition. If Tae-sa can prove he truly defeated something from the 30th floor, he will cooperate. Hafren sets the test by asking Tae-sa to defeat a monster he prepared, promising to accept the deal without further complaint if he succeeds. The room falls into tense anticipation as the challenge is about to begin. The ghost worries the demand may be abrupt, but Tae-sa accepts immediately because any chance to grow stronger is enough for him. The ghost still asks whether this path is truly worth the cost to him. It assures him that earning Hafren's recognition will strengthen him in many ways. The ghost also notes that since Tae-sa wants to reach the realm of the gods, this trial should matter even more. When Tae-sa reacts, the ghost reveals it already noticed his ambition from the way he looked at Maria. Even if that goal may be dangerously high, the ghost insists this experience will be valuable, and Hafren returns to announce that the preparations are complete. Tae-sa and the ghost turn toward the completed test, sensing something serious waiting for him. Hafren unveils the sealed barlog, a chained demon beast meant to judge Tae-sa's worth. The ghost explains that a barlog is normally a deep floor monster, but this one has deteriorated and should only be around the level of a late 20th floor boss. Even so, the ghost asks Tae-sa if he truly intends to accept such a dangerous proof. Tae-sa draws his sword without hesitation and commits to the fight. Hafren watches closely, still measuring whether this young man can justify the impossible story. The barlog breaks into a furious roar as the battle begins. The demon immediately locks onto Tae-sa with predatory focus. It lunges first, forcing Tae-sa to meet its speed head-on. The barlog releases a burst of demonic energy, turning the opening exchange lethal. Tae-sa slips through the attack and counters with a clean sword strike. He stacks evasion and slowing effects together, using skills to control the pace instead of trading power directly. The barlog is visibly thrown off as Tae-sa's interference takes hold. Seeing the opening, Tae-sa chains multiple elemental skills at once to overwhelm it. Fire and frost crash into the demon together, and the combined blast tears through it. Hafren is stunned that Tae-sa can surpass a monster from that level so decisively, while the ghost treats it as exactly what it expected. Even so, Hafren cannot shake the feeling that Tae-sa's strength is breaking rules that should limit mortals. The ghost agrees that Tae-sa is abnormal, especially because his abilities already exceed ordinary standards. It explains that Tae-sa's spiritual power enhancement does more than raise his own stats. It lets him draw on the abilities of what he faces, making it a far higher order skill than normal. Empowered by that advantage, Tae-sa finishes the Barlog at close range. With the demon defeated, even the ghost wonders whether a mortal should be allowed to possess such a skill. Hafren is left speechless by proof he can no longer deny. Accepting the result, Hafren agrees to let Tae-sa travel to his ruined world, and Tae-sa immediately asks whether such a journey is even possible. Hafren confirms that it is. He explains that his world was destroyed in an unusual way, allowing him to send Tae-sa there through a special gem. Hafren admits his current forge has limits, even if it is decent by local standards. Only the master of that destroyed world can handle its materials, so if Tae-sa brings them back, Hafren can forge equipment far stronger than anything he can make here. Asked what Tae-sa can realistically retrieve now, Hafren decides that wild roots from the Great Forest would be a suitable first target. He adds that as Tae-sa grows stronger and descends deeper into the labyrinth, he can later gather rarer materials from deeper parts of that ruined world. A new subquest appears, formally tasking Tae-sa with entering Hafren's destroyed world, collecting wild roots from the Great Forest, and returning for equipment forged from them, while Hafren hands him a map. Hafren activates the gem to open the way. Tae-sa braces himself as the portal forms. A blue gate opens between worlds under Hafren's control. As Tae-sa steps toward it, Hafren stops him for one final warning. He tells Tae-sa there is one thing he must remember before crossing over. Hafren warns him plainly that the world itself will try to kill him. The warning lands hard as Tae-sa is pulled into transit. He and the ghost are swept through a star-filled passage while Hafren remains behind. When Tae-sa asks what this strange movement is, the ghost explains that they are crossing space itself and must simply wait. As they approach the ruined star, Tae-sa reflects that although this is his first visit to a destroyed world, Earth too may be heading toward ruin. Looking at the cracked planet ahead, he wonders how different this future of destruction will be from his own world's possible end. He arrives on the dead world and immediately starts moving through its barren surface. The moment he takes in the place, something assaults him so suddenly that he can barely react. He realizes the air itself is poisonous and activates breath holding before the world can kill him through a single breath. Testing his surroundings, he notices there is almost no air at all, only a deadly emptiness. That realization confirms this world is hostile in a way he has never experienced. Even the ground seems to pull at him, making him feel as if the planet is trying to swallow him whole. Tae-sa senses hostility pressing on him from every direction. He understands that the star itself is the source of that malice. As he runs, he concludes that this world is actively trying to kill any living thing that enters it. Each step becomes a struggle against the planet's resistance. The system records constant damage, and Tae-sa notes that only a small amount of oxygen remains to keep him going. The ghost warns him to move as little as possible, because the more he acts, the more attention this deadly world will focus on him. Checking the map, Tae-sa wonders how far the Great Forest still is and whether he has even reached halfway. The world answers his movement with another strike, cutting him and proving that standing still will not be enough. He notices strange traces around him, as if the terrain itself is stalking his path. To distract himself while enduring the march, Tae-sa asks the ghost what separates beings like it from adventurers. The ghost clarifies that he means contractors and says the difference is simple. Some are bound, and some are not. Adventurers like Tae-sa can leave the labyrinth, but contractors are tied to it, and cannot go outside. They accepted that bondage by making deals with a wizard in exchange for a chance to fulfill their deepest wishes. The ghost reveals the motives behind several such contracts, including its own desire for revenge and others' pursuit of magic or divinity. Hafren and the other shopkeepers are no different, which is why they must rely on free adventurers to act for them. Tae-sa realizes that this is why their requests always appear as quests, and he asks how someone becomes a contractor in the first place. The ghost says there are many paths, but in its own case a wizard approached it directly and offered the contract. Tae-sa immediately asks who that wizard is. The ghost refuses to answer, saying Tae-sa will learn naturally as he descends deeper into the labyrinth. Before he can press further, a new threat gathers around him. The world condenses its hostility into a sandstorm-like vortex, and Tae-sa realizes it is escalating from passive malice to direct execution. He responds with evasion and shelter, trying to survive the storm's first assault. Even with those skills, the storm keeps tearing into him, and he starts doubting whether ordinary techniques can help at all. He notices the storm does not wander but stays locked onto him alone, as if it exists solely to kill him. Refusing to be cornered, Tae-sa attacks back with both blades. He carves through the vortex in a spinning counterattack, testing whether force can break the world's will. When darkness proves ineffective, he realizes this enemy is not a creature but a phenomenon beyond normal weaknesses. He tries elemental magic next, launching fire and frost into the storm. The spells strike cleanly, but he is really probing for a reaction rather than expecting damage. The attacks explode through the vortex without changing anything, confirming that ordinary attack magic cannot kill it. Since it cannot be destroyed that way, Tae-sa decides he must control it instead and activates slow. The slowing effect spreads through the storm and finally interferes with its motion. Encouraged, Tae-sa realizes his skill can affect even the target's abilities, then activates acceleration on himself to exploit the opening. He bursts forward at high speed, racing past the slowed storm. Now fully focused, he commits to outrunning the world's attack. He pushes himself harder, believing he only needs a little more distance. Tae-sa keeps his composure and searches for the key to surviving rather than merely enduring. The storm suddenly dissipates on its own once it fails to catch him. The ghost interprets that as proof that the attack has no reason to persist if it cannot fulfill its purpose of killing him. At that moment, a new awakening triggers inside Tae-sa, and the system announces the birth of an unknown skill. A strange power rises around him, unlike anything he has consciously used before. Tae-sa stares at the unfamiliar energy gathering in his hands, unable to understand what he has awakened. The system identifies it only as a conceptual skill, while his spiritual power enhancement activates alongside it. Neither Tae-sa nor the ghost recognizes this kind of skill, which makes the revelation even more unsettling. The ghost begins to suspect it may know what this power resembles. When Tae-sa asks if it remembers anything, the ghost admits that it does, but only partially. It says it needs time to piece the meaning together before explaining it. Tae-sa accepts that answer for now, deciding he can hear the full explanation later. The world gives him no rest, hurling more attacks as he moves on. Tae-sa answers by accelerating his thoughts, drawing on everything he has experienced here to understand the pattern behind the assaults. With sharpened perception, he starts cutting through the incoming barrage while racing along the cliffside. He layers more combat skills together, turning defense into a coordinated offensive response. Additional techniques stack on top of that, letting him fight in this airless death zone with increasing precision. He drives himself onward through the canyon despite the relentless pressure. Even so, the attacks still pierce his defenses enough to remind him that this battle could continue forever if he does not find the source. Then he notices something unusual hidden among the cliff walls. A distinct object embedded in the rock catches his attention amid the chaos. Tae-sa points it out, though the ghost cannot perceive anything there. Trusting his own sight, he accelerates toward the hidden target. He confirms his new power is guiding him and closes in on the object with confidence. Tae-sa cuts through the surrounding rock to expose what was concealed. He keeps advancing through the collapsing canyon, following the hidden point deeper in. The path opens toward a core-like spot in the ground, and Tae-sa rushes straight for it. He pushes himself for one final burst, convinced he is almost there. Ahead, a dark vortex-like core reveals itself as the heart of the phenomenon. As the attacks intensify, Tae-sa realizes he was right to expect the world to resist more violently the closer he got. He also senses that the core faltered the moment he approached it directly. Using that hesitation, he dives through the last wave of attacks. He fixes his focus on the core and commits to a decisive strike. Tae-sa drives both blades down in a crushing blow meant to break the source of the world's assault. The strike tears through the vortex core and disrupts the hostile force controlling the canyon. Tae-sa watches the surrounding pressure collapse, realizing he has actually broken it. The attacks cease, leaving only falling debris and silence where the world's will had been raging. The system then names his conceptual skill as volition and notes that his mastery of it has already begun to rise. Hearing that name, the ghost is visibly shaken because it recognizes what kind of power this must be. It reflects that in Hafren's world, the star itself is trying to destroy everything upon it. That realization reframes the enemy Tae-sa has been fighting all along. The dead canyon and the cosmic force behind it are revealed as parts of the same hostile will. The ghost understands volition as the star's determination to let no living thing survive. In other words, it is the will of the ruined world itself made into power. That means Tae-sa has just overcome the world's own volition, just as he once overcame another impossible force before. The ghost explains that this new skill does not merely overpower things physically but extorts their power on a conceptual level. At low mastery, such extortion should seize nothing, yet Tae-sa's spiritual power enhancement is already strong enough to overpower even the star's volition. The ghost concludes that this is not a power a normal mortal should possess, but something closer to the authority of a transcendent being, then points Tae-sa toward the destination. Following that direction, Tae-sa reaches the twisted region where the wild roots grow, and the ghost confirms this is the kind of place where Hafren once gathered them. Catching his breath, Tae-sa focuses on the practical reward ahead and confirms that bringing back those roots should earn him better equipment. Tae-san rushes through a forest of giant roots, cutting a path forward instead of retreating. He stays calm and focused, treating the attack like something he can solve. With both swords moving at once, he carves through the roots that try to trap him. He lands on a branch inside the monstrous tree and keeps pressing deeper toward its source. A brief laugh shows he is enjoying the challenge rather than fearing it. Seeing the scale of the tree, he realizes the target is far larger than expected. The oppressive darkness of the place closes in as he searches for the core. He steadies himself atop the roots and prepares to force the way open. After activating repulsion, he creates a field that pushes the roots away from his body. He warns the roots to get out of his way and turns defense into forward momentum. The roots crash against the repelling force and fail to stop his advance. Using mental acceleration, he stops reacting blindly and starts analyzing where the roots originate. He cuts while searching for the true base, refusing to waste effort on endless branches. His attention sharpens as he follows the pattern of the attacks instead of the attacks themselves. He senses black energy inside the mass and realizes the corruption must be concentrated somewhere. He notices the roots are bunching together, which tells him the core is nearby. At last he spots a knot of roots charged with dark power and identifies it as the real target. His floating companion urgently warns him to be careful as he closes in. The companion realizes Tae-san cannot hear anything now because he is fully absorbed in the fight. Tae-san shuts out everything else and commits completely to the kill. He nullifies the first incoming strike and concludes the enemy only attacks in a fixed pattern to grow stronger. Using that opening, he launches himself straight at the center. A concentrated cross-slash tears into the core and breaks the enemy's defense. As the core collapses, one of his enhancement effects improves an unknown skill, hinting that this battle is refining him. He reaches into the shattered interior and confirms the real prize was hidden inside all along. He obtains the random root, and his companion reminds him the mission was always supposed to be easy for someone at his level and suggests leaving now. Tae-san agrees that the objective is complete and there is no reason to linger. A portal opens overhead, offering them a way back out of the ruined world. The rift stabilizes as the world around them continues to crackle with danger. Tae-san dryly notes that this place seems determined to kill him to the very end. Even so, he steps toward the exit without hesitation. Carrying the root, he leaves through the portal and promises they will meet this place again. The sub-quest ends as he returns to the blacksmith's workshop, where the old man is startled by how quickly he came back. Tae-san immediately presents the root and asks whether it is enough for the job. The blacksmith explains Tae-san cannot judge the item properly because he is not a native of that ruined world, then asks if he truly brought the correct root. Tae-san answers with confidence while the system identifies the random root as something that can grow only in the right environment. The blacksmith studies the item and considers whether it can really be used. Tae-san asks directly if the root can be fused with the Cabot sword. The companion confirms that the root can be used however Tae-san wants. With that settled, Tae-san presents the sword for reforging. The companion reminds the blacksmith that the weapon now belongs to Tae-san, making the decision his alone. Tae-san formally requests that the Cabot relic sword be blended with the root, fully committing to strengthening it. The blacksmith agrees because that is what the warrior wants. He tells Tae-san to keep the sword for now, promising to refine the root first and complete the fusion in 2 days. Rather than wait idly, Tae-san heads back into the maze and reaches the 17th floor. He immediately clashes with the floor's boss in a burst of sword and magic. The Dullahan, boss of the 17th floor, falls almost as soon as the fight begins. After collecting new gear, Tae-san dismisses the boss as weak, and his companion points out that the real issue is how overwhelmingly strong he has become. Wanting to grow even more before the sword is finished, he pushes on toward the next floor. On the 18th floor, the skeleton mage knight is reduced to a corpse among bones before it can matter. He advances again, reaching the 19th floor without slowing down. There he confronts the leech, another boss that appears dangerous only in name. Tae-san cuts it down cleanly, wins the fight, and levels up again. His companion finally admits he has improved, while his status confirms he has reached level 42 with sharply increased combat stats. Encouraged by the gains, the companion urges him to head straight for the 20th floor. Before moving on, Tae-san notices a strange purple disturbance deeper in the area. He immediately senses that this is not part of the normal floor progression. He approaches carefully as dark energy coils across the ground. The companion identifies the place as the altar of the god of demons, the being who governs all demons. The system confirms it is Lucifer's altar, a channel through which that god can exert influence, and rewards Tae-san for being the first to discover it. Tae-san asks what kind of test such a god would give, but the companion admits ignorance. All the companion can say is that gods test people according to their own domain, which makes a demon god's trial especially uncertain. Tae-san wonders whether the altar only accepts those of demon blood. The companion explains that humans are not excluded outright, but the standards for them are severe, so Tae-san decides to return later after his weapon is strengthened. He chooses caution over pride because entering an unknown divine test unprepared would be reckless. He proceeds to the 20th floor, where the corridor is littered with broken weapons and signs of past challengers. A violent clash echoes from beyond the doorway, warning him that something stronger is waiting. Tae-san charges in without hesitation. He meets the 20th floor boss, the Death Knight, and strikes first. When their blades lock, Tae-san immediately judges the boss underwhelming and taunts him. He decides the knight's sword is too slow to threaten him. A swift counter ends the fight, and the system declares the Death Knight defeated. Even his companion is surprised that an enemy meant to be difficult fell so easily. Tae-san checks for hidden rewards and finds nothing obvious, which makes him suspect there is still a secret mission here. He becomes convinced the floor is hiding something beyond the normal boss clear. A sudden intuition from the system points him toward the answer. Following that hunch, he identifies a concealed section of wall as a secret room. He presses the hidden mechanism and opens the passage. The wall breaks away exactly as he expected, revealing the hidden route. A long tunnel leads him deeper into the floor's buried secret. As he advances, the companion wonders if whatever lies ahead is at the level of a lord rather than an ordinary boss. At the end of the passage, a lone armored figure waits in silence. Tae-san instantly understands that this presence is different from the monsters he has been mowing down. The figure steps forward and addresses him as if he has been expected. The system announces the appearance of the Death Knight Lord Valorant. Valorant recognizes Tae-san as the warrior's shadow spoken of by the sage, and openly judges him weak. That mention shocks the companion, who realizes this knight has somehow met the sage before. The revelation unsettles the companion more than the threat itself. Valorant refuses to explain that connection fully, saying some secrets belong only to those equally bound to this place. Then his tone shifts, and he turns from mockery to serious appraisal. He admits Tae-san is strong enough that a normal fight would leave him no chance to win. So Tae-san proposes a sword duel in the room granted to Valorant, turning the encounter into a test of pure skill. To honor that challenge, Tae-san puts away the advantages he normally relies on. Valorant accepts with gratitude, declaring that as a knight he would never win by cheap tricks and that he has waited centuries for a true duel. Their blades collide, and the fight instantly becomes far more dangerous than the earlier boss battle. Tae-san realizes Valorant is genuinely powerful, not just another floor guardian. Even while fighting, he judges that this opponent exceeds what ordinary players could ever handle. He still uses his defensive nullification to survive the opening exchange, refusing to die for the sake of pride. Valorant notices the attack annulment, and finds Tae-san's abilities intriguing rather than dishonorable. The Lord answers with overwhelming force, smashing the ground and changing the battlefield itself. Rubble erupts around them as Tae-san is forced to adapt on the move. He studies Valorant's style and concludes that despite the complexity of his swordsmanship, his large frame keeps his movements from being truly fast. Using that insight, Tae-san takes the fight into the air to create a better angle. He crashes down with a brutal strike that finally breaks through Valorant's guard. Even while pressed, Valorant praises Tae-san and repeats that ordinary players could never beat him. Tae-san answers that he was never ordinary to begin with. He follows that declaration with a close-range kick and blade pressure to keep Valorant off balance. For a moment, Tae-san is caught off guard by how fiercely the Lord keeps responding. Valorant unleashes another heavy attack that nearly catches him despite his reading of the pattern. Tae-san grits through the danger and refuses to lose control of the duel. He recognizes that one mistake here could still kill him, so he answers with a decisive downward strike meant to end the exchange on his terms. The companion can only watch in alarm as the duel reaches its peak. Unable to understand why Tae-san is not using his usual magic or acceleration, the companion begs him to stop handicapping himself. Tae-san says nothing, but his silence shows this choice matters to him personally. Valorant suddenly tears open his own helmet, abandoning the last barrier between them. He reveals a human face beneath the armor, proving he is not merely an undead monster. Thankful that Tae-san gave him a fair fight, Valorant attacks with renewed joy instead of resentment. The duel becomes a final exchange of pure swordsmanship, each strike carrying all of their conviction. Valorant declares he has waited hundreds of years for exactly this kind of battle. Tae-san rises above him for the finishing blow while Valorant meets it head-on. His blade lands cleanly, breaking through Valorant's defense at last. As he falls, Valorant addresses Tae-san not as prey but as a true adventurer. A relieved smile spreads across Valorant's face because the duel gave him the release he wanted. Tae-san understands that this victory means more than clearing a floor. Valorant thanks him sincerely, accepting defeat without bitterness. The chamber falls quiet except for Tae-san's heavy breathing after the exhausting duel. A massive sword remains planted in the shattered floor beside the kneeling lord, marking the end of the battle. Still catching his breath, Tae-san returns the thanks, acknowledging the worth of the opponent he just defeated. Valorant reveals he noticed Tae-san intentionally avoided relying on his usual skills, and says that in that sense they are alike. He gently holds his helmet as if reclaiming his identity in his final moments. Valorant explains that he is a knight who never wanted to depend on trivial powers and only wished to fight with his sword alone. He says that stubborn wish has finally been fulfilled through Tae-san, allowing him to leave with satisfaction rather than regret. The companion starts to say he must be free now, but Valorant's next words stop that assumption. Valorant gives a faint, knowing smile before speaking of something deeper. He asks whether Tae-san knows why intelligent beings like them are bound to this place as monsters. That wording shocks Tae-san because it suggests the monsters here were once something else. Valorant says the answer is simple. For some, this maze is a land of opportunity, but not for everyone. He implies that the maze grants power to some while condemning others to a different fate. Though he cannot reveal the whole truth, he tells Tae-san that someone like him can descend deeper and uncover it himself. Tae-san listens in silence as the mystery of the maze grows far larger than simple floor clearing. Valorant leaves him with a final plea. When Tae-san learns who they are and what the wizards truly are, he should show mercy to those who could not escape. With Valorant gone, the system confirms Tae-san has defeated the Death Knight Lord of the 20th floor. Among the rewards is Valorant's helmet, which carries both strong defense and the lingering will of a great knight. Tae-san notes that action speed on a helmet is unusually valuable, making the item especially useful. He realizes his current designated stats are already far beyond what he had before his regression. Another always active skill, Prove Yourself, manifests around him as the visible result of everything he has accumulated. He recalls that Lee Tae-yun once described this kind of presence as an intimidating skill. He also receives Sharply Wounded Shoes, a rare piece of gear that boosts both movement and action speed. Finally, as a rune of strength appears, Tae-san turns to his status window to measure how much stronger he has just become. After boosting his strength with a rune, Kang Tae-san confirms his stats have risen enough that he may finally approach Lee Tae-yun's former level before her regression. He heads to Lilith's room on the 16th floor to turn that new power into something more useful. Lilith notices his arrival at once. When she asks how far he has progressed, Tae-san reveals he has already reached the 20th floor, leaving her startled by how quickly he is advancing. Lilith immediately guesses he has come to offer tribute in exchange for instruction, and Tae-san asks her to teach him without delay. She accepts and begins a magical lesson through a formal spellcasting ritual. The lesson grants Tae-san a new basic spell, Leap into the Air, giving him a limited magical jump technique. Rather than admire the result, Tae-san studies the spell with the mindset of testing it immediately. He launches himself at once, proving he intends to master the technique through direct use. Lilith laughs because his habit of trying new abilities the moment he gets them has not changed. Tae-san activates the spell again, confirming he can create footing in midair. He rises cleanly into the sky, turning the spell from theory into practical movement. Seeing how useful the jump is, he judges it to be one of the better spells he has learned. Back on the 20th floor of the maze, he resumes testing himself against danger. To do that, he strips off his equipment, alarming his companion, who realizes he is about to attempt another reckless experiment. Tae-san uses fairy's dust and openly admits he is trying to uncover more about the attack annulment skill. His companion is baffled that he still thinks there is hidden depth left in that ability. Tae-san calmly decides to find out by facing the enemy's attacks head-on. The first strike is completely nullified, confirming the skill can erase one attack outright. The second strike is also fully erased, proving the protection extends further than expected. His companion doubts he can possibly nullify a third attack as well. Tae-san focuses, treating the next blow as the real test. He checks his condition in the middle of the exchange, measuring exactly what the skill is costing him. The first and second hits now land as damage instead of being erased, letting him compare the pattern directly. By the third hit, he confirms the real condition. His stamina does not begin decreasing until that third attack. That discovery unlocks a hidden skill, absolutely nullify the third attack, and he immediately turns the result into a counterattack. His companion is stunned that such a specific third attack nullification skill even exists. Tae-san concludes that the third annulment was always there but hidden behind an unusual acquisition condition no one would normally meet. He reasons that because no one had ever cleared Rakurata's test, no one had learned how protective shield mechanics could produce this result. With the experiment complete, he finally lowers himself to recover. His companion urges him to stop pushing so hard and get some rest. Tae-san hesitates, still thinking about what to do next instead of listening. That earns him an angry scolding for caring more about getting stronger than about his own condition, and he can only tell the little spirit to stop hitting him. 2 days later, outside the blacksmith workshop on the 16th floor, Tae-san reviews that his advanced sword skill has climbed to 29% and is entering a more serious stage of mastery. He recognizes the recent growth came from organizing what he had already accumulated, and that further progress will now be harder. Even so, he decides the gain is enough for now and goes to collect what the blacksmith promised after 2 days. At the workshop door, he pauses when he senses activity inside. He worries he may have arrived too early, only to find the blacksmith still at work. The blacksmith tells him he is exactly on time because the job has just been completed. He reveals a simple-looking enhancement core that will transform and strengthen a weapon once combined with it. The blacksmith orders Tae-san to hand over his sword so the final step can begin. The core shatters into power as the fusion process starts. When the light clears, Tae-san's sword has become the Cabot relic, a ruined world blade tied to ancestral blood and especially deadly against noble lineages. Even his companion is impressed that the weapon's improvement has reached this level, with a major increase in attack power. Tae-san accepts the result with sincere gratitude. The blacksmith refuses the thanks, reminding him this was simply a transaction. He also warns that he only descends every 5 floors and cannot offer more frequent help, then sends Tae-san off with luck. Tae-san next visits Lucifer's altar on the 19th floor, stepping into a place steeped in demonic presence. He approaches the altar carefully, aware that something there is watching him back. He identifies the gaze as a mix of curiosity and irritation, sensing an intelligence behind the altar rather than a mere shrine. Choosing not to retreat, he reaches out and touches the altar directly. The contact triggers a response from the skull-shaped focus of the altar. A crimson light awakens inside it, confirming the altar has accepted his touch. A hidden presence answers his own curiosity by asking whether he feels the same pull. Lucifer herself extends an invitation into her territory, and Tae-san is drawn into the offer before he can resist. The invitation is accepted, and the meeting becomes unavoidable. Lucifer's territory opens to him, formally recognizing his arrival. Inside, Tae-san finds himself in a strange purple realm where his senses fail, and he cannot make sense of the space around him. As his vision adjusts, a vast demonic hall and throne room take shape before him. The sheer pressure of the place leaves him tense and sweating. Realizing he stands before a being far beyond him, Tae-san kneels first and offers a respectful greeting to the demon god. He admits he is not foolish enough to ignore the atmosphere and pretend this is an equal meeting. That answer amuses the one on the throne. Lucifer decides his response is acceptable and asks for his name. He introduces himself as Kong Tae-san. Lucifer immediately establishes the power balance by warning that defiance would let her crush him effortlessly. Tae-san stays still under the threat, fully aware that she means it. The pressure alone is enough to make him break into a sweat. Lucifer then softens the moment by saying she was joking, while making it clear that the joke only works because the truth behind it is obvious. She admits she has many reasons to be angry, hinting that Tae-san's past actions have already reached her notice. The pressure briefly chokes Tae-san, and his companion anxiously checks whether he can endure this audience. Lucifer reveals she knows he killed Zagan, but she does not resent him for it because that death came from a fair fight. Instead, she implies that another matter is what truly interests her. She correctly identifies the reason he came to her as his need for demonic energy. That direct insight catches Tae-san off guard. He reflects that demonic energy is the fuel required for black magic and that he needs it to use Markosia's fake flame, the skill he gained after defeating Zagan. So he openly states his goal and asks to obtain demonic energy. Having said it aloud, he waits for her judgment. Lucifer reminds him of the fundamental problem: he is human. As the demon god, she explains that demonic energy belongs to those under her dominion. Humans are outside that dominion, so by ordinary rules they cannot receive it from her. Tae-san asks whether that means giving demonic energy to a human is impossible. Lucifer surprises him by answering that in his case she actually can give it to him. Tae-san immediately points out the contradiction in what she just said. Lucifer clarifies that the usual rule does not apply because Tae-san has already obtained a fragment of her power by unusual means. She notes that the being beside him had no right to possess that power. But Tae-san does have the talent to control demonic energy, which is why she is willing to consider him. Even so, she warns that such power has a price, and Tae-san asks her to name it. Lucifer says the price is simple. She wants Tae-san to protect her young sheep, a child of hers who is in danger. A subquest appears explaining that Lucifer cannot intervene directly in the world where her child is being persecuted, so she wants Tae-san to go there and help, with rewards based on his performance. Reading the quest, Tae-san realizes the task will require him to travel to another world entirely. Lucifer confirms that is exactly what she intends. She reassures him that this world is not another ruined realm like Hafren's, so he need not fear the same kind of collapse. Then her composure breaks into anger as she explains that her child is suffering in a world that has abandoned faith in her, and she wants Tae-san to bring the girl somewhere safe. Tae-san weighs the request in silence. He agrees to do it, but he immediately asks for something in return beyond the stated reward. Lucifer bristles at his audacity, reminding him that a god's favor is never free. Even so, she restrains herself and decides to hear him out instead of punishing him on the spot. She tells him to speak, promising to ignore it if the request is trivial. His companion nervously waits to hear what reckless thing he will ask now. Tae-san asks whether Lucifer knows anything about the invaders destroying his own world. That question immediately changes Lucifer's expression. She offers a bargain. If he carries out her orders satisfactorily, she will tell him who those invaders are. That promise is enough to secure his full commitment. With the deal settled, Lucifer opens a portal and begins briefing him on the world he is about to enter. She names the destination Begwasida, a world where magic exists and dragons protect it. Its overall power is only average, but one troublesome figure keeps it difficult to approach. That figure is Haman. Lucifer identifies Haman as the god of light born in that land, the one who watches over it. Tae-san prepares himself as the portal stabilizes. Lucifer sends him through, telling him that Begwasida is where he must go and wishing him luck. He is thrown out of the transfer into a bright forest, landing hard in the new world. As he gets up, he notes that Begwasida looks deceptively ordinary despite being another world. The peaceful sky and wildlife only deepen that first impression. Even the butterflies and sunlight make the place seem harmless. His companion points out that the people from the Guide of Sin already looked human, so outward appearances here mean very little. Tae-san starts to relax at the thought that no one would recognize or pursue him here, but his presence detection suddenly activates. Realizing danger is already close, his companion cuts off the idle talk and urges him to move. Tae-san agrees at once and shifts from observation to action. He plants his foot and prepares to launch. Using leap into the air, he shoots upward to get a better view of the threat. From above, his detection confirms multiple nearby presences. He focuses on the movement below and spots the center of the disturbance. A group of armed pursuers is chasing a single fleeing figure through the forest. Tae-san realizes the target must be the child Lucifer sent him to save. His companion confirms it, noting the girl's overall black coloring marks her as a member of the demon clan. Below, the girl desperately begs her pursuers to stop while struggling to keep running. An arrow catches her leg and ruins her escape. Even wounded, she forces herself onward while the hunters close in behind her. A thrown loop snags her ankle and finally drags her down. She realizes too late that her escape has ended. The hunters celebrate capturing her, treating the chase like a profitable job rather than a life they are ruining. The girl is forced to admit that after surviving capture for 10 years, she has finally been cornered. Her captors mock her skill at escaping even as they pin her down. They apologize only in form, calling her princess while preparing to knock her unconscious. As they secure her, the hunters begin arguing over how to divide the bounty. The proposed split immediately causes resentment, because the leader wants far more than an equal share. He justifies his greed by claiming he paid most of the cost for the pursuit and bribery. Then he declares the others should take 90 gold each while he keeps 190 for himself. When one of the others objects, the leader answers with naked intimidation and tells dissenters to die. At that moment, Tae-san appears beside them and calmly asks if he can join in. The sudden interruption shocks the nearest hunter speechless. Tae-san drops into the middle of the group, startling them before they can react. The hunters try to identify him, first wondering if his dark hair means he is a demon, then dismissing that because his coloring is not pure black. Tae-san ignores the question of who he is and states only that he has business with the horned girl. The leader's expression hardens as he senses a threat to his prize. He accuses Tae-san of being another bounty hunter trying to steal their share by targeting demons. Before the accusation can turn into a coordinated attack, Tae-san answers with violence and smashes the leader in the face. A sudden threat makes the armed men recoil in shock. Before they can react, a cloaked stranger crashes into the scene and knocks the attackers aside. As the demon girl lies unconscious on the grass, the shaken men demand to know who has interfered. The stranger checks the girl first and confirms she is still alive. He calmly reminds them that he came for the woman they were targeting and draws his weapon to make that clear. Faced with the blade at his throat, one attacker immediately abandons any resistance and offers to tell everything. His fear deepens into outright begging as he pleads for his life in exchange for information. The stranger's killing intent overwhelms the group so completely that the captive realizes he has no room left to lie. Satisfied that the man will talk, the stranger lowers the immediate pressure and listens. He first confirms the key point: an oracle was supposedly revealed in this place 10 years earlier. The captive nervously admits that this is true. He explains that humans and demons once shared the world with limited coexistence until Hammon, the god of light, delivered a fateful oracle. That divine revelation became the turning point that reshaped the world. Its command was simple and brutal: exterminate the demons. Humanity embraced the oracle as a holy cause and went to war in Hammon's name. 2 years later the demon king was dead, the war ended, and the demon's defeat was sealed. What followed was not peace but systematic persecution. Bounties were placed on surviving demons, and relentless hunting nearly wiped them out. The captive then points back to the girl as the final piece of the story. He reveals that the unconscious woman is the last princess of the demon clan. The stranger recalls another crucial part of the prophecy. The demon god's request was to bring that girl somewhere safe. Having learned what he needed for the moment, he dismisses the captive and turns his attention back to the girl. He carries her away from the battlefield and shelters with her in a rocky hideout. When she wakes sooner than expected, he tells her she should still be resting. She rises groggily, still disoriented from the attack. Though grateful for being saved, she immediately urges him to leave before staying near her gets him killed. She insists that he should not be beside her because, as a demon, she believes her very existence brings danger. His gentle response unsettles her because it clashes with everything she expects from humans. She remembers a childhood before the fall, when demons still had family, protectors, and a place in the world. He listens in silence instead of rejecting her. With painful honesty, she admits that now she has no one left she can call a friend. Her loneliness stands exposed as the true weight she has been carrying. She explains that not only bounty hunters but even powerful and famous people are pursuing her. He asks whether she means someone like the man who attacked earlier. Before she can answer, both of them sense another presence approaching. A new pursuer steps out from the trees with the confidence of someone who already knows exactly whom he has found. The princess immediately recognizes him and is horrified. The man addresses her as princess and confirms he has been tracking rumors of her location. She identifies him as Gallant and condemns him for betraying the loyalty he once swore to her father. Gallant answers with a smile that makes clear his loyalty is long gone. He dismisses the past and admits he now sees his service to the Demon King as a mistake. He attacks while declaring that he is ashamed he ever served a demon at all. Gallant rushes past the princess and targets the stranger first, treating him as an obstacle to be removed. The princess tries to stop him, insisting the stranger has nothing to do with her fate. Her plea is drowned out as Gallant's strike comes down. Gallant commits fully to the killing blow, certain it will cut the stranger down. The stranger reacts with mild curiosity rather than fear. He catches the attack barehanded and stops the sword as if the blow never had any force behind it. Then he counters with a single punch that sends Gallant flying. Gallant is stunned that a man he dismissed as ordinary could hit back so hard. The stranger watches him crash away and realizes the fight is not over yet. Seeing Gallant rise again, he notes with surprise that the man survived the punch. Instead of worrying, he becomes interested and judges Gallant to be genuinely skilled. Gallant, humiliated, tries to restore his pride by sneering that the stranger is just some nobody from the countryside. He unleashes blue aura around himself and prepares a more serious assault. The princess recognizes the danger at once and can only watch in alarm. The stranger remains expressionless, still trying to understand what he is seeing. Gallant charges with aura-coated sword strikes meant to carve him apart. The stranger casually wonders whether this blue energy is what people here call aura. His floating companion confirms the guess and hints that the stranger possesses something similar in his own world. Gallant keeps pressing the attack, expecting his empowered blade to finally break through. Convinced the stranger is beneath him, Gallant vows to split him in half. The stranger blocks again with effortless precision, meeting the aura strike head-on. Gallant is rattled when even his enhanced blow fails to overpower the stranger's sword. The stranger concludes that aura is sharp and dangerous, but not enough to break his weapon. For the first time, Gallant starts to suspect he has misjudged his opponent completely. He roars and pours out even more aura in desperation. With his power flaring, Gallant launches another all-out descending strike. He swings with everything he has left, trying to overwhelm the stranger through sheer force. The stranger only smiles faintly, as if he has already solved the problem. Gallant screams that he will kill him, but the threat now sounds more desperate than dominant. The princess braces herself, expecting another terrible clash. Instead, she is left confused when the attack seems to vanish from consequence. A system message reveals that the stranger has nullified the first attack completely. Gallant cannot understand how a strike he is sure connected produced no result at all. Watching the stranger stand untouched, he wonders if he is facing some kind of wizard who can control time. Even as he thinks it impossible, Gallant knows no normal mage should be able to erase attacks like this. The stranger calmly raises a hand, still experimenting rather than fighting seriously. His system nullifies Gallant's second and third attacks as well, and Gallant's confidence collapses into terror. Gallant realizes that even his aura strikes are useless against this opponent. The stranger decides to test the attack directly and learns that aura can hurt him, though not by much. He activates another skill to evade the next blow, determined to test every option his system offers. Gallant, now sweating and panicking, feels the fight slipping beyond his understanding. As another strike flashes past, he demands to know who this impossible man really is. The stranger closes in while Gallant's blade hangs uselessly near him. He answers simply that he is a delegate, offering no explanation beyond that title. Then he shapes his own power into a sharp projectile, trying to imitate what he has observed. The newly formed attack launches forward with unstable force. It clips Gallant and proves that the stranger can already reproduce the basic effect. Gallant is outraged that someone he mocked as a bumpkin can suddenly use a magic-like attack against him. The stranger analyzes aura aloud and concludes that it is not true magic or enhancement, just a powerful cutting force. Gallant, unable to follow the stranger's detached analysis, snaps in frustration. The stranger remains pleased, treating the discovery as useful knowledge rather than a life-and-death battle. He turns to his floating companion for confirmation instead of pressing the attack. The companion explains that aura does not exist in their original world, though rare people there possess something comparable. It adds that among those who reach the deepest levels, individuals with aura-like power are especially uncommon. The stranger decides he can simply question Gallant directly about how aura works. Gallant, seeing that calm curiosity in the middle of combat, concludes he is facing a monster. The stranger realizes Gallant will not explain willingly while he still thinks he can win. He opens another skill called Prove Yourself, which manifests what he has built as a surrounding phenomenon. Even while activating it, he is baffled by the system's contradictory wording. He switches the skill on anyway. A dark, circular field forms around them, enclosing the battlefield in an unnatural presence. Gallant immediately feels the threat of it and falters. The skill takes shape as a towering shadowy figure behind the stranger, making him look like the herald of something far worse. Gallant collapses under the pressure, screaming as the apparition crushes his will. The stranger quickly decides the skill is too crude for combat use and turns it off, though he notes it might still be useful somehow. As he wonders how to make Gallant talk, the answer presents itself. Broken by terror, Gallant begs to be questioned and promises to answer anything if his life is spared. The companion laughs that the man is suffering from horrific hallucinations, and the stranger realizes the skill's true value. He understands that the ability works perfectly as an intimidation tool. Using that leverage, he orders Gallant to explain everything he knows about aura. Gallant obeys at once, saying aura is a swordsman's skill that appears as blue flame, with white said to mark the highest level. When asked for its defining trait, he says its cutting power is nearly absolute. The stranger presses further and asks whether aura can only be used through swords. Gallant explains that it can be applied to any weapon, though not without limits. He clarifies that people can normally use aura only through the kind of weapon they have trained with for most of their lives, gaining freedom only as their mastery rises. The stranger immediately shifts to practical concerns and asks about mastery levels and energy cost. The companion answers first that aura itself consumes no energy. Gallant refines that answer. There is a limit to how much aura one can emit, but prolonged use only causes mild fatigue. Hearing that, the stranger decides aura would be extremely useful if he can acquire it. Gallant admits there is no formal technique to learn it, because it is usually awakened through personal realization. He adds that true sword masters who have already mastered aura might know more, but he himself does not. The stranger summarizes the answer bluntly. Gallant cannot actually teach him how to obtain it. With nothing more to offer, Gallant asks to be killed rather than endure further humiliation. The stranger agrees without emotion. Gallant accepts death with bitter relief, calling him a great man as the blade nears. But the system denies the stranger any gain from the execution, judging the gap between their souls too vast for the victory to matter. Later, by a campfire, the stranger finally speaks gently to the demon princess and asks her name. She introduces herself as Ansha and, still wary, asks who he is in return. He gives his name as Kang Tae-san and tells her that, for now, his role is to be her guard. His companion privately warns him not to reveal that he came at the demon god's request and urges him to lie. So he explains instead that years ago a member of the demon clan entrusted him with the treasure and asked him to keep her safe. When Ansha asks who that person was, he admits he never learned the name because the man died as soon as the request was accepted. He then asks the more urgent question, whether she knows of any truly safe place in this world. Ansha sadly answers that no such place exists for her. Everywhere she goes, she says, people only want her dead. Tae-san accepts that reality and decides they must keep moving until they find somewhere at least safer than here. So the two of them leave the campsite together under the open sky. Even on the road, more pursuers keep appearing, proving that the hunt on her will never stop. As he protects her, Tae-san recalls the demon god's plea to guard its young sheep. He remembers the god's grief over a persecuted people and its command to take the princess to safety. That memory drives him to keep searching for the place the god intended. Their journey carries them onward into the night through lonely stone valleys. While Ansha kneels to pray sincerely for salvation and peace from the demon god, Tae-san realizes how deeply faithful she still is. Rather than waste time, he decides to train while she prays. He repeatedly channels his own power through his sword, trying to reproduce aura by force of practice. But despite his efforts, he still cannot make it work. Ansha quietly reveals that she has been watching him train for the past 2 hours. When she asks what he has been practicing, Tae-san plainly tells her he is trying to learn aura. As the demon princess, Ansha tries to explain that she came from another world. Tae is told she somehow already knows about aura, even though he assumed she had mastered it. Realizing she never properly thanked him amid the chaos, Ansha hurriedly gathers herself to show formal gratitude. She introduces herself with full royal dignity as Ansha Breachet, the demon princess, and begins a ceremonial expression of thanks. She offers her sincere gratitude directly to Tae, treating him as her rescuer and protector. Tae brushes it off as paid work, but her earnestness still catches him off guard. Before the moment can settle, the spirit warns Tae that more trouble is coming. A group of robed figures arrives, and Tae immediately identifies the place as the demon princess's hiding spot. Their leader, Barmander of the Manhwa School of the Great Magic Tower, openly declares himself a wizard. Instead of feeling threatened, Tae sees the encounter as more interesting than his earlier fights and expects to gain something from it. The spirit needles the wizard while Tae sizes up the new enemy guarding the hunt for the princess. Barmander reveals they serve Hammon, the god of light, and have come specifically to kill the demon princess. The wizards begin casting from a distance as Tae moves to intercept them before they can reach Ansha. Ansha realizes Hammon may soon issue a divine oracle because he intends to wipe out the demon race entirely. Tae orders her into the cave, deciding to handle the pursuers himself while noting how relentless they are. The first wave of enemy magic is blown apart before it can establish control of the battlefield. Their formation collapses under Tae's counterattack, and the panicked wizards start calling for help. Tae closes the distance and cuts through Barmander's defenses with brutal speed. The surviving wizards are shaken that their magic barely affects someone they dismissed as a mere boy. Barmander orders everyone to combine their spells, hoping overwhelming force will succeed where individual attacks failed. Tae tears through the mixed barrage of elemental magic without slowing down. He mocks the combined assault as unimpressive and activates Frost Arrow to answer it. Ice lances erupt across the field as Tae dismisses their magic as weak. The wizards are horrified that he can use advanced frost magic without chanting, and one is struck before he can react. More of them are impaled by the sudden ice barrage, and their confidence breaks further. Standing over a fallen enemy, Tae coolly notes that this grandly named frost spell is nothing special. With the attackers pinned and defeated, he states plainly that he only did this to protect the princess. He isolates Barmander with a new skill and makes it clear the old wizard now has no support left. Tae threatens to drag the fight out unless Barmander explains how magic works in this world. Once the battle ends, the group continues through the valley while Tae reviews what he learned from the captured wizard. He confirms that in Begwasida magic normally requires chanting, and that even basic detection magic is considered intermediate. He also confirms Frost Arrow is supposed to be high-level cold magic, which only reinforces his view that the system here is underwhelming. As they walk, Tae notices Ansha faltering and asks if she is all right. She is flushed and trembling, clearly more affected by the recent danger than she first admitted. A system-like voice diagnoses her as having reached her limit from repeated life-threatening stress, leaving her confused by the strange assessment. Tae immediately produces a red potion and tells her to drink it. Trusting him, Ansha obediently drinks the potion. Its effect is immediate, and strength visibly returns to her body. Tae explains it is only a stamina-restoring potion, while Ansha is overwhelmed that he would give her something she considers precious. She begins wondering how she could ever repay his kindness. That night by the campfire, she decides to repay him in the simplest way she can and prepares a meal for him. The steamed fish turns out far better than Tae expected, and Ansha is quietly pleased that her cooking skill has not faded. She explains that in the peaceful days before the world fell into turmoil, she used to cook for the people around her. Remembering those happier times softens her, and Tae sees a glimpse of the life she lost. While they eat, Tae focuses on one detail from earlier and asks whether Hammon only became a god within the last 100 years. Ansha confirms that her original world did not revolve around a single god, since each region and clan followed different deities. She then reveals that during that era, a new god was born in their world. That newly born god was Hammon. Tae immediately latches onto the implication that Hammon is still a very young god. The spirit notices his interest and asks what conclusion he is drawing. It reminds him that true gods born divine are gone, and the gods that remain are mortals who ascended into transcendence. Tae silently processes the significance of that distinction. He concludes that Hammon himself was still mortal only a century ago. The spirit adds that gods become extreme in pursuit of what they claim, which explains Hammon's obsessive direction. In the end, Hammon ordered the extermination of the demon clan so he could become the sole complete god of Bedwasida. The scale of Hammon's ambition becomes clear as Tae imagines the god trying to seize total dominion over the world. When Tae asks why the demon god does not simply intervene, the spirit explains that Lucifer sent Ansha here because Hammon's territory limits her power. Tae accepts that this world's divine politics are forcing the princess to rely on him. He turns that understanding into a clear objective for himself: stop Hammon and protect Ansha. The camp grows quiet, but Tae's resolve only hardens. His eyes reflect that he is already thinking beyond simple escort duty. He reminds himself that completing this quest may reveal who destroyed Earth, the world he lost. The next day, a much larger force appears, and even the enemy remarks on how many troops have gathered. The army includes advanced wizards, enough that even they boast they could destroy a city. Their entire host marches under the same cry to kill the demon princess. Tae studies the crowd and notes that this is finally the kind of number he wanted. From above them, he casually announces himself and seizes their attention. The assembled force demands to know whether he is the guardian protecting the abandoned princess. Their leader first offers him a chance to step aside, claiming they have no interest in fighting him. But he immediately repeats that their true mission is still to obey Hammon and kill the demon princess. Tae refuses outright, says he has his own reasons to protect her, and unexpectedly asks them to spread rumors about him. The request leaves the enemy baffled. Tae presses them to gather everyone they have, because a larger crowd suits his purpose better. He openly invites them all to attack at once, saying it will be more convenient to wipe them out together. The army is stunned by the sheer arrogance of that challenge. Some dismiss him as an inexperienced child talking nonsense. Others accuse him of trying to play hero for fame. Tae repeats himself and leaps down into their midst, daring them to attack all at once. As he lands, he begins preparing another frost spell for a real test. He activates Frost Arrow again, explaining that he wants to experiment with it under these conditions. The enemy immediately recognizes the spell and realizes he is using the same advanced magic as before. Cold spreads across the open field as his preparation changes the entire terrain. The enemy commander realizes Tae is actually chanting this time and orders everyone to rush him before the spell finishes. A blue-armored knight charges first, denouncing Tae as a traitor to Hammon. The knight lands a direct strike and briefly believes he has caught Tae, but Tae nullifies the first attack completely, leaving the attacker stunned. As ice gathers around Tae, the surrounding soldiers realize their opening blow accomplished nothing. Even those who saw the hit cannot understand how it failed to injure him. Tae mocks their hesitation and orders them to keep attacking if they want any chance at all. He continues activating Frost Arrow while enduring their pressure, forcing them to feed his test instead of stopping it. One swordsman convinces himself their repeated attacks are finally wearing Tae down. He commits to a finishing strike, only for Tae to nullify that second attack as well. Tae keeps building the spell, layering more frost constructs into the air. The gathered ice condenses into a massive frozen sphere above the battlefield. He nullifies a third attack too and concludes that without aura, their assaults are meaningless against him. The front line is thrown back and battered as the pressure from the growing spell intensifies. The soldiers finally begin to grasp that something far beyond ordinary magic is forming overhead. They look up in horror and realize the sky is filling with countless frost arrows around the giant sphere. Tae calmly explains that this is why he prefers wide open spaces. In a spacious battlefield, he says, there are far more things he can test. Having finished his setup, Tae raises his hand to trigger the result. He closes his fist and commits the spell to release. He activates Ice Pellet, turning the giant frost sphere into the core of a new attack. The enemy panics as they realize the sphere is packed with innumerable shards of ice. Tae accelerates the magic, removing any chance of escape. The frozen mass crashes down into the army like a falling catastrophe. Soldiers are caught and sealed in ice before they can flee. The formation is shattered as men and wizards alike are hurled aside in terror. When the blast settles, the once crowded field has become a frozen ruin. The surviving commander stares at the devastation in disbelief. He finally understands that Tae's power resembles a natural disaster rather than a normal fighter's skill. Looking over the army trapped in ice, he likens the scene to devastation caused by a dragon. Tae agrees that the technique is useful, even if it takes time to prepare. Standing over the broken survivors, he asks whether they still want to continue. The commander is too terrified to answer with any conviction. Instead, the survivors break and run. Their retreat turns into a desperate plea for help. As the story spreads toward the city, Tae gets exactly what he wanted. People begin calling him the dragon incarnate guarding the demon princess. Later, as they continue on, Ansha worries about the consequences of those rumors. Tae initially does not understand what she means. She explains that the wizards will spread word across the world that he defied Hammon and became a traitor. Tae answers that this is not a problem at all, because that outcome is exactly what he wanted. He admits he has been waiting for stronger enemies to come to him. The earlier pursuers kept disappointing him, but he believes the next ones will finally be worth testing himself against. Before long, new figures appear on the road ahead, proving his expectation correct. The spirit is amused that Tae's plan is working and that the rumors are spreading fast. The newcomers advance with the measured confidence of people who are used to killing. Their drawn blades and disciplined posture immediately set them apart from the ordinary troops. They stop the group's path and force a direct confrontation. Ansha recognizes them at once and is alarmed that true sword masters have arrived. The 4 elite swordsmen mock the idea that only 2 targets await them and casually identify Tae as the princess's guard dog. Ansha urgently begs Tae to run, warning that these 4 are elite swordsmen who also possess aura. She insists that even his strength may not be enough against opponents of that level. Instead of arguing, Tae gently knocks her unconscious so she will not interfere or panic. He lays her down safely out of the way. Then he turns back alone to face the approaching sword masters. The spirit asks if he has finished his greeting, and the enemy answers that this meeting will be a farewell. Tae thanks them for coming and warns them not to wake the sleeping princess with their screams. The red-haired leader dismisses him as still too young to understand what he is facing. Tae notes their contempt and hears one of them complain that it takes 4 sword masters to kill a mere kid. Another makes it clear they are here only because they were ordered to be. Their blue-haired companion shuts down the grumbling and reminds everyone that the order comes directly from the deity to kill both the princess and her guard. Tae quietly prepares himself, now fully aware that these opponents finally have aura. One of the sword masters taunts him for protecting the princess, but the leader immediately takes control of the duel. The red-haired sword master draws first, igniting his blade and aura as he claims the opening move. He launches a blazing sword attack straight at Tae. Tae recalls the rumors that he can nullify attacks and realizes his opponent intends to test that ability directly. The sword master focuses with cold precision, treating the fight as an experiment in breaking Tae's defense. He sends multiple swords at once and declares that the sword masters themselves will force Tae to reveal his limits. Tae nullifies the first incoming strike without flinching. He immediately nullifies the second as well, proving that this new battle will begin with his defense still intact. His defensive skill cancels the third incoming strike, but one aura-coated sword still gets through and wounds him. He takes the hit without panic and immediately gauges how much damage the enemy's aura-infused attack can really do. The red-haired swordsman realizes the nullification has a limit and mocks it as nothing special if it only works 3 times. Tae-san concludes that the aura on the blade barely changed the damage, so the technique matters more as a method than raw power. Instead of retreating, he presses in and demands to see the man's true strength, comparing this fight to how he cut down the earlier wizards. The enemy keeps attacking while probing Tae-san's weakness, trying to confirm that his magic defense can only be used 3 times. Tae-san judges that the man's swordsmanship itself is not exceptional, and compares him to a much weaker adventurer he fought before. Deciding the duel will be easier with magic than pure swordplay, Tae-san shifts his approach. He evades the rain of floating swords and keeps moving through the barrage instead of getting pinned down. While dodging, he realizes aura-coated swords are more of a special power than refined swordsmanship, and that insight excites him. Using that opening, he rushes straight through the storm of blades and closes the distance on the caster. Steel clashes as Tae-san intercepts the attack at close range. He keeps advancing uphill through the flying swords, forcing the red-haired man onto the defensive. The enemy finally falters, shocked that Tae-san can fight him this aggressively. Watching from the side, the other pursuers begin to suspect Tae-san is not just a mage but a capable swordsman as well. Tae-san calmly assesses that his swordsmanship still lags far behind the power of aura itself. He reasons that if he can strengthen himself until his aura takes shape, he should be able to raise his attack power freely without draining stamina. That possibility pleases him, because it gives him a clear path forward. The red-haired swordsman tries to regain control by launching another wave of floating blades. Tae-san answers by activating acceleration and pushing his speed beyond the enemy's expectations. The sudden burst leaves the red-haired man visibly rattled. Tae-san tears across the battlefield so fast that the enemy's swords can no longer keep up with him. He chains acceleration again and dives through the gaps in the barrage to strike from above. Under pressure, the red-haired man demands to know who Tae-san really is and why he is protecting someone targeted by the demon clan. The other 3 can only watch the exchange, realizing the fight has already slipped beyond their control. Tae-san answers that he came from the maze, treating the question as simple and obvious. He adds that he is only here to fulfill his client's request, making clear that this is business, not allegiance. That answer only confuses the red-haired swordsman further. Tae-san's next strike sends the man flying and breaks the rhythm of his floating sword technique. The defeated swordsman loses all composure, as his own blades scatter uselessly around him. Tae-san stays focused, already thinking past the victory. At that moment, a new enhancement activates within him and his spiritual power rises. He gains the always active skill proof of the sword and realizes he has reached the threshold needed to obtain it. The remaining pursuers tense up as they sense Tae-san becoming even more dangerous. After seeing one of their strongest men crushed, they admit among themselves that Tae-san is far beyond them. Even so, they prepare to fight anyway rather than be branded cowards. Tae-sen warns them not to regret drawing their swords against him. He makes it clear that once they commit, he will not hold back. When one of them lands a small hit, Tae-sen barely reacts, treating it as trivial. He notes that he is worn down, but the two enemies behind him are in far worse shape and one is already unconscious. His shield is depleted and his stamina has dropped, yet even then the enemy can only call him a monster. The blonde swordsman tries a different tactic, boasting that the four of them together could topple a kingdom. Then he abruptly surrenders, admitting he still wants to live and offering obedience in exchange for mercy. Tae-sen studies him in silence, weighing whether the surrender is genuine or useful. The blonde man quickly proposes cooperation, asking Tae-sen to help him dispose of the others where Hammond can witness it clearly. That request catches even him off guard, revealing how shamelessly pragmatic he is. Tae-sen looks over the broken bodies and sees that the blonde man is already treating his former allies as expendable. The blonde swordsman openly admits Tae-sen's strength is overwhelming, and his surrender hardens into opportunism. Elsewhere, a horned figure searching in secret finally finds the princess's trail. He recognizes that the missing royal is Princess Anesha and is overcome with relief. Back at the battlefield, movement stirs from a nearby crevice. Anesha emerges from hiding, dazed and worried because Tae-sen has vanished from her sight. When she hears a familiar voice, she startles in surprise. She rushes toward the battlefield and demands to know where Tae-sen has been, while he casually says he was dealing with the corpses. Instead of answering, he notices her distress as she clings to him for reassurance. The blonde swordsman jokes about the intimate scene, and Tae-sen shuts him down immediately. Then Anesha recognizes the blonde man as Atria, someone from her past. Atria quickly assures her that he is not here to capture her. He admits plainly that he has already lost, and no longer has the power to take her anywhere. Tae-sen asks whether the two of them know each other. Anesha explains that Atria used to visit when her father was alive, then asks if he had also come to hunt her down. Atria confesses that he had, but since he lost, he has no intention of resisting anymore. Tae-sen dryly remarks that Atria seems unusually sluggish for someone who claims to follow divine orders. Atria admits he has little faith in Hammond and asks why Tae-sen spared him. Tae-sen answers honestly that he wants to know more about Aura. Atria is stunned that someone of Tae-sen's level has not already learned Aura and asks if that is really the case. Tae-sen explains that he came from somewhere else, implying he does not belong to this world's normal order. Atria connects that claim to the labyrinth said to have been created by an archmage. When Tae-sen asks why he might be unable to learn Aura, Atria hesitates and prepares to explain the rule behind it. He says Aura is a power granted directly by the god of swords. That god chooses which worlds may receive it, meaning people from unchosen worlds cannot learn Aura without permission. Tae-sen focuses on that revelation, especially the existence of the god of swords. Atria apologizes and tells him that, by all logic, he should never be able to learn Aura. Tae-sen falls silent for a moment, but his confidence does not break. He calmly declares that he can learn it after all, because he has already earned the right, and the system confirms he has received permission for proof of the sword. The scene shifts as time passes and the day changes. By the next stretch of sky, his training has already begun in earnest. Tae-sen repeatedly swings his sword with relentless focus, turning the new permission into practice. As he tests the feeling, he realizes the method is deceptively simple and regrets sparing the red-haired swordsman, who could have taught him more. With his immediate business finished, he tells Atria he is free to leave. Atria considers that offer instead of taking it at once. Then he asks to remain by Tae-sen's side for a while. He admits he is curious whether Tae-sen can truly learn Aura, and offers even to swear not to harm the princess if that is the concern. Anesha says she is willing to accept Atria staying, as long as Tae-sen agrees. Tae-sen decides words are not enough and uses the labyrinth's power to impose a binding contract instead. The contract seals Atria so that he cannot make any dangerous move against Tae-sen or Anesha. Tae-sen explains that it is only a temporary agreement, but Atria may accompany them if he accepts it. Atria senses the contract settle into him and marvels that the labyrinth can even do this. Finding the power fascinating, he accepts the pact without complaint. With that settled, Tae-sen resumes training immediately, pouring himself into endless sword swings. He keeps refining the motion, trying to draw out the shape of Aura through repetition alone. Atria watches and admits that Tae-sen's dedication is impressive. After 3 days of this, Tae-sen has been swinging his sword for nearly every waking hour, and even Atria is astonished by the obsession. Tae-sen wonders why no new enemies have come after him, since he expected pursuit by now. Atria explains that 8 sword masters exist in this world, 4 were sent after him, and all 4 died by Tae-sen's hand, so no sane enemy would volunteer next. Tae-sen accepts that logic and is ready to keep training until Anesha notices something approaching. She senses figures in the distance before the others fully react. A group of hooded horned people emerges from the forest and heads straight toward them. One of the newcomers recognizes the princess at once. Anesha stares in disbelief as she begins to recognize them too. The leader calls her princess and formally greets her, confirming they are her people. Overcome with emotion, Anesha recognizes Haberneck and realizes he survived. He explains that he barely escaped when the castle burned, then apologizes for abandoning her in order to survive. Anesha runs to him at once and insists that his survival is all that matters. She embraces him in tears, relieved that she was not the last one left. Seeing the reunion, Tae-san suggests giving them privacy, and Atria quietly agrees. Even while stepping away, Tae-san keeps practicing, his sword now carrying the first visible traces of aura. He continues training on the move, refusing to waste even a moment. Each swing grows heavier with controlled power as he tests the new energy. He wonders if he has reached the current limit and decides to keep polishing the rest while traveling. His goal is clear now, continue until he can truly wield aura at will. Atria watches from behind, increasingly convinced that Tae-san is doing something extraordinary. He is amazed that Tae-san has already developed a feel for aura in only 4 days. The more Atria observes, the more he attributes Tae-san's impossible growth to the power of the labyrinth. Night falls as their journey continues. At camp, Haberneck and the survivors thank Tae-san for protecting their princess at the risk of his life. Tae-san dismisses the gratitude, saying he has already been paid and that is enough for him. Haberneck thanks him again and asks the princess to return with them to their homeland. Anesha immediately asks Tae-san to come too, saying that if he goes, she wants to go as well. Haberneck is alarmed because their refuge is supposed to remain hidden from outsiders. Anesha insists Tae-san can be trusted because he protected her, and would treat them kindly too. Faced with her resolve, Haberneck reluctantly yields to her will. Even so, he struggles inwardly with the risk of exposing their secret home. Atria takes the chance to say that since Tae-san has already grasped aura, perhaps he should leave now. He offers a friendly farewell and says he would like to meet again someday, and Tae-san lets him go without objection. Atria departs with an easy smile, ending their uneasy alliance on good terms. Before leaving, Haberneck presents Anesha with a treasured blue accessory. He offers it to her with solemn care, as something important for her safety. He explains that it was made from a dragon's claw and can hide its wearer from a god's gaze, then says Tae-san should have one as well. The system confirms that the dragon claw accessory blocks interference from transcendent beings. Afterward, the group travels through a bleak mountain pass toward the demon's hidden refuge. Tae-san keeps swinging his sword the entire way, and even his companion notes how absurdly persistent he is while studying the nature of aura. The familiar spirit explains that although Tae-san inherited proof of the sword from the red-haired man, no one expected him to truly learn aura, and Tae-san notices the power has a strict limit despite costing nothing. The system identifies his new skill as aura at only 1% proficiency, warning that he still cannot wield it properly. At last Haberneck announces that they have reached the place he meant to show them. He admits he delayed the truth because he feared the shock would be too great. Tae-san listens carefully, sensing that something important is about to be revealed. Haberneck points toward a mountain covered in autumn leaves and says a dragon lives there. As Tae-san absorbs that revelation, a mysterious voice suddenly welcomes them all. He realizes only he can hear the voice, which immediately sets him apart from the others. The unseen speaker addresses him as an adventurer who has entered these lands under the will of the demon goddess. The strange greeting repeats in his mind, confirming that the message is meant for him alone. Soon after, the group arrives at the hidden village where the surviving demons have been living. Tae-san notices wary villagers watching from the houses as they enter. Haberneck explains that after so many deaths and departures, only about 50 people remain. Even so, he smiles faintly, proud that some of his people endured. He promises Tae-san the best lodging they can offer, shabby though the village may be, and the villagers begin recognizing their princess. Anesha is startled as more familiar faces come out to greet her. The villagers welcome her warmly, and tell her how relieved they are that she returned safely. Seeing so many of her people alive, Anesha is overwhelmed with grateful disbelief. Tae-san suppresses his impatience, deciding this is no time to get distracted. Anesha tries to introduce the man who brought her back, hoping to present him properly to her people. She falters when his sudden absence leaves her confused. As the villagers call for Tae-san, he has already slipped away from the street. He rushes toward the source of a terrifying presence despite his companion warning him not to charge in blindly. The floating demon senses that whatever lies ahead is overwhelmingly powerful. Tae-san stays focused and presses on without hesitation. He reasons that the being ahead is neutral toward demon folk, so it is unlikely to attack him on sight. Even surrounded by blazing energy, he keeps his composure. He follows the trail into a cavern hidden in the mountains. Inside, the cave opens into a place filled with ancient, oppressive power. His companion compares that power to a god's, and Tae-san realizes he has found the place he suspected. As he admits even 100 of him could not win here, a voice welcomes him as someone sent by the demon goddess's will. Tae-san looks up, startled by the unseen speaker addressing him directly. The source reveals itself as the golden dragon Valbenirs. Tae-san tests the dragon's intent, asking whether a servant of divine will means to kill him. The dragon immediately denies any such idea. It explains that this meeting is not an act of the gods, and that the gods will not interfere with the demon goddess's children living under its protection. The dragon says it summoned him only to satisfy one last lingering question. Tae-san presses for what that curiosity means. The dragon introduces itself as the guardian bound to Vequiseta, the land itself. It reveals that it has long wondered about the place where gods and goddesses dwell, a realm created by an archmage. Tae-san understands that it is speaking of the great labyrinth, but the dragon's mention of a final curiosity makes him stop and question what final means. The dragon's silence confirms the weight of that word. It explains that the young demon goddess is enraged. The dragon reveals that Hammon is trying to exterminate her people, and warns that once she is no longer restrained, she will tear this world apart. For now, the goddess is only holding back because some of her people are still alive here. The dragon concludes that once those survivors are saved, this world is doomed anyway. Tae-sen absorbs the warning in grim silence. The dragon tells him that his presence has answered its curiosity. It adds that Tae-sen is the first mortal it has ever met. As a parting gift, it offers him a crystal that could greatly help him if refined properly. The dragon bids him farewell, saying this is likely their first and last meeting because it must now prepare for what comes next. Tae-sen catches on that the dragon is preparing for something final. The dragon confirms it is going to its last battle. Its power swirls and then vanishes from the cavern. The cave falls silent after the dragon's departure. Back in the village, Anesha panics when Tae-sen suddenly reappears after disappearing without warning. She admits she feared he had simply left her behind. Tae-sen brushes it off by saying he only had someone to meet briefly. The village elder accepts the excuse and asks him to at least inform them before leaving next time, and Tae-sen reassures him. The elder then cautiously asks whether Tae-sen intends to stay for a while. Tae-sen says he probably will, while privately realizing the quest would already be over if this village were truly safe for Anesha. The elder inwardly decides he cannot let Tae-sen leave yet. He warmly offers Tae-sen a room in the village. He insists the village should honor the man who protected their princess. The village settles into a deceptive calm. Later, Anesha comes to Tae-sen's door. He lets her in and asks what she wants. She shyly offers him a drink, and he allows her inside. Once seated, Tae-sen asks why she brought wine. Anesha explains that the villagers made it themselves after much trial and error and offers it as the best gift they can give him. He accepts and drinks without making an issue of it. His system immediately reports that the poison check failed and that he has been poisoned. Seeing Anesha unaffected, he realizes the wine must be normal for demon folk and only poisonous to humans. Unaware of the trap, Anesha sincerely thanks him for reuniting her with her people and says she still feels indebted. She gathers her courage and asks him to stay and live with her. Tae-sen gently rejects the idea instead of encouraging her hope. He tells her he must leave, and asks only that she stay safe here and find a life that makes her happy. His words make her realize he intends to return to the labyrinth. Tae-sen confirms that the labyrinth is the only place left for him to go. After leaving her room, he waits outside to think. His companion teases him for being unexpectedly soft-hearted, and he shuts it down. When asked about the poison, he checks his status and says he is fine. He notes that the poison only shaved away part of his protective shield, but the quest still remains active. That confirms his suspicion that the village is not safe after all. A sudden surge of hostile energy interrupts his thoughts. As something descends from the sky, Tae-sen realizes the situation was never going to end quietly. A divine being streaks down toward the village. Tae-sen throws himself clear as the attack crashes into the ground. The impact tears open the earth in a massive explosion. His backlash ability triggers as he survives the blast. Recovering immediately, he mocks the attacker's noisy entrance. The enemy reveals itself as Hammon's angel, a towering divine emissary. The angel regards him with cold contempt. Even his system warns that this opponent is exceptionally dangerous. Tae-sen decides the quest will likely end only by killing this enemy. He draws both swords and openly challenges the angel. Elsewhere in the village, Anesha senses the disturbance and runs toward it. She fears this proves Tae-sen can never truly remain with them. Before she can reach him, the elder Haberneck intercepts her. Anesha is shocked to see him there. He reveals that the villagers were waiting for her. Their first concern is whether Tae-sen drank all of the poisoned wine. Anesha nervously admits that he drank some of it. The villagers rejoice, making it clear they expected the poison to save them. Anesha finally realizes something is terribly wrong. Another explosion from Tae-sen's battle shakes the village. She tries to warn everyone that Hammon's hunter has come and that they should call Tae-sen, still believing they are all in danger together. Instead, Haberneck tells her to calm down while the villagers close in around her. She cannot understand why they are acting this way. Haberneck reveals they informed Hammon only a day ago and are amazed he sent an angel so quickly. Anesha is horrified as she realizes her own people betrayed the demon goddess. Haberneck says they are exhausted from endlessly offering everything to the demon goddess. He accuses the goddess of giving them no comfort as their suffering worsened. He points to the ruined village as proof of what their faith has brought them. He bitterly laments that their kingdom is gone and they now survive in miserable shelters. He rages that their dwindling people begin each day in despair instead of hope. Anesha argues that Hammon will exterminate them all in the end anyway. Haberneck calmly reveals that they have already chosen another path. He and the others expose the dark corruption inside themselves, declaring that once they release it, they will no longer be demon folk at all. The villagers apologize to Anesha even as they commit to betraying her. Anesha is devastated to hear that all of them have abandoned the goddess of demon folk. At the battlefield, the angel unleashes another pillar of divine destruction. Tae-sen watches for an opening through the chaos. The angel presses the attack from above with relentless force. Tae-sen's first complete nullification activates and erases the opening strike. The second nullification triggers as the angel follows up immediately. A third nullification wastes itself on a minor hit, leaving Tae-sen irritated when he still takes trivial damage. He recognizes the flaw in the skill, but also sees a chance to turn the fight once his stronger buffs activate. His battle instincts and contempt for powerful foes awaken, amplifying him for a serious duel. Additional combat bonuses stack as he commits fully against an enemy far above ordinary opponents. He activates the first sword of the Scarring Storm, Wolf Fang. Taisen launches the empowered strike, expecting it to finally hurt the angel. The angel barely reacts. The attack deals no damage at all, proving the angel's defense is absurdly high. Taisen realizes this fight will be much harder than expected. His companion warns him as the angel prepares another attack. The angel dives with a radiant sword, forcing Taisen back on defense. A spiraling beam catches him before he can fully evade. He takes a heavy hit and curses the angel's power. Instead of retreating, he tests his newly activated aura and notes the rise in attack power. He channels that aura through his blades and stance. Acceleration activates, and he bursts forward at high speed. This time his rapid slashes finally cut through, landing real damage on the angel. Taisen confirms that aura grants defense penetration, giving him a way to win. The angel's expression hardens as it recognizes the threat. It gathers divine power in its chest for a stronger counterattack. Taisen charges straight through the incoming barrage rather than yielding space. He cuts aside one line of attack and keeps advancing. Still, the angel's pressure forces him to dodge repeatedly instead of finishing the exchange. The angel remains composed and in control of the battlefield. Taisen realizes the angel is now fighting seriously. He understands the enemy intends to make absolutely certain he dies here. Another divine strike detonates the ground beneath him. The battle rises into the air inside a sphere of clashing light. Taisen activates Force Battle, refusing to let the angel dictate the distance. Using Air Leap, he pursues the angel through the sky as it insists he cannot stop its mission. He answers with Power Strike, bringing a crushing blow down from above. At the same time, the demon goddess's distant will urges someone to protect her little lamb and take her somewhere safe. Taisen follows with consecutive attacks, battering the angel and finally driving its health down. The angel coldly orders that Anisha be saved, revealing its true objective is to seize her alive. Taisen immediately understands the implication and decides he cannot let the angel pass. He cuts through the angel's wings and blocks its path, ordering it to move aside instead. The angel is destroyed, and Taisen is rewarded with levels, stat growth, a new anti-divine skill, and divine power itself. The battlefield collapses in a fading burst of violet energy. From the village, Anisha sees the aftermath and fears Taisen has been lost. The traders assume the fight is over and declare that no mortal could defeat a god's emissary. Believing Taisen dead and their bargain secured, they seize Anisha and tell her she will now be offered as their tribute. A terrified demon girl begs not to be offered up, while her own people insist her sacrifice is necessary for their survival. As she desperately prays for the demon goddess to save her, she starts to fear that even her goddess has abandoned them. That despair is interrupted by a cold command to release her, proving someone has answered at last. The village elder turns in shock as the impossible intruder appears before him. Anisha recognizes Kong Taisen and stares at him as if rescue itself has arrived. The elder is shaken that Taisen somehow reached them and realizes the god's lost emissary may truly have been defeated. Taisen confirms he killed Hamon's angel and forces the villagers to decide whether they will keep pretending nothing happened. He warns them that betraying the demon goddess will bring a severe price. Instead of resisting, the elder breaks into bitter laughter. He admits that if someone like Taisen had come sooner, things might have been different, but now he has already accepted what must happen. Anisha senses something is terribly wrong and tries to stop the others. The villagers draw knives, revealing that they have chosen death over facing divine punishment. The elder kneels and apologizes to Anisha as the others prepare to kill themselves. Anisha watches in horror as the first death begins. She collapses, screaming in denial as her people carry out their decision. When the bodies fall, she can only ask why her people and Haberneck chose this end. Crushed by grief, she realizes she has become the last surviving demon folk. Taisen quietly asks whether, after all this, she still believes in her goddess. Anisha answers first with silence, gathering herself through tears. She lowers her head and steadies her resolve instead of giving in to despair. At last she gives her answer without hesitation. Anisha declares that she still believes, trusting that the demon goddess has been watching and listening all along. Even as Taisen looks on, she wonders if such faith makes her foolish. He reassures her that her faith is not foolish at all. A strange surge of power fills the air, and Taisen realizes the demon goddess may be descending directly. The demon goddess appears in person, embraces Anisha, and apologizes to her like a mother returning too late. Anisha can barely process that the being holding her is truly her goddess. Still trembling, she tries to address the demon goddess with reverence. The goddess thanks Anisha for being the only one who never lost faith even when everyone else abandoned her. She makes clear that such unwavering devotion is enough to move even a goddess to descend. Taisen and his companion are left stunned by the sheer rarity of a god appearing personally. When Anisha asks what will happen to those who abandon the goddess, the answer is merciless. The goddess declares that nothing of them will remain, either body nor soul. Anisha pleads anyway, begging that at least their souls be taken into the goddess's embrace rather than lost forever. Moved by that compassion, the goddess agrees to Anisha's request. She immediately begins to act, gathering her power to take them away. Tae-san and the floating guide can only watch in awe at the scale of her authority. Dark power lifts the dead elder first, drawing him into the goddess's reach. The rest of the dead villagers follow, their remains and souls being collected together. Anesha, Tae-san, and the goddess stand beneath the sweeping current of dark power as the transfer continues. That current leads straight into the demon goddess's palace, where the dead are being returned. Tae-san arrives there as the system acknowledges the subquest's completion. The goddess reflects that there was never any safe place for Anesha in Vegeta, and that the safest place for a demon is beside the demon goddess herself. From her throne, she formally tells Tae-san that he has succeeded. Tae-san presses her, asking whether this outcome was her plan all along and why she did not intervene sooner if she could descend. She explains that she too was waiting for the right moment, and once even one believer remained, she no longer had to fear the consequences of descending. Her explanation points back to Tae-san's battle with the angel as the turning point. Because Harmon sent an angel, a path opened for her descent, and Tae-san's victory made everything proceed smoothly. Tae-san wonders whether this means the matter is finally over. The goddess tells him he has done more than enough, and that the story is not ending here. Instead, she decides to show him something far more important and hurls him into a view of the wider universe. As he reels from the sight, she tells him to look carefully. She shows him Vegeta and says it is a world that no longer belongs to her. Freed from ownership of that world, she declares that she can now act as she pleases against Harmon. The guide notices dark energy wrapping around the planet and realizes something catastrophic is happening. Harmon tries to claim the world as his own and resist her interference. An old godly figure rages that the world belongs to him, exposing the struggle over possession. The demon goddess rises above them both, utterly in control of the confrontation. Tae-san coldly tells Harmon that if the world is his now, he can perish with it. The goddess accepts that judgment and moves to erase him along with the world he clings to. Her power closes like a crushing fist. Harmon screams as he is caught and overwhelmed. He is compressed into a vortex of dark power and annihilated. The goddess casually remarks that the matter is finally settled. The guide stares at the aftermath and realizes the planet itself has died. Vegeta is left as a ruined, lifeless remnant drifting in space. Tae-san is forced to admit that the gap between him and a true god is monstrous, making his earlier struggles look childish by comparison. The goddess explains that destroying the world would not restore what was once hers. She hates that such destruction would only erase souls, lives, and wills without returning anything to her. Tae-san asks whether what she calls hers means Anesha. She confirms it does, and says Tae-san's actions allowed her to bring that child back safely. The goddess speaks of Anesha with pity and affection, moved that the girl kept loving her even through abandonment and torment. For a moment, that gratitude softens even the goddess's severe expression. She openly praises Tae-san, says he completed her quest well, and decides to reward him. He is granted dark energy and the ability to use black magic. The guide is horrified that a human has learned black magic at all, since that should be impossible. The goddess simply tells Tae-san to check his status window. She explains that dark energy grows much like other power sources, increasing as his level rises. But she decides ordinary growth would be too dull and prepares an extra gift. Tae-san braces himself as she reaches out again. She grants him a special skill called Dark Steel. The goddess explains that each enemy he kills will now increase his dark energy, and he also receives the title favored by the demon goddess. She adds that if he prays to her, he can learn more black magic in the future. Like other gods, however, she demands offerings in return, preferably things related to dark magic. Still in a good mood, she gives him 2 more spells, Distorted Flora of Decarabia and Emotional Turmoil of Ram. Tae-san recognizes one of them as the same black magic once used by the Guide of Sin. With the reward settled, the goddess turns to the final matter Tae-san truly cares about, the being that destroyed his world. He focuses immediately, knowing she is about to confirm something crucial. She tells him his suspicion was correct. The destroyers of his world were ancient transcendents, the beings now known as the ancient gods. She explains that the current gods replaced those ancient gods and sealed them away, and she herself is no exception to that history. The image of a chained monstrous hand makes clear that those ancient beings were imprisoned rather than erased. Tae-san demands to know why such beings would trample his world. The goddess corrects him, saying the world they trampled was not his alone. She reveals that in just 12 years they destroyed 258 stars, acting with obsessive zeal. That scale leaves Tae-san stunned into silence. When he asks why they are doing it, she admits she does not know and dismisses them as pathetic remnants struggling after defeat. Even so, she admits she has a suspicion. Her suspicion is that they hate the current gods, and that hatred is tied to the labyrinth where the gods have settled. Since adventurers from many worlds enter the labyrinth, those worlds may be the ones the ancient gods are targeting. Tae-san realizes that any world capable of reaching the labyrinth may be marked for destruction. The goddess says it is still only speculation, but the only way to know for sure is to confront them directly, and the possibility is high. That answer only gives Tae-san more questions. She cuts him off, saying he is not yet qualified to hear more and that there are limits to what can be told at his current depth. She tells him to ask the rest after descending further, and Tae-san understands that knowledge itself is gated by progress in the labyrinth. The goddess grows mildly impatient with how quickly he grasps the system around her words. She warns him that his current strength only matters on the lower floors, and that enemies will grow far stronger the deeper he goes. Even the trials of the gods become harsher there, but Taesan answers that he intends to keep going regardless. The goddess then offers him a much easier path to greater power. Taesan assumes she means making a contract with an apostle and starts to refuse. She explodes in outrage at the suggestion, making it clear that was not what she meant at all. Caught off guard, Taesan asks what she actually had in mind. Flustered and embarrassed, she refuses to explain further and threatens him into dropping the subject. Instead of clarifying, she abruptly opens a portal to send him away. Before he leaves, she grants one final favor. In the labyrinth, he may invoke her name against lesser troublemakers. She seals that favor with another surge of dark power. Taesan offers a sincere thanks before departing. As he leaves, he reflects on how extraordinary it is to be allowed to borrow the name of a demon goddess. He returns safely to the 19th floor of the labyrinth. Back in the mortal world, he admits that seeing a god crush a planet has left him feeling suffocated by the scale of divine power. He thinks back on the gods he has met so far and what they imply about the heights above him. Memories of the cruel and overwhelming beings tied to his path sharpen his resolve. Even the gentler gods now seem terrifying when measured against what he has just witnessed. He wonders whether he can ever truly become strong enough to stand beside or against such beings. The scene shifts as he returns to a forge-like chamber with a craftsman waiting inside. The blacksmith continues his work until Taesan's arrival draws his attention. Sensing the lingering power on him, Harpan asks if Taesan met the demon goddess and notes how rare it is for her to acknowledge a non-demon. Taesan asks how he knew, and Harpan says the goddess's power is obvious on him, making Taesan seem even stranger than before. When Taesan notices a mark on the back of his hand, Harpan jokes that the goddess has effectively claimed him, though he insists it is not harmful. Taesan then reveals the item he wanted Harpan to see. It is identified as the Golden Dragon's Claw, a fragment of a world-protecting being that only the exceptionally skilled can use. Harpan is shaken by the item's quality and demands to know where Taesan got it, only to hear that it came from somewhere outside the labyrinth. Taesan recalls that in Vequiseta he gained not only Valbinir's claw but other unexpected rewards as well. He begins considering how those rewards might fit into his future plans. Reviewing his gains from defeating Hamon's angel, he notes antitheism, a skill that strengthens him against beings directly connected to gods and hardens his will. He also sees a trace of divine power, a blessing tied to belief in a god, though it currently seems useless to him. The appearance of that blessing leaves both Taesan and his guide puzzled. The guide points out that divine power is something granted by a god, and wonders what it means for Taesan to still carry it. Taesan turns his attention instead to the black magic the demon goddess gave him. Its description teaches him that black magic uses demonic energy, that he can control how much of that energy he spends, and that even his basic false flame spell changes with that amount. He also confirms the passive skill sees darkness, and the title proving he has truly received the demon goddess's favor. The mark on his hand is effectively proof of that relationship, and of his right to use black magic. Taesan realizes that the Guide of Sin's black magic was only part of the system, and that the goddess gave him even more than that. He studies distorted flora of Decorabia and learns it can summon only a tiny fraction of the roots that once swallowed a star. He then reviews Rom's emotional magic, which can force terrible hallucinations, while Harhan judges the dragon claw to be a very interesting material. Harhan says he can forge with it, but warns that if the main ingredient is a dragon's claw, the supporting materials must be of comparable quality, likely found 10 floors deeper. Taesan immediately decides to gather those ingredients, and tells Harpan to hold the claw until he returns. As he prepares to move on, the guide asks how he already knows spirits appear after the 20th floor. Taesan answers with silence, letting the implication hang. He finally reveals that he knows because he once struggled there himself, when spirits began appearing on the 20th floor and ordinary physical attacks stopped working. Recalling prior knowledge, Taesan identifies the first threat on this floor as a flame spirit. Just as expected, a low-rank flame spirit appears and the labyrinth starts floor 21's boss quest, ordering him to defeat it to proceed. The spirit attacks immediately, forcing Taesan to react without hesitation. A barrage of fire drops toward him before he can close the distance. He uses air leap to evade and reposition above the attack. While moving, he chains frost arrow and fire blast together to counter from midair. Ice and flame crash down around the spirit as he unleashes a full opening assault. His companion warns him not to overdo it, but the strike has already landed. The system reveals the truth of the floor. His elemental attack dealt no damage at all, so he abandons brute force and looks for another answer. Unsure how to wield divine power against it, Taesan experiments with demonic black magic instead and activates Marcosius's false flames. That unnatural power finally harms the flame spirit, confirming he has found the correct damage type. With black magic, he finishes the spirit, clears the boss, and receives its core. Surprised that black magic worked, he asks why a spirit could be hurt by it when ordinary attacks failed. He learns that spirits are life forms of nature, so attacks born from nature or divine aura cannot affect them, while demonic black magic can. Taesan reduces the rule to its essence, because black magic is unnatural, it can injure spirits. The system immediately reminds him of the limitation behind that discovery by showing he has no demonic energy left. Since he lacks enough demonic energy to rely on black magic in real combat, he decides to follow Leon's information instead. He races across the floor toward the hidden route she described. As he moves, he recalls the intended strategy for floor 21. Ignore the untouchable spirits and head for the room that grants the real quest. That path leads him to a sealed door hidden within the ruins. He slows at the entrance, preparing for whatever lies beyond it. The door opens on its own, and eerie laughter greets him from inside. A bizarre white spirit appears, delighted by the arrival of a guest, and the system identifies it as an insane spirit. The creature greets him with manic enthusiasm rather than immediate hostility. Tae-san answers calmly and states his goal. He wants to descend deeper into the labyrinth. He explains that to do that, he needs a way to defeat spirits. The insane spirit fixates on that request, as if it touches an old obsession. Its madness spills out as raw hatred toward those who discarded it and called it abnormal, revealing that vengeance drives it. Tae-san's ghost companion recognizes the spirit's personality instantly, and notes that it has not changed at all. The insane spirit abruptly offers directions to a hidden room and begs Tae-san to retrieve a hidden core from beyond a golem guarding a spring. The labyrinth formalizes the bargain as a subquest, promising a skill capable of hitting spirits as the reward. The spirit stays behind while Tae-san heads out, and his companion explains that this unstable being has long existed only to teach challengers how to handle floor 21. Even so, Tae-san doubts the idea that the spirit is merely a disposable mechanism with no further meaning. Following the directions, he reaches floor 21's hidden room. Inside, he finds the spring and the guardian the spirit mentioned, a spark golem created by the Flame Spirit King. His companion repeats the safe method of waiting for the golem's brief daily shutdown, but Tae-san asks the more direct question of whether he can simply defeat it. When told it is possible but dangerous, he decides that defeating it is therefore the right answer. The golem notices him and prepares to attack. Tae-san leaps in first and tests the guardian with a direct sword strike. The blow does nothing, proving the golem's defenses are too dense for ordinary attacks. Frustrated by yet another enemy immune to his usual methods, he searches for a different angle. He tries aura next, and this time the attack penetrates, dealing real damage to the golem. Realizing aura works, he presses the advantage with a flurry of empowered sword strikes. He concludes that unlike spirits, golems can be broken through defense penetration, so this fight is winnable. 2 hours later, after relentless repetition, he is still carving the golem apart piece by piece. The long grind pays off with multiple level-ups and a permanent increase to his physical stats. His companion watches in stunned silence as he keeps going without complaint. The spirit compares him to an automaton for how mechanically he endured the same battle pattern, while the system awards him a fragment of the Spirit King and Core Keeper ore. His unwavering repetition also earns him the trigger skill Tenacity, a reward for turning persistence itself into strength. That breakthrough completes the final prerequisite he needed, and detection evolves into the higher trigger skill Surveillance. Curious about the new ability, Tae-san activates Surveillance immediately to test what it can reveal. The skill exposes his red-cloaked companion's hidden nature, identifying him as a ghost who entrusted his dream to someone else. Tae-san quietly latches onto that phrase, and his companion grows flustered when he notices the reaction. Without dwelling on it aloud, Tae-san returns to the waiting spirit's chamber. He presents the spring water while keeping Surveillance active to read the spirit more clearly. The skill reveals the insane white spirit as unstable, incomplete, and consumed by a craving for vengeance. After drinking the spring water, the spirit says it feels closer to completion. Satisfied, it keeps its promise and prepares to hand over the anti-spirit skill. The subquest ends successfully, and Tae-san receives Spirit Strike, a continuous trigger skill that can attack spirits. He also mentions that he defeated the golem instead of merely sneaking past it. That revelation shocks the insane spirit, which urgently asks to see what he obtained from the guardian. The item turns out to be a fragment of the Spirit King's stored power, something every spirit would covet. Seeing that prize, the insane spirit becomes convinced Tae-san is unlike other guests, and begs for his help. The ghost companion immediately senses that this request is about to become troublesome. The spirit asks Tae-san to gather spirit cores so it can become a complete spirit, and regain its former greatness. The labyrinth turns that plea into another subquest, promising everything the insane spirit can offer as payment. The request is now official, and the spirit repeats its dream of becoming whole again. His companion warns that Tae-san already got the key reward he needed, but Tae-san has no intention of following the ordinary route through the labyrinth anyway. He accepts the new quest and tells the spirit to explain exactly what it wants. The spirit's delighted grin makes clear that its desperation and cunning are both still intact. It explains that it must first stabilize its current unstable state before it can pursue true completion. Only after stabilizing itself can it gather enough strength to become complete. Its first demand is extreme. Tae-san must hunt the owner of the 21st floor. More specifically, he must kill that ruler and bring back its core so the spirit can improve itself. The spirit sends him off with manic cheer, already treating vengeance as something Tae-san will win for it. Left alone again, Tae-san wonders why the labyrinth would make defeating that golem the hidden prerequisite for such a quest. His companion admits that even when he was alive, subjugating the golem was impossible, so the quest should have been effectively unattainable. That only makes Taesan's choice clearer. By rejecting the easy route and doing the impossible, he triggered something the labyrinth rarely expects. He suspects the gods of the labyrinth were waiting for someone capable of reaching exactly this level. When his companion calls that idea frightening, Taesan answers that the requirement was impossible from the start, so it fits. The companion agrees that almost no adventurer could ever have become strong enough to force this outcome. With that settled, Taesan leaves the hidden room and returns to the open paths of floor 21. He immediately tests his new anti-spirit method by activating Frost Arrow again. This time the floor's mid-rank flame spirit boss is struck cleanly instead of ignoring the attack. Using his new means of harming spirits, Taesan defeats the mid-rank flame spirit with ease. The victory grants another level, more permanent stat growth, and a new material called a flame spark. He also receives the spirit's core, a spirit jade, and enough crafting materials that he starts thinking of the blacksmith harpoon. Remembering that demonic energy rises through kills and leveling, he opens his status to confirm the change. The numbers show his demonic energy has indeed climbed from 10 to 27. Even after clearing the whole floor though, the increase is still modest, so he withholds judgment on how useful that growth rate will be. Satisfied with the floor's progress, he decides it is time to report back to the insane spirit and close the quest. He returns once more to the hidden chamber. The insane spirit instantly guesses he has already finished the task and praises him for being absurdly capable. Instead of handing over the core immediately, Taesan checks it with surveillance and discovers that a sufficiently unstable being could use it to become stabilized. The spirit confirms that this core is enough for now and points him toward the next hidden room on the 23rd floor. It even shows him a glimpse of the next destination and urges him to defeat that place's owner as well. Before moving on, Taesan enters floor 22, where the new quest begins against low-rank ice spirits and promises a secret tome of darkness. His upgraded weapon tears through the ice spirits so easily that even his companion is impressed by how overwhelming it has become. Reviewing the weapon, Taesan notes that Harfin's enhancement raised its attack and added a flame attribute, making it far deadlier than before. Elsewhere, Harpon examines the rare ore and spirit jade Taesan sent him and realizes he has been given exceptional materials to work with. Back in the labyrinth, Taesan notices something unusual nearby. He discovers an altar of Pavsha, a god he did not expect to find this early. The sight leaves him briefly puzzled. His companion is even more unsettled, because in the previous timeline this altar had appeared much deeper in the labyrinth. He explains that Pavsha is the god of validation. When Taesan asks what kind of trial Pavsha gives, the answer is simple in wording but ominous in meaning. Pavsha's trial is to prove oneself by validating everything one has built so far. That explanation brings back images of brutal combat and failed challengers. Although the trial's clear rate looks deceptively high, his companion insists that calling it easy is dangerously misleading. He remembers that many adventurers received Pavsha's trial. Even mediocre adventurers often passed, which makes no sense in a labyrinth that is usually merciless, and some of those who returned were subtly changed. Those changes showed in their speech and behavior, as if something inside them had been replaced. Taesan first wonders if they were doppelgangers, but his companion says they were not copies in appearance, only people who came back as fakes. Taesan presses for what those survivors actually said about the trial. The answer was always the same vague phrase about proving oneself, with no useful details, so his companion avoided accepting it. Even so, he knows Taesan will not turn away now, and Taesan confirms he has no intention of stopping. He faces the altar with quiet resolve. The labyrinth offers Pavsha's subquest, warning that if he accepts, the trial itself will come to him. Taesan realizes the gods are now calibrating their tests to his current level of strength, which means this trial will be tailored specifically for him. The moment he accepts, the world shifts into a red, distorted arena where another presence is already waiting. Pavsha's command appears in front of him with brutal clarity. Prove yourself. A perfect copy of Taesan manifests, armed and empowered exactly like him. His companion can only guess whether it is a complete reflection, because from the outside it looks identical in every way. Taesan confirms that sameness extends to face, build, gear, and likely everything else, then braces for a true mirror match. The clone moves first with the same mobility Taesan would use himself. It even unleashes Sword of the Scarring Storm, proving it possesses his skills as well as his body. Rather than panic, Taesan is intrigued that the trial copied him so perfectly. The clone follows up by invoking Frost Arrow just as he would. Their mirrored techniques collide in a chaotic exchange of ice and steel. Then the clone reveals a darker difference in intent by declaring that it wants Taesan's soul. Taesan counters calmly, judging that despite the mimicry, the clone still lacks something essential compared with his real experience. He exploits that gap and wins the clash at close range, forcing the clone back. The clone resets its footing instead of collapsing, as if the trial is preparing a second phase. Pavsha's authority manifests directly, shrinking the god's influence in exchange for intensifying the trial. An empowered version of the trial is offered, and Taesan accepts without hesitation. Pavsha acknowledges that answer with satisfaction. The trial escalates again as another soul is inserted into the clone's body. The new presence smiles, immediately signaling intelligence and identity beyond a mere reflection. Tae-san relaxes for a beat, as if he has just confirmed a suspicion. The being in the clone's body greets the labyrinth like an old acquaintance returning after a long absence. It then addresses Tae-san directly, introducing itself not as a copy but as another adventurer. The intruder reveals his name, Malastine, and claims to be the apostle of the great Pavsha who once descended to the lower floors. That name shocks Tae-san's ghost companion into immediate recognition. The companion realizes this is the adventurer he had wondered about for a long time, someone who vanished and later became an apostle. Malastine casually recognizes the ghost as well and addresses him as a warrior from the past. Tae-san explains that Malastine entered the labyrinth around the same time he did, past the 70th floor, and fought with twin swords, one held in reverse grip. He remembers Malastine as a swordsman who relied more on sword arts than on skills. Now facing that legendary predecessor inside his own copied body, Tae-san prepares for a far more dangerous battle. When Malastine asks what floor they are on and learns it is only the 22nd, the scale of the threat becomes immediately clear. His opponent is stunned that someone this early in the maze already possesses overwhelming stats, advanced skills, and even black magic. Malastine immediately answers that shock by launching frost magic and accelerating his movements to seize the initiative. Rather than hesitate, the protagonist welcomes the challenge and treats the duel as a chance to test himself. The two clash at close range while ice spears rain around them, turning the fight into a contest of timing and precision. He breaks the rhythm by springing upward, forcing Malastine to track him from below. While airborne, he mirrors the same frost and acceleration techniques, proving he can match his enemy's toolkit. Malastine cancels the opening strike with an attack nullifying skill, stopping what should have been a clean hit. The protagonist recognizes the nullification and notes that such a defensive skill is difficult to fight around. Even so, Malastine's confidence only grows, because he finally feels he has found an entertaining opponent. The protagonist abruptly changes his sword handling, signaling that he is no longer fighting in a straightforward style. His companion is alarmed as he begins blending unfamiliar techniques into his own movements. That strange mixture of swordsmanship confuses even his ally, because he is clearly borrowing another warrior's style and adapting it mid-battle. Malastine reveals that he has long been interested in the warrior's swordsmanship and is eager to measure himself against it. The protagonist stays calm and studies the exchange instead of being drawn into Malastine's excitement. He concludes that Malastine is strong enough to graft the Sword of Storm scar onto his own style, but that this imitation still has limits. Choosing speed over raw power, he activates freedom of choice to reshape his approach around agility. That decision creates the opening he was waiting for. He dives in with a sudden, sharpened strike that catches Malastine off guard. Malastine realizes too late that the protagonist has another adaptive skill of his own and is rattled by how many options he can stack together. The protagonist coldly tells him the moment to recover has already passed. Malastine senses the danger at last, but his realization comes after the trap is already in motion. At point-blank range, the protagonist unleashes Marcoja's fake flame, surrounding Malastine with black fire. The sudden use of black magic shocks Malastine, who had not expected such a brutal follow-up. The fake flame detonates across the battlefield and threatens to end the duel outright. Even his companion assumes the fight is over, but Malastine survives by activating endurance, nullifying a fatal blow for a single second. When the smoke clears, Malastine admits that for the first time since facing the warrior, he has been utterly overpowered. He turns his thoughts to Lord Pabsha and feels pity for the god who set this test. Remembering Pabsha, he begins to break emotionally as if a long burden is finally lifting. The protagonist's simple acknowledgement becomes the release Malastine needed, and the defeated man responds with gratitude toward both him and his god. Satisfied at last, Malastine fades away after thanking the adventurer for giving him a worthy battle, and the quest is declared complete. The victory grants a level up and triggers spiritual power enhancement, raising the competency of nearly all his skills. As the rewards continue to appear, he watches the gains accumulate in silence. His companion is astonished, while he realizes every skill has risen by a small percentage at once. He quickly understands how absurd that is, because across roughly 80 skills, those small increases amount to an enormous overall jump in power. One skill even evolves completely, turning coolness into the always active special skill Serene Mind, while another passive warns of approaching death. When Pabsha offers him an apostle contract, he refuses immediately without any temptation. The system confirms that he passed Pabsha's test, receives a reward, and obtains the dagger of the proven one. Seeing the dagger's exceptional power, he decides it is finally time to replace his old weapon. He also receives a one-time, always active skill stating that because he defeated his other self, his soul will face Pabsha's ordeal after death. His companion fixates on the phrase after death and worries about what kind of fate that implies. The explanation suggests the ordeal is usually a way to extend life rather than simply a curse. He interprets that as a possible second life, but also as proof that even harsher trials await him later. A vision of Malastine lingers, tying the reward to the swordsman he just overcame. They wonder why Malastine rejected becoming an apostle when that path would have preserved his soul after death. His companion reflects that almost no one can clear this maze, even with talent, luck, and skill. Many who faltered or feared death accepted apostle contracts rather than lose everything they had built. That choice was tempting because it let them preserve their power and identity beyond death. The price, however, was eternal bondage to a god in exchange for keeping their ego intact. Malastine chose to lose everything instead, preferring freedom over that kind of immortality. His companion advises him not to accept such a contract, and to think carefully whenever the offer returns. He agrees at once and decides there is nothing more to debate for now. In the secret room of the 22nd floor, he equips a black rune necklace whose strong stats make it an obvious upgrade. Soon after, he defeats an intermediate ice spirit, levels up again, and triggers another wave of spiritual enhancement. Among the spoils is a valuable book of darkness containing black magic secrets. He settles into his new gear, now armed with the proven dagger and improved equipment. By the time he reaches the 23rd floor, he has also obtained a powerful dragon leather wrist guard and looks far better prepared for what lies ahead. He activates reconnaissance and decides he has found the hidden point of interest he was searching for. A concealed section of wall responds, revealing a hidden passage. He steps through the opening with both weapons ready, expecting another secret challenge. A ghostly figure warns that he cannot proceed further until he defeats the owner of that place. He realizes that clearing this secret room boss should also finish the lingering mission tied to its former challenger, so he commits immediately. The passage opens into a forest-like chamber, a strange natural space hidden inside the maze. His companion senses a powerful presence ahead before they even see it. He feels the atmosphere itself has changed and notices the air has become oppressive enough to make breathing difficult. As he advances, the source of that pressure finally reveals itself. A voice addresses him as a human intruder and demands to know why he has entered this place. The boss appears as Kashifa, an advanced wind spirit of the leafy shade, a majestic deer-like being wrapped in living leaves and wind. The protagonist explains that he came because the white spirit asked something of him. Kashifa immediately identifies that white spirit as a deranged outcast and assumes the request was to kill him. He is warned that the white spirit is corrupted and mindless, and that following it will only bring ruin. The warning continues that obedience to such a deviant spirit will eventually destroy him. Kashifa orders him to turn back and do what a human should, making clear that he is not welcome here. Instead of retreating, the protagonist quietly prepares black flame in his hand. He apologizes, but makes it clear that he still intends to carry out the task before him. To force the battle to begin, he spreads fire across the field and deliberately burns the spirit's territory. The flames enrage Kashifa at once and strip away any chance of negotiation. The spirit reacts with furious disbelief at the insult. Kashifa activates a windpath skill and condemns him for burning sacred land over a selfish objective. The protagonist stands his ground inside the spreading fire, refusing to be intimidated by the spirit's outrage. He rejects Kashifa's talk of mercy, insisting that pity from an enemy is not something he wants. Kashifa abandons restraint and decides to kill him outright. Even under the incoming storm of wind, he insists he will act by his own judgment rather than accept mercy or commands. He drives himself forward, determined to break through the spirit's pressure. Kashifa, now fully hostile, refuses to hear another word and doubles down on annihilating him. Invisible wind blades crash down across the battlefield, turning the entire area into a killing zone. He reactivates reconnaissance in the middle of the assault to read what normal sight cannot catch. That insight lets him perceive the invisible blades of wind and move through them instead of being shredded. Using that opening, he rushes in for a direct strike. Kashifa admits his skill is high enough to defeat the king's golem, but still treats him as fundamentally incapable of winning here. The spirit gathers wind into a dense core, preparing a stronger defensive response. Kashifa declares that raw power alone will never be enough to bring him down. He then unleashes a wider nature and wind attack, trying to erase the intruder from the forest entirely. The protagonist is forced back under the pressure, and realizes this fight will not be won by simple exchanges. For a brief moment, both sides reassess each other in the middle of the storm. When Kashifa's next opening attack comes, his first hit nullification skill saves him from taking the full force. He instantly chains acceleration and a leap to convert that survival into a counterattack from above. With a strong attack, he crashes down toward Kashifa before the spirit can fully reset its defense. Even as he commits, he realizes the spirit's reaction is not what he expected. Kashifa praises his ability enough to dismiss weaker spirits, as no obstacle to him anymore. But the spirit also exposes the real problem. None of his usual combat skills can actually land on this opponent. The protagonist recognizes the same truth from the other side, because Kashifa's attacks also struggle to touch him cleanly. He concludes that Kashifa's specialty is defense and evasion rather than direct killing power. That makes the hardest part of the fight identifying the hidden rule behind the spirit's protection. Worse, the usual activation notices disappear after Kashifa's first skill, so he cannot rely on the system to explain what comes next. Instead of panicking, he smiles as if he has found a new angle to exploit. He suspects the spirit is using a learnable skill rather than an untouchable natural law. Kashifa is unsettled by that expression, sensing that the human has stopped fighting to survive and started fighting to acquire something. The protagonist openly admits that he wants to steal that spirit's skill for himself. He activates distorted vegetation of Decoravia, summoning black magic growth to bind and pressure the spirit. His plan is to suppress Kashifa first with black magic, which naturally has an advantage over spirits. Kashifa denounces that power as depraved and insists such corruption cannot truly defile a spirit. Even so, the black vegetation lands and disrupts Kashifa's body, proving the spirit cannot fully block it. Realizing the weakness is real, he follows with Markoja's fake flame and decides to wear Kashifa down through continuous black magic damage. The sustained burn finally registers as real harm, and Kashifa takes heavy damage. Furious and wounded, Kashifa threatens that the King of Spirits will punish this insult and make the human pay. The protagonist seizes on that threat and asks whether the God of Spirits is somewhere inside the maze. Kashifa confirms that the spirit god resides in the deepest part of this place. Another hostile voice warns that he will never reach that depth and condemns him for siding with the mad white spirit against them. He answers calmly that becoming enemies was inevitable anyway, so their hostility changes nothing. With that resolve, he cuts Kashifa down, wins the battle, and gains multiple levels at once. Spiritual power enhancement triggers again, permanently increasing his strength, intelligence, and mana. More importantly, he successfully acquires Kashifa's spirit skill, Deer Walking on the Wind Path, to his companion's amazement. The new skill lets him influence wind itself for a limited time, and he immediately tests it. The first attempt feels unstable and fragile, showing that he has only barely grasped the technique. Among the spoils, he also receives a high-level spirit core and unbound spirit energy, materials valuable enough to smelt into something special. Back on the 23rd floor, he starts asking Shadow about the God of Spirits. Shadow says he has met that god before, identifies him as one of the guides of sins, and explains that spirits are a clan much like humans and demons. That revelation makes Shadow suspect the same figure may have been involved in his own death, giving him a new target for revenge. The protagonist tells him to set that anger aside until they finish the remaining objectives and return to the 20th floor. He then defeats the ordinary boss of the 23rd floor, an intermediate wind spirit, and reaches level 55. Another enhancement permanently raises his strength and agility, and the system notes that he has finally reached the level the wizard wanted from him. Because the wizard has enjoyed watching his growth, a special privilege is granted. He is offered a choice of rewards ranging from equipment and stat growth to hidden truths or one answer to any question. His companion recognizes the offer and says he once chose equipment from it and received something far beyond his current floor. That example appears as a gleaming set of armor, proof that the equipment option can yield treasures from much deeper levels. The protagonist judges that all the options are valuable and begins comparing them in terms of long-term gain rather than immediate convenience. He reasons that the fifth option likely gives broad lore, but the sixth could reveal a more precise truth if used well. He decides to take the sixth reward and ask for a specific piece of information. As soon as he chooses, the environment shifts and a hidden mechanism begins to awaken. A stone structure rises before him as if the maze itself is answering his request. The structure introduces itself as the servant of the great wizard. It names itself Balbabamba, the one who holds everything in his eyes, and asks what curiosity drove the adventurer to summon it. His companion realizes this being is the one who will provide the promised answer, and the protagonist asks who exactly it is. Balbabamba explains that it is a guide that appears deeper in the maze to teach basic strategies and reveal information about the labyrinth. It further claims authority over the maze's absolute rules and knowledge, presenting itself as the wizard's administrator and an all-knowing source. The protagonist pauses, carefully deciding how to spend a question that could expose something fundamental. He reflects that some skills are so obscure that even deep-floor adventurers never realize they exist or how to obtain them. Surrounded by the maze's floating system windows, he focuses on the hidden logic behind skill acquisition itself. So instead of asking for a simple secret, he asks whether skills were directly designed by the wizard or whether they emerge from conditions within the maze. Balbabamba understands that he is asking a foundational question about whether the maze's skills come first or the conditions that create them. A hidden voice acknowledges why the young man would question what this strange mechanism really is. The stone construct reveals that a supposedly pointless creation has proven its value at last, and the young man realizes he is witnessing the result firsthand. He presses for the truth behind it. The answer is that skills are not simply made but earned through impossible achievement or relentless repetition, after which they can become fixed and teachable to others. That explanation makes him connect the idea to the system of recorded abilities he has seen before. The construct identifies this principle as the maze's power and the wizard's grace. The revelation excites him because it means he may surpass even the strength he had in his previous life. He guesses the maze was designed for exactly this purpose, and the construct asks whether that satisfies his curiosity. He confirms that it does. With his curiosity answered, the construct moves on to the price of receiving such knowledge. It explains that information in this place always comes with conditions and limits. The first condition is absolute secrecy, because the knowledge must never be shared. He silently takes in the warning and its seriousness. The construct makes the threat explicit by promising to kill him if he lets the secret spread. Having delivered both the answer and the warning, it prepares to leave and orders him to remember that threat. Its final message is even more unsettling. The wizard is watching everything he does. Once the presence disappears, he is left wondering whether the creator of the maze is still somehow observing him. That possibility lingers in his mind as he tries to grasp who the wizard really is. His curiosity only deepens. His spirit companion cuts off the speculation and urges him to focus on the rewards now that the encounter is over, so he opens the system window. The rewards include a snakeskin belt that boosts strength and defense, and a gauntlet once used by Tushin that carries buried talent and growth. As he equips the new items, his companion impatiently hopes the maze will finally start giving out proper magic equipment. The scene shifts as he leaves the area through the tower's spiral passage. He heads for a doorway while laughter from elsewhere interrupts the quiet. A swollen spirit rejoices wildly, as if it has finally reached the end of some long wait. Its excitement immediately twists into strain as unstable energy surges through it. The spirit begins choking and convulsing, its power turning dangerous in front of him. He activates reconnaissance and confirms that the spirit's unstable energy has almost completely faded. Seeing it near the end of its transformation, he approaches while it weakly says it is almost finished. The spirit tells him that the 29th floor is the last one before a hidden world, and that a special item used in the boss room will reveal it. At that moment he acquires the spirit's skill Nature Harmony, and realizes the spirit's quest has reached its final stage as its existence becomes calm and complete. The spirit explains that beyond the hidden path lies the land of spirits, a paradise sustained by a root that maintains that world. It asks him to bring that root back, believing it will move it closer to perfection. The request carries an intensity that makes its desire feel dangerous rather than innocent. His companion grows uneasy around the transformed spirit, and urges him to leave immediately, while the spirit bitterly blames him for what it has become. He recognizes that the spirit's fixation is now directed at him. Agreeing that the atmosphere has turned bad, he decides to visit Hafren first and collect his equipment before going deeper. He starts back up the stairs. The long spiral ascent carries him toward the upper floor. He arrives at Hafren's workshop on the 19th floor. Hafren immediately hands over the finished shoes he forged from the materials the young man provided. The shoes turn out to be powerful spirit-forged gear with major boosts to attack, defense, agility, speed, and the special ability to contain spirit energy. Hafren explains that this means spirit power can be directly infused into the shoes, much like a warrior's weapon can be empowered. The young man realizes that if the same principle can be applied to a sword, its effectiveness would rise dramatically, and Hafren offers to forge such a weapon if he brings suitable spirit energy. To prove it, he shows Hafren the energy of an unbound spirit he earned from defeating an advanced spirit. Hafren is thrilled to finally see such a thing with his own eyes and stops him before he can put it away. The blacksmith immediately begins working the spirit power into the shoes. The finished enchantment grants the shoes a once-per-day ability to free their wearer from any abnormal condition. He is pleased that the shoes have become a reliable escape tool with a short cooldown. That practical advantage leaves him quietly satisfied. Hafren, equally satisfied with the work, bluntly demands 3,000 gold for it. The young man accepts the price as fair, knowing he has already earned plenty by selling rewards from earlier floors. Later, on the 24th floor, a new quest begins to defeat the floor boss, and he cuts through low-level dark spirits, while the reward is revealed as Bale's cane with an unknown secret prize. As he advances with both blades ready, he notes that the real enemies should be appearing soon. His companion decides to hide so it will not spoil the fun of the coming fight. Even while hiding, it activates reconnaissance to help search the area. When he senses someone nearby, he calls them out. He immediately recognizes that the hidden watcher has finally shown himself. He recalls the horned man tied to the Surrenderers Alliance of the Maze, the group known as the Guide of Sin. That memory identifies the enemy faction now moving against him. A blonde swordsman named Horian Arban confronts him, accuses him of belonging to the second tier, and demands to know how he dared enter this place. Horian explains that rank in this hidden realm rises by tier and insists that people from higher floors cannot descend without permission. The young man measures him at once, notes that the level gap is manageable, and calmly denies being part of the Guide of Sin. Horian realizes he may have misjudged the intruder. Still attacking, Horian demands his identity and admits surprise that anyone could slip past the monsters guarding the way down. The confrontation turns physical as Horian launches in. He charges with murderous confidence, expecting an easy kill. Horian boasts that the difference between them is overwhelming. Instead of retreating, the young man counters with perfect timing. His strike knocks Horian's sword away and instantly shatters the blonde man's confidence. Horian can only stare in disbelief. He tries to recover by claiming superior equipment from the 30th floor makes him untouchable. The hidden companion dismisses that excuse and points out that this opponent is a special case. It reveals the reason. The young man possesses a skill that pierces physical defenses, allowing him to wound Horian despite his gear. He follows with another clean hit, proving the first strike was no fluke. Horian collapses to his knees under the pressure. Shaken and bleeding, he demands to know who this unknown monster really is. Instead of answering, the young man asks about a comrade who recently went to the upper floors and died. When the name Zagan is mentioned, Horian is visibly rattled. The young man rejects the official story that Zagan's opponent died with him, calling it an outright lie. He presses further, asking what the Alliance's executives are doing now, and Horian admits they cannot currently move to the upper floors. Horian explains that the executives have been stuck on a certain floor for a long time. A memory surfaces of a white-haired woman saying they vanished for ages trying to conquer that floor and would not be seen for some time. His companion mocks their failure, and he asks whether it knows more about what lies below. The answer is that the deeper floors become absurdly difficult in ways that defy normal expectations. Some floors demand feats as impossible as conquering a planet in an hour. Others force battles against multiple equal enemies at once or treat capturing a dragon as basic equipment gathering. But the companion sets that aside and asks the question that truly matters to it, whether Soziet Gardentia is still alive. The name brings to mind a serene silver-haired woman from the past. Horian understands at once that this question matters deeply. He says he has never heard of her death, which the companion takes as a sign that she may still be alive. Satisfied that Horian knows nothing more, the companion decides there is no reason to keep him alive. Horian accepts death with forced composure, and the young man kills him, gaining a level and a permanent boost through spiritual power enhancement. He immediately checks his status and confirms that his condition and stats have risen again. Even his companion is stunned by how extreme his numbers have become for his level. He takes that as proof he must keep descending, because only greater strength will let him reach what lies below. A painful memory of people he failed to save resurfaces before him. He hardens his resolve, determined to change that future. Elsewhere, Horian's death is confirmed through the shattered token he left behind. The news spreads through the torchlit halls of the Alliance. The surrenderers gather in alarm, first wondering whether Horian died trying to reach the 31st floor or was killed by enemies from another tier. A blue-haired member clarifies that Horian died on the 24th floor and says that is why he summoned everyone. Another member suspects the killer may be the same black-haired man with a ghost companion who once killed Zagan. The group recalls that Zagan died after going up to the 20th floor, yet the man who fought him was also supposed to have died. That contradiction makes them question whether the old report was false. The possibility of a lie suddenly becomes impossible to ignore. At the same time, the young man's expression darkens as he senses their movement. He calmly waits on the stairs with his blades ready. Back among the surrenderers, doubt keeps spreading. The tension rises as they realize the implications. They begin to fear that the man who supposedly died is alive and still descending deeper into their territory. The blue-haired member concludes that the surviving second-tier members may have lied about his death simply to stay alive longer. Their suspicion is reinforced by testimony describing a black-haired adventurer who traveled with a ghost. Another witness repeats the official claim that this adventurer died fighting Zagan on the 30th floor. Yet the image of that survivor's fear makes the story sound less and less trustworthy. The blue-haired leader decides the enemy is too dangerous to ignore and proposes that they go up together. Some object that sending everyone after one man seems excessive, but he insists they cannot underestimate someone who defeated Zagan. Others still think he is overreacting. In the end, they settle on a smaller strike team of 3. A spear user joins as a 4th, eager to finish the matter quickly. The blue-haired leader reluctantly agrees to send the 4 of them, and warns them to flee at once if things go badly. The chosen hunters set out. The young man waits for them without any sign of anxiety. When the 4 arrive, their leader greets him almost casually and remarks that he is younger than expected. They study him and conclude that despite appearances, he is indeed very young, probably no older than 20. He answers by noting that only 4 of them came. His companion openly mocks them, saying that after all the deaths they caused, sending everyone would have been the wiser choice. It explains that these people have spent decades on the same floor and grown complacent because they no longer face real rivals. According to the companion, the comfort of peace and rest has rotted their edge. That judgment is reinforced by the image of them wasting time in idle comfort, while their strength fades. He listens and silently agrees with the assessment. He had expected the whole group to come, but decides it makes no difference and activates reconnaissance. The scan identifies the spear user as Hajing Roya, level 65. It identifies the dagger user as Baben Ruda, also level 65. It identifies the cane user as Aranesia Clelius, another surrenderer. It identifies the bow user as Cashin, completing the enemy lineup. Seeing their stats, he wonders whether these people have abandoned the pursuit of growth altogether. Even so, he recognizes that they have assigned their roles properly and are taking the fight seriously enough to coordinate. He answers their readiness with calm contempt, asking whether just the 4 of them will really be enough. Before they can respond, he activates the movement skill Deer Walking on the Wind path. Wrapped in spirit energy, he declares that he does not care even if they call everyone else, because he can simply wait for them all. That confidence leaves the dagger user momentarily shaken. Then he activates acceleration and launches forward. He dives into their formation at overwhelming speed, turning the initiative completely in his favor. Aranesia desperately triggers madness and tries to stop him with mental magic. He cuts straight through the spell, and she is horrified to realize her mental attack has no effect on him. The others scramble to respond, with Hajing taking charge and ordering the rest to move while he handles the intruder. Cashin fires confidently, believing he has pinned the target down, but the young man discovers that his spirit magic can block attacks of that level on its own, leaving the archer stunned. Realizing their ranged attacks can be neutralized so easily, he judges the situation to be working in his favor. Hajing strains to hold his ground as the fight turns against him. Tae-san lands a heavy blow on Hajing and immediately proves he can overpower a third-tier fighter. As their weapons clash again, Hajing realizes with alarm that Tae-san is simply stronger than he is. Driven back, Hajing calls for help as Tae-san keeps pressing him. Aranesia is shaken to see Tae-san hurling magic as well, making him even harder to understand or counter. One of the assassins decides to take Tae-san on personally and rushes in. Tae-san blocks Hajing while the second attacker dives in from above, forcing him into a two-front fight. The airborne attacker comes down for a killing strike, but Tae-san stays calm under the pressure. Instead of retreating, Tae-san activates distorted vegetation of Decoravia and turns the battlefield itself into a trap. Twisted roots erupt around him, and even his companion is briefly unsure whether the skill actually worked. The enemies quickly understand that Tae-san has used black magic, and their confusion deepens because he clearly is not one of the demon clan. Aranesia and the assassin can only stare at him in disbelief, no longer sure who they are fighting. The assassin is horrified that someone wandering the second tier could dominate fighters from the third tier like this. Their panic ends abruptly when the trap finishes one of them off. Tae-san defeats Hajing Roya, leaving the old fighter collapsed at his feet. With one enemy down, Tae-san coldly declares that rank means nothing against him. He adds that numbers will not save people who have already stopped trying to grow stronger. Tae-san makes his contempt clear. Anyone who has given up on becoming stronger can never beat him. Aranesia, cornered and desperate, decides she has to end the fight immediately. She unleashes Storm Arrow and orders everyone else away, convinced this is the only way to kill Tae-san. Watching the spell form, Tae-san's companion notes that at least one proper intermediate spell was bound to appear from third-tier opponents. Tae-san reaches for another answer, deciding he wants that spell for himself as well. He activates Force Duel, making Aranesia the only person who can damage him for the next 10 seconds. Aranesia's finishing move is isolated inside the duel, and Tae-san calmly tells her the battle is over. He cuts her down and wins against Aranesia, while another enemy falls almost at the same moment. Baben Ruta is defeated as well, and Tae-san levels up from wiping out the group. The system rewards him with major permanent increases to agility, strength, intelligence, and stamina. He also gains the skills Stealth and Wind Blast, then starts assessing how much stronger he has become. Stealth turns out to be more than simple invisibility, letting him hide both his body and his presence, though he is still inexperienced with it. Wind Blast is a fast beginner spell, and Tae-san immediately tests it to confirm how quickly it can be used. His companion compares it to Thunderstroke and explains that its lack of delay makes it useful even if it is not especially powerful. With the battle over, the scene shifts away from the ruined chamber. Elsewhere, members of the Guide of Sin learn that all 4 of the men sent after Tae-san are dead. One of them panics and argues they should attack before Tae-san grows any stronger. Their leader refuses, pointing out that if Tae-san killed 4 men in 2 hours, sending 6 more would change nothing. Instead, he decides to wait, admitting their odds are poor and that Tae-san is still only on the 24th floor. He orders them to contact members on lower floors and hold off until their superiors return. Time passes, and calm daylight settles over the maze again. Tae-san reaches the next area and finds no immediate ambush waiting for him. Seeing the silence, he concludes his prediction was correct and that the enemy chose not to come. His companion explains that the Guide of Sin are twisted cowards who delay judgment, and will likely wait for their higher-ups. That hesitation, however, has bought Tae-san some time. A new quest appears, and Tae-san realizes it is finally time for him to return to Earth. The system begins a mandatory special quest. In 1 week he will be sent back to the world he left behind and must survive there before returning. The announcement unsettles other players, many of whom no longer want to go back. For some, Earth now means memories of ruin, death, and a world they fear more than the maze. Others are visibly shaken, struggling to process what the return mission means. Tae-san explains that many of them witnessed terrible losses during the first return mission, so the maze now feels safer than home. He posts conquest instructions for the community so that players with volition can prepare themselves. When he learns 2 familiar players are on the 7th floor, he confirms they are progressing together. He urges them to aim for the 8th floor within the week, where they can meet Oman, the god of trials, and gain manageable challenges. He reassures them that those trials will not force them to gamble with their lives. 2 hard mode players approach Tae-san directly and ask for his help as well. One reports that hard mode is stabilizing, with the death tolls slowly dropping. The other admits the burden is crushing, because the lives of 30,000 people now feel like they rest in her hands. Tae-san tells her that even if she wants to complain, she still has to keep going. Privately, he is pleased that hard mode players are enduring, because every one of them matters. Just as he prepares to leave, his companion warns that another mission is already being called. The companion can only grumble that the beings controlling all this are impossible to predict. Tae-san stays focused, deciding that his prior experience gives him a plan for the second return mission even if events may not repeat exactly. He refuses to be satisfied with his current strength, and resolves to prepare further. He heads deeper into the maze to make use of the time he has left. Tae-san enters the boss room of the 24th floor and ends the fight almost instantly. The system confirms the boss is defeated and rewards him with Bale's cane. The cane grants black magic power, and carries a dangerous property that can drive weak people mad on contact. Tae-san decides the item is perfect as an offering to the demon god and uses it that way. In return, he receives the Ring of Spring Water, a practical item that boosts his combat stats and can provide clean water. When he activates the ring, water pours out directly from it, surprising even him. He estimates the ring can produce about 3 bottles worth of water at a time. Tae-san immediately recognizes how valuable that will be in desperate survival conditions. He decides the ring will be especially useful once he returns to Earth, where dehydration could kill people faster than monsters. After that, his preparations accelerate. He makes an offering to the demon god and secures a black magic skill for himself. He also buys new equipment from the store owner, aiming to round out what he will need next. Then he advances to the 25th floor, where he intends to gain one more crucial skill. When his companion hears that the target skill doubles all damage without conditions, even he is stunned by how absurdly strong it sounds. The floor's enemies, the spirits of darkness, swarm in huge numbers around Tae-san. Tae-san confirms that these monsters split when struck physically and only stop multiplying for a short cooldown after each split. He reveals his plan to exploit that behavior, because the skill he wants can only be earned by facing overwhelming numbers. At the same time, he wonders how much the higher powers know about his past and the time distortion surrounding him. The demon god appears and casually confirms she already knows he is preparing to return to Earth. She complains that her possessions are causing trouble and makes it clear she is watching events closely. Tae-san asks whether she knows why those beings are interfering. She refuses to explain, implying he already understands more than he admits. Tae-san drops the subject for now and focuses on what he still needs to obtain before going lower. The demon god cuts to the point and asks whether he wants more skills. Using the cane as payment, she grants him basic black magic and, out of spite toward her rivals, throws in something she thinks he urgently needs. The bonus skill lets Tae-san pray to the demon god to recover demon energy faster, though it leaves him slowed and vulnerable while meditating. Tae-san is caught off guard by the unexpected gift. The demon god insists the skill will matter later and hints that black magic will become useful to him outside the maze. Before leaving, she warns him not to die, because his enemies will not leave him alone. Back on the floor, Tae-san concludes that if even the demon god is interested, the Goshins will almost certainly interfere with his return. His companion notices the spirits of darkness have gathered in abnormal numbers even though Tae-san has barely moved. Tae-san realizes the cause is his new protector item, which is drawing enemies in and proving far more useful than expected. The item is revealed as a murderous wrist guard that attacks anything except its owner, and still hides some deeper secret. His companion is amazed that the item can attack automatically and sees why Tae-san was lucky to find it. Tae-san agrees, though he jokes that the god's attention feels more like a dangerous prank than good fortune. He recalls the moment he first considered buying the strange wrist guard. The store owner had explained that no one wanted it despite its high attack power, because it was too unusual and risky. Now the owner recognizes the item on Tae-san and remarks that he must have learned about it from the old man who guided him. Tae-san remembers being told that the item had been waiting for someone like him. He recalls that despite its odd behavior, it was described as a high-quality item he would probably come to appreciate. The memory ends as the wrist guard lashes out on its own in the present. Seeing it cut down enemies automatically, Tae-san decides the purchase was worth it and may be enough to help him earn the skill in time. His companion understands why he needs a crowd of enemies, but still cannot see how Tae-san plans to turn that into the skill he wants. Tae-san explains that the key is persistence, the skill he earned from the golem guarding the spring. Persistence raises efficiency when he repeats the same movement over and over. If he can exploit that effect properly here, he can obtain addition, a skill that doubles all damage he deals. His companion asks whether there must be hidden conditions, but Tae-san says there are none at all. The companion is left reeling at the idea of an unconditional damage doubling skill. Tae-san cuts off further questions and starts immediately, knowing he cannot waste any time. The spirits continue to close in, giving him exactly the overwhelming pressure he needs. Soon he is surrounded by a sea of multiplying enemies. Rather than panic, Tae-san welcomes the challenge and commits to the attempt. He begins cutting through the horde in a steady rhythm, trying to make every strike identical. The wrist guard helps thin the crowd while Tae-san keeps his own sword pattern consistent. His companion still struggles to understand how simple repetition is supposed to unlock addition. As Tae-san keeps striking, the damage numbers begin to creep upward from one enemy to the next. The companion finally notices the pattern and realizes Tae-san's damage is gradually increasing. Tae-san explains that persistence boosts the efficiency of repeated actions, and that effect extends to the damage of those actions as well. So long as every swing remains truly the same, the power of each hit can continue climbing. He estimates that reaching the threshold for addition will require roughly 200 perfectly repeated attacks. He keeps carving through the spirits one by one, refusing to break the sequence. Each kill only leads him to the next target, with no room for hesitation. The strain starts to show, but he forces his body to maintain the exact same motion. Even his grip becomes part of the discipline, because any variation could ruin the chain. Exhaustion sets in before he reaches the goal, and the damage drops back down when the pattern breaks. His companion points out that he has reset to the beginning again despite already killing well over 1,000 spirits. The horde keeps multiplying, making the task more dangerous and more absurd with every failure. Tae-san refuses to give up, insisting the skill is too valuable not to pursue. He reminds his companion that even lesser attack-boosting skills are rare, especially among hard-mode players. By comparison, addition is worth an extreme amount of effort. His companion argues that the multiplying spirits will only make the challenge harder and suggests resting before trying again. But the monsters keep surging forward, leaving little chance for a clean reset anyway. Tae-san stays confident, because compared to the first time he earned addition, this situation is actually easier. Back then, in easy mode, he had to hunt different kinds of monsters just to create the right conditions. He also had trouble finding a place where enough enemies were gathered at once. Now the floor itself provides endless targets, making the setup far more favorable than before. He narrows his focus to every tiny detail of his form, from his arm motion to his stance. Even the spacing of his steps becomes something he must reproduce exactly. He aligns his gaze and blade direction with the same precision on every swing. He controls the point of impact and the stopping point of the blade so that each strike matches the last. He realizes even his breathing has to remain identical for persistence to keep building. For a moment he achieves that perfect repetition again, and the sequence stabilizes. His companion falls silent as he sees how unforgiving the process really is, with no margin for even the smallest mistake. On top of that, Tae-san's stats rise every time he kills an enemy, forcing him to constantly recalibrate his control. That means every success makes the next identical strike harder, because his own body keeps changing under him. He senses another shift in the battle and tries to adjust without breaking rhythm. But the spirit's movements keep changing too, adding another layer of instability to the challenge. As the pattern threatens to collapse again, Tae-san realizes he is on the verge of another failure. Tae-san fails yet again, and his floating guide is exasperated that he is still coming up short after days of trying. The guide berates him for wasting 4 days on near successes and insists he only needed a few more successful attempts to break through. Tae-san admits he is furious, but he treats surviving the process as proof that the attempt was still worth making. His answer leaves the guide staring at him in uneasy silence, making Tae-san wonder why he is being judged so strangely. The guide realizes Tae-san's mindset is abnormal because he always gambles his life to obtain new skills. Even this attempt seems mild by his standards, considering how much value the skill could bring him. Remembering the danger only hardens Tae-san's resolve instead of discouraging him. He forces himself to calm down and prepares to start over from the beginning once more. Surrounded by darkness spirits again, Tae-san steadies himself and feels he is finally starting to understand the pattern. He launches another trial attack, cutting into the spirits while testing the timing one more time. Refusing to stop, he repeats the motion over and over as the damage numbers stack up. He keeps chaining the strikes, searching for the exact condition that will trigger the hidden result. When it still does not happen, frustration spikes, but he refuses to let the failure break him. The guide watches in disbelief as Tae-san continues despite the mounting strain and repeated misses. Tae-san swears he will keep trying no matter how many failures it takes. His repeated attacks begin producing larger and larger damage values, showing that he is finally approaching the answer. At the critical moment, he recognizes the right flow and commits fully to the strike. The system confirms that he nearly doubled his damage through pure execution and awards him the specially activated skill addition. Tae-san confirms the result and learns that addition costs mana but doubles the damage he deals. After 6 days, 132 hours, and 1012 failures, he finally wins the skill he had been chasing. The guide immediately urges him to test how much stronger he has become. Tae-san activates strong attack and addition together, eager to see how the new skill interacts with his old ones. When he adds consecutive attack on top of them, his blows explode in power and tear through the darkness spirits with overwhelming damage. The guide is left stunned by the result. He can hardly believe that someone only around the 20th floor can produce damage on that level. What shocks him even more is the absurd synergy between Tae-san's skills, which should not combine this well. Tae-san casually asks if the new skill seems useful, already satisfied with the answer. The guide calls the result unbelievable, then abruptly reminds Tae-san that he has only 2 hours left before being sent back to Earth. Only then does Tae-san remember that his time in the maze is almost over. The scene shifts to the 25th floor of the maze as his return approaches. Before leaving, Tae-san cuts down more monsters, squeezing out every last bit of progress he can. A level up restores him to peak condition, and he notes how narrowly he avoided returning in bad shape. The guide tells him the return is starting and that it is time to enter. A crack in space opens before them like shattered glass leading into a cosmic void. Tae-san steps toward it without hesitation, determined not to lose to whatever awaits on Earth. As he crosses over, a special quest begins and orders him to prepare for the next return mission at City Hall within 24 hours. He emerges above a damaged city as people scream below. Outside City Hall, survivors beg not to be sent back and desperately wish they could return to the maze instead. Tae-san sees the fear and despair of people who remember how many died the last time they returned. The guide bitterly notes that these people have always clung to life with ugly desperation, while Tae-san asks whether the next mission will begin from City Hall again. The guide observes that the crowd looks even more discouraged than before. Tae-san judges that people in this state will never be able to clear the coming quest if left on their own. With only a day to prepare, he starts thinking about how to organize a response. He realizes his own strength will not be enough and decides he needs help from others. Elsewhere, Kim Hwa-yeon is buried in paperwork, sensing that someone may be talking about her. Tae-san remembers that on the first return to Earth, 70,000 out of 100,000 humans died. As the second return looms, fear spreads because everyone remembers the massacres and graves left behind. The focus settles on Yongan City Hall, the center of the coming mission. Inside, Kim Hwa-yeon struggles to process an endless flood of reports. She complains that she must evaluate every player's stats, equipment, and combat role in Yongan before assigning positions, and she only has 12 hours left. A teammate reminds her that Hyungnim trusted her with the task, but she protests that the burden is too much for one person. Tae-san suddenly enters through the window, and the guide declares that there is no one better suited for this job than Kim Hwa-yeon. Tae-san dryly says the window was more convenient, and immediately notices the mountain of documents. Kim Hwa-yeon explains that there are fewer files than last time, though that only means fewer survivors remain. Tae-san tries to reassure her that she is doing well, but she still begs him to hand the work to someone else. He refuses, explaining that he has other priorities and that the others are less suited to command than to support. One of those teammates cheerfully agrees that assisting others is his real role. Tae-san rules out the others as leaders too, judging one too passive and another too young. Kim Hwa-yeon also rejects the idea of leaving the plan to the selfish old men who avoid real danger. The older men argue that those who do not descend into the maze should not be central to the plan, exposing the same cowardice Tae-san despises. Tae-san instead places his hopes in the younger hard mode players who have both courage and combat ability. He tells Kim Hwa-yeon that because she can suppress the influence of those with powers and has hard mode experience, she is the perfect person to lead. He recalls that by the third return mission, only about 5,000 people remained after Choi Young-hyuk's disaster. Back then, even weak monsters caused mass panic, and most people abandoned any thought of fighting back. In that chaos, Kim Hwa-yeon still managed to act while others fled. She saved more than half the players and guided them all the way to Seoul. Tae-san reflects that if she had lived longer, the future might have changed even more. He remembers her dying after pushing herself to the limit, and the regret still weighs on him. Kim Hwa-yeon falls silent as his confidence in her sinks in. Tae-san leaves her with the promise that she will understand his judgment someday, then tells her to do her best because time is short. When she asks if he came to help, he bluntly says he has his own work and leaps back out the window, leaving her furious. Her teammate tries to rally her by calling her the chosen one and urging her to work faster. Outside, Tae-san faces the widening crack in the sky as the city continues to destabilize. The guide warns that the crack is growing rapidly, and Tae-san judges that whatever emerges should be at least grade C or B. The guide curses the hidden forces behind this, and wonders why they are causing such needless trouble. Tae-san asks if he means the Go-shins, and the guide admits those beings are absurdly powerful. If the Go-shins truly wanted to destroy the world, they could do it directly, so Tae-san cannot understand why they are using cracks, quests, and return missions instead. He recalls that a demon god once destroyed a star instantly, proving that beings at that level have no need for such slow methods. That memory convinces him the Go-shins should be capable of far more than what they are showing, which makes their behavior suspicious. He reasons that destroying 258 worlds in 12 years is strangely slow for such power, and wonders if the gods of the maze are interfering. Images of gods, demons, and other transcendent beings reinforce how tangled the larger conflict really is. The guide agrees that something is off and says they will learn more by going deeper into the maze. Tae-san decides they may not even have to wait that long, because the answer might reveal itself soon. The crack suddenly swells into a more violent portal. A special quest is announced to every player in southern Gyeonggi province, ordering them to gather at Yongan City Hall within a week for rewards based on performance. The order immediately stirs the crowd, as people realize they must travel all the way to Yongan and worry about loved ones there. Many start moving at once, driven by fear for relatives and uncertainty over whether anyone in Yongan is still alive. Kim Hwa-yeon organizes the march, warning that monsters are everywhere but encouraging everyone by reminding them they have grown stronger in the maze. She adds that hard mode players will protect them, trying to give the frightened group something to believe in. Privately, she begs the people in Yongan to hold on until help arrives. Before the group can settle, monsters burst into the city from the crack. Kim Hwa-yeon orders the civilians to run and declares that the hard mode players will hold the line. The defenders brace themselves for impact. Kang Jun-hyuk and the others step in to help instead of retreating, refusing to leave the burden to the hard mode players alone. Lee Tae-yeon joins the fight as well, and Kim Hwa-yeon is relieved to have their support. Seeing the swarm, Tae-san activates Frost Arrow and prepares to thin them out himself. He leaps above the battlefield and rains ice into the clustered monsters. Realizing speed matters more than precision, he decides to end the fight all at once. A new weapon or skill lashes through the monsters, tearing several apart in a single sweep. The guide praises the whip-like item for its speed and reach, but Tae-san dismisses it as too slow for clearing a horde one by one. He decides he needs a broader solution than picking enemies off individually. Tae-san activates the distorted vegetation of Decoravia, summoning twisted roots from the ground. The vegetation spreads around him like a living trap, taking control of the battlefield. The nearby players panic, thinking another monster has appeared. Then they realize the growth is not attacking them directly but enclosing them. The roots weave into a protective dome around the civilians, and even the guide calls it excessive. Inside the shelter, Tae-san says he wants to try something else. He repeatedly activates Frost Arrow and Magic Acceleration, pouring power into a much larger spell. Remembering a wide area technique he used before, he shapes the gathered ice into a massive sphere above the street. With a casual farewell, he sends the frozen mass crashing down. The giant ice attack sweeps across the city blocks and obliterates the monsters in one overwhelming strike. The survivors stare in shock as the battlefield is instantly frozen and cleared. Kim Wai-yun and the others realize the blast came from Tae-san's direction and call out to him in disbelief. When they reach the edge of the frozen devastation, they can only ask what he just did. Tae-san treats it as routine and tells them his side is finished, asking if they are nearly done as well. One teammate can only stammer as he tries to process what he has seen. Looking over the cratered, frozen street, the survivors begin to wonder whether Tae-san is even human anymore. A few hours later, Tae-san uses Decoravia's vegetation again to wrap an entire base building in protective roots. He orders everyone inside to rest, promising that ordinary monsters will not be able to break through and that they must move again at once tomorrow. As he walks through the shelter, people shrink back from him, unsettled by the same power that saved them. Whispers spread that he is the man who killed the monsters alone. Their awe quickly turns into fear, and some openly question whether he is still human. The guide is irritated that the people are suspicious of the very person who protected them. Tae-san says he does not care about their reaction because his real goal is to clear the quest and uncover the truth about the Goshins. Later, the hard mode players approach him after gathering themselves. Kim Wai-yun, Kang Jun-hyuk, Lee Tae-yun, and another teammate ask why he was looking for them. Tae-san's expression makes it clear he thinks the answer should already be obvious. Kang Jun-hyuk jokingly asks if Tae-san wants another spar like before. Tae-san says yes and orders them to grab their weapons because training starts immediately. Kang Jun-hyuk eagerly accepts, determined not to lose so easily this time. Tae-san smiles for the first time in a while, clearly looking forward to pushing them. The system formally begins a duel between Tae-san and Kang Jun-hyuk as the training session starts. By the end of the night, the trainees are completely exhausted while Tae-san remains composed, proving how far behind they still are. He ends the session by telling them they must keep training during every moment they have on Earth. When they say he has already done enough, Tae-san dismisses it and orders them to prepare because they will be moving again soon. As the others leave, the guide angrily complains that they are taking Tae-san's effort for granted. He argues that weaklings who lose their will to fight should have been abandoned from the start. Tae-san rejects that view, deciding they must become stronger if they are ever going to face the apostles. The trainees, still shaken by his intensity, can only joke weakly that they suddenly feel cold. 3 days later, the group finally reaches Yongin City Hall and is awed by the size of the place. Kim Wai-yun leads the survivors toward the entrance, relieved that they have made it this far. But armed guards block the way and demand to know where the newcomers are from. When Kim Wai-yun says they came from Anyang, she suddenly recognizes one of the guards. The guard is equally shocked to see her and calls her Wai-yun Nuna. The reunion turns warm at once, and Kim Wai-yun is delighted to find a familiar face alive in Yongin. The young guard excitedly tells her to wait because he will return with their king. That title immediately unsettles her. She is left staring after him, trying to process why he just referred to someone as a king. A stern man then approaches with the guards and first confirms that they truly came from Anyang. He is introduced as Seo Jang-san, a hard-mode player whose presence suggests Yongin has its own powerful ruler and order. Kim Hwa-yun is startled to discover Seo Jang-san has also reached Yongin. Her surprise quickly turns into relief as she rushes over to greet him. Seo Jang-san recognizes her at once and confirms her identity. The reunion softens his mood, and he greets her warmly. They exchange a sincere welcome, glad to find an ally in this place. Seo Jang-san immediately questions why so many people from her side are gathered here. Kim Hwa-yun explains that around 20,000 have arrived, leaving him stunned by the scale. She reminds him that she has several exceptionally strong solo mode allies and points out the group she mentioned before. Seo Jang-san realizes these are the famous solo mode players often discussed in the community. His intense scrutiny unsettles the trio, who sense that his interest is not friendly curiosity. Instead of pressing them, Seo Jang-san politely acknowledges their difficult journey. He tells them the quest is still ongoing and has them escorted away to rest for now. Inside the shelter, the newcomers are relieved to finally have a safe place to rest. But one of Seo Jang-san's new companions admits that something about him feels wrong. He insists the man's look was too openly displeased to dismiss as a misunderstanding. Lee Tion quietly asks whether the others sense the same thing. He concludes that their unease may be justified after all. The others agree that Seo Jang-san's attitude toward them felt deliberate. Tion decides to inspect Yongin himself and invites anyone willing to come with him. Their attention turns to Yongin City Hall, the center of this uneasy refuge. As they look around, they find frightened easy and normal mode players crammed into separate accommodations. Hard mode players, by contrast, are housed separately and carry themselves with far more confidence. The imbalance immediately bothers them, especially the suspiciously low number of weaker players and the absence of other solo mode arrivals. Even their guide admits the atmosphere is unpleasant, and Tion agrees that something is clearly wrong here. After observing the people in City Hall, Tion notices a split between a small number acting secure and a majority looking defeated. He realizes the weaker residents behave as if they are subjects forced to look up to nobles. That confirms his suspicion that Yangin is already rotting from within. Kim Hwaiyan returns after gathering information and asks if they have time to hear what she learned. She reports on the population balance, the hard mode ratio, and the food situation, then offers to show them the supply warehouse. The group follows her deeper into the building to verify the situation themselves. On the way, Kim Hwaiyan admits that something strange is happening around her. Tion presses her to explain exactly what she means. She says easy and normal mode players seem to avoid her, perhaps because they sense the gap in strength. Tion refuses to jump to conclusions and decides to keep watching. At the warehouse, Kim Hwaiyan shows that there is enough preserved food to last for a while. Tion points out that more people will keep arriving, so the current stock will soon become dangerously insufficient. Kim Hwaiyan admits she feels safer now that Seo Jang-san is here, because many in the maze trust his strength and judgment. She describes him as somewhat aggressive but still manageable, trying to reassure the others. Tion quietly latches onto that word, already doubting her lenient view of him. 2 days pass as the sealed city hall continues to fill with survivors. With the special quest still incomplete and no way to leave, Tion grows restless waiting on the rooftop. A sudden shout catches his attention, and he recognizes Kang Jun-hyuk's voice below. Glad for a break in the boredom, he heads down when he hears an argument has broken out. Kang Jun-hyuk is already confronting armed men who are harassing newly arrived survivors, despite warnings not to act rashly again. The blue-haired woman protests that the newcomers are sick and should not be denied food. One of Seo Jang-san's men coldly argues that wasting supplies on weak, injured easy-mode players is only natural. He declares that anyone in Yangin must obey their rules and openly insults solo-mode players as troublesome lowlifes. Kang Jun-hyuk snaps at the insult and nearly loses control. Before the clash can escalate further, Seo Jang-san arrives and silences the scene with sheer authority. He surveys the crowd and demands to know why so many people have gathered. His followers immediately frame the matter as simple rule-breaking before their king. The blue-haired woman is shocked when Seo Jang-san accepts that accusation as fact. He steps toward her without hesitation, taking control of the confrontation. Seo Jang-san seizes her and declares that anyone who breaks the rules deserves punishment. He goes so far as to say the proper sentence should have been death. Pretending mercy, he says he will reduce the punishment only because she acted out of ignorance. He prepares to make an example of her with a lighter but still cruel penalty. At that moment, another voice cuts in and stops him. Lee Tion steps forward and calmly inserts himself into the confrontation. Seo Jang-san immediately recognizes that Tion is not intimidated. Tion meets his gaze just as coldly, making the power struggle explicit. One of Seo Jang-san's loyalists explodes in anger at what he sees as disrespect toward his king. Seo Jang-san raises a hand and restrains his side for the moment. While the woman recovers, Kang Jun-hyuk checks on her, but the tension only sharpens. Seo Jang-san dismisses the incident as nothing more than Tion's companion disrupting order. Tion challenges that claim directly by asking who gave Seo Jang-san the right to define order. The question strikes Seo Jang-san where it hurts, exposing the arrogance beneath his calm. Tion warns him not to force his private hierarchy onto people who never accepted his rule. Seo Jang-san laughs it off, but his subordinate is already seething behind him. Unable to bear the insult, the loyalist launches a furious attack at Tion. Tion evades the strike effortlessly, and openly invites the man to test him if he wants. The attacker takes that as a challenge and charges again to defend Seo Jang-san's honor. He unleashes a hard mode assault, but Tion reads every movement with ease. Even Seo Jang-san is surprised that Tion can dodge a hard mode attack so casually. When the swordsman presses in again, Tion catches the attack at close range. The attacker tries to justify his next move as self-defense, but he has already lost control. Tion calmly focuses his body and power, treating the fight like a measured exercise rather than a struggle. He counters with a precise blow that slams the man into the ground and deals heavy damage. The loyalist crashes into the floor and wall, instantly broken by the difference in strength. Seo Jang-san is forced to reassess Tion when he sees how much damage that single strike caused. Tion offers to continue, making it clear he is still holding back. Seo Jang-san quickly backs down from further escalation, deciding not to push the clash. He apologizes with false civility and promises punishment for the reckless attackers, withdrawing his people. Once they turn away, Tion calls Seo Jang-san back one last time. He warns him that this was the final time he will tolerate tricks, and that the next attempt will end in death. The threat lands hard enough to shake Seo Jang-san's composure. Tion's killing intent leaves no doubt that he means every word. As he retreats, Seo Jang-san realizes Tion may have seen through the staged fight meant to measure his power. Tion lets him go for now, but makes it clear he will remember this. Kang Jun-hyuk fumes at the humiliation and the cruelty they just witnessed. Tion asks the blue-haired woman to explain exactly what happened. She recounts that half an hour earlier she found a group bullying an easy mode mother begging for food for her sick child. The hard mode men refused and mocked the idea of wasting food on someone weak and ill. When the abuse worsened, she stepped in to protect them. Kang Jun-hyuk praises her for doing the right thing, but remains baffled by how confident the bullies were. Tion tells the victim to rest, explaining that he already beat the attackers once and expected them to back off. The scene shifts back to the sealed city hall hanging under the quest barrier. Tion returns to the rooftop, brooding over what he has learned. His guide condemns people like Seo Jang-san as vile creatures who spread corruption wherever they go. Tion dryly notes that even Sin's guides, for all their flaws, at least respect strength more honestly. He concludes that Seo Jang-san is worse because he values only hard mode players and nothing else. Remembering his previous life, Tion recalls that Seo Jang-san always believed only hard mode players could save the world. That belief led him to create a rigid class system that divided players by rank and obedience. He effectively tried to drag society back into a feudal order, and only Tion had ever been able to oppose him. But even then, Tion had been too overwhelmed by monsters and hard mode threats to stop that system completely. Looking back on it now, he judges that compromise as a grave mistake. His guide warns that if Seo Jang-san keeps pushing this hierarchy, every other mode will eventually revolt, including all on-mode players. Tion agrees Seo Jang-san will not give up easily, but says he has already been given his last warning. 2 more days pass, and by the final quest day 100,000 survivors have gathered at Yongin City Hall. The sheer number confirms that this is all that remains of the region, and grief spreads through the crowd before the quest begins. The special quest finally starts and announces a new system. Choose a king who can assign roles, issue orders, and lead everyone through a month of survival against periodic monster waves. The key players gather in a meeting room to decide who will take that role. Representatives from the major factions sit down together, but the room is already tense. Dion's side watches in silence while Kim Hwayan prepares to interpret the quest's meaning. Across from them, Seo Jang-san and his hard mode allies sit with open confidence. Kim Hwayan suggests that king may simply mean a leader who can manage people and establish practical rules. Seo Jang-san immediately claims the position for himself, arguing that he already created the rules here. Kim Hwayan is taken aback by how bluntly he seizes the title. Seo Jang-san challenges anyone to object if they dare. Kang Jun-hyuk does object, demanding to know why anyone should trust him with kingship. Seo Jang-san answers with naked entitlement, calling himself the owner of this land and treating everyone else as refugees who owe him obedience. Kang Jun-hyuk rejects that logic and reminds him that Yongin was only the quest's destination, not his private domain. Seo Jang-san twists that fact into a claim that arriving here first made him the rightful ruler anyway. Kang Jun-hyuk exposes the truth that Seo Jang-san simply wants to preserve the power he already enjoys. Seo Jang-san does not deny it, and argues that 100,000 people need a strong ruler above all else. He then undermines Kang Jun-hyuk by saying no one would follow a child, no matter how strong he is. He belittles the blue-haired woman as well, dismissing her as too timid to lead. He pretends there might be someone qualified, only to steer the room toward his own conclusion. Pointing at Tion's side, he notes that Tion himself does not even want the throne. He then attacks their faction as too small and too weak overall to be trusted with everyone's survival. Kim Hwayan finally snaps and tells him he is going too far. Seo Jang-san instantly masks his aggression with a fake apology and asks whether anyone still objects. The room falls into a pressured silence, showing how effectively he has cowed the others. Seeing no one willing to challenge him further, Seo Jang-san declares the matter settled. He proclaims himself king without waiting for true consent. The system accepts the result and officially names hard mode player Seo Jang-san as king. He immediately moves to use his new authority by issuing the first royal decree. Kim Hwayan is alarmed before she even sees the full contents, sensing disaster. The decree formalizes oppression by rationing easy and normal mode players, forcing them to obey hard mode players, sending selected weak players outside for scouting and food collection, and demanding ritual displays of respect. Kim Hwayan realizes that the unease she felt from the start has become a full system of tyranny. Reading the order in full, she is horrified by how openly it strips weaker players of dignity and choice. Seo Jang-san notices her reaction and invites her to speak, confident that his authority now protects him. She denounces the decree as far too oppressive, especially the plan to force easy and normal mode players to gather food. Seo Jang-san dismisses her objection and asks why hard mode players should do that work instead. When she warns that many people will die, he coldly replies that their deaths do not matter to him. He justifies the hierarchy as a natural order in which everyone has a role suited to them. In his view, hard mode players exist to fight monsters and protect the weak. Because the outside world is deadly even for the strong, he argues that hard mode players deserve the benefits of staying inside. He concludes that if weaker players must risk their lives too, then their proper contribution is securing food for everyone else. As terrified civilians flee from monsters outside, the story leaves Kim Hwayan facing the brutal logic of Seo Jang-san's new regime. A tense council falls silent as the group realizes their disagreement over survival can no longer be avoided. Kim Hwayan breaks the silence by accusing the others of accepting a plan that abandons countless people to die. Some of the hard mode players admit they agree with Seo Jang-san, arguing that the weak are not being killed directly, and that his logic is practical. They go further and claim that letting each group survive by its own strength is only natural. That cold reasoning pushes Hwaiyan past restraint. She slams the table and denounces their worldview as no better than beasts preying on the weak. Even while acknowledging their perspective, she refuses to accept turning weaker people into disposable labor. Seo Jang-san dismisses her objection and insists the only workable answer is to abandon easy and normal mode players so hard mode can endure. Hwaiyan is furious, but Kang Tae-san finally decides to intervene. Tae-san tells Seo Jang-san that his answer is fundamentally wrong. Seo Jang-san challenges him, insisting there is nothing wrong with the strong surviving while others are sacrificed for them. Tae-san concedes that the argument is not entirely false, which catches Hwaiyan off guard. But he immediately turns the logic back on Seo Jang-san by asking whether hard mode players are truly so different from the weak they despise. He reminds them that monsters will only keep growing stronger over time. Sooner or later, even hard mode players will face enemies beyond their ability to handle. At that point, their supposed superiority will vanish, proving that strength alone is a fragile basis for rule. Tae-san asks Seo Jang-san whether he could survive if every easy and normal mode player swarmed him at once. The question catches Seo Jang-san completely off guard. Tae-san forces him to picture the obvious outcome: even the weak can kill the strong through sheer numbers. He makes clear that he is not speaking out of compassion for lives in general, but because Seo Jang-san's logic collapses under its own weight. Then he turns to Kim Hwaiyan and asks what she thinks should be done. Hwaiyan gathers herself and makes her decision. She openly rejects Seo Jang-san's plan. She declares that she wants him removed from the throne, only to be told that changing the king is not so simple. Seo Jang-san cites the rules: a king can only be replaced by death, by a majority request from qualified players, or by voluntary resignation, and he has no intention of stepping down. Confident in his backing, he boasts that nearly all hard mode players support him and taunts them to try killing him if they can. Tae-san questions why the second condition would be impossible to use. Seo Jang-san laughs off the idea as ignorance. He insists that only hard mode players count as eligible voters, which would leave Tae-san and Hwaiyan hopelessly outnumbered. Tae-san reveals that Seo Jang-san has misunderstood the rule from the start. He formally requests a change of king, and the system recognizes him as a qualified player. The system announces that there are no other qualified players, so his request alone is enough to trigger the challenge. A new rule appears, allowing the throne to be contested through methods such as debate, duel, or struggle. Seo Jang-san panics because this outcome was never supposed to be possible. Tae-san reflects that in the previous world many had tried to replace the king, but none had ever succeeded. Not even the strongest famous players had met the hidden qualifications, so everyone assumed the clause was meaningless. He realizes now that the gods of the labyrinth demanded absurdly high standards for anyone allowed to challenge kingship. That revelation means Tae-san alone fulfills those standards. He steps forward and reminds Seo Jang-san that he had already warned him once. Tae-san promises that the next time they meet like this, he will kill him. For now, though, he chooses not to end Seo Jang-san immediately because he wants something more decisive. Instead, he offers Seo Jang-san one final chance to struggle for his ideals. Seo Jang-san leads Tae-san outside and reveals the large force of hard mode players loyal to him. Tae-san takes in the size of the crowd without any sign of fear. Seo Jang-san vows that Tae-san will regret being given this opportunity. They confirm the terms of the contest: a non-lethal battle with no defensive skills allowed, one against many. Seo Jang-san begins the struggle at once. His followers rush Tae-san together, convinced that numbers and coordination will overwhelm him. One of them reassures the others that Tae-san's raw power is high but still manageable. They commit to pinning him down before he can turn the fight around. Tae-san catches the first attack effortlessly and seizes control of the exchange. He activates addition and reveals that he accepted this challenge for a reason they never understood. He says plainly that he came to crush every one of them, then instantly incapacitates the first attacker with overwhelming force. Without slowing down, he launches himself through the formation and tears open their line. The surrounding hard mode players are stunned by how far and how easily he throws their comrades. Tae-san presses the attack before they can recover, forcing them to meet him head-on or be run over. Seo Jang-san desperately orders everyone to focus because Tae-san is already breaking through. Tae-san cuts through multiple opponents in a single rush, dropping another fighter with a single devastating blow. Seo Jang-san can only shout in disbelief at the absurd damage Tae-san is dealing. Tae-san dryly agrees that it is absurd and remarks that he had to tone his strength down just to fit the rules. He keeps moving through the crowd like a storm, striking down anyone who tries to stop him. Seo Jang-san tries to rally his side by appealing to their pride as hard mode players who earn their strength through risk. His followers activate mitigation and deflection skills to finally mount a coordinated defense. Tae-san looks at their effort with contempt and finds it pitiful. He breaks through their defensive line anyway. Another hard mode player falls, and Tae-san mocks their self-image as superior survivors. As he incapacitates yet another fighter, he asks how they differ at all from the easy mode players they scorn. He tells them the brutal truth: if they cannot even stop him alone, their arrogance is meaningless. Soon the battlefield is littered with defeated followers, leaving only Xiao Jiangsan standing. Taisen declares that Xiao Jiangsan is the last one left. Xiao Jiangsan braces himself, realizing he can no longer hide behind his supporters. Taisen tells him that if he truly claimed to be above the others, he should have proven it himself. Xiao Jiangsan is driven back and loses his weapon under Taisen's pressure. Even cornered, he snatches up a red blade and prepares one final desperate counter. He tries to condemn Taisen as no different from everyone else, but the accusation rings hollow as he faces defeat. Taisen stops short of killing him and leaves the choice in Xiao Jiangsan's hands, saying he will not interfere if he still wants to continue. That unexpected mercy shocks Xiao Jiangsan. Looking at the fallen around him, he admits that he wants power, but not enough to throw away his life for it. He finally yields and agrees to step down. Taisen accepts the surrender and turns to Kim Hwayan as the one who should take responsibility next. Hwayan hesitates, but when Taisen asks whether she is ready to bear the burden of the throne, she answers that she is. Taisen tells her she is about to become the next ruler, while Xiao Jiangsan watches the transfer approach in silence. Even in defeat, Xiao Jiangsan insists he still believes his reasoning was not wrong. Hwayan answers that hard mode players may be the only ones able to fight the strongest monsters, but that does not justify abandoning everyone else. When Xiao Jiangsan tries to press her about the consequences of that compassion, Taisen cuts him off and orders him to hand over the throne. Xiao Jiangsan gives up arguing. He formally relinquishes kingship to Kim Hwayan, and the system confirms the transfer. The system declares Hwayan the new king, leaving her stunned by the reality of what she has accepted. She steels herself and promises to do her best, while the system notes that Kang Taisen was the key figure in the change. Taisen calmly accepts the reward notice and the bonus for returning to the labyrinth. Above them, the cracked portal continues to pulse, reminding everyone that the real crisis is still coming. Hwayan thanks Taisen sincerely for what he has done. When he asks why, she admits she is grateful that he spared Xiao Jiangsan. She confesses that she had expected Taisen to kill him. Taisen reflects that Hwayan understood the political danger clearly. If she had been the one to depose and kill Xiao Jiangsan, the hard mode players would have turned on her. Because she stood to gain the throne, all their resentment would have been directed at her personally. So he tells her to repay him not with gratitude, but by ruling well and working hard. Hwayan is left bewildered by his unexpected kindness, and even the little familiar notices her confusion. Taisen hides his real thoughts behind a faint smile. He tells Hwayan to treat what he did as a debt she can repay later, and she accepts that she now owes him. Privately, Taisen remembers that Xiao Jiangsan's ideals were twisted, but that the man had still fought desperately for humanity in another timeline. He admits that even without Hwayan's request, he likely would have tried to keep Xiao Jiangsan alive because the man remained useful despite his flaws. The real danger, Taisen recalls, lies in the third wave, when a rebellion by Choi Jung-hyu caused most hard mode players, including Xiao Jiangsan, to disappear. That loss turned the road to Seoul into hell in the next return, with unstoppable monsters slaughtering humans helplessly. When everyone believed annihilation was certain, despair consumed the survivors. In that hopeless future, Kim Hwayan still managed to save half the remaining lives. Taisen remembers that he was one of the people she saved because she refused to run and fought until the very end. Her reason had been painfully simple: she could not bear to watch people die. Back in the present, Hwayan thanks him again, but Taisen tells her to stop dwelling on gratitude and focus on the problems now in front of her. She agrees, admitting that the burden of rule is already pressing down on her. The first reports arrive. Easy and normal mode players are relieved to be free, but many hard mode players resent losing their privileges. Some of the stronger players remain visibly dissatisfied and skeptical of the new order. Hwayan then confronts the most urgent issue of all: food stores are running out now that restrictions have been lifted. Taisen confirms that the shortage is exactly as serious as she fears. When Hwayan asks if he already knew the kingdom was burdened with so many hidden problems, Taisen tells her that being king means facing them instead of avoiding them. The unstable portal above them continues to crack wider, adding pressure to every decision. Hwayan forces herself to focus on the scale of the crisis and resolves to save all 100,000 people, while keeping most of Xiao Jiangsan's workable rules and discarding only the cruelest ones. She introduces a new incentive system, explaining that everyone will earn points for gathering food after returning from the labyrinth, so effort directly benefits them. She asks the hard mode players to cooperate with easy and normal mode players in collecting supplies instead of ruling over them. She bows and pleads for protection of the weaker groups, even if she cannot ask anyone to throw away their lives. Xiao Jiangsan points out that scavenging alone cannot sustain 100,000 people for long, and that even a short-term success would collapse within weeks. Taisen shuts him down before he can dominate the discussion again, though Xiao Jiangsan meekly apologizes. Taisen then admits that Xiao Jiangsan's concern is legitimate. Xiao Jiangsan realizes Taisen silenced him only because he was speaking out of turn, not because the point itself was wrong. Taisen confirms that the interruption was about his attitude, not the substance. He reveals that he already prepared a solution, drawing on knowledge from his previous life as an easy mode player. Remembering how Xiao Jiangsan's old policies once drove him to starvation, Tae-sen thinks bitterly that sparing the former king was already more mercy than he deserved. He orders Jungian to bring out the item they discussed earlier. Jungian produces what he secretly collected while they were talking about the food crisis. He explains that he found and brought back a wide variety of seeds from someone who loved plants, though he is unsure whether they can actually be grown for food. Tae-sen reveals that eating the crops directly is not the real goal. He asks the room to recall how people acquired skills in the labyrinth by repeatedly using actions related to those skills. That implication stuns everyone at the table. Hwaiyan realizes he intends to mass-produce a plant cultivation skill. Tae-san confirms it, arguing that if many people gain food cultivation abilities, even the weaker players will finally have a vital role and the food crisis may be solved. A few days pass as they put the plan into motion under the looming barrier and portal. The first sprouts appear, and although the harsh environment may prevent them from becoming edible, Tae-san says that no longer matters because the real objective is skill acquisition. The tiny plants become proof that the training method is working. Then Tae-san senses that the next disaster is about to begin. The protective dome above the city flickers under growing strain. The cracked portal tears open wider, signaling the start of the invasion. Tae-san immediately orders his allies to inform King Kim Hwaiyan and prepare everyone for battle. Without hesitation, he leads the charge toward the breach. The system announces that the first wave has begun as monsters start pouring through. Tae-san faces the oncoming horde with complete focus, already reading the battlefield. The system warns that rewards will depend on each person's performance when they return to the labyrinth, turning survival into another test. Tae-san and the others launch themselves into the fight together, now united under the new order. A massive swarm of monsters floods the city at once, far denser than anything they expected. As the defenders are hit by the sheer scale of the assault, they realize this first wave is already far worse than the last time. As monsters close in on terrified civilians, the defenders are nearly overwhelmed and cries for help break out. Kim Hyun throws herself into the fight and orders everyone to stay focused instead of panicking. She pushes them to keep their heads clear, insisting that alertness is the only way they survive. The scattered fighters answer her call and start cutting down the creatures threatening the line. Across the battlefield, multiple defenders rally and counterattack while Tae-sen joins the slaughter with calm precision. Tae-sen unleashes a devastating strike that tears through a cluster of monsters at once and relieves the pressure. The explosion of his attack gives the defenders a moment to breathe and steadies their morale. Seeing Tae-sen present, Hyun regains confidence that they can hold the wave back. She turns that confidence into leadership, urging everyone to stay strong while Tae-sen keeps carving a path through the enemy. The battle's chaos spreads across the ruined city as the fighting continues into the distance. Ordinary fighters, emboldened by the momentum, curse the monsters and press the attack with desperation and fury. The city endures repeated impacts from the ongoing wave as the defenders keep resisting. Even as more blasts shake the skyline, the defenders continue to force the monsters back. At last, the sounds of battle begin to settle, suggesting the immediate danger has passed. Realizing the wave is over, survivors erupt in disbelief and joy that they actually won. The celebration spreads as people cheer that they survived another assault. Hyun and the others take stock and are relieved that casualties were far lower than expected. She concludes that at this pace they should be able to endure through the fourth wave as well. But Tae-sen looks up and notices the rift in the sky swelling into something far more dangerous than before. He realizes the breach has already grown far stronger than when it first appeared and wonders how much worse it will become. His small companion warns that whatever controls the rift seems determined to wipe them out, especially him. Tae-sen agrees the coming attack will be severe, but answers with quiet confidence that it still will not be easy for their enemy. In retrospect, the second and third waves are remembered as major victories over tens of thousands of monsters. Those victories came because the invading creatures were mostly weak F-rank monsters with only a few E ranks mixed in. Under the guidance of the strongest players, casualties steadily fell and the defense became more organized. People celebrated those successes, and a new passive skill related to rapid cultivation appeared as a reward, though it remained sealed outside the labyrinth. Even so, the existence of that skill gave hope that future food shortages could eventually be solved. Just when the city seemed to be stabilizing, Tae-sen sensed that a new danger was already closing in. He understands that the real crisis is approaching by the second, despite everyone else's relief. On the night before the fourth wave, Tae-sen ends training early, surprising the companions who expected to keep going until dawn. One of them points out that there is still plenty of time before morning and suspects he is stopping for another reason. The red-armored fighter directly asks whether something major is going to happen tomorrow. He notes that even Hyun has been arranging formations since morning, proving preparations are already underway. He realizes Tae-sen must have warned her in advance, and presses him for the truth. Tae-sen finally admits the next day will be brutal and tells them to conserve their strength. That answer only alarms them more, and they ask just how bad the coming battle will be. Tae-sen refuses to dramatize it, and gives them a blunt instruction to survive no matter what. He softens the warning by admitting he would genuinely be saddened if they all died. The next day arrives, and the enlarged rift looms overhead as the fourth wave begins. Crowds of fighters gather in formation, waiting under the oppressive sky for the assault to start. Veteran defenders stand ready with weapons drawn, bracing for a far harsher battle than before. Heian reports that the formations were deployed exactly as Tae-san instructed and asks whether they did well enough. Tae-san tells her this is the best they can manage, but warns that this wave will be anything but ordinary. Heian accepts the warning and tells him to survive as well. The rift tears open wider, and monsters begin pouring out in a far more menacing flood than before. A system message announces the start of the fourth wave, and the creatures descending are clearly on another level entirely. The defenders immediately realize they are facing enemies unlike anything they have fought before, and fear spreads through the ranks. Heian turns to Tae-san for an explanation as the scale of the threat becomes obvious. He identifies the invaders as E and D rank monsters and states plainly that Yongin City Hall's current forces cannot handle them. Before anyone can adjust, a far more ominous creature descends from above. Its arrival instantly tears through the battlefield and sends defenders screaming in pain. Panic explodes as huge monsters rampage among the people and the weaker fighters beg to be saved. One giant beast corners a fighter so completely that he freezes in front of certain death. The man breaks mentally, admitting he cannot face a monster like this at all. Another defender throws himself in to intercept the attack and buy him a chance to live. He drags the coward back into the fight by force, shouting that survival is the only proof they can still stand with the others. But the battlefield is already collapsing into terror as civilians and weaker players flee, convinced they are about to die. Some are caught and killed outright, showing how helpless the unprepared are against this wave. Their screams spread the panic even further. A massive tentacled monster casually impales and lifts victims, turning the battle into a massacre. Watching the line break, one of the stronger defenders curses the situation in despair. He realizes even the elite fighters are reaching their limits under the pressure of the new wave. Nearby, Tae-san's blue-haired companion can only watch, breathless, as the situation worsens. Then a chained floating monster appears before her while Tae-san is still occupied elsewhere. The creature powers up, revealing itself as another serious threat rather than mere support for the wave. It attacks her directly, forcing her into a desperate defense. A violent strike crashes down around her, and she is nearly overwhelmed before she can respond. For a moment she freezes, stunned by how close she came to dying. Tae-san arrives in time, snapping her out of it and demanding that she stop hesitating. He plants himself on the monster and shields her, instantly reasserting control of the situation. She is left shaken that a monster so powerful fell in only 2 blows once Tae-san intervened. Tae-san, however, remains grim instead of reassured. He tells her bluntly that having him there will not guarantee victory this time. When she asks why, he answers that the true threat has finally arrived. A red point ignites within the rift, signaling the descent of something far beyond the rest of the wave. Heian senses the same presence and asks in horror what kind of monster could produce such pressure. A system notice identifies the newcomer as Monster 488810, confirming the appearance of a singular high-level enemy. A second notice refines the identification to Monster 48881, focusing attention on the true target descending from the rift. The creature emerges fully, a one-eyed being whose very presence feels unnatural and deliberate. Tae-san studies it without flinching, immediately recognizing it as something exceptional. Its eye narrows on him alone, making its intent unmistakable. His companion points out that the monster is targeting him specifically, and Tae-san calmly agrees. The creature slams into the city with overwhelming force, announcing itself through raw destruction. Its shockwave hurls people and monsters alike through the air, proving it is dangerous to everyone nearby. Tae-san decides the fight cannot happen in the middle of the crowd and orders an immediate relocation. He entrusts the battlefield to Leion and pulls the monster away despite Heian's alarmed protest. Once he has lured it into an empty street, Tae-san confirms that he truly is the target it came for. His companion warns that a monster this strong should not be appearing so early and compares it to foes from far deeper in the labyrinth. Tae-san answers that the reason is obvious. The enemy side wants him dead badly enough to break the normal order. Using recon, he receives a brutal verdict that the enemy is unbeatable and not even worth ordinary evaluation. Instead of retreating, Tae-san's battle hunger awakens in response to the impossible challenge. He stacks multiple combat abilities at once, preparing to meet the monster in a true duel. The creature answers by fixing him with its eye, as if accepting the challenge. Tae-san's opening strike lands, but the monster endures it without being meaningfully stopped. The creature counters immediately, forcing Tae-san to test its speed and reach rather than dominate the exchange. He realizes at once that this is a speed-specialized enemy moving faster than expected. A defensive effect negates his first attack, revealing that the monster can nullify incoming blows. Tae-san recognizes from its number that it is a B-rank monster, and decides he must go all out from the very start. He drives in again with a heavier follow-up, refusing to give it time to dictate the pace. The monster slips away with predatory agility, showing that brute force alone will not pin it down. Tae-san adjusts his footing and keeps the pressure on, forcing the duel into close quarters. Unable to track it normally, he accelerates his mind to keep up with its movements. He adds a movement technique to sharpen his own speed and repositioning. That lets him finally read the monster's path, though he admits it is still too fast to evade perfectly. The creature unleashes Wolfang, and Tae-san meets it head-on with a defensive skill rather than retreating. Even that powerful sword technique fails to break through, confirming how absurdly durable or protected the monster is. Another nullification triggers, erasing his second meaningful attack and exposing a pattern in the enemy's defenses. Taisen immediately chains into heavier and more complex attacks to burn through those protections. His consecutive strikes finally start dealing real damage, proving the monster can be hurt once its nullifications are forced out. He follows with another slash and continues shaving away its health through relentless pressure. Then the monster vanishes from sight mid-fight, forcing Taisen to react to a sudden change in tactics. He whirls around, searching for the ambush before it can land. A third nullification activates, confirming the creature had one more layer of protection left. Taisen's latest combination still inflicts damage, and he realizes he has finally exhausted the monster's stock of nullifications. With that advantage gone, he declares that the real fight can now begin. Drawing on experience from countless battles in his previous life, he refuses to be intimidated by a specialized enemy. He decides the key is not matching its speed directly but taking away its freedom to move. Taisen activates Decarabia's distorted flora, and roots erupt to trap the monster in place. The moment it is restrained, he accelerates and launches a full assault before it can escape. He adds Frost Arrow to limit its movement further and create an opening. Magic Explosion follows, turning the frozen opening into direct damage. He chains Lightning Strike through the roots, noting that the creature can dodge instantaneous attacks but not when its movement is constrained. Having solved the speed problem, Taisen concludes that the monster's threat was never its technique, only its mobility. He carves into it repeatedly, landing heavier damage now that its patterns are exposed. The monster's eye turns red and cracks with rage as it realizes it is losing control of the duel. Taisen taunts it, asking whether speed is really all it has. He overwhelms it with a storm of crossing slashes, driving it into a losing exchange it can no longer escape. Closing in at point-blank range, he delivers the decisive finishing blow. The monster's eye ruptures, and its resistance finally collapses. Taisen smiles, enjoying the challenge, and openly provokes the ancient god behind the attack to send something stronger next time. As the monster dies beneath him, the Rift's watching eye responds and Taisen receives a spirit level up and a rise in an unknown mastery. He reflects that a B-rank monster absent from his previous life still failed to kill him. He recognizes that once again he has survived as an irritation his enemies cannot remove, and a hidden voice agrees with amused approval. A hidden quest is declared complete, and the god of strife and death begins to descend into the world. His companion warns Taisen that something even greater is now coming. Red cracks split the ground and air, marking the arrival of a divine presence rather than another ordinary monster. Taisen is confronted by the image of a terrifying god and realizes this is no mere after-effect of the battle. He identifies the being as Rakuratas. The god confirms it, naming himself Rakuratas, ruler of strife and death. Taisen immediately asks why a god would descend here in person. He reasons that leaving the labyrinth to appear in this world must have required a serious price. Rakuratas admits it was done through a contract and challenges Taisen to infer the rest for himself. Taisen connects that answer to the way powerful monsters have been appearing earlier than in his previous life and suspects interference from the ancient gods. Rakuratas confirms that deduction with obvious satisfaction. He explains that the other side crossed a line, so he made a contract in response. Now that the contract is in place, he says he will first fulfill his own part of it. Divine authority manifests, and a blessing begins descending not onto Taisen alone but onto the mortals fighting below. The defenders feel a new power flood into them, and Rakuratas declares it both a reward and a gift to mortals. Taisen realizes this is not a simple increase in stats or levels but something much deeper. He understands that Rakuratas has granted a fundamental combat instinct, and the system confirms he has obtained the divine blessing talent of strife and death. A god of struggle and death tells Taisen that the blessing he received is an exceptional favor meant only for chosen followers, and Taisen immediately wonders whether all surviving humans were granted the same boon. The god confirms that such power is normally far beyond mortals, but says the situation has become unusual enough to justify it. Taisen realizes the reward is enormous, enough to make even weak survivors far stronger than people had ever been in his previous life. Unable to grasp why such a blessing was handed out so broadly, Taisen presses for the truth. The god decides Taisen has earned an explanation and begins revealing the hidden structure behind their world. He explains that the labyrinth was created by higher beings as a stage to witness the battles of true heroes and warriors. To them, the appeal lies in watching powerful individuals from different worlds collide. But ancient gods who could not accept defeat began destroying worlds before they could properly enter that contest. The labyrinth's creators refused to simply watch those worlds be crushed. Taisen concludes that Earth was summoned because it too was approaching destruction. The god confirms that Taisen has understood correctly. The little guy nervously asks permission to raise another issue. Amused by the courage, the god allows the question. The guide points out that most people on Earth never truly entered the labyrinth at all. Instead, humanity was diverted into imitation versions of it labeled easy, normal, and hard. Taisen suspects those split paths were another result of outside interference. He concludes that, aside from solo mode, those modes were fake systems that only divided humanity for no real reason. The god explains that everyone should have entered the real labyrinth, but the ancient gods meddling twisted dimensions and cracked the connection between worlds. This time, however, the labyrinth's side managed to force the connection through despite that interference. Having said enough, the god ends the lesson and tells Taisen to seek him in the depths if he wants the rest. Taisen accepts that invitation, but before the audience ends, the god makes his own demand and orders Taisen to become his apostle. He frames it as an honor, offering Taisen a place directly at his side. A formal contract appears, revealing that the god Rakuratas is once again offering the apostles' pact Taisen once rejected. Taisen reminds him that he already refused that offer before. Rakuratas argues that the stakes have changed, warning that mortal strength alone cannot handle the old gods or the enemies now hunting Taisen. He repeats the offer as if Taisen should be grateful to accept it. Taisen calmly refuses again, making it clear his answer has not changed. He admits the contract would grant immediate power, but he needs strength on the level of gods, not borrowed power that stops short. Taisen refuses to bind himself to a god and accept a ceiling on his growth. Rakurata says he expected that, and reveals he only tested Taisen because accepting would have driven the unstable child guide into a rampage. Even so, the god says Taisen's defiance and the way he dealt with lesser threats amused him. As a reward, Rakuratas gives Taisen a gift and tells him to inspect it after returning to the labyrinth because it should help his plans. Taisen receives a special activation skill tied to Rakuratas, shocking him because the god rewarded him without requiring a contract. Taisen asks whether Rakuratas knew all along what he intended. The god admits he did, but says Taisen's path is too entertaining to interrupt over something so minor. He even permits Taisen to invoke his name if necessary. Taisen sincerely thanks him for that unexpected protection. Rakuratas departs after telling Taisen to keep making the story more interesting. Once the presence fades, the guide is stunned that another god has now openly backed Taisen and even allowed his name to be used. When the guide asks if he understands the significance, Taisen admits he does not. The guide explains that the offer was literal. Taisen was being invited to become one of the god's own fingers. That would have elevated him beyond an ordinary apostle into a partial divine existence, freeing him from normal mortal limits. Taisen is intrigued by that possibility, but decides they need to return first. He turns his attention back to the ruined city, knowing the aftermath there will be even worse than what he has just seen. After the final wave, the disaster at Yongan's City Hall finally subsides a full day later, but only after half the personnel are lost. The survivors bury their dead, steel themselves, and begin training, while Rakuratas' blessing quickly proves to be the greatest change from the return. The blessing grants talents related to struggle and death, letting people perform combat movements that should have taken far longer to master. Skills that once demanded intense training now come naturally enough to feel like a true divine gift. As people spar to test their new strength, they are exhilarated by how much stronger all humanity has suddenly become. Yet some notice that equal blessings do not produce equal results, because they now lose to one another in ways they could not before. Taisen points out that despite those differences, everyone is undeniably stronger than before. In the middle of that recovery, someone finally spots Taisen and calls him over. A crowd approaches, and Taisen is caught off guard by how many people were searching for him. Their leader explains that they came to thank him, because without Taisen they would have lost far more than half their force, and now all of them have gained new skills. The others vow to return stronger next time, ashamed that they still cannot contribute enough. One soldier adds a more personal thanks, saying Taisen's actions saved their comrades' lives. The guide notes that the people who once distrusted Taisen are finally showing him real respect, proving his efforts were not wasted. Taisen quietly accepts that this change in attitude is a good thing. With that settled, he tells them to survive until the next return and promises to see them again. As he heads back to the labyrinth, the system confirms the quest's completion and begins tallying his many bonuses. The rewards continue to stack, and Taisen reflects that the outcome differed greatly from the grim future he once knew. A large secret quest bonus appears alongside suppression and victory rewards, confirming how much he altered events. Seeing the total, Taisen hardens his resolve not to remain on the defensive any longer. He decides that from now on he will strike back more decisively, and the system converts the settlement into a large pool of points. Given the conversion options, Taisen judges that investing in skill proficiency is still the most efficient path. He reasons that points should go into skills that normally grow too slowly, especially magic. A new warning reveals that once a skill's proficiency passes a threshold, the conversion ratio worsens, and Taisen realizes the system has added a balance limit. He understands that powerful techniques like his sword arts and other rare abilities would become too easy to abuse if proficiency rose unchecked. That includes treasured techniques and equipment-linked skills he has already acquired. The same balancing logic applies to magic and other high-value powers, so Taisen accepts that he cannot exploit the system endlessly. Since he cannot avoid the restriction, he decides to spread his gains across broad overall enhancement instead. He distributes the points evenly, expecting several skills to hit full proficiency and evolve. One of them does exactly that as vision enhancement reaches completion and evolves into Eyes of Synchronization, a new observation-type passive. When he activates it, the skill reveals a sight that can perceive beyond ordinary vision and even detect what is normally unseen. Taisen is fascinated to find that he can now see mana and the flow of spirit techniques, which should be invaluable on the 29th floor. Pleased with the result, he eagerly moves on to inspect the rest of his upgraded abilities. He reviews improved combat skills like acceleration and combat continuation while testing how smoothly they now function. Enhanced senses and breathless strike have also advanced, and his movements become even sharper and more fluid. The steady refinement leaves Taisen deeply satisfied. He confirms that even his basic frost magic has become more practical and destructive. The success puts him in a rare good mood. The guide interrupts that satisfaction and reminds him that the truly important skills to inspect are the unusual ones. Taisen checks the gift from Rakuratas and learns that Apostle Transformation temporarily grants him a portion of the god's apostolic power without binding him permanently. He judges that reward to be more than fair for defeating a B-class monster. The guide then asks about the other mysterious skill Taisen still has not identified, the one he gained after defeating Harmon's angel. That question brings to mind the ruined world and the old blacksmith who might know more. Taisen briefly reviews another strange power, holy power, but dismisses it as unusable for now because it is tied to divine faith. Since he is not a god, he sets that matter aside. Instead, he focuses on the unnamed skill that truly interests him. He recalls the unknown conceptual skill and decides the clues to its nature may lie in Harfran's destroyed world. When he meets Harfran again, the old man notes how quickly Taisen keeps growing stronger and asks what he wants. Taisen asks Harfran to explain how his world was destroyed by the will of the world itself. The question draws them back into the memory of that dead world's devastation. After a pause, Harfran agrees to answer. He says that, just as Taisen suspected, their own world turned against them and tried to exterminate its people, though he still does not know why. Looking back, he says the warning signs had appeared long before the final collapse. Birds began dying in flocks, the earth split open, and volcanoes erupted without restraint. Then the world dried out, forests became desert, and even great cities crumbled into sand. Only afterward did they realize the true enemy was the star of their world itself. Harfran explains that everyone else died, leaving him alone in the labyrinth, and Taisen says the answer helps, though not completely. Taisen then asks whether he can return to that ruined world once more. Harfran hesitates, weighing the request in silence. Taisen waits without backing down. Harfran agrees because there is something in that world he still needs, so helping Taisen also serves his own goal. He warns that the trip will be far more dangerous now because the world has recognized Taisen's existence, and will actively try to kill him. His only advice is to finish the task as quickly as possible. A subquest appears, ordering Taisen to enter Harfran's destroyed world and retrieve the Crimson Jewel from the dead king's ruins, and Taisen accepts immediately. He also notes that his unknown conceptual skill remains completely unidentified, making this trip even more valuable. Harfran confirms that Taisen first obtained that skill in this ruined world, so the place should contain clues about its nature. The subquest begins, and Taisen returns to the dead world once again. The moment he arrives, he feels the same brutal atmosphere as before, but senses that this time the hostility is focused directly on him. The world's malice immediately takes shape through ominous lightning and a watching red eye in the sky. Taisen recognizes that the world is no longer merely dangerous but actively intent on killing him. That intent manifests at once as a giant monster rises to greet him like an executioner sent by the world itself. Taisen activates apnea and decides to end the encounter before the world can escalate further. He launches forward at high speed, slipping through the first barrage. Even while attacking, he realizes ordinary strikes will not work well against the enemies of this place. So he prioritizes evasion and positioning, aiming to bypass the monster rather than waste time trading blows. The creature retaliates violently, proving it is far from a mindless brute. Taisen notes grimly that the world still refuses to leave him alone for even a moment. He activates resistance to endure the debris and pressure, deciding he cannot afford to fight every giant individually. Instead, he reasons that some hidden core must be directing the attacks and resolves to find that source. Using deer walking on the wind path, he darts through the battlefield and concludes the enemy is smart enough not to expose its weakness openly. He dives toward the monster's interior, betting the core is concealed deep inside its body. As the giant moves to intercept him, Taisen commits fully to the gamble. He empowers his blow with strong attack and tears into the creature to force its secret out. The strike opens a path through the monster's body. Taisen cuts through and drives onward before it can recover. Inside, he finally spots a concentrated core-like point hidden within the mass. Realizing he has found the true target, he prepares a finishing strike. He brings his blade down and destroys the core in one decisive blow. The giant collapses into black ruin as its body loses cohesion. At that moment, Taisen's unknown conceptual skill reacts, its competency rising as he confirms it is linked to the spiritual power enhancement that absorbs an opponent's power. He barely has time to register the gain before the world sends the next attack. The guide warns that a storm far stronger than the last one is coming straight for them. A massive tornado of wind and lightning descends, turning the entire landscape into a weapon. With no time to retreat, Taisen decides he will break through the storm head-on instead of trying to outrun it. As he charges in, the system recognizes the spirit-forged shoes he is wearing and begins unlocking their hidden potential. The shoes release the limits that had been restraining his movement. Taisen suddenly finds himself able to move through the storm in ways that should have been impossible, astonishing even the guide. He pauses only long enough to realize his mobility has fundamentally changed. Then the guide spots another danger ahead, a sheer cliff rising directly in his path. Tae-san slams a hand into the wall to catch himself instead of being swept away. Clinging to the cliff, he realizes the world is layering one lethal obstacle after another just to corner him. Rather than panic, he is almost impressed that the star is trying every possible method to kill him. The guide then notices the true trap. The cliffs are closing together, meaning the world intends to crush Tae-san before he can escape. Tae-san calculates that climbing normally will not be fast enough, so he will be crushed before reaching the top. He activates acceleration and drives himself upward with explosive force. Using the narrowing walls as footholds, he ricochets between them to gain speed faster than a straight climb would allow. Finally, he activates freedom of choice to convert intelligence into agility, pushing his body into a higher speed state as he races out of the closing trap. Tae-san triggers a leap skill in midair to escape being crushed and keep moving through the ruins. His ghost companion is relieved he survived, but worries about what he can do while still falling. Tae-san calmly hardens himself as well, deciding that if the tower forces him into danger, he might as well use it to gain new skills. He commits to the fall instead of resisting it. The impact is brutal and costs him heavily, but the risk pays off. Though dazed from the crash, he earns new special skills for leaping and landing. The ghost realizes Tae-san had anticipated this outcome, and he confidently lets that impression stand. Tae-san admits he would have preferred to test his abilities safely, but the tower forced everything out of him at once. Fortunately, the place Hafren wanted turns out to be close by. Sensing he has found Hafren's target, Tae-san heads in immediately. He breaks through the sealed entrance without hesitation. The hidden chamber opens as he charges inside. The room looks too shabby and lightly defended to match the importance Hafren implied, which makes Tae-san suspicious. At the center he finds a red jewel and wonders whether it is the material Hafren was after. The ghost cannot identify it either, leaving them with more questions than answers. Before they can inspect further, dark liquid begins gathering unnaturally in the room. Tae-san immediately recognizes that something hostile is taking shape behind him. A humanoid mass of darkness forms, and Tae-san is caught off guard by how suddenly it manifests. He reacts at once, striking before the thing can fully stabilize. Even while attacking, he studies it carefully instead of panicking. He asks the ghost to identify the new enemy. The ghost guesses it is volition aggregation, a will so strong that it has taken physical form. He explains that when the world's will condenses into a body, it becomes an embodiment rather than a vague spirit. Tae-san realizes the earlier attack was a spatial distortion and notes that only his eye of sympathy let him survive it. The chamber starts breaking apart under the creature's power, raising the stakes of the fight. The ghost judges the attack method powerful but crude, which gives Tae-san a chance if he acts quickly. With the ruins collapsing, Tae-san accepts he has no time for a careful battle and must finish it fast. He launches himself into a decisive assault. Closing the distance in one motion, he forces the embodiment into close combat. His red blade tears through the creature before it can respond properly. The victory strengthens his mysterious spiritual enhancement, raises the unknown skill's competency, grants him the Crimson Magatama, and completes the special quest. Back outside, Hafren confirms Tae-san returned safely and immediately sees the Magatama's value as crafting material. Hafren says one Magatama is not enough for a proper creation and asks Tae-san to gather 5 more of similar quality, which Tae-san readily leaves to him. Hafren also notices that Tae-san's presence has changed again and suspects he gained more than just an item in the ruins. Tae-san keeps his expression guarded instead of answering directly. Privately, he confirms that defeating the volition aggregation triggered another increase in his spiritual enhancement. As the unknown skill's competency rose, Tae-san felt his senses begin to shift in a way he could not yet explain. The change feels physical and immediate, as if his body is learning a new way to perceive the world. When pressed, he admits he still does not understand what exactly he obtained. He tests the strange sensation through his own movements. Even his sword feels different in his hand, and he wonders what this new sense has to do with the unidentified conceptual skill. Unable to leave it alone, he resolves to investigate the power no matter what. The unanswered mystery keeps nagging at him. On the 25th floor, he cuts through swarms of dark spirits while still thinking about the nature of the new ability. A system message finally reveals part of the mystery. The conceptual skill has reached 20%, and one of its hidden terms resolves into volition power. Neither Tae-san nor the ghost fully understands the message yet. Tae-san notices that as the competency rises, the unknown parts of the skill are gradually becoming readable. Since explanation fails, he decides the only way forward is to test the power in battle. A dark spirit rushes him, giving him the chance he wants. He cuts through the attackers while focusing on what his senses are telling him. He realizes that whenever a dark spirit moves, he can feel a corresponding shift in power before or during the action. He also senses a broader, unfamiliar force flowing through the entire maze itself. The ghost asks whether Tae-san can detect a similar change when he attacks, and Tae-san decides to test that too. He readies his sword with deliberate intent. When he strikes, the attack carries a sharper, more decisive force than before. Tae-san confirms that the same change occurs when he attacks, and the ghost begins forming a theory. Having cleared enough enemies for the moment, they move on while still discussing the phenomenon. The ghost proposes a simple name for the power, willpower. He then suggests Tae-san determine whether his body moves first, or whether the will itself moves first when he fights. Before they can continue, the 25th floor boss, an intermediate dark spirit, appears. Tae-san sharpens his focus, ready to use the boss as a test subject. The spirit gathers itself to attack. Tae-san's slash lands with uncanny timing and cuts it down almost instantly. The system confirms his victory and rewards him with a blue grimoire and another unknown item. He also obtains a pitch black robe, which boosts black magic and defense, and equips it at once. Pleased with the robe, he is quickly pulled back to the more important question of what he felt during the fight. Tae-san explains that when he merely thought about wielding the sword, his body had already completed the motion. To him, it felt as though the movement became visible before conscious intent caught up. The ghost is stunned, realizing Tae-san has reached something that should take ages of training. He tells Tae-san this means he has risen to a new stage. Because Tae-san sees the will of the world, he has entered a level where he can read the will behind actions and existence. The ghost explains it through combat. Before acting, people normally choose stance, angle, and timing. At this stage, Tae-san can read those intentions through movement, gaze, and even the opponent's mind before the action fully unfolds. Tae-san doubts its usefulness for now, but the ghost insists the problem is only his low competency and that the power will become overwhelming once mastered. The ghost then wonders whether reading intent is really the limit of such a power. He reminds himself that Tae-san did not seize an ordinary force, but the will of the world itself. At full mastery, the power might go beyond reading will and perhaps even embody will directly. That possibility horrifies the ghost, because such authority should belong only to transcendent beings. Yet Tae-san already breaks common sense simply by possessing it, and the ghost admits even the linked spiritual enhancement seems beyond mortal limits. Unable to make sense of it, the ghost can only marvel at how absurd Tae-san's growth has become. Tae-san cuts off the speculation and tells him they need to keep descending. As they move on, the ghost quietly wonders just how far Tae-san will go. That thought turns into genuine expectation. Tae-san quickly clears the 26th and 27th floors without incident. He also defeats the 28th floor boss, an intermediate light spirit. Among the rewards is a blue magatama ring that greatly boosts physical and mental stats for users of natural powers. On the 28th floor he finally pauses, deciding that with the 29th floor ahead and many items collected, organizing his equipment is wiser than rushing. Even while resting, nearby spirits remain active around him. He reminds the ghost that they are still following the mad spirit's quest to defeat the secret room boss on the 29th floor, and that is exactly why he needs this break now. He opens his loot and starts replacing weaker gear with better finds. Tae-san notes that the items from the earlier secret room are proving especially useful. After gathering many black magic items, he decides to offer them to the demon god in exchange for more power. Once he judges the tribute sufficient, he lays the items out and begins the summoning. The ritual activates immediately. Dark energy answers the offering. Lilith appears again, greets Tae-san warmly, and says the black magic she gave him before was put to good use. Tae-san acknowledges her without hostility, treating the exchange as business. Lilith correctly guesses he summoned her to obtain new black magic. Satisfied with the tribute, she decides it is enough payment. She grants him Mephisto's black lightning and tells him it suits him well. Lilith insists the gift is trustworthy because it was chosen directly by her god. When Tae-san thanks her, Lilith notices his growth and remarks that he has advanced faster than expected. She hints that something within him is nearing the point where a hidden sprout will emerge, but Tae-san cannot understand what she means. Lilith refuses to explain, warning that forcing such growth too early would only ruin it. Before leaving, she remembers one more thing she wants him to know. She says he has probably heard from the mad god that the larger situation is worsening. Lilith reveals that next time she intends to descend to Earth herself, making it sound like a fixed future rather than a threat. She leaves Tae-san with her trust and a demand that he win. Tae-san accepts the burden on his own terms, promising victory because it is already his intention. After she departs, he realizes her promise means the old gods will interfere even more directly in the next return quest. That convinces him he must hurry, because future trials will involve far more than ordinary monsters. His next enemy erupts into view before he can dwell on it. The 29th floor boss, the contorted homunculus, appears in a storm of thorns and force. Tae-san decides this is the perfect chance to test the new powers he has just acquired. He starts with the magic Lilith gave him earlier, Random Blink, a short-range teleport with a cooldown. The spell activates and tears him out of the boss's attack zone. He reappears above the monster, proving the teleport can instantly reverse the situation. The ghost warns that the boss's strike is an unavoidable instant attack, but Tae-san is already adapting. He answers with Mephisto's black lightning. The spell proves exactly as promised, striking the boss with unavoidable demon lightning, briefly stiffening it and giving Tae-san control of the fight. After the kill, he receives the Ring of Obsession and the Bead of the Abyss. He stores the bead as a material and equips the ring immediately, valuing its boost to action speed in one-on-one combat. With the boss gone, he pushes onward toward the hidden destination. The ghost reminds him that the 29th floor is supposed to contain the mad spirit's secret room. Tae-san says he has already been searching for it with reconnaissance, but it has remained hidden. The mad spirit's earlier words return to him. The secret room lies in the land of spirits, at the root of the tree that protects that paradise, and bringing that root will nearly complete the spirit's goal. Remembering that promise unsettles the ghost. Tae-san starts questioning what the white spirit truly wants, and what exactly would be completed. Since ordinary reconnaissance cannot find the entrance, he concludes the hidden room must be protected by something stronger than before. So he decides to use a higher-level detection method. He activates natural synchronization to align himself with the maze's natural power. That deeper link reveals the concealed mechanism immediately, and he finds the hidden entrance. The wall opens, confirming he was right. Beyond it lies a vast bright world centered on a great tree, and Tae-san realizes this must be the true secret room. The scale and brightness of the place tell him this challenge will be very different from the last one. He advances beneath an artificial sun through a living forest. As they draw closer, the ghost senses an immense power ahead. Tae-san suddenly recognizes another presence before they reach the tree. A flaming-eyed skeleton rises from a pile of bones to block the way. Tae-san immediately understands this is the powerful enemy the mad spirit warned about, and states plainly that he needs the roots of the tree behind it. The skeleton's burning gaze hardens at that demand. It condemns Tae-san as a human who has slain natural beings and defiled the grace left by the Spirit King, declaring the place sacred territory. The system identifies the guardian as a skeleton possessed by a spirit, and it orders Tae-san to leave at once. Tae-san refuses without hesitation. He explains that the quest he accepted requires the tree behind the guardian, so retreat is impossible. The skeleton understands that Tae-san intends to take it by force. It then reveals that the white spirit who gave the quest has gone mad. The ghost is horrified, realizing Tae-san accepted a request from a dangerous and deceitful spirit without knowing its true nature. Instead of retreating, Tae-san presses for information and asks whether the guardian knows that white spirit well. The guardian confirms that it does, setting up a deeper revelation about the quest Tae-san has been following. The burning skeleton reveals that the strange spirit they faced was created that way from the beginning by the great Spirit King. Tae-san is caught by the implication that this being was deliberately designed rather than naturally born. The spirit's servant declares the place a sanctuary granted by the king and identifies itself as a caretaker spirit bound to defend it. It presents itself as the king's empowered agent and prepares to act on that authority. Convinced it is carrying out the king's will, the spirit resolves to execute Tae-san with the power it was given. As the enemy attacks, Tae-san is warned that this will not be an easy fight. He tries to answer with Frost Arrow, only to realize the spirit's flames erase his attack outright. The skeleton invokes a spirit skill called Small Ember, and frames it as a blessing bestowed by the Spirit King. It boasts that the sun-like flame inside it is the king's power itself, and claims a human cannot resist it. Certain of its superiority, the spirit orders Tae-san to die without resistance. Tae-san stays calm instead of being intimidated. Facing the blazing force head-on, he reveals that the spirit is not the only one who can borrow power from a higher being. He recalls that the Spirit King has descended to deeper floors, and that seeing the enemy use the king's tools is enough for his own patron to reward him. The maze's manager offers him that reward by lending the power of an apostle, which could support Tae-san's larger plan. Tae-san accepts the dangerous gift and begins drawing that alien power into himself. The transformation spreads through his body as the borrowed force takes hold. While the spirit still screams for his death, Tae-san completes the activation. He activates Apostle of Rakuratas and gains a battle form infused with the god of battle and death. Empowered, he launches himself forward with overwhelming momentum. His strike tears through the battlefield and forces the skeleton onto the defensive. The spirit recognizes the power of an apostle but insists Tae-san can only wield a tiny fraction of its true strength. It warns that the borrowed power will soon consume him, trying to turn his advantage into a countdown. Tae-san dismisses the spirit as a mindless servant that cannot change the outcome. The apostle power immediately starts pressing on his mind, flooding him with violent urges to kill and fight. He forcibly suppresses those impulses and keeps control of himself. Remembering the skeleton's warning, he realizes he cannot endure this state for long and must end the battle before his consciousness is devoured. He bursts across the field in a sudden high-speed assault. The skeleton is shaken that Tae-san can move like this at all. Tae-san drives his foot into the ground and redirects his attack with brutal precision. As he cuts through the spirit's flames, the enemy cannot understand how an ordinary adventurer can survive the king's power. From the knowledge granted by the transformation, Tae-san understands that the spirit's strength comes only from a fragment of the Spirit King, immense by mortal standards but insignificant before true transcendence. With that insight, he rejects the spirit's arrogance and challenges its claim to divine superiority. He lands a decisive blow that inflicts heavy damage on the possessed skeleton. The spirit is left reeling, unable to accept what just happened. Tae-san activates a higher wind skill, Deer Walking on the Wind Path, and uses it to seize control of the Spirit King's flame. He concludes that a higher-level spirit technique can suppress the king's fire because of the difference in level, while the spirit can only rage at the humiliation. As it falls apart, the spirit curses Tae-san and begs its king to someday make him suffer a brutal death. The battle ends with a flood of rewards, victory, destruction of the spirit world, a new anti-spirit title, multiple level-ups, and broad permanent stat gains. Tae-san learns that his new title marks him as an enemy of spirits, increasing his damage against them while destroying their goodwill toward him. He also acquires the spirit skill Small Ember, a weak flame he can implant in himself to gain strong influence over fire for a limited time. Reviewing his passives, he notes that Giant Killer has grown stronger, and now gives a substantial boost whenever he faces enemies who should be impossible to beat. He studies Apostle of Rakuratas and realizes the transformation not only granted power but also forced vast amounts of knowledge into his mind. He understands that the information was so overwhelming it would have broken almost anyone else. Among that knowledge was a glimpse of worlds far beyond anything he had known. Even the remains of the defeated spirit now seemed small compared with the unreachable sights he briefly perceived. Discussing the fight, Tae-san points out that the Spirit King's flames barely harmed him and asks why. His companion explains that while borrowed apostle power is usually incomplete, Tae-san used it almost perfectly, making him nearly untouchable to anyone below that level while it lasted. He remembers how absolute that temporary superiority felt in battle. Still, he is warned that only other apostles, beings at the same stage, or exceptional monsters could truly threaten him in that state. Tae-san distills the lesson down to one thing: everything comes back to level. Looking over the burned sanctuary, he bitterly notes that the spirits destroyed the very world they claimed to protect. His companion agrees that the whole area has been reduced to ashes. Tae-san retrieves the damaged root of the small world tree, an item that once sheltered spirits, and soothed their confusion. He is told the root's inner essence still matters, and with that the spirit's quest is finally complete. Thinking back on the apostle power, Tae-san realizes he has learned something crucial from using it. What he grasped was the hierarchy among transcendental beings themselves. Even with that revelation, he knows the maze's gods and the old gods still stand far above him. He accepts that the deeper he descends, the stronger the enemies waiting for him will become. That only hardens his resolve to seek greater power and keep growing until he can fight them. The knowledge from the apostle transformation lingers in his mind even after the battle ends. He reflects that a transcendent is a being who has escaped mortality and risen to a fundamentally higher existence. Against such beings, even armies of powerful mortals would amount to nothing. That is the true gap between mortals and transcendence, and he now understands how far he still has to climb. His companion pulls him out of that spiral and tells him not to overthink it. The guide reminds him that despite his low level, his apostle transformation still made him roughly 30% stronger, which is already abnormal. Tae-san answers that even so, such gains are not enough against enemies who are overwhelmingly superior. He reasons that rank-based damage reduction means little if the gap in raw level and stats is too large, because then he will simply lose through attrition. The guide complains that he is already absurdly strong, but Tae-san remains unsatisfied. He heads to Hafren's forge on the 25th floor, admitting that without the apostle transformation he would have died to the skeleton. He asks the blacksmith Hafren to work with the materials he has gathered, and Hafren immediately suspects he has brought something outrageous again. One item is a scorched seed that once held a king's power and still retains enough force to burn everything. Another is an abyss orb, a sphere from the deep abyss that clings to nearby things. Hafren judges the orb ideal for upgrading Tae-san's shoes and says its nature resembles a curse that should yield a strong result. He decides to start with the shoes and says the scorched seed will be saved for a future weapon project once Tae-san brings 2 more matching materials. Tae-san is pleased that he is only 2 pieces away from exceptional equipment, and leaves the rest in Hafren's hands. The finished shoes grant balanced combat boosts and, more importantly, leave behind a dreadful black swamp that curses anyone but the owner who steps on it. Tae-san immediately notices that every step now leaves a lingering trace. Realizing the effect has no obvious usage limit, he sees the shoes as a versatile trap tool and decides to test the debuff later. Satisfied, he notes that his arsenal keeps improving at a steady pace. He then returns to the White Spirit's room on the 21st floor to close out the remaining quest. He tells the White Spirit that after a long effort, this is where their business finally ends. He confirms the quest condition has been met by defeating the secret boss on the 29th floor and bringing back the tree root. The White Spirit is stunned that Tae-san truly accomplished it and accepts the blackened root. When Tae-san suggests the spirit must already know of him, the spirit dismisses itself as insignificant. Tae-san replies that he has already learned the broad truth of what spirits are and how this one came to exist. That answer forces the White Spirit to confront a past it had kept buried. It explains that from birth it was different, and the first thing it ever received from its own kind was contempt, pain, and oppression. Even so, it once endured all of that without protest. It believed that if it quietly fulfilled its role beside the others, one day it might finally be accepted as one of them. That hope was shattered. The spirit reveals that everyone abandoned it in the spirit realm, and in that emptiness it understood it was never considered one of them at all. Tae-san listens without interrupting. The spirit says it eventually realized it had been treated as something as worthless as a leaf by the roadside. That humiliation turned into a single purpose: revenge against the one responsible for its existence and suffering. The target of that revenge is the Spirit King. Tae-san quietly acknowledges that he understands. The spirit admits it could never achieve that revenge itself, even after finally finding some stability. It says peace was never its true goal, because it came here under a contract made for revenge. Believing Tae-san is different, it entrusts that revenge to him and declares that he can kill the king. It accepts its own role as a disposable tool and chooses to seek revenge through the one who can actually act. Tae-san accepts that burden as part of the path he has chosen, and the completed subquest infuses his weapon with the spirit's vengeance. His guide is shocked that the quest reward is literally the NPC itself becoming part of his weapon. Tae-san remains calm, already sensing there is more to this labyrinth than ordinary quest rewards. As the spirit vanishes into the sword, he decides there is no need to worry about the details yet. He identifies the hidden benefactor behind this reward system as an apostle of the great magician who created the labyrinth. That suspicion is confirmed when a stone pillar awakens and releases a sealed presence. The being inside recognizes Tae-san at once and reveals that it has been waiting a very long time to be released. The guide recognizes the apostle Balbabamba, who explains that the contractor for the 21st floor is gone, and he has been filling the vacancy as part of his duty. He begins setting up a temporary mechanism to replace the missing quest line. After creating that substitute, Balbabamba departs, leaving Tae-san with a clearer picture of how the labyrinth distributes rewards. Even the guide is impressed by the elegance of the system. The temporary pillar remains behind as proof of the labyrinth's hidden administration. With that mystery settled, Tae-san turns to inspect the altered state of his spirit-infused sword. The weapon is now identified as Cabret's relic, empowered by ancestral blood and the revenge-seeking spirit, with major bonuses against spirits, and especially the Spirit King, plus a new skill called Forsaken Blade. One particular option catches Tae-san's attention. He realizes the spirit damage bonus is already extraordinary, and that the weapon seems willing to destroy itself if that is what it takes to kill the Spirit King. The total anti-king damage is even higher than expected, making the sword a future trump card for the day he faces that enemy. His guide is stunned by how overpowered the weapon's new option is. The most important part is that the spirit effect can be transferred to another weapon later. That means the vengeance bound to this blade can survive future upgrades instead of being lost with the current sword. Tae-san recognizes it as an endgame grade effect he can carry all the way to the end, and decides he has taken almost everything worth taking on these floors. With his preparations complete, he sets his sights on the 30th floor. In the boss room of the 30th floor, he enters a blazing chamber built for fire spirits. He immediately activates Small Ember to test his new control over flame. Using the skill, he treats the boss fight as an experiment rather than a threat. He tests whether he can fully dominate the flames of a spirit at this level. The answer is yes, and he effortlessly kills Ifrit while casually saying farewell. A perfect clear of the 30th floor brings more levels, soul resonance, several titles, and recognition that his actions now leave meaningful marks behind him. He also receives a valuable ring from the secret room and notes that the rewards here remain excellent. The new title Adventurer grants massive stat boosts, faster skill growth, and a chance to double secret room rewards, making Tae-san wonder if such a prize should appear this early. He rises, ready to move on again. His guide explains that Adventurer is not an ordinary title at all but a qualification granted only to those truly chosen by the labyrinth, something even the Guides of Sin likely never obtained. Because the gods hate the Guides of Sin, Tae-san concludes it makes sense they were denied that recognition, then checks his status, and sees his power has climbed dramatically. Pleased with his growth, he decides to settle one more matter before leaving. He smashes through a wall to expose people who had been hiding nearby. A group of Guides of Sin is dragged into the open, shocked that he found them, and Tae-san greets them as if this meeting were inevitable. They recoil in fear, calling him a monster because they cannot understand how he detected them. Tae-san explains that he can now roughly sense hidden presences, stripping them of any hope of escape. He declares that it is time to finish things with the Guides of Sin. One of them desperately tries to stop him by warning that he will regret provoking them. They threaten him with the backing of the depths, their leaders at the top, and insist that touching them is a death sentence. Another tries to raise the stakes further by invoking a far stronger adventurer who has already passed the 70th floor. They ask whether Tae-san could possibly defeat someone of that caliber. Their red-haired leader demands that Tae-san surrender before that superior figure arrives. Tae-san remains completely unmoved by the threat. Mistaking his silence for hesitation, the guides convince themselves their bluff is working. Tae-san answers by instantly striking one of them down before the others can react. He follows with a blazing attack that tears through the group and sends them scattering in panic. He dismisses their threats outright and makes clear that he will continue on his own path regardless of who stands behind them. Watching the guides collapse, his companion remarks that even as enemies, they lasted longer than expected and are almost pitiable. Tae-san barely survives a sudden strike as the battle's aftermath still hangs in the air. Having defeated a coordinated team stronger than expected, he suppresses his curiosity about his new abilities because a more urgent presence is approaching. A late arrival is stunned to find the battlefield already covered in corpses. The newcomer identifies herself as Ambrosia Marin, leader of the Sinful Path, and demands to know whether Tae-san killed them all. Tae-san answers only with a cold stare, refusing to be intimidated. He openly admits he might have done it, making clear he has no intention of apologizing. Ambrosia is forced to acknowledge that the rumors were true, because a mere 30th floor adventurer should not have been able to wipe out 5 peers. She regrets not cutting off Tae-san and his ghost companion earlier, while the ghost casually greets her by name. Ambrosia recognizes the ghost and realizes exactly who she is dealing with. Their reunion turns openly hostile as old betrayal resurfaces, and Ambrosia confirms Tae-san is the hero tied to that grudge. Trying to smooth things over, Ambrosia claims the betrayal was not premeditated and asks not to be judged too harshly. The ghost rejects that excuse, remembering Ambrosia exploiting a vulnerable moment to commit murder. Tae-san cuts through the posturing and asks whether Ambrosia expects mercy. The ghost links Ambrosia to the ghost assassination case and to the hiring of the 10th floor boss, exposing her role in the plot. Ambrosia dismisses forgiveness as irrelevant and treats the ghost as someone already dead. She then tests whether Tae-san intends to interfere with her finishing the matter. Tae-san calmly says he will not stop her for the ghost's sake, but secretly activates reconnaissance to measure Ambrosia. The skill reveals almost nothing because the gap in power is too large, confirming Ambrosia is far beyond his current level. Ambrosia decides Tae-san crossed the line by slaughtering her people and prepares to execute him. Even while attacking, she admits she had wanted to recruit him before deciding he is too dangerous to keep alive. Tae-san braces himself as her first killing blow closes in. A passive effect negates that opening strike completely, saving him at the last instant. Ambrosia is left hanging in shock when her sure kill fails. Unable to understand what blocked her attack, she realizes Tae-san has something abnormal protecting him. Tae-san seizes on her confusion and prepares to reveal more of his hidden power. Ambrosia senses a monstrous enemy in him and demands to know what he really is. The ghost's hatred surges as Tae-san readies a counterattack meant to answer that question. He activates Apostle Transformation through Rakuratas and lets Ambrosia see the truth for herself. Even transformed, his attacks still fail to pierce Ambrosia's defenses, proving the gulf between them remains severe. Ambrosia recognizes the transformation as an apostle's power and is startled that Tae-san possesses it. As his blows keep dealing no damage, she realizes he is attacking despite having no visible path to victory. Tae-san switches to Mephisto's Black Lightning, finally forcing a tiny amount of damage through her defenses. The ghost notices that he is still effectively powerless against Ambrosia, yet he keeps pressing forward for some hidden reason. Ambrosia mocks the effort, pointing out that even black magic cannot overcome the obvious difference in power. She counters with overwhelming force and declares that no amount of struggle will make his attacks work on her. Tae-san is battered back and admits he cannot defeat her in his current state. Instead of despairing, he focuses on what he needs to gain from fighting an untouchable opponent. By refusing to lose heart against an overwhelming foe, he triggers the conditions for a new skill and realizes he has succeeded. He acquires the passive skill Blade of Fighting Spirit, exactly the reward he had been risking himself to obtain. The ghost finally understands that his reckless assault was deliberate training to force that skill into existence. Ambrosia, now aware he is both an apostle and a user of black magic, asks whether he still intends to continue. Tae-san answers with confidence that his next attack will connect. For the first time, Ambrosia feels real danger and realizes one mistake could doom her. Elsewhere, a demon god reflects that the gods already dislike their side and would destroy them if given an excuse. That same demon god wonders what would happen if they killed a human favored by two gods. Sensing the implications, Ambrosia abruptly tries to end the fight peacefully and asks Tae-san to call it off. Tae-san refuses, saying he cannot let an enemy walk away now that she has revealed herself. Ambrosia insists she must think of the judgment of all her people, not just her own, and asks for his cooperation. Tae-san instead produces a labyrinth secret key that can carry its user directly to the 70th floor and back without breaking the system. The ghost is shocked that he would use such a rare item here and now. She assures him the key is trustworthy because it is only sold to those who have truly reached the depths, and he asks how to activate it. After learning that he only needs to picture the destination, Tae-san immediately decides to use it. He chooses not to delay, because he also needs to descend deeper into the labyrinth as quickly as possible. Ambrosia is stunned that he would head for the depths without hesitation, realizing he does not fear them at all. Tae-san calmly sets his destination on the deepest part of the labyrinth he can reach. The key opens a secret passage and pulls him downward through a hidden route. As he travels, Tae-san remains composed, already thinking ahead. He arrives on the 70th floor and immediately senses he has reached a fundamentally different realm. The system confirms he used a secret passage to reach the depths and grants him the title Walker of the Rift. Ambrosia follows and notes that Tae-san may be the first person to reach this place without even being level 150. She tells him to rest while she brings the others, even conjuring refreshments to make the wait seem harmless. A lavish table appears, turning the depths into an absurdly civilized reception room. Tae-san accepts the strange hospitality without lowering his guard. He quietly takes in the reality that he has finally reached the depths. Compared to everything above the 30th floor, this place is on another scale entirely, and not even a boss room. As he settles in, he starts planning his next move now that he has arrived safely. He recalls that in his previous life only Leion ever conquered alone mode, making the 70th floor's secrets especially valuable. He also remembers hearing from Tion about what could be obtained here. That memory leads him to consider searching for a specific hidden reward. Meanwhile, the sinful pathfinders on the 70th floor gather in their meeting room after Ambrosia calls them together. The Lion King demands to know why Ambrosia summoned everyone so urgently. The Spirit King reminds her that she claimed she would handle the ghost-marked adventurer herself. Ambrosia reveals the problem. The adventurer is already here in their domain, having used one of their secret keys. That revelation shocks the assembled leaders into immediate alarm. Ambrosia urges them to stay calm and hear her out before reacting. The Lion King explodes in anger, furious that she failed to kill Tae-san quietly and wasted a priceless key. Even so, he grudgingly admits Tae-san must have had a reason to use it. The Spirit King backs Ambrosia and insists Tae-san should be allowed to explain. Ambrosia tells them Tae-san appears to be favored by the gods. She specifies that he is connected not only to Rakuratas but also to the demon god. That implication carries enough weight to unsettle even the hidden powers listening in. The gathered pathfinders struggle to believe that a human could be favored by both such beings, especially by the notoriously difficult Rakuratas. The Spirit King reasons that the ghost must have strengthened Tae-san and wonders whether revenge drove it to attach itself to him. Ambrosia questions whether Tae-san is really just the ghost's puppet. From what she observed in battle, she concludes he is acting by his own will. While they debate him, Tae-san quietly leaves the waiting area to search the depths on his own. The ghost follows him into a hidden chamber and anxiously asks what this place is. The system reveals that Tae-san has discovered the statue of the nameless goddess, a secret even the ghost never knew existed. Realizing there is something hidden here, Tae-san approaches the statue without hesitation. By praying to the forgotten goddess, he receives the blessing of regeneration from the nameless goddess. A special quest begins, revealing that the abandoned goddess has awakened through his prayer and wants him to find her hidden statues throughout the labyrinth. The blessing greatly enhances all forms of regeneration, though it is still only a weak fragment of true divine favor. Tae-san reflects that if he had known about this quest earlier, he would have hunted goddess statues from the start because the cumulative recovery boost is enormous. He recalls that in his previous life Tion found the statues too late, after the rewards from earlier floors had already diminished. That memory confirms there are many such statues scattered across the labyrinth. The ghost realizes that collecting them all would give Tae-san an extraordinary long-term advantage. Tae-san notes that because he uniquely has both mana and a shield to regenerate, the blessing benefits him even more than it would others. The ghost can only complain that the labyrinth keeps favoring him unfairly. Tae-san adds that because he can still gain the blessing multiple times, the discovery is even more valuable for him than expected. Knowing the guides will soon return, he decides to leave the chamber before they catch him there. Not long after, footsteps announce the arrival of the Pathfinder leaders. Tae-san meets Ambrosia, the Spirit King, and the Lion King as they enter the hall. Ambrosia explains that some refused to come, so she brought only those willing to meet him directly. Tae-san immediately notices that the ones who did come are not here in a friendly mood. Even so, he remains calm enough to surprise them. The Lion King is impressed that Tae-san does not flinch even under their restrained aura. He praises Tae-san's composure while making clear the difference in strength is still vast. The tension thickens as both sides size each other up in silence. The Spirit King suddenly senses her own power inside Tae-san and demands an explanation, recognizing the aura of the child for whom she once created a domain. Tae-san realizes she is reacting to the fire power bound to his sword. He activates a small ember, revealing the remnant flame he carries. Tae-san explains that he obtained it by defeating the boss guarding the world tree on the 29th floor, and has been using it ever since. The Spirit King admits she always knew that child would die someday, but seeing its power in someone else still fills her with anger. Her emotional outburst alone lashes out like a direct attack and nearly kills Tae-san on the spot. Tae-san realizes that in the depths, even a guide's passing emotion can be life-threatening. He dryly remarks that trying to kill an invited guest this way is impressive in its own right. The Lion King restrains the Spirit King, warning that if Tae-san dies now the consequences cannot be undone. She reluctantly reins herself in, though her anger remains. Tae-san refuses to be cowed and says he has no intention of following their lead, so they should stop pretending they control the situation. Privately, he judges the guides to be cowards who will hesitate now that they know he carries something important. The Lion King sneers that the hero has found himself a useful puppet in Tae-san. That insult prompts the ghost to reveal who he really is talking to. She invokes the memory of the once revered conqueror of the labyrinth, the one honored by all gods. She condemns him for falling so low that he now clings to a minor adventurer out of revenge. Even while mocking his pathetic state, the ghost takes satisfaction in seeing him reduced like this. Then she cuts to the real issue and demands to know where he hid Societ, the one who ordered her death. A memory surfaces of the hero and Societ together, confirming the depth of that old connection. Societ herself appears in that memory as the absent figure at the center of the ghost's hatred. Ambrosia answers that Societ did not come to this meeting. The ghost takes that as cowardice and vows they will meet soon enough anyway. The others are visibly shaken by the intensity of her vendetta. Tae-san cuts off the detour and demands they reach a conclusion quickly because he intends to keep descending. Ambrosia finally gives in and decides to explain their true purpose. She begins by reminding him that the gods lent their power to create the labyrinth. The explanation broadens into the hidden structure of the depths and the forces governing them. What they really want is to confirm whether the gods truly granted Tae-san power and are actively protecting him. To test that, they plan to summon a demon god, because divine protection should force a response. The Lion King offers an obsidian jewel as tribute and begins the summoning ritual. Dark power floods the hall as the ritual takes hold around Tae-san and the guides. Tae-san watches the phenomenon without panic, waiting to see what answers it brings. A presence descends almost immediately, far faster than expected. The demon god appears in person, irritated that such insignificant beings dared summon her. The Lion King is stunned that even an obsidian jewel brought her down so quickly. He had expected the ritual to require several more sacrifices, which means something about Tae-sen changed the result. Trying to recover, he formally acknowledges the demon god's arrival. He privately suspects the easy response may be connected to the mysterious being behind Tae-sen. The guides instinctively bow before the demon god, but Tae-sen remains standing, and she notices his lack of submission. The demon god admits she feels oddly conflicted seeing Tae-sen alongside these pathetic guides, as if his presence matters more than theirs. Hovering above them all, she demands they explain themselves quickly, making clear that Tae-sen is no ordinary sacrifice in this meeting. The red-haired guide cautiously thanks the demon god for sparing them and asks whether a man's claim of learning dark magic with her approval is true. The bound blonde guide presses the question, hoping to confirm whether the black-haired adventurer truly has divine backing. The demon god answers with contempt, condemning the sin guides as vermin who twisted a labyrinth meant for challenge into something petty and corrupt. Her disgust leaves the guide shaken, realizing they have badly misjudged the being before them. She explains that although she would rather kill them, divine rules prevent direct interference, so she will settle for giving the truth. She recalls the black-haired adventurer's path and the unusual bond that formed between them through his trials. The demon god confirms that he did in fact complete her quest. As payment, she personally granted him magi, a dark power reserved only for those she acknowledges as her own. She goes further and openly declares him one of her favored beings, marking him as someone under divine notice. The blonde guide immediately understands the danger of opposing someone protected by a god and begins thinking of alliance instead of revenge, even while insisting he still hates the others. Tae-sen cuts in and asks the demon god to formally sanction his conflict with the sin guides. The request catches everyone off guard, because he is not asking for mercy but for rules. Tae-sen admits he will have to clash with them eventually, but right now the gap in power is too large. Since they will try to eliminate him the moment he leaves, he wants a binding framework before that happens. He proposes that only fights with uncertain outcomes or roughly equal footing be allowed, because he refuses to die without a real chance to resist. The demon god is delighted by his attitude and recognizes that this hunger for dangerous but meaningful struggle is exactly why she came. She summarizes his demand as a minimum boundary that prevents cowardly one-sided slaughter. Approving the idea, she announces that the sin guides may challenge him from now on, but only under the rules she sets. The defeated guides are forced to listen as the balance of power shifts away from them. The demon god declares that no overwhelmingly powerful figure may interfere, that her permission is required for each duel, and that anyone who breaks the contract will face her darkness directly. The red-haired guide asks what standard will define whether a challenger is within the allowed boundary. Using Tae-sen's current strength as the measure, the demon god judges that he already exceeds the 30th floor and can handle several 40th floor adventurers or a single 50th floor one. Pleased with his choice, she decides to reward Tae-sen for forcing this fairer order into existence. She grants him her blessing, one tied to victory achieved under her rules. The demon god seals the arrangement as a contract made in her own name. She warns everyone present that violating it will bring down a deep darkness none of them can survive. Before leaving, she tells Tae-sen she will be waiting for the day he reaches her domain. Her departure leaves behind not just power, but the sense that she expects to see him again. The red-haired guide is stunned that a god directly addressed a human by name, something that should never happen. Even Tae-sen's enemies are forced to wonder what kind of existence he has become in the eyes of the gods. The demon god repeats her invitation, making it clear she believes Tae-sen will eventually return to her. That shocks the guides even more, because gods normally never remember or speak a mortal's name, not even that of an apostle. The blonde guide realizes this breaks a sacred pattern and confirms Tae-sen is far more dangerous than he thought. Tae-sen calmly tells him to accept that it is over, because none of them can defy the demon god's will now. With the confrontation settled, Tae-sen announces that he is returning to the 30th floor. He takes the key to leave and tells them they are free to send opponents around his level if they want revenge. The blonde guide falls silent, forced to swallow his anger under the new rules. That silence hardens into a colder, more calculating hostility. One of the sin guides decides the contract may actually work in his favor. He realizes the rules still let him send equal, or even difficult opponents, and now he can also use mid-rank sin guides inside the labyrinth to attack Tae-sen. The blonde guide abandons any pretense of cooperation and vows to crush Tae-sen later, telling the others to do as they please. Even as he withdraws, he leaves Tae-sen with a threat disguised as a farewell, doubting he will survive long enough for a rematch. He invites Tae-sen to struggle as much as he wants, confident the labyrinth will break him. Tae-sen answers with certainty that they will meet again because he fully expects to survive and grow stronger. Back on the 30th floor, he confirms he returned safely and counts the whole encounter as an unexpected gain. Having witnessed the upper ranks firsthand, he realizes the strongest beings in the labyrinth have pushed mortal limits to the extreme. That vision only sharpens his resolve, and he immediately calls up his status because he cannot afford to fall behind now. His status shows he has reached level 72 and remains in optimal condition, with his core attributes and combat values improved. He notes that he gained 3 levels and that his spirit strike growth also raised his stats. then turns his attention to the skills earned from defeating the Sin guides. Most of the new skills look mediocre, offering only minor utility or weak damage reduction, so he keeps searching for something truly valuable. He finds it in Blade of Fighting Spirit, a powerful activation skill that triples damage and reminds him of the technique he once gained from fighting Ambrosia. Remembering how useful that style was in deeper floors, he immediately sees its potential. By combining it with his stacking effects, he realizes the tripled damage can effectively become a six-fold strike, making it one of his strongest burst options despite the cooldown. He then checks the blessing granted directly by the demon god. The blessing promises extra rewards whenever he defeats Sin guides according to the demon god's rules, and he judges it likely to become useful even if its full strength is still unclear. Seeing another path to rapid growth, Tae-san decides to head downward again, while the ghost complains that he thinks of little besides becoming stronger. He descends toward the next challenge, the 31st floor. A new quest begins there, ordering him to defeat the 31st floor boss, with White Blade's secret listed as the main reward and another hidden reward left unknown. The atmosphere grows darker, but Tae-san is not surprised because he had heard about this floor in his previous life. He enters alert and studies the unfamiliar space with the ghost beside him. The ghost spots someone ahead and assumes Tae-san should be able to clear whatever quest that figure offers. Before Tae-san can answer, he senses danger underfoot and reacts instantly. A booming laugh erupts as a sudden attack nearly catches him off guard. An armored old warrior cheerfully greets him, saying it has been a long time since he last saw an adventurer. The system identifies the man as Bargain, a guide of the gods. Bargain notices the ghost and realizes he is dealing with a hero, a type of being he has not seen in a long time. Seeing Tae-san beside the ghost, Bargain guesses he must be the adventurer Einar once mentioned. That name stirs Tae-san's memories of the first floor, where Einar helped him grow stronger and taught him techniques he still uses. Bargain confirms that Einar praised Tae-san repeatedly. He says Einar considered Tae-san a rare and outstanding adventurer, which makes Bargain eager to test him personally. Tae-san immediately draws his weapons, treating the smiling guide as a real threat. Bargain tells him not to be too wary, claiming he is only an examiner and that the ghost can explain the details. The ghost awkwardly compares Bargain's role to a qualification test. When pressed, the ghost admits he does not know much because he failed this test himself. That admission alarms Tae-san, since even the hero once reached the 85th floor alive, yet still failed whatever this trial is. Bargain explains that he tests two things. His expression hardens, making clear that this is no ceremonial formality. First, he says, he judges whether an adventurer even has the qualification to stand here, and the simplest way to prove it is through strength. Tae-san responds instantly by activating acceleration and launching a breathless attack. As their blades clash, Bargain explains that failing the test does not stop someone from descending further, but it does mean they are likely to die if they continue. Tae-san asks what the second test is even while struggling to hold against Bargain's pressure. Bargain answers that it is the qualification to step onto the battlefield of the gods and prove oneself worthy of spreading the labyrinth's greatness. He insists Tae-san already knows the standard and attacks as if the answer should be obvious. Enjoying the resistance, Bargain decides to get serious and formally starts a sub-quest to test Tae-san. The system frames it as a duel in which neither side can kill the other, and Tae-san dryly notes that warning would have been useful earlier. Still, he accepts immediately because fighting a superior opponent without the risk of death is too valuable an opportunity to waste. The duel is officially accepted, and Bargain attacks in earnest. Bargain challenges Tae-san to prove that blocking his first strike was skill rather than luck, boasting that no other adventurer has ever managed it. As the exchange accelerates, Tae-san realizes the stat gap is overwhelming and that a direct contest gives him almost no chance. He uses random blink to escape a lethal line of attack instead of trying to overpower it. Bargain predicts that once Tae-san is airborne, the next strike will finish the exchange because he should have nowhere left to dodge. He dives in to capitalize on that apparent opening. Tae-san answers by activating air leap, refusing to accept the limits Bargain assumed. That sudden mid-air movement lets him reverse position and turn defense into a counterattack. He lands a hit on Bargain, but the damage is tiny, proving how little his normal offense can do. Tae-san immediately understands that aside from aura penetration, almost none of his power can truly hurt this opponent. Bargain praises his instincts but bluntly reminds him that the gulf between them remains enormous. A heavy follow-up drives Tae-san back and keeps him on the defensive. Bargain points out that Tae-san is off balance in midair and asks what he can possibly do now. Tae-san activates landing to regain control before the situation collapses. He stabilizes himself and prepares to continue rather than retreat. Bargain is astonished that Tae-san can even recover like that, while Tae-san realizes from this fight that Bargain is currently beyond anything he can defeat. He concludes that Einar's praise makes sense now, because Bargain's level is absurdly high. Tae-san judges that he would need to reach at least the 60th floor before he could seriously challenge someone like this. The ghost, who once failed quickly, is amazed to see Tae-san push back yet still enduring against such a monster. Tae-san gathers himself again, deciding that this kind of impossible opponent is exactly when growth matters most. He urges himself onward, convinced that real value is gained only by continuing under crushing pressure. He resumes the fight without hesitation, and even the ghost recognizes that Tae-san will not give up. The ghost chooses to keep watching because Tae-san's refusal to yield has become more compelling than the outcome itself. Eventually the duel ends, not with a kill, but with the test reaching its limit. Tae-san realizes he has reached the edge of what he can sustain. Bargain stops the fight as well, admitting that if it continued much longer he might have had to use too much of his own strength, and marveling that someone only on the 31st floor lasted this long. The ghost is stunned, because Tae-san has already surpassed what he thought possible. He remembers collapsing in under 5 minutes and notes that even that had once been considered an extraordinary achievement, making Tae-san's full hour of endurance almost unbelievable. Bargain openly praises Tae-san for enduring so long against him and offers his hand in recognition. The sub-quest is marked complete, and Bargain declares that Tae-san may truly be capable of becoming the labyrinth's representative on the battlefield of the gods. A new sub-quest begins, revealing that some gods rejected the will of the Grand Mage who created the labyrinth. Tae-san is ordered to go to the battlefield of the gods and claim victory there. He repeats the title in confusion, trying to understand what kind of place he is being sent to. The quest remains active, making clear that this is not a metaphor but a real destination and mission. Bargain begins explaining that the labyrinth contains many gods, and the battlefield is tied to the split among them. When the Grand Mage created the labyrinth, the gods who agreed with that vision entered it and stood with the magician's will. The gods who rejected that vision remained outside in the world beyond the labyrinth. According to Bargain, those outside gods are weaker and now posture pointlessly because they could not enter the labyrinth itself. Tae-san asks why the labyrinth gods do not simply beat them or force their way in. Bargain explains that the outside gods have turned the battlefield into their own territory, where even labyrinth gods would lose power. He adds that entering the labyrinth from outside is not simple either. The ghost explains that doing so would require the outside gods to destroy their own territory and risk shattering their divine rank unless they were overwhelmingly powerful. That danger is illustrated by the image of a god breaking apart under the strain of such a move. Bargain praises the ghost for understanding the situation so well. Tae-san finally grasps why the outside gods hesitate. The cost is too high for most of them. Bargain adds another constraint, saying that if someone too strong enters the battlefield, the outside gods will block entry entirely. But if someone too weak goes, innocent adventurers will simply die. What they need is someone strong enough to enter that hostile world, yet not so strong that the enemy gods shut the door, and also capable of defeating their servants. Bargain declares that Tae-san is the perfect fit for that role. Before pressing the matter further, Bargain remembers he still owes Tae-san a reward and offers it immediately. The reward is a golden ring with broad stat increases, and Bargain says Tae-san has earned gear far above what most adventurers on this floor could hope for. The ghost is shocked that Bargain is giving away such a valuable item, noting that equipment of this quality is rare even around the 50th floor. Bargain dismisses the concern by saying its value drops deeper down, though the ghost still feels it is excessive for Tae-san's current level. Bargain disagrees and predicts Tae-san will reach the deeper floors soon enough, then asks what he intends to do about the battlefield quest. Tae-san equips the ring and accepts the gift without wasting it. He then asks the practical question of what reward awaits if he wins on the battlefield of the gods. Bargain promises that the reward will be more than enough to satisfy him. He explains that the labyrinth gods will richly reward anyone who removes the outside gods and their servants as a thorn in their side, and he personally intends to reward Tae-san as well. After a brief pause, Tae-san weighs the risk against the opportunity. He accepts, deciding that any chance to become stronger is worth taking, and asks how to reach the battlefield. Bargain tells him there is a gate on the 33rd floor, hidden in the far left room, where a divine altar can send him there. The explanation points toward the next concrete step in Tae-san's descent. Bargain prepares to leave now that his role as examiner and messenger is done. He says the destination is not far, promises to prepare the rewards in advance, and departs with confidence that Tae-san will follow through. Left alone again, Tae-san asks the ghost why he can never receive this quest, and the ghost confirms that he simply was not chosen for it. The ghost guide admits he was too weak to grow stronger, so he kept descending the labyrinth and never returned. Even so, he suddenly remembers one important warning and gets Tae-san's attention. He explains that deeper down, some transcendents force their way into the labyrinth by breaking even their divine rank. Those intruders are dangerous gods rather than benevolent ones. The guide tells Tae-san not to worry too much if he stays cautious, but that reassurance only makes Tae-san more uneasy. Tae-san senses that something major is waiting for him ahead. The story shifts back to normal mode, where Kim Yohan is still struggling on the 10th floor. After finally killing a goblin and clearing the floor, Yohan celebrates his first real victory. For him, this is a breakthrough he once thought would never come. He remembers how fear kept him running from monsters of the same level and trapped him on the 5th floor for months. Because of that weakness, other players branded him a failure and refused to party with him even in a mode built for cooperation. Now he accepts that he lacked talent before, but a blessing tied to struggle and death changed everything and let him grow quickly after the second return to Earth. He knows that someone gave him this chance, and because of that he can now fight enemies that once overwhelmed him. Trying to remember his benefactor, he recalls the name Kong Tae-san. Yohan decides that if he ever meets Tae-san again, he wants to thank him for opening a new path in his life. Back in the labyrinth's 31st floor, Tae-san cuts down enemies and unexpectedly gains a small increase in divine power. The sudden rise leaves him confused because he does not even understand what divine power is yet. He wonders whether this works like stealing rank from strong foes, or whether the monster itself somehow carried divine power, which should not happen here. Since the increase is only slight and its effects are unknown, he decides to set the mystery aside for now. Instead, he remembers he has not contacted the others since the second return and opens the community window. Tae-san summons Lee Taeon and Kang Junhyuk, surprising them by appearing in the shared space again. Junhyuk is relieved to see him and says he had feared Tae-san had vanished like before. Tae-san ignores the reunion talk and immediately asks how far they have progressed. They report that the 10th floor is still hard but manageable, and that God's blessing seems to be helping players in easier modes advance faster than before. Tae-san quietly suspects this may be the blessing Rakurata's granted to all humans during the second return, then asks for anything else important. Taeon says the trial of arrogance went as Tae-san predicted, and both she and Junhyuk stalled around the same water enemy quest area. Tae-san reassures them that clearing the 10th floor will bring rewards that should ease their climb, and they resolve to keep trying. Before ending the call, Taeon asks whether Tae-san has checked the community discussion about easy and normal mode. He admits he has been too busy even to read their messages and asks what happened. Taeon refuses to explain directly, saying it is not bad news and that he can find out later himself. Tae-san dismisses it as unimportant for now, tells them to stay safe, and ends the conversation. He then enters a secret room hidden on the 31st floor. Inside, he finds a God-blessed sword and, thanks to his adventurer title, the secret room reward is doubled. Seeing the haul as worthwhile, he keeps the sword and notes that the title will be useful later. Satisfied with the gains, Tae-san decides to keep pushing while his momentum lasts. He quickly defeats the 31st floor boss, a knight still clinging to fragments of ego. The victory rewards him with a far stronger weapon, the golden sword. He immediately switches to the better blade and turns his attention to improving his sword's skill proficiency. The guide notices that from the 30th floor onward, Tae-san has been deliberately relying on swordsmanship alone to force a breakthrough. Tae-san realizes that mastering this path is proving harder than he expected. On reaching the 32nd floor, the guide reminds him that self-taught swordsmanship eventually hits a wall. He says Tae-san has reached that convergence point where progress becomes especially difficult. To advance further, Tae-san must combine everything he has built with what he has learned and create something new. Tae-san agrees in principle, but assumes that breakthrough will take time until a new possibility occurs to him. The guide immediately senses that Tae-san has thought of something reckless. A hidden subquest appears when Tae-san discovers the altar of Eli, the god of swords. Seeing the altar as exactly what he needs, Tae-san decides to take the sword god's trial. His first discovery of the altar grants permanent increases to strength and health. The guide warns that this trial could be dangerous because Tae-san once stole the power of the god of swords, Ori, during the rescue at Vegeta. That stolen power was the attack-boosting skill they gained back then. Tae-san worries that the sword god might resent him for that theft and for Vegeta's destruction. The guide dismisses that fear. He explains that the god of swords is the most indifferent god in the labyrinth, and likely does not care about Tae-san personally. When Tae-san touches the altar through his sword, cold energy enters him along with emotions that feel like curiosity, doubt, and welcome. That confirms there is no hostility, just as the guide predicted. The subquest begins, and Eli offers a strengthened trial whose reward will depend entirely on Tae-san's performance. Tae-san is startled that the god is escalating the test from the very start. The guide concludes that even an indifferent god has heard of Tae-san and intends to test him seriously rather than casually. The trial starts by summoning a false follower of Rakurata's. The guide is shocked because this is the first enhanced trial he has ever heard of from the god of swords, and he compares it to the old follower battles tied to other gods. Tae-san accepts the trial, expecting to face one of Eli's followers or apostles. Before the guide can finish his guess, the altar reacts in a completely different way. Eli's power descends directly onto the ghost instead. Tae-san realizes the trial is not following the expected pattern at all. The ghost panics as the divine power engulfs him. The first condition appears. Tae-san must land a decisive strike on a ghost with equal status. The second condition forbids all non-swordsmanship skills. The third condition makes the trial endless until every condition is fulfilled. Tae-san is stunned that the god can even recreate the body of the dead for a trial. He recognizes this as the overwhelming reach of divine power. The ghost begins to reform into a human shape. When the transformation completes, even he finds the situation deeply unsettling. The restored figure is revealed as Bardray, prince of a ruined world. Bardray urgently asks Tae-san for a mirror because he wants to see his own restored face. Lacking a mirror, Tae-san improvises by creating an ice surface for him to use. Seeing himself again, Bardray is overwhelmed that such a thing was even possible. He complains that the god of swords has terrible taste, since this temporary body exists only for Tae-san's use in the trial. He adds that once the trial ends, he will become a ghost again, which makes him half-jokingly wish the test would never finish. Even so, Tae-san steels himself and decides to do what must be done. Bardray checks the setup and notes that their stats are now exactly equal, though he is still far from his true prime. He can only use the sword techniques Dancer's Dance and Wolf Fang, so the trial has been arranged as a pure sword duel. Tae-san immediately sees the trap. Banning non-sword skills is unfair because swordsmanship is not his true specialty. Bardre brushes that off, saying trials are meant to force growth, and needles Tae-san for sounding afraid. Tae-san suppresses his irritation and recognizes that, frustrating as this is, it may also be the perfect chance to improve. Bardre tells him to stop hesitating, and Tae-san realizes the only way to clear the trial is to attack seriously from the start. Tae-san launches the duel with full commitment. He rushes Bardre with everything he has, convinced that overwhelming force is his best opening answer. He follows through with a fierce strike. Bardre calmly evades and reminds him that even the correct idea fails if used predictably. Tae-san immediately abandons that approach and searches for another solution. He keeps pressing Bardre, trying to force a mistake through relentless offense. Bardre easily handles the pressure and warns that if Tae-san cannot land even one hit, the trial will never end. After countless failed attempts, Tae-san realizes he is getting nowhere because his swordsmanship still follows Bardre's own patterns. Since all of his current techniques originated from Bardre, the prince reads every move in advance, and Tae-san starts wondering if the gap is simply impossible to cross. He rejects the thought of giving up. Instead, he concludes that the only answer is to create a completely new sword technique. He centers himself and begins to reshape his style in the middle of battle. Bardre notices immediately and is impressed that Tae-san reached that insight after exactly 100 tries. He reflects that Tae-san is not exceptionally gifted in raw talent compared with many others. What makes him formidable is his ability to find solutions through experience no matter how harsh the situation becomes. Bardre sees that Tae-san has finally understood he can never win by imitating Bardre's own swordsmanship. Curious and excited, Bardre asks what answer Tae-san has found this time. The system confirms that Tae-san has begun creating a new sword technique. Tae-san commits fully to the idea. Bardre recognizes that Tae-san is finally ready to test his new path. Tae-san admits it is still incomplete, but enough to try. Bardre, who has been waiting for this moment, invites him to begin for real, and Tae-san accepts. Bardre attacks without restraint to force the new technique into the open. Their blades clash as Tae-san meets the assault head-on with his unfinished style. Bardre senses that Tae-san's sword has become far more aggressive and wild, but says he is still using that power incorrectly. Tae-san answers that precision is no longer the point. He admits the old sword of the Storm Scar was never truly his, so he could never wield it perfectly. From now on, he will fight with what suits him best instead of forcing himself into someone else's form. He activates acceleration, and somehow the forbidden skill manifests through his swordsmanship. The sudden burst lets him overwhelm Bardre's guard with a speed the trial should not permit. Bardre is shocked because ordinary skills are supposed to be unusable in this space. He realizes Tae-san's speed and attack rate have both doubled in a way that should be impossible. Then he understands that the gods do not allow simple exceptions, meaning Tae-san has found a legitimate answer hidden inside the trial itself. Tae-san follows with strong strike, now woven into his sword technique. Bardre braces to endure the blow, expecting the skill's effect to vanish after one impact. Tae-san keeps the pressure on instead of letting the effect end cleanly. He activates Leap as part of the same flowing style. Bardre is stunned when Strong Strike remains active and Leap affects him instead, throwing off the entire duel's logic. He realizes Tae-san has gone beyond creating a new technique, and has started rewriting how skill effects behave within swordsmanship. Tae-san adds deflection to the chain. With several altered skills fused into one style, he moves in erratic, impossible patterns that Bardre can no longer predict. Bardre is forced onto the defensive as Tae-san's movements become completely unreadable. He can only call the result absurdly broken swordsmanship. Tae-san knows he finally has the advantage. Seeing Bardre expose a gap, he seizes the opening without hesitation. He activates consecutive strikes to turn that single chance into a finishing sequence. Bardre is driven back under the barrage and can no longer fully contain it. At the climax, the system recognizes Tae-san's creation as the advanced swordsmanship ability sword. Bardre praises him for finally forging a sword skill that truly fits him, and the trial conditions are declared complete as Ellie expresses satisfaction. As a reward, Tae-san gains the passive skill The One Who Holds the Sword, letting him more easily detect openings and weaknesses in weapon users. He also receives a pommel crafted by Ellie's devotee, a transferable item that improves attack and sword balance, along with the title master's qualification. The labyrinth further rewards him for creating his own swordsmanship with major stat increases, and his old Storm Scar style is absorbed into Ability Sword. Ability Sword is defined as a unique technique built on the labyrinth system that can perfectly integrate several skills into swordsmanship, while Master's qualification marks him as someone capable of passing his style on to disciples. Tae-san, overwhelmed by the flood of rewards, asks Bardre whether he received the same title in life. Bardre says he did, after reshaping the original Storm Scar to suit himself, and adds that the title's proficiency boost is enormous. Tae-san is startled that a title alone can be that powerful. Bardre tells him not to worry, since very few people can ever obtain it. He emphasizes that the swordsmanship Tae-san created is not something ordinary people could reproduce anyway. Tae-san still cannot understand why his technique worked the way it did. Bardre points out the real absurdity. Tae-san made a sword technique that can activate skills and even alter their effects. He explains that acceleration normally only dashes the user toward a target. Inside Taesan's swordsmanship, however, acceleration became a boost to both attack speed and agility, while leap no longer moved the caster and instead launched the opponent. Bard Ray concludes that ability sword is a swordsmanship technique that interferes with the labyrinth system itself and rewrites skill effects. That leaves him baffled, because the trial explicitly banned non-sword skills and yet Taesan still found a way to use them through the rules rather than against them. Taesan can only stand there in silence, absorbing just how far beyond normal swordsmanship he has stepped. Taesan explains that he beat the God of Swords trial by bypassing the ban on skills and reproducing their effects through pure swordsmanship, though Bard Ray still cannot follow his logic. He insists he had no choice, because his strength originally came from skills, so he had to find another way to draw on that power. Instead of accepting the restriction, he forced the effects of his skills to emerge through the way he wielded his sword. Bard Ray is stunned that Taesan could think of such a loophole even while fully bound by the trial's rules. Pressed on how he devised it, Taesan is treated as if he had reached some sudden revelation in the middle of battle. But Taesan says it was simpler than that. He realized ordinary swordsmanship alone could not bridge the gap, so he returned to his fundamentals. He identifies his greatest weapon not as any single skill, but the foundation that let him survive this far. At first he misunderstood the trial as a total ban on skills, even though his entire climb had been built on accumulating them. With time, he recognized that the trial's wording left room for a loophole. He stopped fixating on the fact that he could not consciously activate skills. Instead, he remembered that many abilities existed in him before the system ever labeled them as skills. Long before gaining acceleration, he could already rush enemies at high speed through natural movement alone. Likewise, breathless assault and endurance had first been earned by pushing his body into those states until the system acknowledged them. That pattern made him realize he had always met skill conditions by physically embodying them first. Even techniques like leap and strong strike had been possible in crude form before they became official abilities. So in the labyrinth, skills were not miracles appearing from nowhere, but names given to effects he had already drawn out with his own body. Once he understood that, he deliberately stopped thinking in terms of activating a skill. He focused only on reproducing the same result through motion, timing, and sword control. That shift let him use some abilities again, because the trial block declared skills, not the underlying actions he could already perform. Bard Ray finally grasps the principle and realizes that matching a skill's effect is enough to slip past the restriction. Impressed, he admits he had never considered the system from that angle. Before the discussion can go further, a notice warns that Yahello's interference zone is shrinking, and Bard Ray's borrowed body begins to fail. Bard Ray accepts that his time is up and regrets only that their exchange has to end so soon. Taesan can only watch as Bard Ray prepares to leave. Bard Ray tells him not to mourn the moment. He says he enjoyed their clash in his own way and treats the battle as a rare pleasure rather than a defeat. Taesan returns the sentiment and thanks him sincerely. Bard Ray redirects that gratitude toward Yahello, saying the God of Swords created the chance for them to meet at all. Left alone, Taesan reflects that the trial came at the perfect time, because ordinary enemies on the 30th floor had stopped sharpening his swordsmanship. He concludes that the God of Swords deliberately placed a worthy opponent before him so he could grow again. Then Yahello immediately offers him an apostle's contract, and Taesan rejects it on the spot, as if this has become routine with the gods. The small spirit guide returns to his own body right away after the borrowed vessel is dismissed. Still buzzing from the experience, the guide cheerfully says it was fun while it lasted. He starts bragging to Taesan about how impressive Bard Ray's real body looked in person. His admiration turns into exaggerated praise of Bard Ray's perfect physique, which Taesan endures in silence. Ignoring the chatter, Taesan activates leap and moves on. He leaves so abruptly that the guide panics at being abandoned and scrambles after him. They descend rapidly through the labyrinth's spiral passage. The guide excitedly recaps the floors ahead, but Taesan decides it is wiser to strengthen himself before entering the battlefield of the gods on the 33rd floor. The corridor falls quiet as he searches for a place to train. He confirms to himself that more preparation is the smarter choice before facing what comes next. A group of red-armored knights appears, giving him exactly the kind of opponents he wants. The guide eagerly urges him to test the new swordsmanship on them. Taesan agrees, but says he will start by relying only on the sword itself. He activates Ability Sword, turning his blade into the medium for skill effects. His first sweeping strike tears through the knights and immediately changes the pace of the fight. The guide notes that Taesan's form is rough, but Taesan makes clear that this improvised style is intentional. He treats the technique less as elegance, and more as a practical combat method built around his own rhythm. By examining the skill, he learns that Ability Sword is the advanced swordsmanship condition needed to trigger acceleration through his blade. He launches forward to test that interaction in real combat. Acceleration activates through the sword technique, boosting both his movement and the speed of his strikes. With the timing aligned, he crashes down on a knight before it can respond. He chains Strong Strike into the sequence, layering another skill effect onto the sword. The empowered blow slams a knight backward and proves the combination works. Even when a knight blocks, Taesan keeps the exchange going to study the conditions more closely. The guide watches in surprise as Taesan experiments mid-battle instead of simply finishing the enemies. Tae-san continues pressing a knight with repeated clashes to maintain the technique's rhythm. When the rhythm breaks, strong strike vanishes at once, revealing that the effect is fragile. Tae-san realizes the sword must keep colliding in a steady cadence, making the activation trickier than he expected. The guide asks whether all the added skills tied to ability sword come with conditions like this, and Tae-san confirms they do. That makes the technique more passive and situational than it first seemed, especially against enemies who will not cooperate with his timing. They both recognize that spirits and other force-based enemies would be much harder to handle this way. Long-range magic users would also disrupt the rhythm before the sword effects could fully build. Tae-san accepts that the technique will be awkward against enemies whose attacks are hard to time against. Even so, the guide judges ability sword to be a strong technique because once it activates, the sudden change in stats and effects can throw an opponent off balance. A knight lunges again, giving Tae-san another chance to refine the method under pressure. He agrees with the guide's assessment, while calmly parrying the attack. He triggers leap within the flow, adding vertical movement to the sword rhythm. As he keeps cutting through the knights, ability sword's proficiency rises, and he decides to grind it until the conditions become easier to satisfy. Seeing the proficiency reach 8%, he resolves to keep farming the technique despite the awkward start. The guide compares it to Tae-san's older advanced swordsmanship, Sword of the Storm Scar, and asks what its proficiency had been. When Tae-san says it was 39%, the guide is shocked that ability sword began so much lower despite being in the same category. That huge gap makes him realize the two techniques may share a rank but not remotely the same level of refinement. He concludes that Tae-san's previous swordsmanship had nearly reached the threshold of ultimate swordsmanship. That thought reminds him of a rock weapon technique, an ultimate skill born from tampering with the labyrinth system. He recalls that the technique combined the power of all weapons and was granted after someone surpassed his limits through relentless training. The memory reinforces how extraordinary such system-breaking skills are. He then realizes Tae-san's ability sword may be another case of exploiting a loophole in the labyrinth itself. The idea sounds absurd even to him, yet he cannot dismiss it anymore. Watching Tae-san cut down enemies with growing control, he wonders if this rough technique could truly evolve into ultimate swordsmanship with enough refinement. By the time they reach the end of the floor, the knights have been completely wiped out. Tae-san exhales, satisfied that the training paid off. He confirms that every knight in the area has been dealt with. Then the guide senses another presence approaching. At the boss room entrance, Tae-san also notices someone nearby and realizes they are no longer alone. He immediately fires Frost Arrow toward the hidden watcher to force them out. The ice barrage crashes into the doorway as Tae-san demands the stranger stop lurking and show himself. A red-haired man appears, startled but smiling, while the guide angrily accuses him of sneaking around. The newcomer quickly claims he is not there to fight, only to talk. He explains that after Tae-san met the demon god, the guides agreed on rules for future battles so no overwhelming power gap would be forced on him. He says he has come specifically to deliver those new rules. Tae-san and the guide are both caught off guard that there are still more conditions being set around him. The red-haired guide reveals that the other guides held a meeting while Tae-san continued descending the labyrinth. Their decision was that once Tae-san reaches the 40th floor, the 4th-tier guides will begin moving, though the messenger himself did not fully support it. Tae-san interprets that to mean they intend to send enemies matched to his strength, just as promised in the agreement with the demon god. The messenger silently acknowledges that Tae-san will be far stronger by then, which is exactly why the guides are preparing now. Unimpressed, Tae-san tells him to leave if the explanation is over, but the guide lingers, saying that watching Tae-san stirs up complicated thoughts in him. He finally takes his leave, promising they will meet again. After he goes, the spirit guide remarks that the guides must feel conflicted because Tae-san resembles the versions of themselves that once challenged the labyrinth and failed. The red-haired guide's retreat only deepens that impression. The spirit explains that all the guides were once players like Tae-san, full of confidence that they could clear the labyrinth. Tae-san quietly absorbs the revelation that the guides are survivors of abandoned ambitions. That makes him reflect on his own first life, when he chose easy mode and surrendered to Earth's destruction. He remembers watching his comrades die while hating his own weakness. Because he has already failed once and returned, he hardens his resolve that this time he will never retreat. The unseen weight of all those failed predecessors hangs over the path ahead. Tae-san rejects comparison with them and declares that he will simply keep moving forward, while the spirit dryly notes that this was obvious from the start. Remembering unfinished business, Tae-san decides to search for the secret room Lilith supposedly made for herself on every floor. He heads back up to the 31st floor instead of challenging the boss, which confuses the spirit. Tae-san explains that he wants to obtain magic from Lilith before entering the battlefield of the gods, because the next floor will demand more preparation. He opens the hidden room and finds Lilith's magical tools and study materials waiting inside. Lilith is still in the middle of another failed magical attempt when he arrives, loudly despairing over yet another mistake. She brightens instantly when she notices Tae-san and admits she thought he had forgotten her. Tae-san greets her warmly and reminds her that it has been a long time since he last visited after learning leap magic on the 16th floor. He explains that he simply had not found anything worth offering until now, and presents new materials for her research. Satisfied with the payment, Lilith agrees to begin teaching him again. She starts the ritual to pass on another branch of magic. As the spell forms, Tae-san notices that the structure of the magic is far clearer to him than before, as if his perception has changed. He suspects the same mysterious power that affected him earlier is influencing this process too. A concept skill awakens, letting him perceive the intent of objects and enemies before they move, and that sharpened awareness helps him grasp the magic. Lilith completes the transfer while the new perception settles into him. Tae-san recognizes that this heightened understanding must be connected to the god of magic's power. The lesson ends successfully, and he learns the beginner magic mark. Tae-san notes that it is still only beginner-level magic, which leaves Lilith awkwardly defensive. She admits she cannot tell whether the god of magic is teasing him or not. Instead of complaining, Tae-san immediately starts testing the new spell on the wall. He activates Mark to see what practical effect it has. Then he fires Frost Arrow at the marked point, nearly making Lilith panic as he uses her room as a test range. The ice projectile suddenly bends in flight. Tae-san realizes Mark causes attacks to home in automatically on the designated target. Since Frost Arrow and Fireball already travel where he intends, he decides the spell must have more useful applications than simple aiming. He marks a new target and prepares another experiment. This time he combines Mark with Leap and slams down toward the marked spot, alarming Lilith by nearly wrecking the room. The movement itself begins to distort in a way he did not expect. A hidden interaction triggers Random Blink, a teleportation effect that should normally move him to a random nearby location. Instead of scattering him unpredictably, the blink places him directly at the marked destination. Tae-san immediately sees the value of turning a random teleport into precise repositioning, while the spirit protests that this is no longer random at all. Once he finishes experimenting, Lilith finally demands that he stop and listen to her properly. She says the god of magic has another message. He intends to grant Tae-san access to intermediate magic soon. Tae-san is genuinely surprised by that announcement. The spirit is even more shocked, because intermediate magic should not be offered this early. Lilith admits she does not understand it either, since Tae-san is still only around the level of a 30th floor adventurer. Tae-san asks whether that is really so strange, and the spirit snaps that it obviously is because he has been wiping out 30th floor enemies with beginner magic alone. He reminds Tae-san that even earlier, the Frost Arrow cluster used to say Venetia had enough power to erase enemies in a single shot. In the spirit's view, beginner magic is already more valuable than swordsmanship for most people, and Tae-san is an extreme exception who can exploit it far beyond its rank. That makes intermediate magic especially important, because it should be effective even against the deep layer guides of the sins. The spirit explains that most of those guides rely on intermediate magic, and only a few can use advanced magic. Hearing that, Tae-san immediately focuses on the practical advantage and asks when he can start learning it. Lilith tells him he cannot yet, because the god of magic will first give him a trial when the time is right. After hearing a promising challenge, Tae-san calmly accepts it and prepares to act. He arrives in the boss room on the 32nd floor, where the next obstacle awaits. Using Leap, he closes the distance instantly and opens the fight against the Black Knight. He chains his momentum into a relentless follow-up and cuts the boss down before it can recover. The Black Knight falls, rewarding him with blood-stained armor. A hidden effect also triggers, giving him a Crimson Rose Thorn while revealing the armor's high defensive value. Tae-san judges the armor worthwhile because its defense is unusually strong. He inspects the thorn and realizes it is some kind of special crafting material tied to a witch's garden. Before he can decide what to do with it, the thorn reacts to his wrist guard on its own. Both Tae-san and the ghost are caught off guard as the item begins merging with his equipment. The wrist guard devours the thorn and evolves into a stronger form, gaining attack power. The ghost is stunned because equipment powering itself up like this is something he has never seen before. Even so, the ghost realizes there may be someone who can explain it. When Tae-san asks who, the ghost points him toward the shopkeeper, who might understand self-strengthening gear. The shopkeeper is presented as the most likely source of answers. Tae-san decides to visit immediately, since any path to greater strength is worth pursuing before entering the battlefield of the gods. As he moves on, the labyrinth issues the next quest: defeat the 33rd floor boss for a guardian's shield and an unknown hidden reward. Reaching the 33rd floor, Tae-san heads to the shop first instead of rushing onward. The shopkeeper greets him casually from yet another branch of his ever-present stores. Tae-san explains that his equipment absorbed a material and transformed by itself, and he wants to know what it really is. He shows the altered wrist guard as proof that the change was real and ongoing. The shopkeeper is visibly surprised that the item changed on its own. He admits he only sold the wrist guard and did not create it, but its description says it was made on a witch's whim and still hides unknown aspects. That clue leads Tae-san to ask whether the shopkeeper knows which witch made it. The shopkeeper does know her, though not well enough to speak with confidence. He explains that the witch handed him the item, and because nothing seemed wrong with it, he simply put it up for sale. Tae-san immediately focuses on the bigger implication. If someone can make equipment like this, she may still be somewhere in the labyrinth. The shopkeeper says that is possible, since the witch claimed she had no intention of coming but was too fickle to trust completely. That possibility excites Tae-san, because it suggests hidden routes and opportunities even the shopkeeper does not know. The shopkeeper describes the witch as strong-willed rather than bizarre, and notes that others found her likable even if he did not care for her. Satisfied with that much, Tae-san leaves already thinking that meeting a creator of self-growing items could make him even stronger. On the 33rd floor, he quickly engages the next boss without hesitation. He attacks with practiced sword movement, treating the fight as another chance to refine himself. The Black Hammer Knight is defeated just as decisively, earning Tae-san the Guardian's Shield and another hidden reward, the Phantom-infused Palma Hammer. The material rewards disappoint him, but he notices his sword proficiency has risen again. He realizes the gain is larger than expected because he is personally building his swordsmanship rather than relying on borrowed power. That result satisfies him, confirming that even a weak opponent can still advance his mastery if approached correctly. He reflects on the fight as part of his ongoing effort to understand sword users, who are rare in the labyrinth. Because sword-wielding enemies are uncommon, he values every chance to study them. He concludes that efficient, minimal movement is the right way to sharpen his style. That insight crystallizes into new growth as he begins to understand aura and gains precision strike, a skill that rewards accurate hits to vital points. With his gains secured, he continues onward. He reaches the place Bargain mentioned, expecting someone to guide him outside the tower. Instead, the doorway tears open with ominous red power the moment he touches it. Tae-san senses immediately that something far more dangerous than a simple exit is responding to him. The ghost panics, but Tae-san recognizes the presence at once as Rakurata's, the god of death and struggle. Rakurata's greets Kong Tae-san like an old acquaintance, making it clear this is not their first meaningful encounter. The god welcomes him to the entrance of the battlefield of the gods. Tae-san stays composed and asks whether Rakurata's is the one governing this place. Rakurata's explains that this battlefield hosts those who oppose the gods involved in creating the labyrinth, and that an adventurer who could dominate it would be worth noticing. To him, Tae-san's participation would be entertainment. Tae-san accepts that this is exactly the kind of situation suited to him, while the ghost nervously recognizes how dangerous Rakurata's is. Rakurata's agrees, saying the labyrinth's creators imposed restrictions that made it hard to find someone suitable, until now. He declares that the long wait is ending and that it is time to sweep aside those who refuse to align with the labyrinth's side. As he asks Tae-san to entertain him again, a special quest interface appears. Tae-san is offered a quest to conquer the battlefield for the outside gods and prove the labyrinth's greatness, with rewards promised according to performance, and he accepts immediately. Rather than fear the challenge, he grins at the chance. Rakurata's is delighted to have finally found a mortal who excites him enough to break his boredom. He promises to open the way into the battlefield. A red passage is carved open, and Tae-san is told to enter. The portal reveals a level requirement of 75, showing that this battlefield is meant only for elite participants. Tae-san notices the restriction checks only level, not actual stats or skills. That works in his favor, because he already possesses power beyond what his level should allow. He reaches toward the portal without hesitation. The transition hits hard, but he forces himself through. Even while strained, he judges the system careless for relying on such a shallow requirement. Rakurata sends him onward with one final demand: prove his strength on the battlefield. The god's power hurls Tae-san fully into the new realm. As he is sent away, Rakurata urges him to crush the labyrinth's enemies with the strength he has gained and promises to enjoy the spectacle. Tae-san lands in a grassy world outside the tower, disoriented but intact. While the ghost recovers from the dizziness, Tae-san immediately notices disturbing signs in the sky. The ghost guesses those presences belong to the outside gods and assumes rules here prevent them from interfering directly. Cracks in the sky confirm that this place is unstable and touched by divine forces. The ghost admits he was badly shaken by unexpectedly meeting Rakurata there. He also realizes Rakurata seemed less terrifying than before, as if his attitude toward Tae-san had softened. Tae-san agrees that the god is definitely treating him differently now. The ghost wonders whether that means Rakurata has begun to value him. He concludes that Tae-san likely earned that regard by choosing to fight the guides of sin instead of cooperating with them. Tae-san cannot understand why anyone would ever choose the other side. The ghost reminds him that ordinary adventurers on the 30th floor would find those enemies overwhelmingly strong, so surrendering to them is not as strange as it sounds. That explanation reframes the choice as desperation rather than simple corruption. The ghost adds that Tae-san's path is already steeped in struggle and death, making him especially appealing to Rakurata's. He also points out that Tae-san has already earned favor from multiple gods, which would make him a major threat in the eyes of hostile factions. Tae-san dismisses the warning and sees only advantages in gaining divine favor. He activates Leap to move quickly across the battlefield. With explosive speed, he launches himself high into the air to survey the area. While airborne, he activates Scout to search for useful targets and information. He spots a conflict below, and decides that is the place to investigate. From above, he hears two armed groups screaming for each other's deaths in the name of rival gods. Both Tae-san and the ghost are baffled by how crude and chaotic the scene is. One side praises the other's strength, only in the backhanded language of sectarian rivalry. The opposing fighter answers in the same tone, turning the clash into petty mutual hatred. The ghost is appalled that a battlefield supposedly for gods has devolved into something this pathetic. The quest reminder confirms that this absurd conflict is still the battlefield he was sent to conquer. The ghost asks again if this really is the battlefield of the gods, unable to reconcile the title with what he sees. Taisen bluntly agrees that it looks pathetic. Using Scout, he judges the combatants to be around the level of 20th floor enemies, far below what he expected. Their actual fighting confirms his assessment. They are weak and unrefined. Seeing that they are too busy killing each other to notice him, Taisen decides to approach and ask questions. He chooses the nearest group as his source of information. At the same time, another armed party lies in ambush nearby, ready to strike anyone vulnerable. Taisen drops into their position before they can act on their own terms. His sudden arrival shocks them into panic. Instead of attacking first, he calmly says he only wants to ask something. The ambushers fixate on his unfamiliar clothing and immediately suspect him of being a heretic. Without listening, they decide that anyone outside their faith must be killed at once. Taisen casually intercepts their opening strike, showing how little threat they pose. His first attack nullification activates, erasing the danger of their initial blow. The attackers are left stunned when their assault fails to affect him at all. Confusion spreads through the group as they realize something is deeply wrong with their assumptions. Taisen counters with overwhelming physical force and sends one of them flying. The victims can only scream as the gap in power becomes undeniable. His attack crashes into the battlefield hard enough to shock even the nearby armies. The surrounding fighters stare in disbelief at strength so far beyond their own. Taisen notes that controlling himself is difficult because these people are too fragile. He concludes that the weak die too easily here, even when he barely uses force. One surviving zealot still tries to denounce him as a heretic and invoke his god. Taisen knocks him down mid-speech, deciding to keep him alive only long enough to answer questions. With the battlefield silenced around him, Taisen prepares to take control of the conversation. He tells the others to continue what they were doing, mocking their sudden fear as they recoil from him. A bald red-clad believer threatens execution in the name of his god if Taisen refuses to identify himself. Taisen gives only his name and starts to ask about the world instead. The zealot cuts him off and demands to know which god he serves, only to hear that Taisen does not truly believe in one. The answer enrages them, because they insist a non-believer should not even be able to enter this battlefield. The red faction invokes the sky-born sun god and vows punishment for what they see as blasphemy. A blue-clad outsider mocks that arrogance and enters the argument himself. He proclaims the earth-born sea god as the true high god, turning the confrontation into open sectarian rivalry. The two fanatics threaten each other with death in the names of their respective gods. Watching them descend into madness, Taisen gives up on learning anything through normal conversation. He activates Frost Arrow and Explosive Orb, deciding to force the issue through power instead. His magic tears through both sides at once, silencing their shouting with pain and panic. The survivors can only call his strength impossible as their battlefield collapses around them. Taisen coldly orders them to stop talking and focus on answering. The field is left scarred and quiet under the aftermath of his attack. He walks through the wreckage toward the few survivors still capable of moving. Seeing only one conscious man left, Taisen decides this will be his final source of information. He asks again, more directly, what this place really is. The survivor finally answers that this is indeed the battlefield of the gods. He explains that believers in different gods gather here to prove the greatness and strength of the deities they worship. The ghost confirms that the title was not an exaggeration after all. When Taisen asks if proving a god's strength simply means killing rival believers, the man says yes, because spreading one god's name by slaughtering another's followers is the easiest method. He adds that only the exceptionally strong can enter this place, and that no one rejects the prestige of that selection. Before he can say more, the survivor begins dying on his own, and Taisen dismisses the timing as pathetic. Using Scout, Taisen can identify the man only as a fanatic named Malaka's Haben, realizing that outside the labyrinth he can no longer read levels. The fanatic's body starts breaking down into rising energy. System messages announce that all followers of both the sky-born sun god and the earth-born sea god have been eliminated, expelling both gods from the battlefield as their followers' energy ascends. The ghost notices that the energy is being drawn into the cracks in the sky. He infers that this is what happens to a god's side when it loses a battle here. Taisen still does not fully understand the mechanism, but he realizes only one enemy remains nearby. He wakes the last survivor, intending to keep questioning him until this battlefield finally makes sense. The black-cloaked man begins by calmly interrogating the survivors, asking how strong the fighters here really were and what rank they belonged to. His question offends the blonde follower, who takes it as contempt rather than curiosity. But the man's composure makes it clear he is serious, and the follower realizes he is being judged by a far higher standard. Terrified by the slaughter he has just witnessed, the follower admits the dead were all notable in their own worlds and still stood no chance against this intruder. He explains that on this battlefield, even famous champions are merely the lowest tier beneath the gods. Pointing toward a distant pillar, he reveals that divine influence grows stronger the closer one gets to that central place. The looming tower becomes the obvious center of the entire conflict. It is the place where the gods project their will and exercise authority over this world. Hearing that, the man immediately asks the practical question of how to drive the gods out or seize control instead. The follower says there are only two ways: wipe out every believer of a god, or destroy that god's statue. He further explains that each divine territory contains a statue made in that god's likeness. If the statue is broken, the god is expelled and its followers are left without their patron. The floating companion reduces the whole setup to a brutal contest over territory. The man sees through the design at once, concluding that the labyrinth's gods created this quest to make outside gods destroy one another for their amusement. Having understood the rules, he decides to keep questioning until he has everything useful. He coldly orders the survivor to reveal everything he knows about the gods in this place. Once the information is complete, he promises a quick death, and the broken follower begs only to be killed. The follower offers a final apology to his own god for failing in his duty. Ignoring the sentiment, the man turns away and sets his next objective: start smashing statues. A system notice confirms that by eliminating the last follower, he has already expelled the Azure Verdant god from the battlefield. The labyrinth's gods formally praise his achievement and promise rewards when he returns. Instead of being satisfied, he wonders whether there is really enough time to remove every god one by one. He recalls the follower's explanation that either followers or statues can be targeted. He also remembers that every god's domain contains a statue tied directly to that god, and he pieces together the larger rule: once all the statues are destroyed, the entire divine war ends. He heads for the temple of the god of self-proof, choosing the next target based on what he learned. The man finds the whole arrangement amusing, convinced the labyrinth's gods are enjoying the chaos they engineered. His companion still thinks the task sounds simple, as if it were nothing more than breaking idols. He corrects that assumption by pointing out that rewards depend on performance, so merely finishing is not enough. Remembering the quest terms, he realizes the labyrinth wants not just victory but a display of overwhelming superiority. He recalls that the next god on the route was identified as the god of self-proof. That title reminds his companion of a god he encountered earlier inside the labyrinth. The companion finally connects it to Pavsha, the god of proof. The man remembers fighting an apostle linked to that god on the labyrinth's 22nd floor. Because the concepts are so similar, he suspects this outside god belongs to the same type of power. He also notes that the labyrinth gods clearly resent these battlefield gods for never helping create the labyrinth in the first place. That makes the whole event feel even more like a grudge match, with suspiciously similar divine names on both sides. His companion asks what he plans to do now that he understands the game better. He answers without hesitation that he will crush them utterly, in the exact way the labyrinth gods want. As he reaches the temple, the defenders immediately recognize an intruder has arrived. Inside, urgent orders spread to stop him before he can reach the statue. The temple's followers rush into position, preparing to defend their god's domain. They denounce him as a blasphemer and demand that he stay away from their god. He remains unbothered, almost as if he had been waiting for them to finally appear. The defenders threaten him with divine punishment if he takes another step toward the statue. He mocks them by claiming he only came to prove himself, exactly as their god should appreciate, and warns that they are the ones about to be punished. His taunt lands because he points out the obvious. In their current state, they cannot even protect the god they worship. Then he offers them a challenge tailored to their creed, telling them to prove the worth of their god. He extends the challenge with open contempt, daring them to succeed if they can. Enraged, the leader calls everyone together to answer the insult with force. The defenders gather in full formation, believing their numbers will turn the tide. They pray for their god to acknowledge their devotion and descend into the world. Their plea is answered as divine light begins pouring into the temple. The statue becomes the channel for the god's intervention, and the god's presence starts empowering the faithful. A burst of divine force slams down around the intruder, while the followers surge forward under their god's blessing. The defenders rejoice, convinced their god has already suppressed the enemy. His companion panics, warning that once a god actively supports its followers, even weak believers become difficult to defeat, but the man reveals this was exactly what he wanted. He rises through the dust with a smile, having deliberately allowed them to gather at full strength. He declares that he meant what he said about crushing them completely. He activates self-proof, causing everything he has built up to manifest around him as visible power. The followers are shaken by the strange force, but their leader tries to hold them together by reminding them their god is still backing them. The man announces that he will begin by destroying the false faiths sustaining them. He argues that there is a fundamental gap between their god and the labyrinth's gods, and that the followers have failed to grasp it. The leader orders everyone not to retreat, yet even as he shouts, he feels their convictions starting to erode. For the first time, the defenders realize they are facing someone beyond any hero they have ever known. The divine barrier around them begins to crack under the pressure of his presence. He dismisses them as insignificant, reducing their confidence to nothing. Purple force tears through the formation, and the followers can only deny what is happening as their faith collapses. While crushing the statue, he twists their own doctrine against them, saying true self-proof should mean accepting the difference in class between them. The statue shatters, the god of self-proof is expelled, the followers lose their patron, and the labyrinth gods celebrate while the god of proof is especially pleased. A new message confirms that overwhelming them by proving the gap in level was exactly the answer the labyrinth wanted. Satisfied, he leaves the ruined temple at once, intent on repeating the process elsewhere. His next destination is the temple of the god of mystery, who crawled up from the bottom. When he arrives, he quickly sees through the grand title and judges the god's power as little more than magic. The temple's robed followers attack him with spells from all sides. He answers by activating Blazing Sphere, deciding to break their magic with stronger magic. His flames overwhelm the casters instantly, and their confidence turns to disbelief. Watching them burn, he wonders why they are so weak and concludes there is nothing here worth preserving. The statue of the god of mystery is destroyed, and the god of magic from the labyrinth is delighted by how he handled it. He openly addresses the labyrinth gods, promising to keep entertaining them and demanding that they prepare greater rewards. He moves on again, this time to the temple of the god who moves the twisted cliffs. The defenders respond immediately by trying to crush him with brute force. They boast that their god grants them the power to push mountains and call for even more strength. The man notes that this is pure physical power and wonders whether the labyrinth has a matching god of strength, while his companion remarks that this kind of apostle is unusual. The followers become drunk on the power flowing into them and decide to flatten him outright. They drive a massive boulder toward him, expecting sheer weight to end the fight. Pinned against the stone, he dryly questions whether granting strength mid-battle is not just another form of cheating. His companion points out that gods on this battlefield can interfere directly, and warns that his notoriety among them is probably spreading. He accepts that things may soon cross a line, but he no longer seems concerned by that possibility. Activating Heavy Strike, he blasts through the crushing rock and says it will not matter anyway. His explosive charge leaves the followers staring in horror at strength they cannot comprehend. He smashes the statue of the Twisted Cliffs god, earning the delighted approval of the labyrinth's god of strength. Later, resting under the night sky, he admits that the whole campaign still feels unsatisfying because the enemies are too weak. His companion explains that these gods likely judged him only by his visible stats because they know little about the labyrinth. That method would work on ordinary challengers, but he is far outside normal standards in both skills and attributes. The companion warns that the battlefield gods are probably confused now and may soon start moving personally. That prediction is immediately proven right when the man senses something approaching. A violent golden force tears across the hillside, announcing the arrival of a far more dangerous presence. His companion panics as the expected trouble finally descends on them. A radiant figure lands before them, no longer acting through followers or statues. The god himself is baffled that a mere mortal could possess such power. He studies the man closely, trying to understand what kind of being stands before him. A system notice identifies the newcomer as Mantra, the god of the ornately adorned sword, and the man immediately recognizes that this energy is on a different level. For the first time in this battlefield, he is facing a true divine manifestation strong enough to matter. Using Scout, he determines that this is not the god's complete body but an avatar projected into the world. Mantra is insulted that a mortal would dare analyze a god at all. The god unleashes overwhelming pressure, triggering checks meant to break the man through intimidation, fear, and confusion. The man dismisses the assault with a single command, and every mental check succeeds in his favor. That only deepens Mantra's unease, because the mortal's presence feels impossible. After examining him further, Mantra concludes that the man is still incomplete, born from something vile but not yet fully formed. Instead of killing him immediately, Mantra offers him glory in exchange for servitude and his soul. The man answers with a smile that already makes the offer sound absurd. He rejects the proposal outright, making clear he would never submit. Mantra drops all pretense and declares that only death remains for him. The god prepares a finishing move and announces the end of the mortal. A lethal judgment descends, and the system begins an instant death check. The check fails, meaning death itself is about to claim him, and his companion can only scream in horror. The man is seized by the god's killing force and can barely resist physically. Even while trapped, he admits to himself that he still cannot directly fight a god, but he also reaches for a different answer instead of surrendering. He anchors himself with absolute certainty that he will not die here. At that moment, a red power cuts into the scene and halts the execution. The instant death effect is lifted, and the man survives by the narrowest margin. Catching his breath, he remarks that his rescuer arrived later than expected. The red presence reveals itself as Rakaratas. Rakaratas appears dramatically, admitting he delayed on purpose because a theatrical entrance suited him better. A system notice identifies him as Rakaratas, the god of death and struggle. The battlefield falls into tense stillness as the conflict escalates beyond mortals entirely. His companion realizes the situation has suddenly become far more dangerous than before. Now two openly hostile gods face each other above the man, leaving him caught between forces far beyond his reach. Mantra demands to know how Rakaratas was able to descend into this domain at all. The man watches from below as the two gods confront one another directly. Rakaratas explains that the old balance has finally broken, making this descent possible only now. He points to the man's trail of destruction as the event that changed everything. Mantra immediately suspects the mortal is responsible for opening this breach. The man understands it too. By staying in the battlefield and personally expelling many gods, he created voids that weakened the system holding the domains apart. As those gaps widened, the labyrinth gods found a way to project their own power into this battlefield. Mantra rages that this is still his side's domain, and vows that outsiders will not win easily here. Rakaratas casually calms him down, pointing out that if gods fight each other directly, The result would be obvious and therefore boring. Mantra is shaken that his own power was brushed aside so effortlessly and begins wondering what Rakaratas is really after. Rakaratas proposes a different game. Since Mantra's saint is present, mortal matters should be settled by mortals. He presents Mantra's chosen champion, a saint armed for battle beneath the god's looming form. Mantra interprets this as a duel between his saint and Rakaratas' apostle, but Rakaratas immediately rejects that label. When Mantra questions why he would descend for someone who is not even his apostle, Rakaratas makes clear he does not care about such formal titles. Instead, Rakaratas turns to the man himself and asks whether he will accept this proposed arrangement. The man agrees without hesitation to fight as the labyrinth god's representative against the saint of the god of war. Mantra reluctantly accepts the decision once he sees the mortal has chosen for himself. Though forced to concede, Mantra promises he will make them regret this. Rakaratas leaves with a final taunt, promising to turn Mantra's favored toy into his own amusement, and to watch what happens next. When the red god vanishes as suddenly as he came, the stunned companion can only stare and realize he is already gone. As the impatient god departs, the transcendent warrior remarks that even gods are more emotional than they pretend. He explains that this is natural, because gods were once mortals before rising beyond them. In his view, transcendents all reach divinity through growth rather than birth, except for the oldest gods. Because of that origin, he says, emotions remain precious to beings who outlived everything else. To him, feelings are the only thing that can ease the burden of eternity. Before leaving, he tells Taisen that one day he too may reach that same realm. Taisen receives the words without fear and quietly takes them to heart. The transcendent gives him one last measured look, as if confirming his resolve. Then he vanishes in a spiral of red power, promising to wait for the day Taisen arrives there as well. Left alone, Taisen realizes he has glimpsed the level of a transcendent, and vows to reach it someday. His companion cuts off his brooding and urges him to keep advancing instead of overthinking the future. Taisen steadies himself, and decides to focus on what he can do now. With that, he starts forward again, choosing progress overall. The campaign continues, and 3 more gods fall before him. By the end of that stretch, only 2 gods remain in the battlefield of the gods. The next destination is the temple of the spirit god born from the source spring. The spirits there immediately recognize him as their enemy and attack with open hatred. As he dodges the onslaught, Taisen wonders why this god's followers are far more hostile than the others. He recalls the title he earned for destroying the realm of spirits, which made spirits hate him and increased his damage against them. Remembering how many spirits he has already wiped out, he realizes this enmity has been building for a long time. Even so, he activates fire and wind powers, refusing to be overwhelmed. He tears through the attacking spirits in a single violent exchange. The system confirms that every spirit of the source spring god has been defeated and that the god is expelled from the battlefield. Another notice makes clear that the primordial spirit god is silently displeased with Taisen, which his companion bluntly confirms. With only the final battle left, his companion warns that the last opponent may be only a saint, but he will wield the god's power directly. Taisen dismisses the warning and says he will meet that enemy head-on as always. His companion tries to take comfort in that answer, though not very convincingly. Taisen's attitude reveals the truth beneath it. He is always ready to fight and always willing to risk his life to grow stronger. He heads toward the final church beneath the looming tower where the last battle awaits. Without hesitation, he steps inside. There, his companion identifies the final opponent as the labyrinth's representative. The man introduces himself as Cain, saint of Mantra, god of the ornately adorned sword. Cain studies Taisen with confidence, already certain of his own superiority. Taisen immediately senses that this presence is far stronger than the apostles he has faced before. Cain admits a fair duel would be ideal, but says Taisen is too dangerous, so he will borrow power directly from his god. Taisen accepts that without complaint and demands that Cain fight seriously. Cain raises his sword and begins a fervent prayer to Mantra. He begs his god for strength, surrendering himself completely to divine service. That prayer draws down a violent surge of golden power. The church itself is blasted apart as the divine force descends. When the light clears, the battlefield has shifted into open ruins under the sky. Cain stands transformed in golden flames, now wielding overwhelming power before Taisen. Rather than fear it, Cain treats the transformation as an honor granted by his god. Taisen's companion realizes in alarm that Cain has effectively become a full apostle. The system confirms the obvious. This is an enemy who will be extremely hard to defeat. Cain swears he will fight with everything he has so as not to disgrace Mantra. Taisen's companion warns that this is on another level entirely, and Taisen suspects the god has intervened directly. Behind Cain, the god's presence looms like a living shadow of divine authority. Cain mocks Taisen for lacking a god's blessing, convinced that faith alone decides victory. Taisen answers simply that he does not believe in any god. To Cain, that makes defeat inevitable, because a non-believer should have no path to triumph. He attacks at once, trying to crush Taisen before that defiance can mean anything. Cain declares that someone who believes only in himself will be buried by divine power. Taisen remains calm and hints that the battle may not unfold the way Cain expects. At that moment, Taisen triggers craving for battle and apostolize, drawing on power he gained from the gods without becoming their servant. He follows by activating ability sword and counter as Cain closes in. Cain is stunned that Tae-san can wield apostle-like power despite not being an apostle at all. Their first true clash explodes across the field. Tae-san tells him the truth, he is no apostle, but he still receives something from the gods, and that is enough. Cain cannot accept it, insisting that even he can borrow apostolic power only briefly. The contradiction enrages him, and he calls Tae-san's existence an insult to every god. Tae-san sees that fury and understands he must win before apostolize runs out. He meets Cain's next sweeping strike head-on in a burst of purple and gold. Cain dismisses Tae-san's methods as cheap tricks, convinced raw divine force will crush them. But a hidden effect lands anyway, and the system records damage on Cain. Cain stares at the wound in disbelief because Tae-san's blade never visibly touched him. Unable to understand it, Cain accuses Tae-san of using disgraceful curses in a sacred battle. Tae-san's companion realizes this is what makes Tae-san's sword art terrifying. The enemy can never predict what it will do. Because ability sword changes depending on the linked skill, its low mastery still creates dangerous unknowns for anyone facing it. Tae-san rejects the accusation and insists this strange effect is simply part of his swordsmanship. Cain refuses to believe such a sword art could exist at all. Tae-san answers that denying reality does not change it, because this path is his own. Cain takes that as mockery from a mere non-believer and loses even more composure. His rage erupts into another crushing assault. Purple and gold attacks tear across the ground as their techniques collide repeatedly. Cain vows to break Tae-san's arrogance by force. Tae-san, now enjoying the pressure, taunts him for making so much noise. He invites Cain to prove his faith with action instead of shouting. Then Tae-san activates Power Strike and drives into Cain with brutal force. Cain reels, unable to understand how someone outside the god's order can wield this much power. Tae-san adds acceleration and slips behind him before Cain can react. Cain lashes out wildly, his composure reduced to anger. Tae-san presses the psychological advantage, claiming his swordsmanship is simply superior. His companion urgently reminds him that once apostolize ends, these attacks will stop working. Tae-san acknowledges the limit and calculates that he has only about 3 minutes left to finish the fight. Cain, still clinging to faith, insists Mantra's power cannot possibly lose. As Tae-san charges, he speaks from experience, saying that when death is near and the mind goes numb, he knows what that feels like. Those words shake Cain for an instant. Tae-san tells him that if he has something to believe in, he must not let it waver. In the same exchange, Cain's sword shatters under the pressure. Even weaponless, Cain keeps shouting that Mantra cannot lose to someone who believes in nothing. Tae-san cuts through that delusion with a single judgment: Cain's faith has already failed him. That conviction comes from Tae-san's own past, when he was weak, ignorant, and blamed others instead of trusting himself. Regression gave him the chance to change everything by climbing the labyrinth again. He remembers the labyrinth's original choice of difficulties and the disasters that followed. This time, unlike before, he chose the harshest path because survival would depend entirely on himself. That memory hardens his resolve not to repeat his old mistakes. Cain finally senses real danger and tries to stop what is coming. Tae-san activates Leap and launches a decisive finishing attack. Golden power swirls desperately as Cain attempts to withstand it. The impact carves out a crater, leaving the two of them at its center. The system reports a devastating blow that nearly breaks Cain outright. Collapsed and bleeding, Cain can only beg Mantra for forgiveness. Tae-san tells him coldly that Cain's beliefs do not matter, because the battle ends with Tae-san's victory. Even as he falls, Cain insists he will never lose faith again, but that resolve comes too late. The system declares that Tae-san has eliminated the final believer of the god of the embellished sword and gained a spiritual increase. His body is strengthened across multiple attributes, and ability sword's proficiency rises as well. Other powers also improve, including divine power and an unknown conceptual skill, making Tae-san realize the battlefield gods are being driven out one by one. The god behind Cain is formally expelled from the battlefield of the divine. At the same time, the labyrinth gods announce their satisfaction with Tae-san's actions. Even the god of swords, Yahello, silently expresses deep approval. Tae-san's companion wonders if that means the battlefield of the divine quest is finally over. A new reward appears instead. Tae-san has earned the trigger skill Apostle Slayer for defeating a god's apostle. Tae-san jokes that if he ever kills a god, perhaps he will earn God Slayer too. He smiles just enough to make the joke sound uncomfortably sincere. His companion panics and scolds him for saying things that sound like real intent. As they leave the crater, Tae-san asks why Cain alone displayed a visible damage window. They conclude that beings directly tied to gods, like Cain and the angel he fought before, are subject to a special damage check. Before they can think further, space begins to twist nearby. A blue vortex opens in front of them. They realize it is a gate, but the battlefield itself is already starting to collapse behind them. The artificial land breaks apart now that every god sustaining it has been defeated. Tae-san understands the cause immediately and sprints for the exit. His companion urges him to stop thinking and run before the whole place falls apart. Tae-san reaches out toward the gate as the collapse closes in. While being pulled through, his companion asks what he meant during the fight with Cain. Tae-san brushes the question aside and says it was nothing important as they return to the labyrinth. The system confirms the special quest is complete and sends them back to the maze. The portal seals behind them in the labyrinth chamber. Back on the 33rd floor, they realize they escaped only moments before disaster. With the battlefield of the gods quest finished, Tae-san decides to inspect the new skills and rewards. He finds divine power still mostly undefined to him, while the unknown conceptual skill remains even more mysterious. Though he cannot understand those powers yet, he is intrigued enough to keep them in mind. Apostle Slayer, however, is clear. Against apostles, it can forcibly lower the opponent's level. His companion explains that this means even a large level gap will no longer completely prevent Tae-san from hurting such enemies. Then the companion notices counter and realizes that was the strange skill Tae-san tested on Kane mid-battle. Tae-san confirms he was figuring out how to use it while fighting. The skill's conditions are revealed. After failing a normal counter, if the enemy attacks again quickly, Tae-san can ignore attack and defense to land a stronger retaliatory strike, though not a fatal one. That explains Kane's confusion, because he was wounded by an attack that should have been impossible to land. Tae-san reflects that the strength of his swordsmanship lies in its unpredictability, since each linked skill can create a different effect. Still, he admits counter is risky because it requires him to deliberately fail first, so it cannot be used carelessly. Before they can rest, the maze gods present a golden reward notice, saying they are highly satisfied with the results of the quest. Another message reveals that the majority of gods are questioning a decision made by a minority, leaving Tae-san confused. Then system notices begin announcing that several gods' areas of interference are being reduced. The restrictions spread from one god to another, including choice, proof, and victory. More names follow in rapid succession, showing that many divine powers are being curtailed at once. At last the system states that the majority of gods have accepted the minority's opinion after all. Tae-san's companion suspects the gods are forcing something through at unusual cost. When Tae-san asks when interference areas are usually reduced, the answer is that it happens when gods intensify their tests or grant rewards to those who pass them. The final revelation is darker. Gods also reduce their own reach when they want something badly enough to sacrifice what they possess. The blonde goddess confirms that the gods shown in his status window are the ones who personally tested him. She explains that those gods narrowed their domains to reward him directly, and the rest of the pantheon accepted their judgment. Realizing that means the rewards should be exceptional, Tae-san quietly smiles. He eagerly opens the reward list, expecting something far beyond what he received before. The first reward comes from Rakuratas, god of battle and death, upgrading his combat ability into a passive frenzy that makes him faster and stronger the longer a fight lasts. Maria, god of choice, also improves his old skill by turning freedom of choice into a stronger passive form. That new version, selfish choice, now permanently boosts one stat and even gains extra efficiency. Pabsha, god of proof, strengthens another of his existing abilities and advances prove yourself into 3 proofs. The skill now gives his accumulated achievements a real, tangible effect on the world around him. Baltazar, god of victory, grants him the title capability of victory, giving him a broad increase to nearly all of his stats. The demon god and the magic god follow with rewards that raise his demon energy and improve his black magic. Tae-san is struck by how generous that is, since both demon energy and black magic are normally difficult to increase. What surprises him most, however, is that the magic god also grants him a regeneration spell that restores stamina and mana within an area. On top of that, the magic god gives him a title that deepens his qualification for learning magic and increases his mana. The rewards are so good that even the demon god openly objects to another god being this generous. His companion panics and urges him to get rid of the suspiciously valuable recovery skill at once. Tae-san only smiles, fully understanding why the demon god would be upset. He knows a recovery skill that can heal both himself and others could become invaluable if another disaster strikes Earth. The final reward is tied to Yahello, the sword god. Yahello grants him a powerful sword once used in a vanished land, a weapon with a faint ego that follows its owner. That immediately makes Tae-san think of the swords he used in his previous life, and he decides they need to recover them quickly. He tests the new blade and agrees they should hurry. Before he can leave, a booming voice welcomes him back. An armored old adventurer named Vargon appears and praises Tae-san for having the strength to return alive. Tae-san is surprised to see Vargon waiting there, and realizes this man is no ordinary person either. Vargon enthusiastically thanks him for completing the quest, and nearly hurts him in the process. After apologizing, Vargon marvels that Tae-san conquered the battlefield of the gods and came back safely. Pleased, Vargon decides to give him an additional reward. The gift turns out to be platinum earrings with excellent stat bonuses, and Tae-san is genuinely pleased. Vargon also hands over a mysterious black jewel, which appears to be a rare crafting material of unknown contents. When asked if he likes what he received, Tae-san answers that both rewards will be useful. Satisfied that Tae-san has no complaints, Vargon prepares to leave. Before departing, Vargon says he hopes they meet again someday. He leaves Tae-san with a challenge to reach the ultimate power hidden in the maze, and Tae-san accepts without hesitation. After Vargon is gone, Tae-san assumes the old adventurer is pleased that the battlefield was conquered. He then turns his attention to the black jewel, and decides to bring it to the blacksmith Hafren. Tae-san and his companion arrive at Hafren's room on the 30th floor. Inside, the sound of hammering announces that Hafren is still at work. Tae-san's uneasy reaction makes Hafren immediately suspect something unusual has happened. The moment Hafren sees the black jewel, he is shaken beyond words. He can hardly believe Tae-san received it as a quest reward, because it is a material even a god could not be sure of obtaining. Tae-san presses him to explain what kind of material could provoke that reaction. Hafren struggles to compose himself before answering. He repeats that even gods cannot guarantee obtaining it, making clear just how extraordinary it is. Hafren reveals that the jewel contains the source of primordial light, a material said to have existed since the world's creation and to transcend time itself. Even after hearing that, Tae-san still asks whether it is truly that rare. He recalls that he has already entrusted Hafren with other valuable materials, expecting they could all be forged into better equipment later. So he asks whether this jewel can be smelted together with the golden dragon's toenail and the spirit's ember. Hafren admits he honestly does not know, because this is his first time handling such a material. The companion encourages Hafren to try anyway, arguing that no better blacksmith exists here. Hafren is tempted, but still worries about whether attempting it would be safe. Tae-san decides the risk is worth it, and formally entrusts the jewel to Hafren so it can make him stronger. Hafren advises that the best outcome would be to combine all the rare materials Tae-san has collected into a single piece of equipment. He envisions a perfect piece of gear rather than several lesser items. But he warns that every one of Tae-san's materials has overwhelming properties of its own. Because each material is already high level and powerful, balancing them into one unified item will be extremely difficult. Tae-san asks if there is any method at all to gather those materials into one. After some hesitation, Hafren admits there may be a way, though he cannot predict the result. He produces a key and explains that it opens a hidden relic where an item may exist that can merge such materials. The key's energy reminds Tae-san of the blessing of regeneration he once received from the nameless goddess. He remembers earning that blessing during a quest on the 70th floor alongside Marin Ambricia of the Guide of Sin. That quest had granted him the blessing of regeneration from the goddess who lost her name. He also recalls that the blessing lets its bearer sense the energy of the goddess's hidden stone statues throughout the maze. As the key resonates, Tae-san realizes it is connected to one of those hidden goddess ruins. He concludes that if the relic belongs to a god, it may be exactly what is needed to fuse all his materials into one perfect item. His companion is startled when he calls it a god's relic. The little guide worries that if Tae-san is talking about the remains of a god, the place could be too dangerous to return from safely. Tae-san imagines the ancient ruin waiting beyond the key's passage. Hafren warns that the entrance lies in territory beyond the latter half of the 40th floor, a place almost no adventurer reaches and known as the unknown territory. He advises Tae-san to retreat immediately if the exploration becomes unsafe. Tae-san instead takes comfort in the fact that a place this difficult is likely to hold exactly the level of reward he wants. At that moment a new subquest appears, asking him to gather materials so Hafren can craft one perfect piece of equipment. The key then opens a portal to the hidden ruins, astonishing Hafren. Tae-san explains that the portal responds so strongly because he has a connection to what lies on the other side. Without wasting time, he promises to return later and dives into the portal with his protesting companion. He arrives in a hidden ruin dedicated to the nameless goddess. The objective becomes clear in his mind: find the god's relic and receive the goddess's blessing. The subquest updates as he enters the ruin and begins the search in earnest. Inside, Tae-san is struck by how ancient and cold the place feels. He reasons that if this ruin belonged to a goddess forgotten even by the labyrinth, it must predate the labyrinth itself. That thought makes the ruin feel older than the maze's entire history. Remembering Hafren's warning about late 40s difficulty, Tae-san stays alert as he advances. His caution pays off when he steps onto a concealed trigger. An arrow trap fires, but Tae-san instantly cuts the projectile down. He activates mind acceleration to sharpen his reactions. Seeing the trap's hostility, he notes that the ruin is not welcoming intruders at all. His companion then notices the danger is not over, because the arrows are turning back toward him. The returning projectiles confirm that these traps are more complicated than ordinary ones. Tae-san draws the sword god's blade to meet the second wave. He carves through the incoming arrows with rapid red slashes. Once the attack ends, he remarks that even a divine ruin still relies on familiar trap logic. Examining the broken projectile, he discovers it is not a normal arrow but a self-aware item that moves on its own to protect its owner. That immediately interests him, and he remembers the special arrow he once found in a secret room. He recalls how that earlier arrow had attacked him with a will of its own. Thinking the same method might work here, he decides it is worth trying to claim one of these arrows. To do that, he deliberately triggers another trap, alarming his companion. He explains that he needs to provoke the trap if he wants a chance to seize its loot. Using mind acceleration again, he reaches into the storm of arrows and grabs one directly. He slams the captured arrow down to overpower its resistance. Even as the arrow struggles violently, Tae-san insists it will not break before he subdues it. He forces the arrow's will to settle under his grip. The system confirms his success by awarding him an A-class arrow with a will, and he is mildly surprised that the method worked. His companion wonders if he really managed to tame the item. The arrow then begins acting obediently around Tae-san, and its status updates to show him as its current owner. Seeing that, Tae-san smiles with satisfaction. He decides there is no reason to pass up such valuable items while exploring the ruin, so he triggers another hidden mechanism in the wall. This time 2 self-aware arrows launch at once. Tae-san calmly orders his newly tamed arrow to intercept one of them. While his arrow handles one target, he captures the other himself and secures a second autonomous arrow. A sudden new threat interrupts before he can relax. He reacts in time and claims yet another arrow, bringing his total higher. With multiple obedient arrows now floating around him, he appreciates how useful they could become. Enjoying himself, he even considers trying to collect one more, while his companion is baffled by how happy he looks. The floor around them ends up littered with broken and spent trap arrows. Counting his gains, Tae-san notes that only 4 usable arrows were obtained in total, which is still less than he hoped for. His companion points out that controlling more of them is already becoming difficult, making the extra one impressive enough. Tae-san decides the ruin must hold more loot than just arrows and pushes deeper inside. As they advance, the ruin throws new hazards at them, including giant spinning disc blades. It follows those with explosive pressure plates that detonate on contact. Even crushing wall traps appear, but Tae-san finds them manageable because they operate much like the labyrinth's traps. He keeps moving through the ruin without losing momentum. Far from being stressed, Tae-san admits he is enjoying himself, which only makes his companion think he is strange. When they encounter a heavy net trap, Tae-san immediately wonders if it can be taken as loot too, though ordinary force does nothing to it. He next tries using regular magic on the net. A fire orb engulfs it, but the net remains unaffected. That failure confirms ordinary elemental magic will not work either. His companion suggests trying dark magic instead, and Tae-san agrees. He gathers black power into his hand. When he unleashes Defisto Black Lightning, the net finally reacts and comes apart. Both of them are surprised that only dark magic works, making the ruin feel even more irrational. The system rewards him with the entwined net blessed by the gods, a binding tool useful against enemies that rely on basic attacks or magic. His companion then asks how he keeps clearing even unfamiliar traps so easily. Tae-san explains that a concept skill has been warning him by letting him sense something from the traps before they activate. He describes it as a battle sense that shows how he and his enemies will move a moment ahead, becoming clearer as its mastery rises. Because of that growing foresight, he can instinctively identify the right response almost immediately. His companion recognizes just how valuable that ability is. With the traps behind them, they continue deeper into the silent ruin. At last Tae-san senses the goddess's presence beyond a great door and decides they have reached the right chamber. The moment he enters, both he and his companion realize something is waiting inside. In the chamber stands a winged statue of the goddess, but it is not alone. Tae-san immediately identifies the goddess statue as the source he had been following. The system then reveals the true guardian of the room, the apostle of the forgotten goddess. A warning appears that this opponent will be difficult to defeat. In response, Tae-san's combat-related skills begin activating one after another as the duel starts. More titles and passives stack onto him, including powers meant for giants, limits, and even demigods. Tae-san dismisses the uncertainty and decides the only thing that matters is winning. He activates foresight to prepare for the battle ahead. Even with that, he cannot read any useful information from the Stone Apostle, and ordinary scouting fails completely. He realizes that, just like everything tied to the forgotten goddess, this enemy exists outside the information he normally relies on, and the Apostle charges him. A massive armored guardian crashes down into the chamber, announcing the start of a direct confrontation. The Apostle immediately lunges at Tae-san with overwhelming force, giving him no time to prepare. Tae-san judges that the guardian has abandoned caution and is attacking with pure aggression. He meets the charge head-on, but the first clash makes clear that the enemy's raw power is far beyond ordinary foes. The impact drives Tae-san back across the floor and forces him to brace just to stay upright. As their blades grind together, he realizes he cannot hold this contest of strength for long. With no better option, Tae-san activates apostolization and draws on Rakuratas to raise himself to the enemy's level. He expects the skill to feed him information about the apostle, hoping to learn the secrets of a guardian serving a goddess. Instead, the skill returns nothing at all, leaving him blind against an opponent he should have been able to read. Rather than panic, Tae-san treats the failure as a clue and decides to adapt on instinct. He commits to solving the fight through observation alone and rushes back in. At the same time, he activates Apostle Slayer to forcibly drag the Guardian's combat rank down. The Apostle answers with a heavy counter, showing that even weakened, it remains terrifyingly dangerous. Tae-san is still pushed back and realizes that lowering the enemy's rank has not made the battle manageable. He finally understands what a true Apostle is like and how far above normal enemies it stands. Their exchange sends shockwaves through the chamber, and even his spirit companion can only watch in tense silence. The companion warns that the forgotten goddess is badly weakened from being forgotten, which is the only reason this fight is even possible. Even so, he stresses that the apostle remains monstrously strong and Tae-san cannot afford a mistake. Tae-san accepts that the fight is barely within reach and starts preparing a more technical approach. He summons his support tools and orders them to interfere with the apostle's movement, so he can create an opening. The Guardian shifts its footing, reading the battlefield and preparing to crush any setup before it matters. It slams down with brutal force, trying to erase Tae-san's room to maneuver. Tae-san knows the arrows will not land cleanly, but decides even a momentary distraction is enough if he times it perfectly. He activates sword and leap together and slips into the tiny gap he created, landing a fast strike. The apostle immediately responds by invoking Weight of Will, bringing divine pressure into the fight. A huge blue force crashes through the chamber, forcing Tae-san to evade rather than press his advantage. He realizes the enemy is deliberately denying him any breathing room. His companion suspects the apostle is trying to break the labyrinth itself, not just kill him. The guardian dives again with relentless momentum, refusing to let Tae-san reset the pace. Tae-san uses random blink to reposition behind it and sees a rare chance at close range. Because he had already marked the target, he recognizes this as the moment to commit to a real damaging blow. He layers another enhancement onto his sword to maximize the strike. The slash lands, but the damage is only 345, far less than he expected from such a clean opening. Tae-san is shocked that even a successful hit barely scratched the apostle. The guardian retaliates with sweeping blue arcs that force him back into defense again. Its towering presence reminds him that the difference in durability is the real problem, not just rank. His companion warns that the rank gap is small, but the apostle's defense is absurdly high, so Tae-san must think long-term. The companion also worries that if this turns into a drawn-out fight, apostolization will break Tae-san's mind before the enemy falls. Tae-san accepts that he has now felt the true weight of a real apostle firsthand. He accelerates and notices a crucial habit in the guardian: it does not dodge. Betting everything on that pattern, he stacks multiple offensive skills into a single decisive attack. The apostle raises its shield and answers with a heavy defense instead of evasion. Tae-san's empowered strike crashes through for 4130 damage, his first truly meaningful hit of the battle. But the enemy's passive nullifies the first attack, stripping away the result he thought he had earned. His follow-up slash lands while the guardian is still reeling, trying to capitalize before it recovers. That second hit is nullified as well, revealing another layer of protection. Before Tae-san can retreat, the apostle is already moving behind him with impossible speed. He realizes too late that its reactions are far faster than he accounted for. A third nullification triggers, confirming that repeated offense alone will not break this defense. Even after seeing the nullifications in action, the apostle shows no emotional response at all. Tae-san concludes that the guardian has no emotions to exploit, making it even harder to read. He recognizes he is facing an opponent built to be mechanically perfect and deeply troublesome. From the failed exchanges, he confirms that spirits and magic are ineffective here. That leaves him with only one reliable path forward: pure swordsmanship. He resolves to force a breakthrough with technique alone. Tae-san launches a direct sword assault, trying to overwhelm the apostle's guard through precision and pressure. He activates guard break and finally disrupts the guardian's defense. But the opening costs him a heavy counterblow, and he takes 743 damage in return. The pain nearly breaks his rhythm, but he refuses to let it stop him. His companion warns that apostolization is about to end, while Tae-san grimly acknowledges how much the fight is hurting him. Even with the transformation fading, he declares that he still has enough left to keep fighting. He drives in with another heavy strike, dealing only 564 damage and confirming how hard it is to hurt the apostle consistently. He leaps again to keep the pressure on from a new angle. Following through with consecutive attacks, he tries to turn mobility into sustained offense. The apostle calmly adjusts its blade, refusing to lose control despite the barrage. Tae-san uses deflection to redirect the enemy's force and preserve his own position. His companion is stunned by how quickly Tae-san is adapting in the middle of such a brutal fight. Tae-san's movements become cleaner and more exact, with fewer wasted motions. The companion realizes that Tae-san is not just enduring the battle but actively enjoying the challenge. That reaction is explained by madness of struggle, a passive that makes Tae-san faster and stronger the longer the fight drags on. Under that growing momentum, the apostle is finally driven to one knee. For a brief moment, it looks as if the battle might actually be over. A higher being watching the scene is surprised that Tae-san defeated the apostle even after apostolization had already ended, relying only on his own focus. Tae-san starts to relax and thinks all that remains is to claim the reward and pray to the goddess. But the fallen guardian begins to crack and stir again instead of disappearing peacefully. It activates Spirit Crash, turning its own collapse into a final, more dangerous transformation. Both Tae-san and his companion are caught off guard by the sudden change. Tae-san senses something deeply wrong before the new form fully emerges. A shrieking black mass erupts from the apostle's remains, replacing the armored guardian with something monstrous. The system identifies the new threat as a fallen apostle. Tae-san is stunned that an ordinary apostle could become something like this. The creature towers over them like a ghostly beast, making clear that the fight has entered a new stage. His companion explains that only beings beyond apostles should be capable of such a transformation, which makes this case abnormal and alarming. Tae-san confirms that this is the spirit crash the system warned about just as his danger sense activates. The fallen apostle's roar alone inflicts damage, proving that its presence itself has become a weapon. Tae-san is forced to admit that even its voice now carries lethal power. The companion reminds him that apostles ascend by offering their souls to gods and thereby steps slightly beyond mortal limits. But Spirit Crash works by dragging such a soul back down and converting that lost rank into raw destructive power. The fallen apostle looms over Tae-san as the explanation makes the danger even clearer. The companion adds that this conversion is irreversible, meaning the creature is burning itself away for strength. When Tae-san asks whether it simply dies afterward, the companion tells him the truth is worse. If a soul remains intact, it can persist as a spirit, or even be restored through divine means, but Spirit Crash destroys that possibility. Once this process ends, the fallen apostle will simply cease to exist. The system bluntly warns Tae-san that this is an opponent he cannot defeat, and he realizes the monster is attacking with the resolve of something that has already accepted annihilation. The creature surges forward without hesitation, fully committed to a suicidal kill. At the same time, the only exit seals shut, trapping Tae-san inside with it. He understands immediately that escape is no longer an option. The fallen apostle floods the chamber with slashing black limbs, forcing Tae-san into a desperate retreat. He digs in and changes direction sharply, trying to survive by movement alone. Even while cornered, he stays sarcastically calm and notes that the monster keeps revealing new tricks. He counters with his own blade, testing whether the new form still follows any readable pattern. The creature twists its attack paths unnaturally, making its trajectories far harder to predict than before. Tae-san uses deflection again, trying to bend those attacks away instead of meeting them directly. The clash tears through the air, but the redirected force remains unstable. The monster's attacks continue to curve and split, turning the battlefield into a maze of moving blades. Tae-san realizes the trajectories are twisting again even after deflection, which means ordinary counters are no longer enough. The warped attacks still crash around the chamber, proving the monster can keep pressure on even when repelled. One of those redirected blows still catches Tae-san and deals 1130 damage, showing how little margin for error remains. He activates mind acceleration and quickly concludes that the creature can overpower even deflection through sheer force. As more damage accumulates, he admits that waiting for Spirit Crash to burn out will get him killed first. So he decides he must counterattack while evading, using acceleration and leap to move through the storm instead of away from it. The fallen apostle bears down on him like a predator, ready to crush that attempt instantly. Tae-san slips under its assault and deliberately creates a narrow opening rather than chasing a reckless kill. He activates 9, laying down a new technique to control the flow of the exchange. That maneuver forces the monster slightly off balance, and buys Tae-san the first real space he has had since the transformation. Recognizing the opening, he prepares to exploit it before the creature can recover. He uses random blink to reposition above the fallen apostle and attack from a blind angle. Then he stacks aura, skill addition, and acceleration, pouring nearly everything he has into one burst. The strike lands for only 102 damage, a devastating sign that the transformed monster is far tougher than before. Tae-san is shaken that even after losing apostle rank and taking a full combo, the monster barely felt it. The fallen apostle answers with a crushing blow that deals 3012 damage and nearly wipes Tae-san out in one hit. His companion can only scream his name as Tae-san is blasted across the chamber. Tae-san roars through the pain and forces himself back up instead of collapsing. The companion realizes this is not just a rank issue anymore, because Tae-san's skills are still active while the monster's collapse is simply much slower. He concludes that if the fight continues at this pace, Tae-san will die long before the fallen apostle burns itself out. Despairing, the companion thinks Tae-san must preserve his soul and abandon this battle somehow, just as he once did. He desperately warns Tae-san not to come any closer to him, but Tae-san plants his feet again, choosing to advance instead of retreat. The companion's true form briefly appears in shock, unable to believe Tae-san is still moving forward. Tae-san rejects the idea of being declared dead by others and refuses to surrender even now. He forces himself calm and reminds himself that he has already survived many supposedly unwinnable enemies. With that resolve, he reaffirms his core belief that even impossible-looking battles can still be won. He recalls countless hopeless situations from his past returns, using those memories to steady his will. He remembers victories over enemies far above him, proof that despair has never been a final answer. Those memories harden into conviction that he did not come this far to break here. He apologizes to the monster for disappointing it and says he is already used to despair. Then he charges again, declaring that giving up is simply not in his nature, even if he cannot end this in one blow. He decides the only path is perfect evasion first, enduring small hits while learning the pattern instead of forcing damage too early. Using midair leap and landing technique, he threads through the storm of attacks with increasing control. As the damage he takes drops sharply, the companion realizes Tae-san is steadily mastering the exchange. Tae-san himself begins to smile, sensing that the fight is finally becoming readable. Another attack that once would have hurt badly now only grazes him for 9 damage. His growing mastery sharpens his perception even further. He can now see the monster's movements more clearly than before. More importantly, he starts to feel the creature's intent itself, not just its physical motion. That insight lets him identify the true key to the fight. A floating energy source is sustaining the fallen apostle and delaying its collapse. The moment he understands that, he accelerates with a new target in mind. Ignoring the monster's body, Taisen launches himself straight toward the sustaining energy. His strike descends directly onto the source that is holding the fallen apostle together. With both blades and all his remaining resolve, Taisen drives the finishing blow into that core. The monster's assault closes in hard enough to tear through him and end the fight on the spot. As the creature's killing force bears down, he is caught in a barrage he has no room to evade. The system confirms he has taken a fatal amount of damage, making it seem like his gamble has failed. Instead, his endurance trait triggers at the last instant and cancels the killing blow. For 1 second, all incoming damage becomes meaningless, giving him a tiny opening to survive. He uses that instant to counterattack in a blur, carving into the monster before the protection ends. The enemy falls, and the system floods him with repeated level gains for defeating it. He is rewarded for overcoming an unwinnable foe with huge permanent stat increases, ascension, and improved divine power. His apostle rank rises, spirit crash evolves into spirit conversion, and he acquires the apostle's source itself. Only after the rewards settle does the reality hit him that he actually won. His companion erupts in disbelief and excitement, realizing he cleared the forgotten goddess's quest by beating something that should have been impossible. The ruined sanctuary grows quiet again beneath the presence of the goddess's statue. The companion notices that, despite winning, Taisen is not responding normally. He collapses from exhaustion, and the companion panics as the delayed cost of the battle catches up to him. Taisen brushes it off as minor and lets himself lose consciousness, trusting he can rest now. He lies unconscious inside the altar chamber of the goddess who lost ice, with the battle's wreckage scattered around him. When he finally stirs, the first thing he feels is the lingering strain in his body. After waking, he learns he was out for quite a while, long enough for his companion to fear he might never recover. The companion's main concern is not the victory itself but how Taisen managed to avoid the monster's attacks at all. Taisen explains that something revealed itself to him during the fight. What he perceived was not the monster's body, but its will. He links that insight to a concept skill that lets him resonate with things and perceive their underlying will. Realizing how decisive that skill was, he reevaluates it as far more useful than he expected. His companion reasons that the skill worked so well because the monster fought almost entirely on raw instinct and force, making its intent easier to read. Taisen concludes that several favorable factors aligned at once to let him survive. In the end, he accepts the victory as another narrow escape built partly on luck. When he asks what the companion would have done if he had died, the answer is bluntly that there was little to be done. At best, the failed quest would have sent the companion back to the grave again. The companion adds that Taisen's death would likely have drawn the gods to his soul for a contract, which he treats as a real possibility. Taisen dismisses that prospect outright, having no interest in becoming entangled with them that way. With the joking over, he gets back on his feet. Now that the quest is done, he turns to the final step, receiving the forgotten goddess's blessing. Before he can proceed, the companion notices something strange about the altar. Despite the monster's rampage, the goddess's statue remains completely untouched. Taisen infers that the monster must have instinctively protected its goddess even in madness, and he offers a prayer. The goddess answers by granting him a weak but real divine blessing that raises the level of his soul. Taisen immediately sees the practical value. If his soul has risen, he may be able to harm apostles without relying on apostolization. The companion agrees that this should help against stronger enemies ahead, since apostles are also elevated by gods. Taisen takes it as a major gain because it should reduce the number of fights where his attacks are ineffective. He resolves that he cannot keep scraping by like this whenever he meets someone powerful. Reviewing the aftermath, he notes that several of his skills advance sharply through repeated use in the battle. One of them, sensory resonance, has grown into a passive ability that enhances his senses and lets him detect what cannot be seen nearby. When he activates it, he can immediately feel the difference. Everything within a short radius becomes vividly clear to him, as if the surrounding space were under his direct grasp. He then checks the skill he once gained from the labyrinth spring and finds that a rock weapon art has changed into a body technique that transmits force without loss. Even his companion is startled by how much that skill has evolved. The companion realizes this means the old restriction that weakened unarmed attacks has effectively disappeared. That would let Taisen deal full damage even with his fists or feet, a massive improvement to his versatility. He keeps reading, but another change catches his attention more than the rest. The skill taken from the fallen apostle has become spirit conversion, which turns soul level into bodily power at the cost of the user's life after a set time. The companion notices the crucial difference. The price is now life rather than the soul itself, and Taisen suspects spirit ascension caused that change. Even the companion is shaken that a skill could evolve in such an extreme way. Taisen compares it to spirit crash and realizes the same overwhelming power can now be bought with a lesser, though still terrible, price. He recalls how the apostle had burned through himself to gain monstrous strength. Even with ease conditions, Taisen judges the cost too high to use casually, since death would end his climb entirely. Then a new possibility occurs to him if he combines this with other abilities he has collected. A passive skill tied to surviving near death and undergoing Fabtious trial might let him draw out that same power without actually dying, giving him a hidden trump card. As he continues checking, he realizes some skills are still in the middle of changing. Apostolization itself has evolved, now granting him part of Rakarada's apostle's power for 20 minutes with a daily cooldown. He notes that Spirit Ascension also extended the duration of that transformation by 10 minutes. The companion is stunned that even a god-granted power can be altered this way. Tae-san reasons that if apostolization came from Rakarada's, then Spirit Ascension must stand on an even higher tier than ordinary divine gifts. That realization deepens the mystery of what exactly has been changing his soul. Satisfied with his recovery and his new understanding, he decides it is time to move on. The companion grudgingly admits how extraordinary he is, then hides the compliment behind bluster when Tae-san notices. They leave the ruins and head back into the labyrinth, where Hafren is likely waiting in his forge. Their destination is Hafren's room on the 30th floor. Tae-san presents the Apostle's source, a condensed core of fallen spiritual energy containing an Apostle's essence. Hafren immediately recognizes it as excellent material and declares the preparation complete. Even he is amazed by the absurd combination of rare ingredients Tae-san has gathered, including the goddess's blessing. He admits he has never heard of a single player collecting so many exceptional materials alone. With everything ready, Hafren asks what kind of equipment Tae-san wants forged. Tae-san first leans toward a weapon, thinking in terms of raw attack power. The companion quickly advises against that choice. He explains that a powerful weapon can be found deeper in the labyrinth anyway, so forging one now would waste this chance. Since Iraq weapon art already lets him fight effectively without relying on a weapon, Tae-san changes course and asks for a ring instead. Hafren agrees and says the materials may even be enough to make a pair, though he refuses to promise it. When asked about the timeline, Hafren says the crafting will take about a month at minimum. Tae-san accepts the wait, already imagining how much stronger the finished gear will make him. After leaving the forge, he resumes climbing. On the 34th floor, a new quest begins: defeat the boss for the Ring of Hathurima and an unknown secret reward. The boss resembles a death knight enough to catch Tae-san's attention, though he is not sure whether it is the same kind of enemy. The fight opens with a fast exchange of sword strikes. Tae-san deliberately maneuvers above the enemy, testing whether a positional sword skill can be triggered. The condition is met, and he activates landing technique to crash down on the knight from above. His blade slams through the enemy's guard with the force of the descent. He confirms the skill works much like leap, but specifically turns superior height into a powerful downward strike. The knight immediately rushes him again, giving him another chance to experiment. Seeing the opening, Tae-san decides to test his new mitigation skill as well. He activates damage mitigation and receives a blow head-on to measure its effect. The result feels inconclusive against such a weak opponent, so he decides he will need a more dangerous enemy to judge it properly. Bored with testing on minor foes, he opens the community interface to check on the others. He learns that Lee Tion's group has already reached the 12th floor and credits him for their rapid progress, leaving him confused. Another ally explains that the blessing of struggle and death made everyone dramatically stronger, and that the wider community is now praising Tae-san for it. Tae-san is caught off guard by the idea that people are effectively revering him. Across the world, players on easier difficulties openly speculate that he must already be far ahead and speak of him with near-mythic confidence. Some have gone so far as to believe he will eventually come save them, which leaves Tae-san deeply uncomfortable. The companion points out that people really have started placing him on a pedestal. Tae-san questions whether they are worshipping the wrong person. The companion argues that since every human received the gift of struggle and death through Tae-san's actions, their reaction is not so strange. With an entire world's fate tied to that gift, he admits the admiration is understandable even if it feels excessive. Before he can dwell on it, a familiar demonic presence begins to spread through the floor. Tae-san immediately recognizes the intruding power as the demon gods. The darkness pulls him into the demon god's realm, making the companion fear the god has come in person to claim them. Tae-san greets the demon god calmly, as if meeting an old acquaintance. The demon god receives him with amused interest. She tells him he has grown impressively strong, but that she has come with bad news. Tae-san presses her to explain what kind of bad news this is. She says she watched his battles in the battlefield of the gods closely, and was disappointed only that none of them involved her. Even so, she found what she saw highly satisfying. What pleased her most was the intensity and quality of the power he displayed. Tae-san answers politely, though without giving her the reaction she seems to want. His restraint leaves the demon god briefly at a loss. Recovering, she tells him his soul has changed and that some outside force is now interfering with it directly. She senses that power as both dangerous and extremely potent, yet cannot identify where it came from. Tae-san asks whether she means the forgotten goddess's blessing, and is surprised that even a god cannot trace the source. The question irritates her pride. She insists she is a great god with vast knowledge and power, but she concedes that even a god cannot know everything. Tae-san accepts that answer, though it only deepens the mystery for him. He reflects that whatever happened in the forgotten goddess's domain may lie beyond even divine understanding. His thoughts return to the strange sanctuary and the knight who guarded it. The demon god abruptly shifts tone and says that, whatever the source, the new power is not a bad thing. She is pleased because Tae-san's continued growth will also increase her own power, which makes him question what his strength has to do with hers. Before answering that, she says she must explain why she truly came, and warns that it may indeed be bad news. Tae-san listens without flinching. She tells him plainly that he has become too strong, far faster than expected. Because of that, she has decided to move their earlier promise forward. Tae-san understands she means the arrangement concerning the Guides of Sin, the agents placed on each floor to kill him under controlled conditions. The demon god confirms that the deep floor leadership forbids sending opponents with unfair strength, but says Tae-san is about to break that balance. If he keeps climbing at this pace, stronger enemies will be sent after him soon, and she will no longer be able to stop it. Tae-san accepts the warning immediately and asks only on which floor he will meet them. She explains that the Guides of Sin are organized in tiers by every 10 floors, and that he has already defeated the second-tier group. Normally he would not face the 4th-tier agents until the 40th floor, but his growth has forced the issue. So the 4th-tier Guides of Sin are already waiting for him on the 35th floor. She sends him off with a wish for victory and hints that someone important is waiting for him there. Before parting, she says she hopes they meet again deeper in the labyrinth. Tae-san answers that he will see her next time, meeting the threat with confidence rather than fear. The demon god's realm dissolves, returning him to the labyrinth. His companion is relieved and remarks that Tae-san may be the first human to ever draw genuine emotion from the demon god. Tae-san only says that whatever enemy awaits, he has no intention of backing down. He decides to finish the 34th floor first before dealing with the ambush ahead. He cuts down the remaining resistance without delay. After the conversation with the demon god, he clears the 34th floor immediately. The rewards include the Ring of Hathirama and additional equipment, which he equips at once to strengthen himself further. He also gains a robe and belt that significantly improve his defense and agility. Then the quest for the 35th floor begins, with a new boss reward waiting beyond the next door. Remembering the demon god's warning, he and his companion prepare to deal with the enemies waiting just ahead. When he opens the way forward, he quickly spots that the opposition has already gathered in formation. A cloaked swordsman steps forward on behalf of Lady Ambrosia, identifies Tae-san as the adventurer opposing them, and Tae-san activates Scout to size up the force before the clash begins. Tae-san quickly judges the ambushers and realizes Ambrosia has sent another strong group, though their overall durability still falls short of his own. Their leader, Kazert of the 4th tier of the Guides of Sin, formally declares that by order of the deep floors he has come to kill Tae-san. Before the group can move together, Kazert tries to keep control and orders the others to stay out of his duel. Another 4th tier guide, Marbin, rejects that restraint and insists Tae-san should die by his hand instead. Kazert reminds him that Ambrosia ordered them to follow the rules and stick to their plan. Marbin explodes in anger, refusing to gang up on someone from the 35th floor because he sees that as beneath their rank. Driven by pride, Marbin activates Redmane Wolf and lunges at Tae-san alone. Tae-san calmly notes Marbin's speed, then reads the attack without difficulty. He drops Marbin almost instantly, gaining another level from the kill. With Spirit Ascension activating, Tae-san coldly asks who wants to be next, while the enemy realizes Ambrosia will not be pleased. The remaining guides are shaken that one of their own died so easily. Kazert forces them to steady themselves and orders the real plan to begin at once. The others kneel and start a ritual circle to feed their power into him. As the ritual takes hold, Kazert admits Tae-san is stronger than expected. But after absorbing the strength of everyone present, Kazert becomes convinced Tae-san can no longer beat him. Tae-san immediately understands the trick and recognizes that they have concentrated many fighters' power into one body. Comparing the result to past enemies, he judges Kazert to be even stronger than the fallen apostle he fought before. Even so, Tae-san decides that this only means the enemy has become stronger, not unbeatable. He activates Heavy Strike and meets Kazert head-on. Kazert attacks with murderous intent, determined to stop Tae-san from ever reaching the deep floors. Their clash proves the boost is real, and Tae-san is forced back even while using Heavy Strike. Accepting that raw force alone will not close the gap, Tae-san switches tactics and activates Frost Arrow. Kazert instantly mirrors the same spell, showing he can answer with both sword and magic. The two frost attacks collide and cancel each other out. Kazert is irritated that even magic cannot simply overwhelm Tae-san. So he changes approach again and pours his power into a sweeping sword assault. Tae-san recognizes how dangerous a swordsman mage is and admits this would have been overwhelming before his earlier battles. At the same time, Kazert's increased power lets Tae-san perceive a new layer of will, triggering progress in a mysterious grand concept skill. As he watches the incoming attack, Tae-san focuses on that newly visible intent. He realizes he can now see the enemy's will directly. With that insight, Tae-san understands he can respond perfectly from this point on. He immediately supplements his swordplay with summoned arrows to create openings. Kazert dismisses the tactic as a cheap trick, but it disrupts his rhythm. Tae-san knows the arrows barely hurt on their own, but their real purpose is to force mistakes. He only needs the smallest opening to turn the fight. The moment it appears, Tae-san slips through and lands a clean strike on Kazert. Kazert reels back in fury as Tae-san stays on him. Unable to accept what is happening, Kazert clings to the belief that the combined power of 10 4th-tier guides cannot lose. Tae-san's movement becomes so sharp that Kazert loses track of him entirely. While activating landing technique, Tae-san dryly thanks Kazert for proving he can now handle 10 enemies at once. He drives that lesson home with another heavy blow. Kazert is horrified that even after borrowing the entire 4th tier's strength, this is still the result. Tae-san presses the psychological advantage, inviting the rest to come at him together if they dare. The guides watching the ritual panic as they realize something has gone badly wrong. As Tae-san keeps attacking, the others turn on Kazurt, blaming him for taking their power and still failing. Kazurt snaps back that he is the one collapsing under the pressure as well. Desperate and confused, he demands to know how someone from the 30s could surpass the 4th tier. Tae-san refuses to explain himself and keeps fighting instead. Then he ends the duel with a final decisive strike and a curt farewell. Kazurt can do nothing but spit blood and curse as he falls. His body hits the floor, and the battle is effectively over. The surviving guides stare in disbelief as they realize Kazurt is dead. Tae-san stands over them and reminds them that they came here to kill him. He warns them that if they choose to fight, they must also be ready to die. After Kazurt's death, Tae-san wipes out the remaining guides with ease and gains substantial stats and skills from them. Among the spoils, he acquires Red Wolf and Demon Claw related abilities, though the transformation skill cannot yet be fully used without special blood. He also gains Distorted Barrier, then notes with satisfaction that he never even needed to rely on apostolization and is still in perfect condition. With the massacre finished, he simply starts walking onward. His floating companion is stunned that enemies of this level have become almost trivial to him, and realizes how extraordinary Tae-san's growth has been. It is especially remarkable because a 34th floor adventurer should never have been able to defeat fully buffed 4th tier guides so easily. The companion reflects that the enemies had even stacked every available enhancement, and still lost. He concludes that Tae-san's many skills matter less than the frighteningly efficient way he uses them. What truly stands out is Tae-san's cold judgment in battle. Remembering the man who once could only watch, the companion quietly urges Tae-san to keep moving forward. He imagines Tae-san reaching places he himself could never attain. That encouragement seems to carry Tae-san onward with renewed momentum. The companion openly declares that Tae-san can conquer the labyrinth completely. Far above, on the 70th floor, the guides of Sin gather in their conference room to discuss the disaster. The organization's leadership convenes inside the black corridor. A monitoring crystal breaks, confirming the destruction of the team they sent. One elder states the obvious conclusion: their side lost. Carried of the Curtain admits that even with his magic supporting them, the force he sent did not last long because Tae-san was simply too powerful. A flame-haired guide immediately questions whether Carried's magic was even activated properly. Carried rejects the accusation and insists the spell worked. Tae-san was just stronger than expected. Another leader, impatient and hostile, says he only wants Tae-san eliminated quickly and asks whether Carried has any other method. Carried explains there is no clean option because the rules only recognize fights between roughly equal opponents, so their attempt to match Tae-san with 10 fighters was already a loophole. Ambrosia concludes with a sigh that proper methods will not be enough to touch Tae-san anymore. The flame-haired guide tells the others not to panic, reminding them that the guides of Sin still rule the labyrinth. He explains that because the demon god is watching, their leadership cannot simply descend together and kill Tae-san directly, even though Tae-san has become more than a disposable pawn. He raises a finger as a new idea occurs to him. His proposal is to seek the demon god's approval by summoning the one currently descending through the deep floors. When he names that being as the demon Quained, even Ambrosia is startled. Quained is revealed to be the demon in whom they placed all their hopes, someone with the talent to become one of them and perhaps even win. The others decide the demon aspect is risky, but acceptable, since gods enjoy testing mortals. Ambrosia warns that if even Quained fails, they will have no options left. The flame-haired guide falls silent, taking the warning seriously. The rest of the room also has no easy answer. Carried points out the danger on the other side as well. If Quained wins, he will grow stronger and reach their level even faster. Even so, Ambrosia decides to summon him. A horned woman remarks that sending a demon to kill, and possibly be killed by, a god-favored adventurer is a particularly vile plan. Ambrosia accepts the hypocrisy, noting they would have forced her hand anyway. The flame-haired guide accuses Ambrosia of being just as twisted as the rest and suggests she is enjoying the situation. Ambrosia admits she is curious to see how it unfolds. Elsewhere, Quain stands amid ruin while someone wonders just how strong he has become. The demon himself appears alert and dangerous, already marked by inhuman power. Back on the 35th floor, Tae-san reaches the boss room. Before engaging, he activates Distorted Barrier to test his new defensive magic. The barrier successfully bends away an incoming strike, and Tae-san judges the spell useful. He notes that with his current mastery, the barrier should remain effective through the 40th floor. Confident in that defense, he crushes the red-armored boss with a simple blow. As the enemy falls, Tae-san is already thinking ahead to learning stronger magic. His companion says the guides likely will not interfere again until the 40th floor, just as the system confirms the 35th floor boss is defeated and rewards are being calculated. One reward is a ring that boosts attack, and Tae-san equips it immediately. He then receives a helmet and armor tied to madness and hatred, dangerous relics whose power rises when those emotions taint the wearer. Equipping both pieces triggers a set effect that grants extra strength and agility and unlocks emotional frenzy under the right conditions. Tae-san asks whether set items become more common deeper down, and learns they are rare but worth the burden of occupying multiple gear slots. Wondering if more such sets exist, he keeps descending. His companion advises patience, reminding him that he is already growing steadily stronger. The 36th floor quest begins, and Tae-san is greeted by blue armored knights instead of the previous red ones. The new enemies immediately move to engage him. They launch coordinated sword attacks, but Tae-san treats them as routine. He judges that these knights would be a hard fight for an ordinary 36th floor adventurer. For him, however, they are already far too weak to matter. He tears through their formation with bare-handed force and casual counters. Annoyed rather than threatened, Tae-san tells them to attack properly because blows this weak are not even helping his mastery grow. Deciding they are not worth any more time, he accelerates to finish them. His companion laughs that this is not tactical venting at all. Tae-san is simply too strong, and the knights are being pitted while they are destroyed. In the middle of the slaughter, Tae-san notices an unusual green-framed door. His companion urgently points out that something strange lies there. Tae-san heads toward it at once. The system identifies the place as the terrible ruins that pursued Twisted Mysteries and grants Tae-san a first discovery mana bonus. Both of them are unsettled, and the companion is alarmed that something of this level is appearing so early. To explain the danger, he reminds Tae-san that transcendents are divided between those who rule domains and those who do not. He reveals that the being tied to these ruins, the hunchback who pursued Twisted Mysteries, is an immortal. He explains that transcendents are the highest state mortals can reach, and those who build enough status to rule a domain become gods. Immortals, by contrast, reach transcendent level power but fail to establish rank or domain, leaving them outside godhood. Such beings normally appear much deeper in the labyrinth, so this encounter is far beyond normal 36th floor difficulty, and may turn hostile on desire alone. Tae-san decides that warning changes nothing for him. He opens the skull-sealed door, reasoning that if the labyrinth offers rewards for clearing the trial, there is no reason to refuse. He steps inside without hesitation. Tae-san reaffirms his resolve to keep moving forward as long as he can grow stronger, because retreat is no longer an option for him. A narration begins to explain the two paths by which one can surpass mortal limits and approach transcendence. The first path is godhood, gained by raising one's status high enough to be granted a domain. The second is the path of the immortal, someone with the power to reach transcendence but who never built the status needed for godhood and now wanders the labyrinth instead. Inside the transformed 36th floor, Tae-san realizes the entire area has become an immortal's quest zone. The place feels corrupted and oppressive, filled with a deeply unpleasant aura. His companion confirms that the feeling is real because immortals hate the gods of the labyrinth. Since Tae-san is especially favored by many gods, that hatred is likely to be directed at him even more strongly. The companion adds that immortals often try to kill mortals merely for attracting a god's attention. Tae-san cannot understand why beings powerful enough to cover an entire floor would still cling to such hatred. The answer is scale. No matter how strong immortals are, they remain insignificant beside the labyrinth's gods, like the demon god who can crush stars with ease. As they advance through the warped ruins, the immortal's influence looms over the entire space. The companion suggests immortals may be imitating the labyrinth's gods in a distorted, incomplete way. Tae-san compares that imitation to a child wielding a dangerous weapon. The system announces that the hunchback's power has weakened enough for a strengthened trial against Tae-san to begin, and Tae-san welcomes the challenge. A subquest starts as the hunchback who pursued Twisted Mysteries formally begins testing him. The labyrinth itself starts to alter in response. Twisted will spreads across the entire 36th floor, engulfing the surroundings. Tae-san braces himself as the warped energy crashes over him and his companion. Feeling the same kind of external empowerment he once received from Rakuratas on Earth, Tae-san realizes this trial is about to force that alien power directly onto him. Tae-san steadies himself in the labyrinth, ready to face whatever this floor is truly hiding. As twisted lightning fills the chamber, he realizes this trial may be designed to empower the labyrinth's monsters rather than simply test him. The strange power gathers around a knight-shaped enemy, confirming that something unnatural is being forced into it. A blue knight blessed by Twisted Mysteries appears, announcing that this floor's enemy has been elevated into something far more dangerous. Seeing a power core like that of an immortal, Tae-san suspects the knights here may have been turned into apostles. The enemy's ominous gaze and altered presence make it clear that this is no ordinary armored monster. He concludes the creature is not a true godly being, but a vessel stuffed with borrowed power, and it attacks before he can think further. Tae-san answers the charge by activating combat skills, annoyed but composed as he tests the enemy head-on. He lands a clean physical strike, proving he can break through its guard at least a little. The damage is far lower than expected, showing the knight's defenses are abnormally high. When his companion explains the enemy has a heavy physical damage reduction buff, Tae-san realizes brute swordsmanship alone will be inefficient. The knight remains standing with little sign of real harm, confirming the problem is its protection rather than its endurance. Tae-san immediately shifts his thinking, deciding to treat the enemy as a puzzle instead of a simple duel. He switches to a magic-based attack and the result is much better, proving the knight's weakness lies there. The enemy is knocked back, giving him room to reassess the floor's intended lesson. Tae-san concludes the trial is pushing him to rely on magic rather than pure swordsmanship, because magical damage bypasses the knight's specialty. Accepting that, he calmly prepares a stronger spell combination. He bombards the knight with frost and explosive magic, pressing the advantage he just discovered. Even after being hit, the knight endures, showing that its blessing still makes it hard to finish quickly. Taisen adds lightning to his arsenal and makes it clear he was never incapable of using magic, only choosing not to depend on it. As he fights, he wonders whether the other knight monsters on this floor are also being empowered by immortals. That suspicion is answered when more twisted knight forms gather, turning the encounter into a broader threat. Rather than worry, Taisen sees an opportunity to train his magic proficiency against rare enemies like these. He unleashes wind-based magic into the group, deciding to profit from the situation while clearing the floor. The spell detonates among them, keeping the pressure on before they can surround him. A sudden tremor interrupts the flow of battle, and Taisen notices that the source of the twisted power itself seems shaken. His companion explains that immortals may possess monstrous strength, but those warped by shortcuts are mentally fragile. The hunchback behind the twisted power is shown in agony, suggesting the disturbance is affecting the source directly. The companion explains that immortals generally fall into two kinds, and only some rise through proper accumulation of power. Those who gain power through shortcuts can rarely reach true transcendence, because stolen paths always have limits. From that, Taisen infers the hunchback who pursued twisted mysteries belongs to the inferior kind. As the hunchback's power drops, the knight's strength also diminishes, confirming the link between source and servant. But the hunchback immediately forces more power into the knight, and intensifies the distortion again, refusing to let Taisen exploit the weakness easily. Taisen plants himself and prepares for a more serious exchange. His companion warns him that this is no longer a mere trial but a genuine attempt on his life. Taisen accepts that the labyrinth's hidden powers have decided to kill him outright. A stronger blue-silver knight consumed by twisted mysteries appears, and even the system marks it as difficult to defeat. When the enemy uses magic to make approaching it difficult, the threat escalates from durable to tactically oppressive. Taisen answers by activating abilities that sharpen his battle instincts, confident he can still read the enemy's movements. He layers multiple duel and apostle-related skills together, preparing a method to break through protections that normal attacks cannot. With contempt for stronger foes fueling him, he commits fully to a decisive close-range clash. He activates Apostle Slayer, turning the fight into one specifically tailored to killing beings empowered like this. Then he invokes ability Sword and Force Duel, dragging the enemy into a contest where swords alone will decide the outcome. The duel's rules lock the enemy into Taisen's specialty, stripping away outside interference and forcing a fair sword fight for a brief window. His first strike lands massively, and he realizes that Force Duel combined with Apostleship lets his damage pierce through the enemy's twisted defenses. With the trick exposed, Taisen presses the assault before the enemy can adapt. The hunchback's power weakens again under the pressure, showing Taisen's method is attacking the foundation of the blessing itself. Desperate, the hunchback pours an even more twisted force and strengthens the distortion once again. Taisen easily reads the enemy's counter and dismisses it as too slow, while noticing ability Sword is changing his combat sense dramatically. Inside that state, he feels almost unbeatable, as if every exchange is already decided in his favor. Even his companion is alarmed, realizing that skills behave in entirely different ways when used through ability Sword. It becomes clear that against weaker opponents this mode would let Taisen dominate the battlefield alone. The twisted presence watches helplessly as the balance of the fight shifts completely. When the enemy finally falls, Taisen gains a permanent boost to several stats, and spirit enhancement activates around him. Additional proficiencies rise as well, and with the battle over he immediately asks for the reward the labyrinth owes him. His companion assures him the labyrinth cannot escape its own rules, because even gods are bound by the contract of the wizard who designed it. The system begins a forced settlement, compelling the defeated power to pay out. Taisen receives the 36th floor's secret room reward, lightning-struck old tree, along with confirmation that the floor has been cleared. He also obtains a bracelet containing a core fragment and another unclear reward, adding to the floor's spoils. He stores the items away, but the hunchback's power manifests again as if one last transaction is still pending. That final reward becomes the Withered Staff of Calamity along with a direct increase to his HP, mana, and attack power, and Taisen realizes the system has forced the hunchback to surrender its own tool. Even satisfied, he feels some regret at taking such a thing from a defeated enemy. The hunchback's lingering presence is acknowledged directly, making the theft feel personal rather than abstract. Taisen promises he will put the stolen power to better use than its former owner ever did. Elsewhere, an unseen observer notices that Taisen has cleared the 36th floor and takes interest in what that means. That hidden figure reveals he has been waiting specifically for Kong Taisen to arrive. Taisen reflects that after clearing the ruins of the hunchback who pursued twisted mysteries, he received everything normally available from the floor. That included both the standard clear rewards and the benefits he earned through the special battle. With the secret room reward added on top, the hall is unusually rich even by labyrinth standards. The aftermath settles as the chamber quiets, and the reward sequence ends. Taisen judges the overall result to be excellent, especially because of the hidden reward. In a calmer room beyond the battle, he opens his inventory to inspect what he has gained. He learns that lightning struck old tree is actually condensed lightning that took the form of wood, and that applying it to a projectile could transform it significantly. That possibility makes him think of the special arrow he once obtained from the god's ruins. When he combines them, the arrow evolves into a lightning arrow with its own will, able to move independently to protect him and inflict electric shock despite his current status limiting its full potential. The result impresses him enough that he immediately wishes he had several more like it. He next checks the bracelet, which grants solid attack and defense and extra benefits against nature-related beings, then compares it to his current gauntlet. The gauntlet's lower-than-expected power is explained by a sealed mysterious force hidden inside it. His companion argues he overthinks efficiency and should still wear the better item for now. Taisen agrees to let the gauntlet go, but admits the real disappointment is not the gauntlet itself. The greater problem is the withered staff of calamity, whose upgrade potential is excellent but whose penalty is severe. The staff increases magic, yet every magical kill with it permanently trades away attack power and HP, making it dangerous to use carelessly. They decide the best solution is to have Hapran modify it later rather than risk its current drawback. Before they can move on, a strange pink magical current appears in the room. The energy gathers around a sealed door, and his companion senses a huge magical presence calling specifically to Taisen. Taisen immediately recognizes that this is the magical presence he has been waiting for. The hidden room reveals itself as Lilith's abode on the 36th floor. Inside, Taisen notices that Lilith's proficiency seems to have improved. Lilith cheerfully credits him for that growth, though she admits she is still weak. Dropping the small talk, she gets straight to the reason she summoned him. She reveals that the god of magic has personally called for Taisen. The invitation is specifically about granting him intermediate magic immediately. His companion is shocked, arguing that this is far too early even if Taisen is exceptional. From the companion's perspective, Taisen is still only operating in the range of the 30s floors, so intermediate magic should be beyond him for now. Lilith agrees it is unusual, but insists the god of magic must have his own reasons. She instructs Taisen to sit before a ring of orbs to begin the contact. Then she tells him to close his eyes and pray so the god of magic can answer. Taisen follows the ritual, even if only formally, and lets the magic gather around him. The summoning responds at once, surrounding him in a pillar of magical force. Before the connection fully forms, Lilith asks him to pass along her gratitude to the god of magic, and he agrees. As the ritual lifts him, Taisen reflects that he never truly understood what it meant to believe in a god. The space around him suddenly tears open before any proper audience can begin. A special quest starts the instant the rupture appears, turning the summoning into something else entirely. Both Taisen and his companion are thrown off balance as they realize space itself has split apart. The system forcibly initiates a return to Earth, overriding the meeting and dragging him away immediately. Because the quest cannot be refused, Taisen can only watch in disbelief as his audience with the god of magic is interrupted at the worst possible moment. His companion angrily concludes that the old gods are sabotaging this on purpose. A distant will shares that anger, condemning the old gods for their shameless interference. That opposing power begins closing the torn space before the forced return can fully take hold. Lilith realizes the god of magic is personally intervening to stop the abduction. Taisen is pulled into a star-filled domain unlike anything in the labyrinth. There he is welcomed into the personal domain of the god of magic. Taisen is momentarily speechless at the scale of the place and the being before him. The god himself mocks the old gods for daring to interrupt Taisen just as he was about to meet him. Taisen understands that the god of magic has forcibly brought him here in response, and offers a cautious greeting. Even in safety, both he and his companion still feel the lingering strain of the interference. Taisen senses that his body is still being tampered with and suspects the old god's influence has not fully vanished. The god of magic remarks that this is hardly the calm first meeting he intended, but decides to introduce himself properly anyway. A brief flash of power marks the beginning of that formal introduction. He explains that he helped design the labyrinth and created the system of magic within it. Then he names himself plainly as Zervant, the god who governs the domain of magic. Taisen answers with his own name, meeting the god as an equal in composure if not in status. Zervant notes that the lights within Taisen literally contain the power of stars, and unlike other gods' blessings, that power is stored inside Taisen himself. Taisen quietly recognizes that this being truly is the god of magic. A crystal throne or focus nearby reacts, underscoring the god's authority over this domain. Zervant then addresses Taisen by another identity as well, recognizing him as the Prince of Carvert Bardre. He praises Taisen for descending as far as the 80th floor, so close to the deep layers. At the same time, he says it is unfortunate, because he once thought Taisen might someday reach something even greater. Taisen admits he died to the guides of sin through his own mistake and accepts responsibility for that failure. Zervant receives that answer without argument, but clearly has a deeper point in mind. He asks what choice Taisen will make when the next decisive moment comes. Zervant warns that one day Taisen will face 3 options, and he urges him to choose carefully when that time arrives. The warning unsettles Taisen's companion, who realizes it concerns someone already dead within the labyrinth, but Taisen simply commits the advice to memory. With the warning delivered, Zervant turns to the reason Taisen came in the first place. Taisen states plainly that he wants to obtain intermediate magic. Zervan says he had originally planned to grant that through a proper trial in a world of his choosing. Clearing that trial would have earned Taisen permission to use intermediate magic. But because outside pests interfered, that original plan can no longer proceed as intended. Zervan is openly offended that anyone dared meddle with the trial he was about to give. So he decides to alter the quest and hands Taisen a separate mission instead of the interrupted intermediate magic trial. The new quest centers on returning to Earth. Zervan orders Taisen to make the interfering old gods pay by trampling their pride and destroying what they have created. He frames it as a subquest born from his anger, promising a reward worthy of Taisen's achievements. Taisen accepts immediately, seeing no reason to refuse extra rewards and sharing the gods' irritation at the interference. He also judges the old god Sabata as petty and shameless, strengthening his resolve. Zervan seems pleased by that response. Before sending him away, the god tells Taisen that when he returns to the labyrinth, he should seek out his child, who will then provide the proper trial for intermediate magic. Taisen understands and asks if that child is Lilith. Zervan confirms the danger ahead instead of answering directly, warning that the old gods will try to kill Taisen. As Taisen is sent back toward Earth, Zervan leaves him with a final wish that he survive what is coming. Sensing the old gods' interference without needing to hear them, Taisen faces the rift in the sky and resolves to oppose them. He openly vows to crush the petty old gods who keep meddling in his path. The god of magic responds by giving him a subquest, asking him to humiliate the old gods and promising a reward based on his results. At the same time, people are abruptly returned to Earth and are left confused by the sudden transfer. Their confusion quickly turns to fear because this return came without the usual warning, and some would rather have stayed in the labyrinth. They remember that every return to Earth is followed by a monster wave, so many panic at the thought of dying here. Taisen sees the chaos and understands that the survivors are terrified after being thrown back to Earth without notice. As he moves through the crowd, someone recognizes him as Kang Taisen. The frightened survivors rush toward him, treating him like a savior and begging him to save them. Their desperate faith swells into open worship, and Taisen's divinity rises as they chant his name. He finds the situation messy, and is puzzled that his divinity keeps increasing. After checking the surroundings, he decides it is better to leave before the chaos traps him there. Before he can slip away, he identifies several familiar survivors from different labyrinth modes, including GM Jungian and the commander Kim Wyan. Another survivor steps in, trying to gather everyone's attention. Kim Wyan is confirmed as the one leading this group from hard mode. Taisen immediately moves to extract the key people from the crowd. He sweeps them away from the mob in a single motion and tells them to hold on while he carries them to safety. The rescued group is hurled upwards so quickly that they can only scream. Watching his effortless rescue, the others are further convinced that Taisen is exactly the savior they hoped for. Taisen lands with the group on a rooftop, away from the desperate crowd below. Even there, neither he nor his companion really understands why the people are acting with such extreme devotion. One of the rescued survivors points out that the community has been full of talk about him, though Taisen had not realized how severe it had become. The hard mode survivors admit that the rumors have thrown their own lives into chaos as well. They explain that everyone keeps pressing them for details about what Taisen discussed with the god of magic and what guidance he gave. Because of that, reverence toward Taisen is rapidly spreading through every mode of the labyrinth, to the point that even he feels they are deifying him too much. One of them awkwardly admits that, uncomfortable or not, the atmosphere of relying on Taisen is not entirely unwelcome. They explain that people no longer trust the gods. Because Earth keeps getting attacked, people are dragged into the labyrinth, and many die whenever they return. For the weak who need someone to depend on, Taisen has become the only visible source of strength. Their reasoning leads back to the monsters that devastated both Earth and the labyrinth. The force returns and Earth's repeated ruin only deepened humanity's resentment. From the survivors' perspective, all of it could have been prevented if the gods had truly acted. As people descended the labyrinth and watched others die helplessly, belief in the gods turned into distrust. That distrust was fed by the countless bodies left behind in the aftermath. The result was a world where the gods were no longer seen as protectors at all. Taisen reflects that he once felt the same way, especially in his previous life on easy mode where there was nothing he could trust. He realizes that while the gods stood by as bystanders, he may have ended up filling the role people needed instead. Jungian nervously checks whether Taisen understands what he is trying to say. Taisen decides not to overthink the burden of being relied on and chooses to accept it for now. That simple acceptance deeply encourages Jungian, who believes it will give hope to everyone else as well. Taisen answers with a faint smile, quietly settling into the responsibility. A new quest appears ordering everyone to head to Seoul City Hall in 1 week, signaling that the next stage is already beginning. Taisen notes that 1 week is not much time and immediately starts thinking ahead. He orders Lee Tion and Kang Junhyuk to follow him alone, warning them that what comes next will be harsh. The two are caught off guard and protest that they are nowhere near ready. Taisen cuts off their excuses and tells them to stop talking and come with him. A week passes as he puts them through relentless preparation. During training, both collapse under his pressure, and Taisen coldly points out that they are still doing it wrong. Even while being mocked for his poor teaching, he tells Junhyuk to recall the feeling behind the skills he already learned and channel that through his sword. Junhyuk complains that Taesan's explanation is too abstract for someone who still does not understand ability swords at all. Taesan admits that the concept is hard to explain directly because it is something discovered in battle rather than taught in theory. Junhyuk protests that with zero proficiency, he cannot even begin to grasp what he is supposed to feel. The system confirms his ability sword proficiency is still at 0, making his frustration entirely justified. Taesan's companion realizes Junhyuk is right and remembers that Taesan himself only discovered ability sword by drawing out his instincts in real combat. Tion asks whether combining swordsmanship with skills is even possible, and Taesan answers that it is precisely why he is teaching them this. He tells them to remember the sensation of first obtaining a skill and project that feeling into the blade. Then he explains why he is pushing them so hard. He cannot save everyone alone, so they must learn this swordsmanship and help him. His blunt appeal leaves both trainees shaken, because they understand he is entrusting them with lives beyond their own. Taesan watches their reaction closely, making sure the weight of his words truly lands. Tion asks if mastering this power would really let them stand beside him and help. Taesan tells them to prepare for Soul first and promises they will keep training on the way, which they accept without further complaint. When they set out again, the ruined city around them shows how little Earth has recovered. On the road to Seoul City Hall, they find monsters even stronger than before blocking the way. Even so, Kim Hwa-yeon's leadership and careful role assignment let weaker players fight enemies they normally could not handle. Under that structure, ordinary survivors are able to stand their ground against E-rank monsters. Taesan joins the battle directly, cutting through the stronger threats himself. His attacks instantly tear apart monsters with overwhelming damage. A second strike lands even harder, making the gap between him and everyone else painfully obvious. Junhyuk is stunned by the difference, but Taesan tells him that steady descent through the labyrinth will eventually close that gap. Taesan then activates a regenerative domain and calls over anyone whose health has fallen below half. The wounded recover inside his healing field, and the survivor's admiration pushes his divinity proficiency up again. Kim Hwa-yeon praises both the healing speed and Taesan himself, believing they may finally have a chance to reclaim Earth. Taesan refuses to relax, warning that they still cannot afford to lower their guard. As they continue, someone from Seoul recognizes that the newcomers are from Yongin City Hall. A normal mode survivor named Choi Baram introduces himself, and is surprised by how many people have arrived. Kim Hwa-yeon identifies herself, and Baram confirms that he has already heard plenty about her. Baram makes it clear that he is not fond of the name people use for him, hinting at a more complicated position than his greeting suggests. He welcomes them cautiously and admits that Seoul City Hall is in poor shape, not just physically but politically. Taesan immediately sees that the damage here was not caused by monsters alone. He realizes Seoul has been suffering from internal conflict as well. Baram approaches Taesan carefully, and says that most people in Seoul are genuinely grateful to him. Still, the tension among Baram's own people shows that gratitude is not the only feeling waiting for Taesan here. Baram admits that wherever people gather, some will always have different motives. He confesses that he cannot keep suppressing those hostile elements forever, even though he personally appreciates Taesan. He acknowledges that Taesan's divine blessing helped humanity grow stronger during the second return, but that alone cannot stop unrest. In the end, Baram admits he is too afraid to risk his life trying to suppress riots in Seoul. Taesan cuts off the excuses, says he is used to this kind of hesitation, and challenges Baram's strongest men to a non-lethal duel. Before anyone can process it, he launches himself forward. Baram's guards are caught completely off guard by how suddenly Taesan attacks. Taesan knocks them aside in an instant, making his point through force rather than argument. He tells Baram that now there can be no complaints, because he gave them the confrontation they wanted and will not apologize for it. Then he calmly asks Baram to lead them to Seoul City Hall, adding that fear is natural when someone is being threatened and that he never expected Baram to help him fight. Seeing Baram broken down by fear, Taesan simply orders him to stand up and do the minimum he can. Baram admits his weakness without pride, but offers cooperation in whatever way he is capable, and formally aligns himself with Taesan. Soon after, a special quest begins. In 2 days, they must stop the first wave of monsters from breaching the safe zone around Seoul City Hall. Inside the safe zone, Taesan immediately starts assessing the city's condition and notices a more basic problem than defense. 2 days before the wave, everyone in Seoul City Hall is already starving. The Yongin group solves that crisis with their simple cultivation skill, producing food and distributing it to the hungry survivors. Baram is amazed by the cultivation skill and explains that Yongin only obtained it through luck and by sharing what they learned. As Taesan surveys the area, he realizes Seoul's territory is much larger than he expected. Baram explains that the place was once crowded, which makes the current emptiness ominous. When asked how many remain, he reveals that only about 20,000 are left from an original 50,000, shocking Kim Hwa-yeon. That loss wrecks their original defense plan, because they expected to combine Seoul and Yongin forces against monsters attacking from every direction. Kim Hwa-yeon is rattled by how badly they now lack manpower, and demands to know what they can possibly do. Taesan steadies her and insists that she can still devise a workable strategy. When she protests that he is treating this like someone else's problem, he bluntly tells her she will have to stay up all night and solve it anyway. He makes clear that he is serious because her role as strategist is indispensable. He also reveals that Baram was a capable strategist in his previous life, meaning the two of them together should be able to build a defense plan. Kim Hwa-eun regains her composure as the responsibility is reframed as trust rather than abandonment. Satisfied that the right people are finally in place, Tae-sen feels reassured enough to turn to his own preparations. With the defense planning delegated, he decides it is time to handle the tasks only he can do. In the park before Seoul City Hall, he gathers Lee Tae-eon and Kang Jun-hyuk for a new stage of training. He reminds them that time is running out and that their current pace is not enough. Tae-sen announces he is changing the training method and asks them to think about how they acquired skills in the first place. He explains that many skills emerge unconsciously in moments of desperate survival, when the body is pushed to its limit. Tae-eon adds that she once gained apnea only by repeatedly enduring water until the brink of death, proving that near-fatal repetition can force growth. That realization horrifies her, because she understands where Tae-sen is leading this lesson. Tae-sen confirms it plainly: to gain the skill they want, they will have to risk their lives. Without wasting another second, he begins the live fire version of the lesson. He initiates a battle against Tae-eon and Jun-hyuk and warns them that if they do not fight him desperately, they will die. His companion immediately understands that this brutal duel was Tae-sen's true plan all along. The companion also realizes Tae-sen is deliberately holding back just enough to avoid killing them while still forcing real danger from the very start. Jun-hyuk is horrified that Tae-sen is pushing the non-lethal duel to its absolute limit, because a clean hit would still kill him. Tae-sen strikes Jun-hyuk hard and tells him that panic is not enough. He has to focus if he wants to survive. Privately, Tae-sen accepts that he cannot guarantee either of their lives in this training. Tae-eon attacks with good instincts, trying to trap him in a pincer with Jun-hyuk. Tae-sen slips through their formation before it can close, showing how far ahead of them he still is. He tells them that enemies in the maze will never fall to slow, obvious attacks, and neither will he. Tae-eon responds by activating evasion, trying to rely on her best survival skill. Tae-sen immediately criticizes that choice, warning her not to mistake a single specialty for a complete answer. He breaks through her defense and punishes her hesitation, demanding sharper concentration. Jun-hyuk is stunned that Tae-sen can even ignore Tae-eon's evasion so thoroughly. Realizing his usual skills are not enough, Jun-hyuk finally starts thinking instead of reacting blindly. Tae-sen sees the shift and turns his pressure onto Jun-hyuk next. Jun-hyuk answers with counter, trying to turn Tae-sen's attack back on him. Their blades collide head-on as Jun-hyuk commits fully to the exchange. Even with counter active, Jun-hyuk cannot force Tae-sen back, which shatters his confidence in relying on the skill alone. He finally decides he has to stop meeting Tae-sen head-on and start avoiding the trap instead. Tae-sen immediately approves that decision as the first correct answer Jun-hyuk has found. He warns Jun-hyuk that if he keeps charging in behind counter, he will die for certain in a real battle. Even while beating them down, Tae-sen acknowledges that both trainees are improving and orders them to keep going. Watching from the side, his companion notices that something in the two of them is finally changing. Their eyes begin to sharpen, showing that fear is turning into focus. Tae-sen sees that they have finally steadied themselves and pushes the training onward. For a long time they are still helplessly overwhelmed, but the important change is no longer in their bodies. Their eyes stop wavering even as they continue to be beaten back. That steadiness marks the moment when they truly begin to fight rather than merely endure. After an hour of risking their lives against him, the breakthrough finally comes. Both Jun-hyuk and Tae-eon raise their proficiency in sword ability by 1%, proving they have finally touched the path Tae-sen wanted them to find. At the same time, Tae-sen gains a new always active skill, Authority of Devotee, which lets his own advanced swordsmanship grow whenever those learning the sword art he created improve. With the breakthrough secured, Tae-sen ends the session, deciding that for now they have finally done enough. Tae-sen quietly takes in the result of the training. His students celebrate surviving the ordeal and gaining the ability sword, while he tells them to rest instead of overexerting themselves. As his companion grumbles that the pair were lucky to receive advanced sword training for free, Tae-sen reminds it that he truly meant to kill them if they failed. When Jun-hyuk nervously calls out to him, Tae-sen turns to hear him out. Jun-hyuk admits that he once saw Tae-sen as a rival and remembers being told that competing was pointless in a crisis like this. He explains that those words made him realize how limited and shameful his own mindset had been. Now Jun-hyuk and Tae-eon pledge to fight beside Tae-sen to protect Earth, and say they will honor what he taught them. Their resolve earns a faint, approving smile from him. Even so, Tae-sen warns them that gratitude can wait until they survive the monster wave beginning tomorrow. That night, the ominous rift churns above the city. The next day arrives as the long-awaited day of the monster wave. The defenders gather with no certainty about where monsters will appear, how many will come, or how strong they will be. Some of them worry whether Mr. Tae-sen is really safe. Their concern is that he has taken the side with the largest rift entirely by himself. To them, that assignment sounds excessive even for someone as strong as him. Kim Hwa-eun reassures them that Tae-sen's sector is actually the safest place to be. The special quest begins, ordering everyone to stop monsters from entering the safe zone as the first wave starts. Huge numbers of monsters pour out of the rift at once. Tae-sen immediately equips a murderous thorn wrist guard for the fight. He follows it with self-willed arrows, including lightning arrows, preparing a layered offense. With his weapons ready, he tells his gear to do its part. He unleashes the thorn vines on the incoming monsters without restraint. As he cuts through them, he dismisses the first wave's enemies as far too weak. Elsewhere, the same quest conditions are announced to the other defenders. A mass of different monsters descends toward the city and the protected zone below. Taisen activates Wind Blast and notices that this wave feels weaker than the one he remembers. Confident in that judgment, he decides to wipe out his side in a single strike. Even while attacking, he finds it suspicious that most of the enemies are only F-class and wonders what hidden equipment they may have. Inside the safe zone, the defenders fight back and warn each other that monsters are also approaching from above. Baram is caught off guard by that unexpected development. He realizes the flying monsters are ignoring the front line and heading straight for the safe zone, so he orders all archers to prioritize the sky. Hwaiyan is shaken because she never expected the safe zone itself to be targeted so directly. The first intruders strike the barrier, proving that weaker players inside are now in danger. Dark projectiles and transformed threats begin dropping into the protected area itself, startling the survivors. The people inside can only brace themselves as something unfamiliar approaches. The monsters that cross the boundary mutate into much stronger forms. The defenders realize the enemies inside the safe zone are now stronger than the ones outside and fear they may not be able to win. A sudden blast tears through the transformed monsters before they can overwhelm the defenders. The survivors look up and recognize that Taisen has arrived. He cuts down the intruders in a single blow and scolds them for dirtying his territory. After seeing the altered enemies, he concludes that the monsters were equipped with troublesome enhancements from the start. The buried safe zone continues to hum over the city as the battle stabilizes. Taisen reports to Hwaiyan that he has cleared his entire area, including the monsters that entered the safe zone, and says she needs to know something important. He reveals that monsters become exponentially stronger once they cross into the safe zone, comparing it to weak chess pieces becoming useful after advancing. Hwaiyan immediately understands that letting anything enter the safe zone is unacceptable, and that their whole strategy must change. She rallies everyone, ordering the exhausted to recover quickly and return to the fight. Then she reorganizes the battlefield, assigning people to sectors and stressing that no monster can be allowed near the safe zone. The defenders begin cutting down the transformed monsters more efficiently under the new orders. Taisen takes responsibility for the aerial enemies and launches himself upward to intercept them. Thanks to that response, the first wave ends without serious damage, and Hwaiyan and Baram revise their strategy before the next one. They gather over a map to plan a more disciplined defense. They identify Taisen, Junhyuk, and Dion as the only fighters currently capable of stopping the enhanced monsters. The new plan divides the three of them into separate sectors while the others hold the line around the safe zone. The second wave begins, and everyone braces for the revised test. The key fighters focus themselves for the next assault. The quest conditions repeat as the new wave rushes in. Junhyuk activates ability sword again, now ready to use it in real combat. He follows with strong strike and discovers that its former one-time limit has disappeared. Tion activates ability sword and evasion, and her own restriction is gone as well. Junhyuk is thrilled that his power can now be used freely. Tion realizes that with unlimited use, they finally have enough strength to fight properly. Taisen keeps his own sector under control with Earthshake while the others prove they can handle theirs. Watching them, he decides their desperate training was worth it because they have become dependable. Once he confirms their growth, he expects the old gods behind this ordeal to make their next move. As another rift opens, he waits to see what trick they will use this time. After the second wave, the third and fourth are also cleared, and the defenders finally reach the final wave. By the day of the last wave, 204 people remain alive and 36 have died. In another sector, the losses are even worse, showing how costly the defense has been. Hwaiyan struggles to treat the survivors as numbers anymore now that the final battle has arrived. Taisen coldly tells her she must get used to such calculations, but she refuses to accept that as normal because it would mean abandoning the people she wants to protect. Even while rejecting that cruelty, she accepts that she still has to keep doing what the situation demands. Taisen agrees with her resolve. When a soldier asks for her next order, Hwaiyan gathers herself to lead again. Taisen watches in silence as she steadies the group. He notes that despite the many casualties through the fourth wave, no one looks broken anymore because they have chosen to fight to the end for the dead. Hwaiyan accepts that she cannot run from that responsibility. She and the others rally the survivors, declaring this the last battle and ordering everyone to take their positions. The final wave begins, and the defenders are told they are now strong enough to fight. Instead of ordinary monsters, several black spheres emerge from the rift. The defenders are confused because the objects do not even look like monsters. Then the spheres suddenly drop straight into the safe zone. The defenders realize too late that the objects have entered the safe zone immediately. They rush to destroy them before they can become more dangerous. But something about the situation is already wrong. The spheres transform at once and strike, injuring a defender before anyone can adapt. The new enemies reveal themselves as insect-like creatures. Junhyuk recognizes them as mantis-type monsters and understands the threat has changed completely. Taisen responds by activating distorted vegetation of Decoravia to seize control of the battlefield. Twisted roots and dead trees erupt around the mantises, trapping and surrounding them. He recognizes this as the old god's deliberate move at last. Even with the terrain under control, He admits he cannot throw every mantis away himself, and tells the others to handle what remains. Junhyuk answers confidently and promises to be careful. He charges a mantis with strong strike, expecting the same success as before. To his shock, the blow barely works, proving these enemies are built differently from the strengthened monsters. He is forced to rely on evasion just to survive the counterattack. The mantis keeps pressing him with relentless scythe-like strikes. Junhyuk realizes the sensation is like facing Taesan himself, because even his evasive skill is being read and ignored. Watching from afar, Taesan notices that the mantis seems weaker in raw power than earlier monsters and wonders why Junhyuk is struggling so badly. He observes that everyone else is actually handling the enemies more easily than before. That contradiction leads him to suspect the mantises were created for a specific purpose. He concludes they are specialized monsters designed to counter ability sword users. Tion worries that the monsters may still be hiding even more power. The mantises suddenly shift again, their bodies and movements changing in unison. Instead of attacking immediately, they gather together for some unknown reason, which only deepens the confusion. A larger formation begins taking shape as more of them converge around a center. Taesan rushes in, but realizes there are too many for him to stop the gathering in time. He cuts through the swarm anyway, trying to interrupt the process before it finishes. His companion sees what he sees and understands they are already too late. The gathered mantises fuse into a far more powerful being, a level of strength rarely seen even in the maze. Taesan scans it and confirms the result is an A-class monster, Monster 999, a target specialized type that is extremely difficult to defeat. He remembers that even hard mode players could not guarantee victory against this creature and that it slaughtered countless people in his previous life. The monster's arrival sends a shock through the battlefield as everyone instinctively recoils. Hwayan, Tion, Junhyuk, and the others immediately understand from Taesan's reaction that this enemy is on another level. Taesan confirms their fear with another reconnaissance scan. The system repeats the verdict that this is an A-class, target-specialized monster. Its reputation as a near-unbeatable killer from his past weighs heavily on him. Knowing exactly what he faces, Taesan stacks multiple combat-enhancing skills at once and declares that he can see through this target-specialized enemy. He accelerates and changes the battlefield first, refusing to fight on the monster's terms. His opening rush slams into the giant mantis with overwhelming force. The monster answers with violent purple slashes, meeting his charge head-on. Taesan refuses to let the creature dictate the pace of the battle. He carves a massive golden strike through the street and drives the monster back. The blow lands hard enough to tear through the area and force the creature to yield ground. The shockwave even widens the crack in the sky, hinting that the battle itself is destabilizing the rift. Tion can only stare in awe at the scale of Taesan's power. She also sees a murderous intensity in his eyes that she has never witnessed before. The others realize he moved the fight away from them on purpose so they would not be caught in the clash with the A-class monster. But Hwayan notices the rift itself is still growing larger. That makes her realize they are nowhere near safe yet. Her fear is justified when even more monsters begin pouring out of the widening crack. Far away on the outskirts of Seoul, the damage from the ongoing disaster is already visible. Back in the city, Taesan continues dueling the A-class mantis amid collapsing buildings. He uses evasion to slip through the monster's pink slashing attacks. Even so, he confirms that evasion does not truly fool this enemy, just as he expected from a target-specialized type. He leaps in close anyway and tests whether direct melee pressure can break through. Then he chains strong strike into consecutive attack, hammering the monster with repeated blows. The result is disappointing, because even that barrage barely damages it. Taesan realizes the monster is not immune to ability swords so much as massively reinforced against it, making it a perfect counter to his main style. The mantis retaliates immediately, forcing him back into a defensive aerial exchange. He next tests magic by launching Frost Arrow while wondering whether a different system of power can bypass the counter. That attack also proves ineffective. As he lands, he concludes that if magic fails, spirit skills likely will too, and black magic is not a good option because his demon energy is already low. His companion spells out the grim truth. This monster was created specifically to kill Taesan alone. The companion further warns that the situation is worse than expected and that Taesan's odds are low against a monster usually found only in the deepest parts of the maze. Taesan decides his first priority is to open up distance and rethink the fight. But the mantis floods the area with enormous sweeping attacks, chasing him across the ruined city and denying him space. He barely regains footing on a rooftop while searching for a new answer. Estimating that an A-class monster has roughly 200,000 to 300,000 health, he starts calculating the battle as a war of attrition. He recalls a previous life battle against an S-class monster with 1.25 million health, when he survived by dealing tiny damage over 2 full days. Remembering that impossible endurance, he prepares himself for another prolonged fight rather than expecting a quick victory. Taesan calculates that victory is possible only through an overwhelming number of successful strikes, so he forces himself to believe the impossible can still be done. Even as he steadies his resolve, he knows the plan is barely within reach and leaves no room for hesitation. Elsewhere in the ruined city, the defenders are already being overwhelmed by the advancing horde. The pressure on the other front makes it clear that the survivors cannot endure much longer without him. Seeing their desperation, Taisen understands that every second he delays will cost more lives. He cuts off any attachment to past failures and decides to act before this timeline slips away again. That decision is sharpened by the memory of the day he once watched everyone die around him. He remembers the helplessness of seeing corpses pile up while he could do nothing. At the center of that nightmare stood the same insect-like monster that caused the massacre. So he frames the fight as a race against repetition itself. If this monster survives, the tragedy will return. He launches himself at the creature, accepting that either he kills it first, or it wipes everyone out again. Rather than fear its defense, he treats the battle as a problem that can be solved. Drawing on his experience with insect monsters, he concludes that even the hardest shell must hide exploitable flaws. He narrows his search to the unprotected points that armor cannot fully cover. Then he commits to the obvious target, and cuts directly at the monster's joints. The strike lands, proving his reading was correct and that the monster can be hurt. With the first answer confirmed, his confidence hardens into momentum. He declares that he has finished identifying the enemy and activates powers specialized for slaying apostles. Those abilities immediately let him outpace the monster and keep attacking from superior positions. His companion excitedly realizes that Taisen has finally surpassed the creature's raw strength and speed and may be able to end this quickly. But just as the weakness is exposed, a new force begins to gather around the vulnerable area. That foreign power wraps itself around the joint and blocks his follow-up attack. The monster itself is startled, sensing that something beyond its own power has intervened. Taisen's guide recognizes the interference at once. The old gods are directly protecting the monster's weakness. Taisen notices that this protection slows the monster's movements, and instead of despairing, he decides to search for a new opening. His guide can only marvel that he responds to a sealed weakness by immediately hunting for another. He switches techniques and uses a wind-based movement skill to slip through the monster's body structure. By feeling the flow of its construction, he realizes the creature is not a single organism but a mass of many monsters fused together, leaving tiny seams everywhere. That insight reveals a hidden vulnerable region inside its torso. The monster tries to crush him with brute force before he can exploit the discovery. Taisen evades at the last moment, refusing to let the creature dictate the pace. He challenges the fused monster's internal coordination, betting that its many parts cannot work together perfectly. To capitalize on that flaw, he prepares another skill through his weapon. He opens a path into the monster's body and sends fire inward, aiming to burn it from the inside rather than break its shell from outside. The internal attack works, and he realizes his strengthened spirit abilities now let him damage the creature more effectively. Because the ember weakens the old god's protection, he recognizes a brief window to press the advantage. He drives in a heavy follow-up blow, and refuses to stop even after inflicting major damage. Instead, he intensifies the heat further, determined to make the next strike even more destructive. Another blast tears through the monster and pushes it closer to collapse. He chains the ember skill repeatedly, turning pressure into relentless attrition. As the finishing moment approaches, the memory of the old massacre flashes before him again. That memory becomes a vow that this time the past will not be allowed to repeat itself. With that resolve, he drives forward exactly as he is now, no longer the powerless man from before. His final attack kills Monster 999, and the system confirms that he won by fully understanding the enemy's nature and weaknesses. Victory rewards him with new comprehension-based abilities, stronger spiritual power, and a permanent skill for adjusting twisted spiritual energy, leaving even his guide stunned that he actually won. Instead of celebrating quietly, Taisen turns his gaze upward and openly addresses the old gods who tried to kill him. He mocks them for ending their scheme sooner than they expected. Then he promises that no matter how often they interfere, he will keep winning anyway. He goes further and swears that he will never again allow them to send monsters to trample Earth. That defiance draws him into a direct audience with the magic god, who had issued the sudden return to Earth quest. The magic god reveals his true intention. He wants Taisen to make the old gods pay for interrupting their meeting by crushing their creations and humiliating their pride. He also explains that the monsters in the Return to Earth quest are growing stronger because the old gods feel threatened by Taisen's sword ability, and are trying to eliminate him early. Back on Earth, Taisen's body gives out from the strain after the battle. Even so, he spots City Hall and the safe zone ahead, confirming that the survivor's refuge is still intact. As he runs toward it, he admits this rescue is taking longer than before and can only hope the people there have held on. Before he arrives, a dark voice stops him and tells him he no longer needs to go. Taisen immediately recognizes the energy as the demon god Rakurata's, remembering that she once promised to descend to Earth herself. He recalls her earlier vow that she would come personally next time because of their contract, and realizes that promise is being fulfilled now. The descending presence takes shape with calm, overwhelming confidence. The demon god appears before him, praises his performance again, and confirms that she truly came to Earth. She tells him not to worry about the remaining monsters because she will handle the rest herself. Her attitude is ruthless. If they are going to clean up the invasion, she sees no reason to leave any monsters alive. Taisen hesitates over whether such direct interference is even allowed. Rakurata dismisses the concern, arguing that the old gods cheated first, so she will answer in kind and enjoy wiping out their filthy insects. Her power spreads across the battlefield and engulfs every surviving monster in darkness. The trapped survivors watch in shock as the monsters are erased all around them without warning. Within moments, the dark storm finishes its work. The system announces special quest success and orders a return to the maze in 2 days, while the survivors realize the nightmare has suddenly ended. Confused by the abrupt rescue, the wounded try to make sense of the shadow that swept the monsters away. One of the women can only conclude with relief that they have somehow won again thanks to Tae-san. Though still frightened as a commander, she admits that simply knowing Tae-san is somewhere nearby always reassures her. In the distance, Tae-san stands apart, while the demon god's lingering power circles the empty battlefield. His system confirms that every trace of the enemy has been removed. Rakuratas thanks him in return, saying he overcame the old god's dirty interference through his own strength. Because of that, she decides to reward him. She grants him the title Saint of the Demon God's second seat, increases his demon energy, and gives him 3 black magic skills to inspect later. She would have stayed longer, but complains that the old gods are already trying to force her out despite having crossed the line themselves. Watching them panic only amuses her, because to her their frantic resistance proves they are afraid. Tae-san agrees with that reading and sees their fear as confirmation that he is becoming a real threat. He starts piecing together the larger conflict. The old gods interfere through monsters, while the labyrinth's gods answer with their own interventions, creating a struggle where both sides push the limits. Before leaving, Rakuratas raises a massive black monument of power as if to mark her presence on Earth. Then she warns Tae-san that the members of the Guide of Sin will target him again. She adds that when that happens she will not be able to interfere deeply, because one of those enemies is her own poor son. That revelation makes Tae-san realize someone from the demon clan is embedded inside the Guide of Sin. Rakuratas decides to leave one final gift, not just for Tae-san but for all humanity. Her power spreads outward from the monument and pours across the world. The system declares a manifestation of divine power as the demon god's blessing enters every human on Earth, and people everywhere feel a strange new strength awaken inside them. From above the planet, her blessing visibly blankets the Earth in darkness-touched power. Satisfied, she says goodbye and promises that next time they meet, they can speak more leisurely. As her presence fades, Tae-san realizes the Return to Earth quest is finally ending. His guide calls out to him, still trying to process everything that just happened. The survivors gather around and report that they all gained demon energy, and Tae-san calms them by framing it as a reward for clearing the quest. His guide is horrified that the demon god truly bestowed demon energy on humans. What shocks him even more is that she gave it to every person on the planet, not just a chosen few. He is so jealous of the scale of the blessing that he can barely contain himself. When Tae-san asks whether the others also learned black magic, they admit they had never used anything like that before. Tae-san tests the new influence of his title and demon power on those around him. The title's effect becomes clear as his companions receive black magic skills of their own and learn that his new status lets him strongly influence others who possess demon energy. Tion confirms that she, like Junhyuk, gained 2 new skills, though hers are different. The others report smaller gains and accept that hard mode players receive less than solo mode players. Tae-san quickly organizes the results and concludes that the number of skills granted depends on each person's strength. When he learns that Tion and Junhyuk have already reached the 13th floor, he realizes they are approaching the territory controlled by the people he hates. That thought leads into the memory of the Guide of Sin confronting his companions in the maze. One of them had calmly ordered the pair to follow for a private talk. They were taken to a protected area near City Hall where outsiders could not interfere. There, hooded members of the Guide of Sin waited in secret. Back in the present, Tae-san asks directly whether his companions met the Guide of Sin while descending the maze. They confirm it, with Junhyuk still angry that those people tried to order him around. Tae-san concludes that the Guide of Sin exists in the maze for other solo mode players as well, just as he expected. Tion reveals that, following Tae-san's instructions, she told them she would join the Guide of Sin. Junhyuk admits he hated doing the same, but accepted because he could not damage them anyway, and they offered him access to deeper floors due to his potential. Tae-san approves the decision, telling them survival and infiltration matter more for now, and that they can kill those enemies later once they are strong enough. His guide finally understands Tae-san's real plan: protect his comrades while gathering information on the Guide of Sin from inside. And once enough is learned, destroy the organization from within. With that settled, Tae-san turns the remaining time before the maze return into training. He resumes drilling his companions immediately, refusing to waste even a moment. The countdown to the return shrinks to 2 days. During that time, Tion and Junhyuk endure harsh training without complaint. Their sword proficiency rises, and Junhyuk in particular becomes calmer and more reliable in his judgment. Tion also begins shedding the timidity that once held her back. At last the system announces that the Return to Earth quest is fully complete and their borrowed time is over. The group is pulled back toward the maze, regretting only that they could not train a little longer. Before parting, Junhyuk promises that next time they meet, he will show even better results. Tion makes the same promise, vowing to become strong enough to truly help Tae-san. Tae-san encourages them to keep improving until they can stand where he stands, then leaves them with that challenge. They send him off with determination rather than fear. Back in the maze, Tae-san receives the full settlement of his Earth battle, including a huge special victory bonus. The reward appears in the form of 3 crystals representing his available choices. He finds himself once more on the 36th floor of the maze, where his original objective had been to seek the magic god. His guide points out how much the detour changed everything and reminds him of the original plan to obtain intermediate magic from the god on this floor. He summarizes the chain of disruptions. The old gods interfered, the Return to Earth quest triggered, the dangerous A-class monster appeared, and the demon god descended. Even so, he decides that simply returning alive is miracle enough and turns to choosing the best reward. He selects proficiency growth, judging that it will raise his abilities the farthest overall. That choice pushes Vital Point Attack to completion and evolves it into Vital Point Designation, a stronger skill that lets him mark a tiny area as a fatal weak point for double damage. It also massively increases the proficiency of Nature Comprehension, sharpening his ability to read the source of a target's power and identify weaknesses. Tae-san realizes that even without full mastery, these upgraded analysis skills can now be combined into something more dangerous. He immediately tests Nature Comprehension on his guide again. This time he sees far deeper information, learning that his guide is the ruined Prince of Cabot and someone standing at a crossroads of choice. He then turns to the other skill he gained from defeating the Earth monster. Twisted Spiritual Power Adjustment reveals itself as the same kind of power the old gods used to shield weaknesses, except Tae-san may be able to twist it for offense as well as defense. After that, he spends all of his remaining points on black magic. The investment raises his black magic proficiency enough for him to begin drawing on the demon god's power in a practical way. At his guide's urging, he checks the 3 black magic skills Rakurat has granted him. They include a Reconnaissance Wind, a Summoned Black Wind, and a Dark Wave Attack, though his guide still cannot fully predict how useful each will be. Rather than delay any longer for the magic god, Tae-san decides to clear the 37th floor first. The next quest begins immediately, tasking him with defeating the 37th floor boss for a new piece of equipment and a hidden reward. Tae-san welcomes the timing because it gives him a perfect chance to test the demon god's gifts in real combat. He rushes the armored enemies head-on, meeting their blades without hesitation. As the clash begins, he prepares to apply his newly evolved precision skill. Then he activates Vital Point Designation, ready to prove how much stronger he has become. Tae-san unlocks a new skill that lets him mark a tiny vital point on a target and deal double damage there once per day. He immediately tests it on a Black Knight and lands a devastating strike that proves the skill's value. Satisfied that the new technique works, he calmly judges it worth keeping in his arsenal. He follows up by unleashing Distorted Vegetation of Decoravia, using black magic to seize control of the battlefield against the surrounding knights. He notes that his growing mastery of black magic has already strengthened even his older abilities. With the room nearly under control, he decides it is time to experiment with the powers he inherited from the demon god. He activates Seer's Black Wind and welcomes the clustered enemies as convenient test subjects. A black vortex forms around him, revealing a basic demon spell that summons Seer's Dark Wind. The wind tears outward and sweeps through the chamber. After the attack, his floating companion observes that he has almost cleared the room, and Tae-san decides to make one final check before moving on. To search for any hidden threat, he activates Larrage's Domain Detection. A demonic wave spreads through the area, giving him detailed information about everything within range. The skin singles out one remaining enemy still standing apart from the others. Tae-san identifies the survivor as the last foe in the room and suspects it is the boss of the 37th floor. Rather than rush, he chooses to measure the boss's strength first. He activates Marbus's Pitch Black Wave, another demon spell, to probe the enemy with a defensive darkness. The black tide surges around the dual sword Black Knight, though the spell's description warns that this degraded version is far weaker than the original. Even so, the wave chips away at the boss and confirms it can still inflict damage. A second hit lands, adding more damage and continuing the test. The boss answers by cutting through the darkness with a bright counterattack. Tae-san's companion is startled that the dark wave seems to move with its own will and even react to the enemy's evasions. The living darkness keeps pursuing the knight instead of behaving like a simple projectile. His companion warns that such a skill feels dangerously tied to demons and should not be used carelessly. While the spell continues to bind the boss, Tae-san asks what demons actually are. He is told they resemble the old gods in nature, though not in scale. Unlike the old gods, demons are weaker, but they are born with fixed and unchanging power. Because they refuse the fate of being sealed away like the old gods, they now serve under contract with the demon god and lend their power as black magic. His companion cautions that such beings are unlikely to favor humans, and Tae-san agrees that the demon god's support does not guarantee safety. As the fight ends, the system announces that Tae-san has defeated the dual sword Black Knight, boss of the 37th floor. The victory yields several rewards, including Aegis's shield and an abyssal ankle protector. He checks the ankle gear first and sees that it grants major boosts to strength, agility, and defense, so he equips it immediately. He then examines Aegis's shield and is impressed that standing still for 1 second can make him completely immune to damage once per month. As he admires the loot, his companion reminds him that he has forgotten something more important. He realizes she means Lilith, the witch he abruptly left behind when he vanished into the hidden room. The story returns to Lilith's hidden room on the 36th floor, where she has been waiting in confusion. Lilith bursts out in frustration, demanding to know where he disappeared to and complaining that his sudden absence left her in an awkward position. Tae-sen apologizes, admitting that too much happened while he was gone. Once she calms down, he asks if he can meet the magic god again. Lilith is relieved he returned safely and reveals that the magic god actually wanted to see him as soon as he came back. Tae-sen immediately prepares to go, promising he will return soon. He activates the ritual and is transported once more into the god's domain. In the starry realm, the magic god asks whether Tae-sen met Lilith properly, and Tae-sen admits he came back with many questions. The god listens with quiet interest. Tae-sen steadies himself, ready to confront the deeper meaning behind the favors he has been receiving. He reflects that the demon god's generosity felt too deliberate to be simple kindness and suspects she expects something from him. The magic god confirms that all gods of the maze expect something from him, and warns that the demon god is no exception. He adds that he also has a request of his own and intends to reward Tae-sen for it. Before naming that reward, the god considers what would suit Tae-sen best. Noticing Tae-sen's gauntlet, he recognizes it as the gauntlet of the rough hand and is surprised it ended up with him. He reveals that the gauntlet once belonged to him and admits a trace of nostalgia for it. With a touch, he releases the seal inside it, fully restoring the item and increasing its attack and magic power. Tae-sen's companion is stunned that the added magic alone boosts his magical strength by 30%, and Tae-sen offers the god sincere thanks. The magic god says that reward should suffice for now and invites Tae-sen to ask a few questions before hearing the quest. Instead of asking immediately, Tae-sen first delivers a message from the god's child, who sent him there. The magic god turns his full attention to that unexpected report. Tae-sen relays Lilith's gratitude, saying she is always thankful to the magic god. The god is quietly moved and calls her a pitiful but lovable child. Lilith herself is humbled, and the god remarks that few people come this far simply to pursue magic. He is especially touched that Tae-sen thought of Lilith's feelings before pressing his own questions. After thanking him for that consideration, the god invites him to finally ask what he wants to know. Tae-sen asks the question that has been haunting him: why the worlds are separated. He recalls that Earth's people entered the maze after monsters appeared, and that humanity was split among 4 difficulty modes. What troubles him most is why solo mode players must invade different solo worlds instead of sharing one path. He points out that the maze has been divided into hundreds of thousands of versions, with more than 10,000 solo players in Korea alone. That scale makes the separation feel far too deliberate to be random. He also thinks of the countless NPCs, adventurers, guides, and gods repeated across those worlds, and wonders how such duplication could exist. So he asks whether the maze was always like this or whether some event caused the split. The magic god answers that the maze was originally one, but it was later copied and separated because of a certain incident. Tae-sen is shaken that such a thing could even be possible. He struggles to accept that every being in the maze may have been replicated hundreds of thousands of times. The thought extends even to powerful figures like the Guide of Sin and those who had nearly transcended mortality. If they were copied too, then the scale of the event was beyond anything he imagined. The magic god says it is possible because their power was limited, but not exhausted. He explains that such power remains constant and effectively infinite, making duplication feasible. Tae-sen realizes this must involve the old gods and starts to press further. The magic god cuts him off before he can continue. He says that is all Tae-sen is permitted to hear for now, and if he wants more truth, he must go deeper into the maze.